Chapter 1. Handsome Guy. There's a girl available for 80 a night. Storage of thoughts. The final destination has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and ensure you have all your personal belongings to avoid any oversight. In the Spring City, at the Eastern bus station, the coach rolled into the terminal, halting at the drop-off point. The driver, a middle-aged man, stood up and shouted loudly, prompting the passengers in the cabin to stir and rise to exit. In the last row of seats sat a gaunt young man. As the other passengers emptied out, he remained, his head resting against the window, lost in slumber. The driver, irritated, approached and nudged the young man's shoulder a few times. "Hey, wake up! We've arrived!" The gaunt youth jolted awake, his eyes suddenly snapping open, and he shouted, "Zhao Yimin, I curse your ancestors." The driver was startled by the outburst, causing the cigarette in his mouth to drop onto his arm, burning him and prompting an involuntary grimace as he cursed. "What's the matter with you? Hurry up and get off." The driver's angry reprimand caught the gaunt youth off guard, and he glanced around in confusion. Muttering to himself, he said, "Am I not dead? How is this? Dead? What are you talking about? Get off now." The driver frowned, his words laced with irritation. Finally regaining his composure, the gaunt youth propped himself up with the seat in front and made his way outside. "Take your bag with you, don't come looking for me later." The driver, eyeing the black backpack on the seat, remarked gruffly, clearly annoyed by the inconvenience. The youth turned to look at the familiar black backpack resting on the seatback. He froze, a tumult of thoughts crashing through his mind. "Move quickly, don't dawdle." The driver snatched up the backpack and grabbed a book from another seat, forcefully stuffing both into the youth's arms and pushing him toward the exit. Dazed, the young man stepped off the bus, the sound of the door slamming shut behind him, followed by the roar of the engine as the coach slowly rolled toward the parking area. Clutching the black backpack, the young man surveyed the bustling crowd around him. Beneath the bright blue sky, the sun hung high, and the vibrant scene began to merge with the distant memories swirling in his mind. Have I been reborn? The youth, named Wang Mingyang, was a recent college graduate. After graduation, he had taken up a position as a salesman for a fast-moving consumer goods supplier, and he had just returned from a business trip to a nearby city. Wang Mingyang walked out of the bus station in a daze when a plump woman rushed up to him, her face beaming with a smile as she called out, "Handsome guy, need a place to stay? Our hotel is very affordable, only 80 for a night." "I'm not staying." Wang Mingyang's gaze remained vacant as he casually declined. "Come on, handsome. We have hot water available all day." The woman persisted, glancing around eagerly. Leaning closer, she whispered, "We have many single ladies here, handsome. If you're interested, you can relax a bit." As Wang Mingyang surveyed his surroundings, everything finally confirmed his suspicion had indeed been reborn. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth began to curl upward. Noticing the light in the young man's eyes and the hint of a somewhat lewd smile, the woman thought to herself, "Business is coming my way. Come on, let me take you there, it's just up ahead." The woman's jovial demeanor transformed into a wide grin as she grabbed Wang Mingyang's arm, pulling him along with hasty steps. "Hey, let go. I'm not staying at your place. Let me go." Wang Mingyang's burgeoning smile faded instantly as he stumbled, realizing he needed to protest urgently. Struggling to shake off the grip on his wrist, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from the woman as he headed toward the exit. "Hey, don't go. The price is negotiable," the plump woman called out, her tone desperate. Yet, Wang Mingyang paid her no mind as he strode away, unaffected by her tearful pleas for a discount. "Bah, you poor wretch, if you can't afford it, just say so. Don't pretend to be innocent with me." The woman's previously cheerful expression darkened as she cast a glance at the security guard by the entrance, hesitating to pursue him. Muttering a few curses under her breath and spitting onto the ground, she turned to see other single male passengers approaching and quickly plastered a smile back onto her face to greet them. Every bus and train station has such characters. Hastily making his way to the station exit, Wang Mingyang finally gathered his thoughts and pulled his phone from his pocket to check the time. May 25th, 2035, 3:25 p.m. This is 5 years ago. I actually have been reborn. Wang Mingyang tightened his grip on his phone, whispering inaudibly to himself. But there's less than a day until the apocalypse strikes. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, he had returned to Spring City at this exact moment after a business trip, rushing back to the company to report in. The next day was a weekend, and he had intended to leave work early to rest at home. However, Just as they were nearing closing time, the department manager insisted on holding a meeting, and he didn't return home until well past midnight. As a result, he overslept until 2 in the afternoon the next day. Upon awakening, the world had erupted in a zombie outbreak, and the apocalypse had begun. Wang Mingyang found himself trapped in his rental apartment, besieged by zombies. In a single day, all electricity and communication across the globe ceased. All high-tech weaponry became inoperative, leaving only conventional firearms still effective. Over 80% of humanity perished, and global fauna began to mutate and evolve. Some individuals awakened various abilities during the early days of the apocalypse, becoming the new elite among humanity. Ordinary people had to kill zombies or mutated creatures to acquire various cores for their evolution. Wang Mingyang was fortunate enough to become a self-evolving individual, but unfortunately, his abilities were rather peculiar. This quirk relegated him to the lower echelons of society even after surviving for 5 years in the apocalypse. Ultimately, he was betrayed by those around him and met his demise at the hands of a high-level zombie. Fortunately, for whatever reason, he had been granted a chance to start anew, reborn 5 years into the past. Beneath the blazing sun, Wang Mingyang slowly raised his hands, closing his eyes to savor the warmth on his face. Lost in his thoughts, he gradually began to laugh aloud, but suddenly fell silent. Unfazed by the bewildered stares from the surrounding crowd, Wang Mingyang's youthful visage hardened, a glint of chilling malice flickering in his eyes. "Zhao Yimin, Wang Ruoqing, Hanjun, wait for me. This time, we shall settle the score." With a resounding thud, the backpack and book he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Wang Mingyang paused, then bent down to retrieve them. As he picked up the black backpack, the book beneath it revealed its title, 300 Nursery Rhymes. The 5 bold characters shone glaringly in the sunlight. Wang Mingyang froze, his fingers hovering over the book. On the cover was a small goldfish, blowing a large bubble that enveloped the title 300 Nursery Rhymes within. The little goldfish stared up at him with its adorably foolish eyes, seemingly peering at him with curiosity. Chapter 2. Samsung 5 Waste. What the hell is 300 Nursery Rhymes? Wang Mingyang's lips twitched slightly as painful memories flooded back into his mind. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, he had huddled in his rental apartment, subsisting on the last few packs of instant noodles and some sausages for an entire week. With all communication and power cut off, he found himself utterly bored, flipping through this children's book that someone had inadvertently left on the bus, and astonishingly awakened his powers on the 7th day. His awakened ability resembled the little goldfish on the cover, could generate a water bubble with a certain degree of defensive capability. Thanks to this water bubble, he managed to step outside and slay a few zombies, collecting food to sustain himself. Reaching for the 300 Nursery Rhymes, Wang Mingyang gently opened the pages, familiar images flooding his vision. Little goldfish blowing bubbles. No crying, no fussing, a good baby. Swimming here and there without worry. It's truly amazing to blow bubbles. Wang Mingyang forced a bitter smile. So it's you, old friend. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, various creatures around the globe underwent frenzied evolution, categorized into 9 distinct tiers based on strength. Each time Wang Mingyang ascended a tier, he acquired a basic ability through reading 300 Nursery Rhymes, and just before his demise, he had amassed 5 such abilities. Logically, with 5 abilities, he should have swept the heavens and dominated the world. Yet peculiarly, of those 5 abilities, 4 were basic support skills: defense bubble, illumination spell, underwater breathing, and communication spell. The most useful, the defense bubble. As tiers increased, it could withstand 15 ordinary attacks of the same level. Illumination spell releases a light orb illuminating a 10-meter radius. However, in the apocalypse, zombies and mutated creatures were extremely sensitive to light sources unless in specific environments. Using it was akin to inviting a horde, with a 100 chance of being surrounded. Underwater breathing could be applied to others, generating an air sac around the head for half an hour of breathing. The problem was, in the mutated world, the most ferocious creatures resided in water. Entering rivers or seas without caution was tantamount to courting death. Communication technique. Summoning a phantom pigeon to convey messages, with a limited range of merely 1 to 5 kilometers, and capable of transmitting only 10 characters at a time. Even though its efficacy improves with the enhancement of one's abilities, it remains fundamentally constrained. The sole attack-oriented ability he possesses, the freezing technique, can at best immobilize zombies of first or second tier, yet still requires him to approach for a finishing blow. In this apocalyptic world, humanity categorizes awakened abilities into 6 grades: S, A, B, C, D, and E. However, Wang Mingyang's 5 abilities have been humorously dubbed as grade by others. This is because even the most inferior grade abilities can evolve and strengthen alongside the owner's tier advancement. Yet, despite the evolution of Wang Mingyang's 5 abilities, their potency remains pitifully weak. Thus, Wang Mingyang, endowed with 5 abilities, is often mockingly referred to as 3 stars, 5 wastes. 3 stars represents genuine sorrow, while 5 wastes indicates utter uselessness. Reflecting on this, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Over the 5 years of the apocalypse, he had sought other texts to read, yet for reasons unknown, he had been unable to acquire any abilities. It seemed that the sole source of his capabilities was this book, 300 Children's Songs. Ding! Book detected. Binding host. The multiverse reading system countdown initiated 543. A soft chime resonated in his mind, causing Wang Mingyang to shudder, his eyes revealing a hint of bewilderment. Ding! System binding successful. Detected that the host has thoroughly studied 300 children's songs, extracting a grade ability. Bubble technique. Would you like to absorb it? System. Bubble technique? Wang Mingyang's mind went blank. Reborn, and he unexpectedly possessed a system? Could it be that in this life, he is the chosen one? But what on earth is the bubble technique? Ding! Host, would you like to absorb bubble technique? Shaking his head, Wang Mingyang felt an unusual excitement. Yet he resolutely decided against absorbing this bubble technique. The bubble technique, while somewhat useful at the onset of the apocalypse, ultimately becomes utterly worthless. With a system in this life, I absolutely will not be labeled as 3 stars, 5 wastes again. System? What happens if I choose not to absorb it? Wang Mingyang inquired. Ding! If not absorbed, bubble technique will be stored in the system bookshelf and can be fused later. What is fusion? Wang Mingyang continued to ask. Ding! The host can understand various books through reading, allowing the system to extract corresponding abilities for fusion into a new ability. Wow! That's extraordinary! Wang Mingyang exclaimed, his fist pumping in excitement, while his mind began to ponder. Since the system can extract other abilities, then absorbing the bubble technique is out of the question. It's simply not going to happen in this lifetime. System, store bubble technique in the bookshelf. Wang Mingyang commanded resolutely. Ding! Understood, host. Bubble technique has been stored in the bookshelf. System, could you refrain from the ding? It's a bit headache-inducing. Wang Mingyang grimaced upon hearing the ding sound echoing in his mind again. Ding! Apologies. This is an inherent setting of the multiverse reading system and cannot be changed at present. Darn, this system has some bugs. Ding! Please be cautious with your words and actions. Considering this is your first offense, no punishment will be enacted. Remember, the system's developer is supreme. There is only right, never wrong. It is unquestionable. All right. The developer is supreme. Wang Mingyang quickly capitulated, refraining from further complaints, uncertain of what the punishment might entail. Certainly nothing pleasant. Having been reborn with the multiverse reading system, Wang Mingyang felt as jubilant as a reader winning a grand lottery. Yet, with less than a day left until the apocalypse descends, he was determined not to repeat the tragic fate of his previous life. Since the multiverse reading system can extract abilities, Wang Mingyang glanced around, disregarding the pang of regret for his WeChat wallet, which barely exceeded 5 digits, and hurriedly made his way to the taxi stand. He flung open the car door, swiftly seated himself, patted the driver's seat, and urged driver, to the provincial library. Get there within 20 minutes. It'll pay extra. Let's go. Sure thing. Buckle up. The driver, still with a cigarette in mouth, immediately flicked the butt out, expertly shifted gears, released the brake, and pressed the accelerator. The taxi roared to life, lurching forward, catching Wang Mingyang off guard as he was thrust back into his seat by the sudden force. A series of drifts graced the pavement as the taxi swiftly ascended onto the elevated ring road. Wang Mingyang, now rubbing his shoulders, sat up, quickly fastening his seatbelt, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Unable to resist, he gave a thumbs up to the driver through the rearview mirror. The driver, beaming, replied, "Don't worry, they'll get you there in under 15 minutes. With your speed, I believe you. If we arrive safely, he'll pay 100. Wang Mingyang replied cheerfully, valuing time over money. Just you watch, safe and sound. 20 years of driving experience. The driver chuckled even more, her focus sharpening on the road. Wang Mingyang fell silent, picking up 300 children's songs, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he began to flip through the pages rapidly. Chapter 3. The Frantic Extraction. The magnificent rooster, resplendent with its vibrant red comb and adorned in a floral coat, heralds the dawn with its crowing, summoning the sun to rise swiftly. Ding! Detected that the host is well-versed in 300 nursery rhymes. Extracting E-grade ability illumination technique. Do you wish to absorb it? Do not absorb, place it on the bookshelf. Without lifting his head, Wang Mingyang issued the command directly in his mind. Ding! Illumination technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. The little dove, with its great prowess, travels thousands of miles to deliver a home letter. Ding! Detected that the host is well-versed in 300 nursery rhymes. Extracting E-grade ability messaging technique. Do you wish to absorb it? Place it on the bookshelf. Ding! Messaging technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. The refrigerator, truly marvelous, neatly stores fruits and vegetables, while poultry and fish are preserved within, relying entirely on you for freshness. Ding! Detected that the host is well-versed in 300 nursery rhymes. Extracting E-grade ability freezing technique. Do you wish to absorb it? Place it on the bookshelf. Ding! Freezing technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. Ding! Underwater breathing technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. Ding! Jumping technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. Ding! Silk spinning technique has been added to the bookshelf. Please endeavor to read more. Read something more advanced. After reading 300 nursery rhymes for about 10 minutes and acquiring a dozen E-grade abilities, a different voice echoed in his mind, leaving Wang Mingyang momentarily stunned. Read something more advanced? The system seemed a bit irate. Wang Mingyang silently closed 300 nursery rhymes and placed it in his backpack. Although the abilities acquired were rather mediocre, this book had indeed aided him in surviving for 5 years in his previous life. Had it not been for his betrayal by a teammate at the end, he might have continued to survive. He held a certain affection for this children's book that had accompanied him for 5 years and proved invaluable. However, since he had been reborn and gained the celestial reading system, he indeed needed to delve into more profound literature to acquire more potent abilities. That was the right path. System, can I choose to fuse these E-grade abilities? Ding! Fusion is possible, but the resulting abilities are unpredictable. Unpredictable? So be it. System, fuse all these dozen abilities. Wang Mingyang chose to fuse without hesitation. Ding! Fusion failed. What? Why did it fail? Wang Mingyang was taken aback. Failing the first fusion felt like a cruel joke. Ding! Host lacks sufficient reading points. Basic fusion requires 100 reading points, and a maximum of 3 abilities can be fused at a time. Current reading points, 1 point. What? Reading points? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ding! The celestial reading system requires the host to explore independently. Everything is possible. You're tough. So, how do I obtain these reading points? Wang Mingyang secretly raised his middle finger, helplessly inquiring. Ding! Reading points are derived from the host's reading volume. The more books read, the higher the knowledge content, and the deeper the understanding, the more reading points acquired. Then why do I only have 1 point? Ding! The host is well-versed in 300 nursery rhymes, understanding it thoroughly, but the book has a very low knowledge content, classified as children's literature. As the host's first book, it grants 1 reading point as encouragement. Wang Mingyang understood. Reading volume, knowledge content, and comprehension level were all sources and requirements for reading points. 300 nursery rhymes, as a children's enlightenment book, indeed lacked knowledge content. No matter how thoroughly one understood it, it was still limited. This solitary reading point was not unjustly given, but why did Wang Mingyang feel tears welling up as a mediocre student? Despite possessing a system, he realized he would have to study diligently and comprehend thoroughly. This was exceedingly difficult, quite disheartening. At this moment, Wang Mingyang just wanted to ask, which book could make someone extraordinarily intelligent? Waiting online, feeling quite urgent, the jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as the taxi came to a sudden halt at the roadside. Wang Mingyang's body lurched forward due to inertia, only to be swiftly yanked back into his seat by the seatbelt. Letting out a groan while holding his forehead, "Young man, we've arrived at the provincial library." The driver, an elderly lady, turned with a grin. The speed was indeed impressive. She was a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience. Wang Mingyang rubbed his head and turned to look, witnessing a magnificent tall building rising up, with grand glass doors standing at the steps, the name of the provincial library boldly displayed. "Thank you. Auntie, you drove remarkably fast." He swiftly scanned the payment code on his phone, and 100 yuan was promptly deducted. Observing the dwindling number in his wallet, Wang Mingyang gave the driver a thumbs up and exited the vehicle hastily. "Take care. Make sure you have everything," the driver waved cheerfully. Just as Wang Mingyang was about to ascend the stairs, he halted, turning back to the taxi. "Young man, did you forget something?" the driver inquired, puzzled yet still smiling. "My backpack." Wang Mingyang opened the door and retrieved it. Although the bag contained nothing of great importance, he intended to borrow a few books from the library. Having the backpack would certainly be more convenient. The driver watched as he walked away, shaking her head. This young man seemed weary, like a freshly graduated college student entering society. Today's youth certainly had it tough. The driver felt a pang of sympathy. Recalling her daughter who had graduated 3 years ago and was still working as a waitress in a hotel. She skillfully started the engine, she murmured. "I'll take another night shift and prepare a good meal tomorrow." Chapter 4. The provincial library. Wang Mingyang stood at the entrance, glancing back at the departing taxi, which had now vanished at the next intersection. He couldn't help but say, 18 noon tomorrow, the apocalypse would descend, and countless lives would be lost in the initial outbreak of zombies. This Annie's driving skills were impressive. She had saved him a considerable amount of time. He hoped that she would be blessed with good fortune. As he turned and walked into the lobby, Wang Mingyang pondered the categories of books he wished to seek. In the brief span of 10 minutes in the taxi, he had extracted several skills and had begun to discern a pattern within the system. Although the abilities extracted were largely random, they still fell within a certain framework. Bubble technique was derived from little goldfish, which produces bubbles. Illumination technique from little rooster, which crows at dawn. Messaging technique from little dove, naturally delivering messages. Freezing technique from refrigerator, which is used for freezing. Silk spinning technique was extracted while he was reading Little Spider. Evidently, the abilities extracted by the system were related to the content he was currently reading. It appeared that if he wished to extract more powerful abilities, he needed to read targeted literature accordingly. In the previous life, humans awakened various abilities, and with the emergence of high-level evolved zombies and mutated creatures, different special powers were identified, categorized into several major systems: enhancement, elemental, mental, transformation, and mysterious systems. Before being betrayed, the most powerful among humans were the 2 Empyrean Emperors of Black and White, along with the 5 Emperors and 9 Heavenly Kings. These 16 individuals, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, were either at the peak of the 9th tier or beyond. The most formidable, the Black and White Empyrean Emperors, included the Black Emperor from Huaxia, who awakened the S-grade dark ability within the elemental system, shrouded in black mist, unleashing a myriad of deadly techniques. The other was the White Emperor from the Western Federation, said to have once been a fervent believer of the Light Church, awakening the S-grade light ability within the elemental system, radiating with pure white light. As powerful as an angel from the scriptures. The 5 emperors belonged to different nationalities, with Huaxia only having 1 blade emperor, whose specific abilities were unknown, yet wielded a ring-handled blade capable of unleashing a barrage of blade radiance, dominating both single and group combats effortlessly. The remaining 4 emperors included 2 from the mysterious system, 1 from the transformation system, and 1 from the light system, all having developed their abilities to the utmost, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. Among the 9 heavenly kings, Huaxia occupied 3 positions, representing thunder, space, and enhancement, while the other 6 comprised 2 from the mental system, 1 from the fire system, 1 from the enhancement system, 1 from the transformation system, and 1 from the mysterious system. In truth, battles between these 16 powerhouses were rare. They were more often evaluated based on their achievements against high-level zombies and mutated creatures. Nonetheless, the strength of the Black and White Empyrean Emperors was indisputable, earning the recognition of everyone, including the 5 emperors and 9 heavenly kings. Wang Mingyang searched through his memories. The unparalleled strength of the Black and White Empyrean Emperors was intricately connected to the abilities they possessed. Indeed, many awakened dark and light abilities after the apocalypse, yet only the Black and White Empyrean Emperors were deemed invincible. The potency of an ability was merely foundational. Continual development and evolution were essential, alongside the acquisition of crystal cores from similarly evolved creatures for enhancement. The notion of space reigning supreme and time being revered echoed in his mind. Destiny remained obscure, while causality reigned supreme. Wang Mingyang had once heard of a formidable being possessing time abilities, yet was slain by the Blade Emperor, who was also at Tier 8. leading to its demise. This underscored that the strength of a powerful individual does not solely rely on the abilities they possess. Now reborn with the support of the celestial reading system, Wang Mingyang, who had barely survived to Tier 5 in his previous life, was acutely aware of his own limitations. At this moment, he yearned to extract some exceptionally potent abilities from the outset. Otherwise, he lacked the confidence to contend with those extraordinarily gifted powerhouses. Abilities associated with space, time, darkness, and light were Wang Mingyang's primary choices, as they were notably powerful in the early stages. Fire, lightning, gravity, metal manipulation, and beast transformation were also immensely formidable at the beginning. The most enigmatic ability, the power of imagination and reality, where words manifest into law, was something he yearned to possess, yet he found himself utterly at a loss regarding the relevant literature. The library boasted numerous tables and chairs for patrons to rest and read. At this moment, the network was still operational, and Wang Mingyang found a spot to settle down, casually placing 300 children's songs on the table as he began searching for various books on his phone. Titles such as A Brief History of Time, The Origin of Space, Dimensional Space, and Flatland appeared before him, causing a wave of frustration to wash over him. Among these, he had been fortunate enough to hear of A Brief History of Time, authored by the renowned Hawking, yet he had never delved into its pages. However, with no other recourse available, he realized that if he wished to extract abilities related to space and time, he would have to begin with these selections. There were many scientific works concerning fire, lightning, gravity, and metal. Understanding them would surely prove less challenging than those related to space and time. Nonetheless, Wang Mingyang felt that since he had been bestowed with a second chance at life, he ought to harbor a modicum of ambition. Glancing around, he noticed a counter in the hall where several librarians stood. He picked up his bag, stowed 300 children's songs inside, and approached the counter. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" A girl clad in work attire with a ponytail looked up, her expression revealing surprise as she regarded Wang Mingyang. Her tone faltered momentarily but swiftly regained composure, her eyes shimmering with a hint of delight. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, complemented by her fair complexion and alluring figure that even her work uniform could not conceal, captivated Wang Mingyang, who had grown accustomed to the disheveled appearance of women in the post-apocalyptic world. Strangely, he sensed a faint familiarity about her but could not place it. "Hello, I need to locate a few books." Wang Mingyang promptly listed the titles, though he found himself too pressed for time to appreciate the girl's beauty. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." She nodded politely and smiled as she quickly operated the computer. After a brief interval, she looked up, an apologetic expression on her face. "I'm sorry for the wait. Currently, we lack The Origin of Space. You can find A Brief History of Time on the 3rd floor in the Natural Sciences section, Dimensional Space in the Mathematical Sciences and Chemistry section, and Flatland on the 4th floor in the Literature and Arts section." "Thank you very much." Wang Mingyang nodded, acknowledging that although one book was missing, the 3 remaining titles would suffice. After all, only 20 hours remained until the onset of the apocalypse. With such limited time, he needed to not only read but also comprehend the material well enough to extract abilities. For someone like him, who had struggled academically, this was a formidable task, of course. He could first read books aimed at enhancing reading speed or comprehension skills. Perhaps he could extract supportive abilities in that regard. Yet time was of the essence, and after much deliberation, he resolved to acquire 1 or 2 abilities to safeguard himself first. Surviving was paramount, and he would have ample opportunity later to improve his reading speed and comprehension. "Don't mention it. I wish you an enjoyable reading experience," the girl replied with a smile, slightly bowing. As Wang Mingyang turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of the girl standing upright, her cheeks gradually blossoming into a radiant smile. Chapter 5. Fragments? Hastily ascending to the 3rd floor, Wang Mingyang scanned the expansive library. Filled with towering bookshelves, the thought of immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge brought a smile to his lips. Upon locating the Natural Sciences section, he began to search fervently as a provincial library. The collection was vast, almost resembling an ocean itself. The Natural Sciences section alone occupied over 1,000 square meters. After spending several minutes in the 2 areas, he finally located 2 of the books. He then spent a considerable time on the 4th floor before finally finding Flatland. Returning to the reading area on the 3rd floor, he chose a spot to sit down, contemplating which book to read first. While A Brief History of Time was illustrious, the content encompassed not only space-related knowledge but also time, the universe, quantum mechanics, and more, of which he had gleaned a superficial understanding during his online searches. Flatland was, strictly speaking, a science fiction novel, which was why it was categorized under literature. After some contemplation, his gaze settled on dimensional space. He reached for this book, which analyzed space from a mathematical and geometric perspective, took a deep breath, and prepared to dive into his studies. The full title of Dimensional Space was likely From Zero-Dimensional Space to Four-Dimensional Space, distinct from another similarly named novel. Wang Mingyang understood well that in an apocalyptic world, certain abilities were paramount for survival and combat, with space-related powers ranking among the most effective. Whether it was creating storage spaces or manipulating space for transfer, cutting, or twisting, such abilities were immensely powerful. Acquiring any one of these skills could prove invaluable for a lifetime. If he could obtain a storage space, that would be even better. He could easily take out loans online and go on a shopping spree at the supermarket, or even just wait at a large supermarket and, upon the apocalypse's arrival, simply take everything inside. As time drifted by, Wang Mingyang diligently read the book in his hands, striving to comprehend every word and sentence. Yet, all of this proved rather challenging for him. After all, he was a liberal arts student and had never been among the top achievers in high school. 2 hours passed, and although dimensional space was not overly lengthy, Wang Mingyang meticulously read each word, attempting to grasp the content as best as he could. In truth, as a modern individual, he had some understanding of the concept of three-dimensional space. However, when it came to ascending to four-dimensional space, he found himself utterly baffled. When he finally turned the last page and gently closed the book, the system's notification chime rang out as expected. Ding! Initial reading of dimensional space detected. Extracting S-grade ability space cutting fragment 1. Space cutting ability 110. Reward reading value, 1,000 points. S-grade? Remarkably, it was S-grade. How splendid! Wang Mingyang, merely having read the book, was astonished to have extracted a space-related ability, and at the S-grade level no less. This was truly exhilarating. An S-grade ability was like a bright moon compared to a firefly in comparison to the E-grade abilities he had previously possessed. He was quite satisfied with the 1,000 reading points as well. This meant he could now fuse those useless E-grade abilities. But what exactly was this space-cutting fragment? System. The reading value is quite generous, but why is it a fragment? The knowledge contained within this book is considered intermediate, and the host has only grasped a small portion of the content upon completion, resulting in an incomplete ability extraction. What on earth? How many times must I read to extract the full space ability? Wang Mingyang felt exasperated. The number of readings is not significant. The key lies in the host's comprehension level. However, given the host's inadequate understanding, this system recommends multiple readings to deepen comprehension. Reading a book 100 times will reveal its meaning. Wang Mingyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was he being mocked by the system? Did academic struggles render him devoid of rights? Fine. If he wished to fully acquire the space-cutting ability, it seemed he would need to read this book 10 times in an ideal scenario. No matter. For the sake of my S-grade ability, I must persevere. Ignoring the growl of hunger in his stomach, Wang Mingyang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the book. This was the foundation upon which his future success hinged. Chapter 6. S-grade space cutting, fragment. Only at 9:30 p.m., as the library was closing, did Wang Mingyang reluctantly lift his head. Space cutting ability, 810, reward reading value, 100 points. He found himself awkwardly stuck at the last 2 points, having read the book twice more without successfully extracting the ability, and his reading value remained at 1,801 points. It appeared that each book only granted a substantial reading value upon the first reading, with subsequent readings yielding significantly less. Reflecting on the challenges of studying, Wang Mingyang rose, clutching the 3 books as he made his way downstairs. The library was closing, and he could not linger indefinitely. He would have to take the books home and focus on obtaining the abilities first. As he passed through a section, he glanced up and realized it was the natural sciences area. After careful consideration, he decided to retrieve 3 additional books related to fire, lightning, and metal, just to be safe. While ascending the stairs, a troubling thought struck him. The system required reading to extract abilities. Would he need to incessantly search for books after the apocalypse? System, can I extract abilities and earn reading values from electronic books? Ding. This system prioritizes traditional methods. Please read physical books. Are you kidding me? Can't you keep up with the times? Wang Mingyang internally raged. Since electronic books were off the table, he wondered aloud to the system, is there any way to collect the books here? Ding. The system currently lacks the functionality to store physical items. However, by upgrading the system using reading values, the next level will enable scanning and storage of various books for the host reading. Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up. How many reading values are required for an upgrade? Ding. The requisite reading value for the first stage upgrade stands at 10. 000 points, while the host currently possesses a mere 1,801 points. Goodness gracious. To accumulate 10,000 points equates to reading a book of equivalent difficulty to dimensional space, which would necessitate the perusal of at least 10 tomes. This singular volume consumed 3 hours of my time. Thus, reading 10 would require a minimum of 30 hours. My head is spinning. A cursory glance around the library reveals that only the major libraries within the city and the large libraries within universities could possibly harbor such a wealth of books. Establishments like Xinhua Bookstore primarily stock test papers and exam questions, lacking in comparison to the extensive collections of the larger libraries. If Wang Mingyang wishes to fortify his abilities early on, he must expedite the reading of more books. However, the university library will undoubtedly be overrun with students during the day tomorrow, presenting an excessively high risk of zombie outbreaks. It seems I must return here tomorrow. Upgrade the system, and promptly scan all the books to take with me. Wang Mingyang surveyed the dazzling array of volumes. He mused that these were not mere books. They were akin to a superlative repository of extraordinary powers. Wiping the drool from his lips, he turned and strode towards the lobby, resolutely committing himself to the task at hand. Tonight, he would forego sleep. He must gather the spatial cutting fragments. At the front desk of the lobby stood the same charming girl behind the counter. Wang Mingyang placed several books down, awaiting her to process his borrowing transaction, and thanked her. He failed to notice her demeanor, which suggested she had something to say but refrained from doing so. He grabbed a few books and stuffed them into his bag, turning to exit through the main door. Humph, that scoundrel truly seems to have forgotten me. When I return, I shall have my mother raise your rent. The charming girl stomped her foot in vexation, expressing her deep dissatisfaction with Wang Mingyang's actions. Completely oblivious to her discontent, Wang Mingyang's mind was consumed with thoughts of space, lines, two-dimensionality, three-dimensionality, and the like. The S-rank spatial cutting ability was undeniably a formidable offensive power. Should he manage to extract it completely before the impending apocalypse, he would have an explosive start. He had once witnessed this ability in a 7th-tier expert, who could effortlessly wave a hand and create a crescent-shaped spatial rift that sliced through everything in its path. Nothing, not even the sharpest steel blades, could withstand it. It was an unparalleled force. In the early stages of the apocalypse, this ability could easily decimate zombies, provided he controlled the spatial blades to avoid damaging the crystal cores. His past helplessness made Wang Mingyang yearn for this power immensely. Casting a glance around, he located the subway entrance and hurried inside. After a brief wait, he boarded the train, finding a quiet corner to lean against, clutching a book to continue his reading. The carriage was densely packed with people, the majority engrossed in their smartphones, with few resembling Wang Mingyang, who was engrossed in a book, drawing curious glances from those around him. After over 20 minutes, the subway finally arrived at his stop. Wang Mingyang sighed with relief, closed his book, and stepped out. Spatial cutting ability, 910, reward reading value, 100 points. After painstakingly contemplating the mysteries of dimensional space, he successfully extracted another fragment. He was but a step away from fully extracting the spatial cutting ability. Yet, Wang Mingyang harbored an unsettling feeling that this next step would not be so easily traversed. As he pondered the contents of the book while making his way back to his rental, he found himself traversing through an urban village. The rumbling in his stomach grew increasingly persistent, prompting Wang Mingyang to dash to a night market stall, ordering a plate of fried rice and several skewers of barbecue. Under the bright lights of the night market, he continued to peruse his book, this time opening A Brief History of Time. This work by the esteemed Hawking contained a wealth of knowledge. Having read dimensional space several times, he found himself stuck at the final hurdle. Wang Mingyang decided to refresh his mind by delving into Hawking's A Brief History of Time, hoping to glean something valuable. However, with this book encompassing over 100,000 words, he had mentally prepared himself for an all-nighter. After all, only 14 hours remained, and extracting even one more ability would prove beneficial. He munched on skewers and fried rice while flipping through the pages. At that moment, Wang Mingyang appeared to others as a quintessential bookworm. Chapter 7. Fusion of abilities. Having finished his fried rice, Wang Mingyang swiftly paid and rose, clutching his book as he made his way back to his rental. Before him stood a modest 5-story residential building, with a convenience store on the ground floor where a serene-looking woman Saturday, upon noticing Wang Mingyang's approach, she broke into a warm smile. "Mingyang, you back so late, Aunt Lu. I just returned from a business trip, and you're still open?" Wang Mingyang, still preoccupied with thoughts of spatial issues, paused and smiled upon hearing her. It was only a little past 10. They could remain open a while longer. Aunt Lu beamed. Wang Mingyang contemplated the impending apocalypse, Should he fail to gather the fragments tonight, he would likely be confined within his room for several days. Resolutely, he entered the convenience store, selecting a multitude of packaged foods and bottled water, purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes, depleting nearly all the money he had left in his WeChat account. Aunt Lu even gave him a discount to make it all fit. Mingyang, why are you buying so much? If you need anything to eat, just tell me. There's no need to stockpile so much in your room. Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, watching as Wang Mingyang haphazardly purchased items worth 500 or 600 yuan. Feeling a twinge of concern, it's all right. Aunt Lu, I can eat it at home whenever I want, and it saves you the trouble. Trouble? It's just a few steps away. Well, Aunt Lu, I'll head up now. You should get some rest. After paying and clutching his haul, Wang Mingyang called out. All right, rest early. Aunt Lu shook her head, no longer insisting. Wang Mingyang turned and opened the stairwell door, ascending the steps. Aunt Lu was the proprietor of this residential building. The first floor housed the storefront, while the second to fourth floors were rented out to nearby university students. The fifth floor was her residence, complete with a small terrace on the roof. Known for her kindness and reasonable rent, she was well regarded among the local students. Since starting his internship in his senior year, Wang Mingyang had lived here, though his early mornings and late nights meant he had little interaction with Aunt Lu. Nonetheless, he recalled that Aunt Lu had a daughter, yet he had scarcely seen her during his nearly 2-year stay in his previous life. During the first week of the zombie outbreak, he had never ventured downstairs again, ultimately failing to encounter Aunt Lu, who had likely either succumbed to the infection or perished amidst the chaos. With a hint of nostalgia, Wang Mingyang returned to the 3rd floor, retrieved his keys, and opened the door to his familiar 1-bedroom apartment. He placed his newly acquired items in a corner and secured the door with a lock. Wang Mingyang carefully placed several books on the small desk against the wall, sat down, took a deep breath, and commenced his reading journey for the night. Opening a brief history of time, he picked up from where he had left off. Our current understanding of the motion of objects derives from. Unbeknownst to him, a charming girl with a high ponytail arrived, parking her pink electric scooter at the convenience store entrance, skillfully shutting it off. She dismounted, removed her cute pink helmet, and cheerfully called out, "Mom!" Aunt Lu looked up and smiled radiantly upon seeing the girl. "Xiao Yuer, you're off work now?" Xiao Yuer, whose name was Suyu, had a father who was a police officer, tragically falling in the line of duty during an arrest operation. Thus, Suyu had grown up in the company of her mother, the two relying on rental income and the convenience store for their livelihood. "Yes, Mom. Have you seen Mingyang?" Suyu asked over her shoulder as she wheeled her scooter into the stairwell. "Mingyang just returned a little while ago." "Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Aunt Lu replied, puzzled. "Oh, I ran into him at the library this afternoon, but that blockhead didn't he even recognize me." Suyu pouted, glancing at the brightly lit window on the 3rd floor, before returning to the store. "Oh, that explains why I saw him coming back with a book. He must have gone to borrow it from the library." Aunt Lu nodded thoughtfully, extending her finger to poke her daughter's forehead. "You little rascal, how could you call him that? Mingyang is usually busy with work, coming and going at odd hours. It's perfectly normal he didn't recognize you. Given how few times you've met." "Ow, Mom, stop poking my head. I'll get dumb." Suyu shielded her forehead and playfully wrapped her arms around Aunt Lu's. "Are you not already foolish enough? I doubt not poking you would make much difference." Aunt Lu feigned exasperation, but her eyes sparkled with affection. "Mom, how can you say that about your own daughter?" "Oh yes, I'm just being honest. I'm off to wash up. I'm exhausted today and have to work again tomorrow," Suyu declared, shaking Aunt Lu's arm and pouting her lips before dashing up the stairs. "Hey, slow down, don't fall," Aunt Lu called out anxiously as Suyu sped away. Suyu waved a hand without looking back, her figure disappearing into the stairwell. Aunt Lu chuckled softly, shaking her head, reflecting on her daughter's fiery temperament, likely inherited from her father. While Aunt Lu mused downstairs, Suyu skipped up the staircase, slowing her pace as she neared the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the right door, she noticed light seeping through the cracks. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against knocking, pouting slightly as she turned and continued upstairs. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from a 5th-floor room. In the dead of night, Wang Mingyang rubbed his temples and lifted his head, a look of resignation on his face. Just moments ago, the system's notification tone had sounded, yet the content left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Ding, detected that the host has begun reading a brief history of time. Extracting A-grade ability fragment seed space 1, seed space ability, 1-8, reward reading value, 10,000 points. The reading value exceeded his expectations entirely. Receiving an initial score of 10,000 points was simply delightful. This reading value was more than sufficient to facilitate a system upgrade. Indeed, Mr. Hu's writings were remarkably impressive. The A-level ability Mustard Seed Space proved to be highly practical in the apocalypse, yet at this moment, he yearned for the spatial cutting fragments even more. Furthermore, the Mustard Seed Space was also a fragment. Even if he continuously extracted fragments of the Mustard Seed Space, it would require at least 8 readings or more. During this process, he would have to read while simultaneously contemplating and grasping the material. However, the thought of being stuck at 910 for the spatial cutting fragments caused his lips to twitch uncontrollably. As for dimensional space, his reading attempts had already surpassed 10. The last 2 attempts yielded no results whatsoever. While the reading value for a brief history of time was tenfold that of dimensional space. Just picturing that scenario brought tears to Wang Mingyang's eyes, flowing uncontrollably. With a sigh, he closed the book, stood up, and gulped down a bottle of mineral water. His peripheral vision caught sight of 300 children's songs on the table, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. System, can I now merge abilities? Beep. The host currently possesses a total of 11,901 reading points, with a basic fusion cost of 100 reading points. Merge basic abilities. Beep. Please select the abilities you wish to merge. Basic fusion allows for a maximum of 3 abilities to be merged at once. As he meticulously surveyed the abilities on the shelf, he noted bubble technique, message technique, underwater breathing technique, jumping technique, silk technique, freezing technique, tortoise shell technique, lightness technique, illumination technique, and firefly technique. In total, there were 10 E-level abilities, and it was evident that these abilities were limited in power. Given that they were extracted from children's literature, Wang Mingyang paced around the room, contemplating before he made his selection. System, I choose to merge bubble technique, tortoise shell technique, and freezing technique. Beep. Consumed 100 reading points. Fusion commencing. Chapter 8. Unable to afford it. Completely unable to afford it. Beep. Fusion successful. Obtained D-level ability Ice Armor Technique. Remaining reading points, 11,801. D-level ability Ice Armor Technique? It appears to be quite promising. The quality has even increased by 1 level. Wang Mingyang's eyes brightened. The name sounded appealing, prompting him to carefully examine the analysis of Ice Armor Technique. Ice Armor Technique, D-level ability, Ice Element. Releases a layer of sealed spherical frost armor, but the internal air supply is limited. And prolonged enveloping of the entire body poses a risk of suffocation. What the heck? This ability could suffocate me. Wang Mingyang was incredulous. This peculiar ice armor technique had such a bizarre function. Either the armor shatters and leads to death, or one suffocates within the ice sphere. Wang Mingyang shouted, System, are you serious? Beep. The outcome of ability fusion is entirely random, and since the host merged E-level abilities, some drawbacks are inevitable. Please use this ability with caution. Caution? You expect me to use such an ability? Beep. The host's understanding is too superficial. Please trust in the system's professionalism and refrain from overreacting. Wang Mingyang, fine. You are the system. You hold the authority. Wang Mingyang felt a bit dazed, but since he had fused a low-level ability, he felt no regret as the prospect of acquiring S-level spatial abilities loomed. However, contemplating the usage of abilities, he suddenly inquired, System, how many abilities can I utilize? In his previous life, each time he leveled up, he could obtain 1 ability from 300 children's songs, allowing him to use a total of 5 abilities before his demise. Now, reborn with the ability to extract numerous powers through the heavenly reading system. If he could only utilize 5 abilities, he would indeed need to study diligently to select a few powerful ones. Beep. The host can absorb and use all extracted abilities, yet those stored on the shelf cannot be utilized. What the heck? Hundreds or even thousands. System, please accept my kneeling. Wang Mingyang dropped to his knees. This was akin to receiving an enormous windfall from the heavens. The sudden surprise left him momentarily stunned. Almost unbelievable. It was like a destitute individual with only a few coins in their wallet suddenly winning the lottery. Not only that, but due to the prolonged absence of a jackpot, this prize would amount to billions. He was instantaneously propelled to the pinnacle of life. Such joy prompts me to ask all readers, would you wish for this? Looking at the 7 abilities on the shelf, Wang Mingyang's eyes sparkled. Although the ice armor technique was rather peculiar, it could still be used and did not occupy a skill slot. System, merge jumping technique and lightness technique. Wang Mingyang chose to continue merging. Both abilities belong to the basic enhancement category. Hoping for further surprises, Beep, consumed 100 reading points, fusion commencing. The system's prompt echoed as expected, and Wang Mingyang rubbed his hands, pacing anxiously, filled with the anticipation of a lottery draw. Beep, fusion successful. Obtained E-level ability leaping technique. Remaining reading points, 11,701. Leaping technique, E-level ability, enhancement category. Enhances the host's jumping ability, enabling a jump distance of 5 meters, but it cannot be halted or redirected mid-air. Encountering an obstacle during the leap may result in fatality. What the heck? May result in fatality? Wang Mingyang gazed at the ability analysis, and upon seeing the word but, an ominous feeling settled in his heart. Sure enough, it was you again, system. Ugh. While he grumbled, Wang Mingyang still desired to continue fusing the remaining abilities. Rubbing his aching head, he resolved to proceed. System, merge illumination technique and firefly technique. Beep, fusion successful, obtained E-level ability fluorescent technique. Remaining reading points, 11,601. Fluorescent technique, E-level ability, light category. Releases a glowing sphere that illuminates a 10-meter radius, but objects illuminated by the firefly technique will emit a faint glow for 1 day, which may attract the attention of lurking entities. Ugh, Wang Mingyang felt nauseated. What was initially a simple illumination technique, while harmless, could at least serve as a light source. Yet, with a single but, it transformed into a sure path to doom. Casting the firefly technique at night would make him the center of attention for zombies and mutated creatures who would otherwise be unable to locate him. Was the system's fusion function designed to lead him to despair? While these E-level abilities were indeed weak, they didn't possess any adverse effects, but after this fusion, was this truly a self-destructive ability? System, I suspect you wish to harm me. Wang Mingyang couldn't help but grumble in his mind. Beep, please do not doubt the system's professionalism. The outcomes of ability fusion are beyond the system's control, but the host can invest reading points to increase the probability of positive outcomes. Positive probability? Please enlighten me on what constitutes this so-called positive probability. Beep, the fusion of abilities carries a chance of negative effects. Investing reading points can enhance the probability of positive effects and reduce the likelihood of negative effects. Such a concept existed. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Beep. The system's functions require the host to explore independently. Fine. It was stated before, but now please tell me how many reading points are needed to eliminate the negative probability. Wang Mingyang felt exasperated yet had no choice but to continue asking. Beep. E-level ability fusion requires an investment of 1,000 reading points. D-level ability fusion requires an investment of 10,000 reading points. C-level ability fusion requires an investment of 100,000 reading points. Wang Mingyang. Is it easy for me to earn reading points? If SSS level abilities were to be fused, it would require hundreds of billions of reading points. Fine. SSS level abilities are rare, and finding 2 or more of such quality is even more challenging. However, the consumption of reading points, let it perish. Let me drown in the sea of books. It seems that the path of ability fusion is not feasible for Wang Mingyang. Even if Ma Baba were to come, he couldn't afford this fusion function. Unable to afford it, completely unable to afford it, despairing, Wang Mingyang collapsed onto his bed, feeling hopeless. The increase in reading points was so slow, and the consumption was so high. Though the system was powerful, it was not without its costs. Aspiring to reach the pinnacle of life felt increasingly distant. Chapter 9. Absorption, Spatial Cutting. While he grumbled, Wang Mingyang was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the fusion function within the heavenly reading system. In his previous life, Wang Mingyang had suffered greatly from the inadequacies of weak abilities, barely managing to elevate his capabilities to level 5. Yet, those 5th-level abilities were far too feeble to match the combat strength expected at level 5. However, with this fusion function, even the most useless ability might find a chance for redemption, provided one invests a significant amount of reading points. The rest would be left to fate. The ice armor technique, while initially appearing bizarre, offered considerably better protection than the bubble technique or the tortoise shell technique. Understanding it from a literal perspective, the ice armor technique seemed to be a composite of the 3 abilities. Disregarding its negative effects, it was overall rather promising. Currently, Wang Mingyang is left with only silk spitting technique, underwater breathing technique, and messaging technique. He has temporarily decided against further fusion. There is no necessity for it. These 3 abilities are not offensive or defensive in nature, merely providing some auxiliary functions, which hold little significance for him at this moment. System, how long would it take to upgrade you now? Beep. The host's reading value is sufficient for the first stage upgrade, but the entire process requires 1 hour, during which the host will not gain any reading value or abilities from reading books. Oh, alright. After some contemplation, Wang Mingyang has resolved not to upgrade the system for now. What he urgently needs is the ability of space cutting. At the very least, he must invest time extracting other abilities from a few more books. Otherwise, when the apocalypse descends tomorrow, his combat power will be somewhat lacking. System, No upgrades for now. We will discuss it again at noon tomorrow. After a brief rest, Wang Mingyang returned to his desk, diligently studying A Brief History of Time. Beep. The system detects that the host has begun reading A Brief History of Time. Extracting one fragment of A-level ability Kongzi space 1 and one fragment of S-level ability time stop 1. Kongzi space ability 2.8 time stop ability 120. Reward 1000 reading points. Finally, upon completing his second reading, Wang Mingyang was astonished to discover that the system had extracted a fragment of the time stop ability, bringing him immense joy. This marks his second S-level ability extracted. Although this ability requires 20 fragments for completion, it pertains to time manipulation. With space as his dominion and time as his respect, he never anticipated that a single book could yield both space and time-related abilities. Though they are merely fragments, the future holds great promise. Wang Mingyang envisioned himself effortlessly commanding the world to a standstill, walking through it like a deity. Goose, 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 a smile blossomed on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. However, after a moment, he regained his composure. The power of time manipulation is formidable, yet the time and energy required to complete it at this moment are immense. It is certainly unattainable before the apocalypse arrives. Furthermore, through his 2 readings of A Brief History of Time, Wang Mingyang's understanding of space deepened. He resolved to revisit dimensional space in hopes of further discoveries. Over an hour later, the long-awaited prompt echoed in Wang Mingyang's mind. Beep. The system detects that the host has thoroughly read dimensional space, extracting one fragment of S-level ability space cutting 1, space cutting ability, 10. Reward, 100 reading points. At last, he has gathered 10 fragments. It has not been an easy feat. Beep. The system detects that the fragments for S-level ability space cutting are sufficient for synthesis. Would the host like to proceed with the synthesis? Is there even a question? Of course, he would synthesize. Beep. Synthesis successful, acquiring S-level ability space cutting, consuming 1000 reading points. Current reading points, 11701. Would the host like to absorb this ability? Absorb. Wang Mingyang could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this renowned ability, decisively choosing to absorb it. The 1000 reading points required for synthesis were of no concern to him. As the command was executed, an indescribable sensation surged from his mind, and within mere seconds, he felt his entire body invigorated, as if clarity had washed over him, banishing the fatigue and drowsiness from hours of intense study. His previously gaunt physique seemed to swell with newfound energy, visibly transforming into a more robust form. Simultaneously, instructions for utilizing the space-cutting ability resonated in his mind. A thrill coursed through him as he extended his hand towards the window, gently waving it. A 30-centimeter-long black arc shot forth from his fingertips, akin to an invisible blade slicing through the lightbox sign atop a neighboring rooftop, vanishing into thin air. Moments later, the sign cracked, the upper half collapsing to the side. Its edges as smooth as a mirror. Wow! The power is somewhat terrifying. This is merely the initial level, not even Tier 1. Gazing at the severed lightbox in the distance, he glanced at his palm and murmured to himself. The strength of an ability is one aspect, but the other crucial factor lies in the owner's capacity to develop it. Abilities evolve as the awakener's strength increases, becoming increasingly formidable. This explains why some uniquely gifted awakeners ultimately fall short against those with lower quality awakenings. Feeling the energy coursing within him, he estimated that at this moment, he could unleash 8 of these space-cutting blades. While the number may seem limited, their power is astonishing, even when confronting a horde of zombies. With the right angle, one strike of space cutting could cleave through an entire line of zombies within a 10-meter radius. Moreover, the awakening of abilities concurrently reinforced his physique. His current physical prowess is roughly double that of an ordinary person. A stark contrast to his previous life when he awakened an level ability that provided negligible enhancement. Now, equipped with a capable weapon, and with the experience of surviving 5 years against zombies and mutated creatures, Wang Mingyang feels confident in his ability to thrive. A sudden wave of hunger washed over him, prompting Wang Mingyang to swiftly grab the accumulated food in the corner and devour it voraciously. He continued until he had consumed 10 packages of pig trotters, 5 chicken legs, and 2 packs of instant noodles before feeling satiated. The awakening of abilities strengthens the body but simultaneously depletes vast amounts of energy, necessitating timely replenishment of food. Checking the time, he realized it was already 5 in the morning. In 7 hours, the apocalypse would commence. With this thought, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but glance at the other books on his desk, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Rushing back to the desk, he acknowledged that with 7 hours remaining, there was still much he could accomplish. Perhaps he could extract a few more powerful abilities. Having already secured offensive means, acquiring a defensive capability would be ideal. This way, he could navigate through the early days of the apocalypse with relative ease. Even when faced with formidable mutated zombies, he would be well equipped to handle them. With this in mind, Wang Mingyang's gaze drifted toward books related to flames and lightning, finally settling on the third volume, Fundamentals of Metallurgy. Steeling himself, he began to peruse the pages. However, upon seeing the densely packed table of contents, Wang Mingyang realized that the remaining time would likely be spent on this book. Chapter 10. Two major abilities. Time flowed by as the sun gradually ascended, its blinding rays illuminating the desk, yet they could not deter Wang Mingyang's focused reading. Beep. The system detects that the host has thoroughly read Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting one fragment of A-level ability. Metal Control 1. Metal Control Ability, 7-8. Reward, 80 reading points. After several hours of relentless study, Wang Mingyang is now just one fragment away from acquiring the A-level Metal Control Ability. Currently, his reading points stand at 13061. Stretching his arms in a grand yawn, Wang Mingyang turned his gaze out the window, noting that it was now 10:15 a.m. on May 26, 2035. The apocalypse was less than 2 hours away. Grabbing 2 packets of pig trotters, he resumed his reading of Fundamentals of Metallurgy, contemplating the knowledge swirling in his mind. After reading it 7 times consecutively, although many questions lingered, he had an intuitive sense that if he meticulously studied the material once more to clarify his doubts, he could extract the final fragment of the ability. Another hour passed, and the system's prompt chimed in as expected. Beep. The system detects that the host has thoroughly read Fundamentals of Metallurgy, extracting one fragment of A-level ability. Metal Control 1. Metal Control Ability, 8-8. Reward, 80 reading points. System, synthesize Metal Control. Beep. Synthesis successful. Acquired A-level ability. Metal Control, consuming 1,000 reading points. Current reading points, 12141. Would the host like to absorb this ability? Absorb. With a decisive command, the familiar sensation washed over him once more, rejuvenating his body and banishing the fatigue of hours spent studying. Wang Mingyang extended his palm, his eyes drifting towards a metallic knife resting in the pin holder on his desk. Raising his hand, the knife began to levitate gently. The metallic knife swayed as it floated before him, and at Wang Mingyang's command, it slowly twisted and morphed, ultimately transforming into a pool of silver liquid that coalesced in his palm. The plastic handle falling away, his mind guided the silver liquid as it continuously transformed, finally condensing into a sharp cone. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Wang Mingyang aimed at a target hanging on the wall. Whoosh! The silver cone shot forth, piercing deeply into the target's bullseye. The cone penetrated the target and embedded itself within the sturdy wall behind it. Wang Mingyang focused his thoughts, and the cone reverted to silver liquid, flowing back out of the target's center and reassembling into a small mass in his palm. Incredible, exceptionally powerful. This strike's might rivals that of a bullet, meaning that Wang Mingyang merely needs to prepare a few metallic spheres to wield a handgun with infinite bullets. Throughout this entire operation, the energy consumed within him was minimal. Though Metal Control is merely an A-level ability, Wang Mingyang does not underestimate its potential. While space cutting is immensely powerful, his experience suggests that during the early days of the apocalypse, the cost-effectiveness of Metal Control is likely superior. Extending his other hand, a black arc materialized in his palm, floating alongside the silver sphere. Wang Mingyang realized that both space cutting and Metal Control draw from the same type of energy. Moreover, he could simultaneously control this energy, unleashing different abilities, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. Having absorbed 2 abilities, the energy within him currently exceeds that of his previous awakening by more than 10-fold, the level of the previous life. It is likely that he could not even unleash a single spatial cut. Before the apocalypse descended, Wang Mingyang had already possessed 2 formidable abilities, with an S-grade time-based ability awaiting his extraction and synthesis. At this moment, he stood at the forefront of the entire blue star, leaving others in his wake by several streets. This wave, the advantage is mine. After retracting his abilities, he indulged in a substantial feast of stored food, rewarding himself with a hot shower, a sensation he had not experienced in the 5 years of the apocalypse, prompting him to emit a soft groan of pleasure. After changing out of his now foul-smelling clothes, Wang Mingyang packed some food and water into his backpack, along with a few books. With the weighty backpack slung over his shoulders, enhanced by 2 rounds of ability absorption, his physical prowess was thrice that of an average person, rendering the burden of over 10 kilograms as light as a feather. Glancing at his phone, He noted that the date had reached May 26, 2035, at 11:10 a.m. In just 50 minutes, the apocalypse would arrive. But he had no desire to wait at home any longer. With his two extraordinary abilities, Wang Mingyang resolved to head to the provincial library in the city center. The system was ready for an upgrade. He could simply scan the entire library to copy its collection into the system, allowing him to access books at any time, no matter where he went, thereby enhancing his abilities. System, commence upgrade. As he pulled open the security door, Wang Mingyang calmly issued the command in his mind. Ding, consuming 10,000 reading points. The system is beginning the upgrade. Current reading points of the host, 2,141 points. Hastening down the stairs, Wang Mingyang pondered the route etched in his memory. It would take approximately half an hour to reach the provincial library by subway from his rented room. He still had time to attend to other matters. Mingyang, are you on a business trip even on your day off? In the convenience store, Aunt Lu sat behind the counter as always. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang emerge from the corridor with his backpack, she greeted him with a quizzical expression. Aunt Lu, I'm just heading to the city. Wang Mingyang replied with a smile, though the familiar face stirred a pang of melancholy within him. With the apocalypse looming, most of humanity had transformed into mindless zombies. The Aunt Lu before him was someone Wang Mingyang had not encountered in his previous life. He could only recall that after 7 days of the apocalypse, upon awakening his bubble ability, he had descended the stairs to find the convenience store wide open, a scene of chaos within, leaving him uncertain whether the occupants had turned into zombies or had been devoured. Oh, go ahead. Little Fish asked about you just last night. Aunt Lu smiled warmly, her gaze carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Little Fish? Wang Mingyang was taken aback. He seemed to recall Aunt Lu mentioning this name before. Yes, my daughter Suyu that you've met a few times. She's already in her senior year and has gone out for an internship recently. A vague figure surfaced in Wang Mingyang's mind as he scratched his head. I can't quite remember what she looks like. Has it really been that long since she started her internship? Indeed, come home early tonight. If you have time, join us for dinner, Aunt Lu nodded, seemingly unconcerned that Wang Mingyang had forgotten her daughter's appearance. All right, Wang Mingyang could only nod in agreement, aware that it was unlikely he would get to partake in that meal. Aunt Lu had always treated him kindly, never pressuring him even when he occasionally delayed his rent. Aunt Lu, it would be best to close the shop for a while before noon, just to rest inside. If anything happens outside, please do not come out, Wang Mingyang said earnestly, his expression grave. Why should I close the door? There are many people at noon, and business is good, Aunt Lu replied with confusion. Trust me, just close it for an hour. After 12, you'll understand, Wang Mingyang insisted with solemnity. Sigh, you child, fine. Aunt Lu relented, smiling gently, albeit with a hint of resignation. Wang Mingyang was a diligent young man who worked hard to support himself through college. A strong and kind-hearted individual in Aunt Lu's eyes. After all, her daughter clearly held some affection for him, and Aunt Lu had never opposed it. Well then, Aunt Lu, I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Wang Mingyang said, feeling a sense of relief as he turned away and waved. He had done all he could to offer a kind reminder. The rest was left to Aunt Lu's fate. Chapter 11. The sword shadow Wang Mingyang hurried towards the subway station, with little more than 40 minutes remaining until the apocalypse struck. Skillfully scanning his ticket, he entered the station, just as the Line 2 subway arrived. He swiftly boarded. Wang Mingyang found a seat and settled down. There were still over 20 minutes until they reached the vicinity of the provincial library, and he needed this time to contemplate his plans ahead. With two formidable abilities at his disposal, he was a potent force. The city center, densely populated, would likely be swarming with people at noon, making it easy for a horde of zombies to emerge. However, his internal energy was limited, and he could not guarantee his own safety. He needed to prepare some weapons. With his metal manipulation ability, he could easily forge weapons, since he had a bit of time to spare. Conserving energy where possible was prudent. Furthermore, his current control over his powers was limited, meaning that the weapons he could create might not possess the sharpness or durability he desired. He remembered that there was an ancient weapon shop near the provincial library, which offered various swords and knives for sale, though they were all unsharpened display pieces. However, for someone endowed with the ability to manipulate metal, sharpening them would be a trivial task. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to seek out a quality weapon, which could also aid in his understanding of weapon construction, benefiting his abilities. The subway arrived punctually, and Wang Mingyang grabbed his backpack, dashing out, attracting the curious glances of the leisurely crowd around him. What is he doing? In such a hurry to reincarnate? Isn't that the truth? Everyone's disembarking, yet he's racing ahead. He must be a worker. A few girls dressed in JK uniforms and sundresses only felt a gust of wind as Wang Mingyang sped past. Unable to restrain their snickers, without looking back, he strode up the stairs, disappearing in mere moments, utterly unconcerned by their mockery. In just a few minutes, they would learn what it meant to face the harsh realities of society. Beep, beep, beep. The turnstile flashed red lights, accompanied by sharp beeping sounds. Wang Mingyang, momentarily bewildered, glanced at his phone balance. 0.58. Damn. I forgot I spent all my money yesterday. A plump girl behind him shot him a disdainful glance. Swiping her phone against the turnstile, the green light illuminated, and the gates opened, allowing her to nudge past Wang Mingyang as she moved forward. Wang Mingyang, unconcerned, chuckled lightly, stepping back to clear the turnstile. He quickly fiddled with his phone, unlocking all his balance and credit, and then scanned his way through. He dashed out of the subway station, orienting himself before sprinting towards the nearby shopping mall. The weapon shop was located among the street-level stores adjacent to the mall. Out of curiosity, he had wandered in once before and encountered a prop crew purchasing sample models for a production. Divine Eagle Weapon Shop. A massive signboard and eye-catching storefront greeted him. Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up as he dashed inside. The dazzling array of weapons on display momentarily overwhelmed him. Two middle-aged men were being attended to by the staff when Wang Mingyang rushed in, startling them. Hello, how may I assist you? We offer a comprehensive range of short and long weapons, all crafted by masters. A service staff member clad in traditional Han attire approached with a professional smile, gracefully inquiring, I need a straight sword or a broadsword. The style is irrelevant, but the quality must be sufficiently durable. Wang Mingyang replied swiftly. This shop primarily showcased models, catering more to film crews and enthusiasts. The staff member quickly grasped that this handsome young man was an enthusiast seeking genuine, unsharpened weapons. Please follow me. She smiled and gestured, leading him into the back room. Inside, the bright lights illuminated a wall adorned with various unsharpened swords. Wang Mingyang walked directly to the wall, scanning the array of blades. Among them were the Tang broadsword, the Ming dynasty's geesewing knife, the Qing dynasty's ring-handled knife, and the Japanese tachi. The staff member introduced the weapons on display, her face beaming with a gentle smile. Please find me the best broadsword you have. Wang Mingyang surveyed the options and ultimately chose the Tang broadsword, a weapon that thrived in the apocalypse and felt particularly comfortable in hand. All right, may I ask what your budget is? The staff member inquired. Inching closer. Just give me the best. Money is no object. Wang Mingyang waved his hand grandly. Understood. Please wait a moment. The staff member discreetly assessed Wang Mingyang's attire before turning to the storeroom. Dressed in seemingly ordinary attire, she wondered where he got the audacity to make such a statement. She would soon witness him face a reality check. In a short while, the staff member returned, cradling a beautifully crafted wooden box. Placing it on the coffee table in the waiting area, she slowly opened it, revealing a dignified and ancient-looking Tang broadsword. The scabbard was black, simple and unadorned, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. The broadsword's blade was straight and upright, embodying the regal spirit of a sword while exuding the commanding aura of a knife. This Tang broadsword was forged by Master Wu Ming, utilizing high-strength steel and crafted through countless refinements. Wang Mingyang, uninterested in the staff member's lengthy introduction, reached out to grasp the broadsword, pulling it from its sheath. The 80-centimeter blade gleamed brilliantly as he swung it experimentally, finding it quite comfortable to wield. Utilizing his metal manipulation ability, Wang Mingyang sensed the intricate structure within the blade. It was indeed forged through rigorous processes, demonstrating remarkable durability. Having used several Tang swords over the past 5 years of the apocalypse, none had ever matched this level of strength. With a satisfied nod, Wang Mingyang sheathed his knife and calmly inquired, How much for this one? The waitress's lips twitched slightly, yet she maintained a professional smile as she replied. This knife is called a moing, and the total price is 100,000. All right, where do I make the payment? Without hesitation, Wang Mingyang nodded. His credit limit on the white bill in Huabei was a substantial 200,000, more than sufficient. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, no one would pursue him for repayment. Why not spend it while he could? The waitress, seemingly caught off guard by Wang Mingyang's intent to purchase, appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushing slightly. Please follow me this way. Regaining her composure, she adjusted her demeanor and, cradling the wooden box, led Wang Mingyang back to the main hall, her smile now more genuine. Upon reaching the cash register, he scanned to make the payment. Ding, 100,000 yuan received. Thank you for your patronage. Witnessing Wang Mingyang's actual payment, The waitress's smile blossomed even brighter as she bowed slightly and handed him the wooden box containing a mowing. Contemplating leaving a contact number for future business opportunities. Sir, would you like to leave a? Wang Mingyang swiftly grabbed the box, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to leave with decisive grace. The waitress stood frozen in place, her smile twisting into a grimace. On May 26, 2035, at 11:53 a.m., only minutes remained until the apocalypse descended. There was no time for idle chatter or exchanging contact information. When the apocalypse struck, communication networks would collapse. What good would leaving a number do? Would he sift through a pile of corpses to find her? A real-life rendezvous with the undead, as if fate would align him with a mere skeleton. Chapter 12. The arrival of the apocalypse. Stepping onto the street, Wang Mingyang headed straight for the library. As he walked, he glanced up at the sky, where a blinding sun cast a distinct crimson halo around it. In his previous life, he had been asleep at this hour, only to later hear that at noon, the sun was shrouded in a blood-red haze, casting a sanguine light that illuminated the entire blue planet. Even those hiding underground would find themselves pierced by this crimson radiance, as though the entire blue planet was engulfed in the sun's bloodlight. The ensuing chaos would lead to a zombie outbreak, biological mutations, and the onset of the apocalypse. Now, squinting at the red shadows surrounding the sun, Wang Mingyang surmised that at exactly noon, the promised bloodlight would arrive. With a backpack full of supplies and a long wooden box in tow, he hurried into the provincial library. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today? As usual, Suyu, without raising her head, slightly bowed her body. When she finally lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to find Wang Mingyang before her. Mingyang, what brings you here again? Suyu exclaimed, noticing that Wang Mingyang genuinely did not remember her, prompting her to speak up directly. Oh, who are you? Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow, struggling to recall who this somewhat familiar beautiful girl was. Suyu shot him an annoyed glance and teased, I'm Xiao Yuer, Suyu. If you insist you don't remember me, I'll have my mom raise your rent. So it's you. It's been a while. Are you interning here? Wang Mingyang realized she was indeed Suyu, the familiarity making sense as she bore a slight resemblance to Aunt Lu. Yes. Are you here to borrow books again? Didn't you just borrow a few yesterday? Suyu tilted her head, puzzled. Wang Mingyang glanced around and, spotting the reading area in the corner, casually replied while heading that way. I'm here to check out other books. Oh, then, I'll get you a glass of water in a moment. Suyu said, somewhat disappointed, but she offered. Wang Mingyang, without looking back, waved his hand as he placed his backpack and the wooden box on the table. Suyu. Is he your friend? A handsome young man at the counter quietly inquired. Yes, we live in the same building, Suyu replied, somewhat taken aback, before smiling again. So familiar. What does he do? The handsome young man furrowed his brow, probing further. He seems to work in business, but I'm not quite sure. Li Qing, I'll go get him some water. Suyu smiled and turned away from Li Qing's persistent questioning, heading to pour a glass of water. Wang Mingyang glanced at the time through the glass. He noticed the library's first floor was sparsely populated. However, outside, the street was bustling with activity, directly across from the renowned Beiping pedestrian street in Spring City, which thrived with weekend crowds. Suddenly, a pair of long, smooth legs appeared beside him. Wang Mingyang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of fair skin, stirring something within him. Looking up, he saw Suyu, dressed in a sky-blue pleated skirt and a white t-shirt. Her high ponytail accentuating her towering figure as she approached with a sweet smile, holding a paper cup. Mingyang, here's your water. Gazing at Suyu's youthful smile, Wang Mingyang felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. In the 5 years since the apocalypse, such smiles had become a rarity, as everyone struggled desperately to survive. Bright girls like Suyu, who had not perished in the jaws of the undead, would inevitably fall victim to the darker sides of humanity. Thank you, Suyu. If you have a moment, why not sit with me for a few minutes? Wang Mingyang reached for the paper cup, taking a sip as he softly spoke. I didn't expect you to want me to sit with you. Surprised, Suyu glanced at the counter, noting the absence of customers needing assistance. Deciding it was safe, she pulled out a chair, smoothed her pleated skirt, and sat down gracefully. Mingyang, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen much of you. Suyu leaned slightly, her large, adorable eyes wide as she spoke softly. Shoo, don't talk. Look outside. Wang Mingyang did not respond but pointed toward the window, simultaneously opening the wooden box containing a mowing, grasping the knife firmly. Suyu, though puzzled, obediently turned to look outside. The clock on the archway of the pedestrian street ticked steadily, the second hand moving closer to noon, dong. As the clock struck, the once blinding sun erupted into a cascade of bloodlight. In that instant, the world transformed into a crimson hue, illuminating every corner, whether indoors or out. Even in the depths of the darkest seas, all life on the blue planet froze in that moment, save for Wang Mingyang, who wielded his knife. Fear surged within him. In his previous life, he had never witnessed this scene. Now, he realized that the bloodlight seemed to penetrate walls, reaching the crimson sun that hung in the sky. Ding! System upgrade complete. New functions added. Wang Mingyang barely registered the system notification as, upon gazing at the blood-red sun, whispers echoed in his mind. The words were elusive and incomprehensible, defying his limited vocabulary, yet those whispers etched themselves distinctly into his memory. In the next moment, the blood-red sun trembled, and a golden light burst forth from its edge, appearing to split the sun into two distinct discs, one white and one red. The white sun remained radiant, imbued with a hint of sacred gold, while the red sun glistened with an ominous allure. Wang Mingyang, staring through the bloodlight at this extraordinary sight, felt a tumultuous wave rise within him. Such a duality had never manifested in his previous life. He had neither seen it firsthand nor heard of it from other survivors. Could it be that my rebirth has triggered a butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen changes? Wang Mingyang murmured softly. If the system had instilled unwavering confidence in him, the foresight granted by his rebirth was the bedrock of his assurance. Yet, in this moment, something had shifted, resulting in a deviation from his predictions. The bloodlight filled the sky, and seemingly only a second later, it vanished, leaving sunlight to once again bathe the earth. Yet, something had subtly changed. On the street, friends who had been laughing moments before, couples entwined in affection, mothers and children sharing tender glances. In an instant, they morphed into grotesque figures, drooling and lunging toward their nearest loved ones. Chaos erupting around them as people fled in terror. Within mere minutes, the once bustling street turned into a scene of desolation. Zombies voraciously feasted upon flesh, while others, bloodied and broken, rose to join the ranks of the ravenous undead. The entire street echoed with cries of despair, pleas for help, and the sounds of explosions. Traffic had collapsed, and zombies surged forth, hunting humanity. In this moment, Spring City witnessed the grotesque transformation of mice in the gutters, stray cats and dogs on the streets, and animals from the zoo, all swelling in size, their eyes glowing red as they succumbed to their primal instincts, charging into the streets to prey upon humans or zombies alike. In the eerie unpredictability of the apocalypse, humanity's fragility became painfully evident. Chapter 13. Sue's little fish. As the apocalypse descended, Wang Mingyang snapped back to reality, pulling his knife from its sheath, his left hand gliding along the blade. A gleam of sharpness followed his touch, the once dull edge shimmered with newfound lethality. With his metal-manipulating abilities, he twirled the knife with elegance, casting an enigmatic glance at the stunning Suyu before him. Suyu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, one hand pressed tightly against her lips. The hellish scene outside sent shivers down her spine, yet she remained eerily silent. Zombies had begun to appear in the hall, attacking the living, while several individuals tumbled down the stairs, pursued by a horde of zombies that cascaded after them. Suu, run! These people have gone mad. Li Qing was fortunate enough not to have become a zombie. Disregarding the danger, he dashed towards Suyu. Seizing her hand in an attempt to flee, Suyu stumbled at the sudden pull, but abruptly broke free from Li Qing's grasp, turning to face Wang Mingyang, who stood nearby with his sword in hand. Wang Mingyang cast a surprised glance at Suyu, astonished that she had not turned into a zombie. Indeed, she seemed to be another fortunate soul. Li Qing's loud shout attracted the attention of the zombies in the hall, and several of them roared as they charged in their direction. Without hesitation, Wang Mingyang stepped forward, swinging his sword with precision. Several heads rolled to the ground. Amidst the splattering blood, Li Qing screamed, "You lunatic! You're actually killing people. People. Can they still be called people?" Wang Mingyang turned away nonchalantly, his gaze icy. Li Qing was taken aback by that glance. Trembling involuntarily, he then thought to grab Suyu again to escape, urging, "Suyu, hurry, stay away from this madman." Suyu instinctively recoiled, shaking her head vigorously, her face pale yet resolute. "Damn it, I won't care about you." Seeing Suyu's indifference, Li Qing, in a fit of desperation, cursed under his breath and turned to flee outside the library. The ground was littered with zombies, but the entrance to the library was less crowded. As the masses had congregated in the commercial area across the street, at this moment, Li Qing chose to exit the hall, likely believing that the zombies were only nearby and that safety lay in distance. Clearly, he was overestimating the situation. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Mingyang flicked the blood from his sword, showing no concern for the other zombies that continued to tear at the living in the hall. That corner seemed to exist in a realm apart from the chaos. I don't know, but I feel that staying by your side, Brother Mingyang, is the wisest choice. Yu shook her head, fear etched across her face. Her body trembling, yet her resolve remained unwavering. Oh? Why do you say that? Wang Mingyang's interest was piqued. He hadn't interacted much with this girl before. To his surprise, she could maintain her composure and choose the right path even in such dire circumstances. Brother Mingyang, you asked me to sit down earlier and to look outside. It seems you knew what would occur, so I believe that regardless of what happens, staying with you is the best choice. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu articulated her thoughts. Well then, for now, follow me. Do not stray more than 3 meters from my side. Wang Mingyang glanced at her with mild surprise, nodding in agreement. The moment he learned she was Suyu, the little fish, he contemplated saving her life for Aunt Lu's sake, within the limits of his ability. If she could awaken her powers in a short time, keeping her around could be beneficial. In this apocalypse, solitary survival was not a sustainable strategy. Although he possessed the celestial reading system and his strength would grow, there was still a process to it would be prudent to add a few capable allies to form a combat team. However, finding trustworthy individuals was exceedingly rare. Strolling leisurely through the hall, Wang Mingyang effortlessly dispatched several zombies with a wave of his hand. More zombies continued to descend the stairs, forming a nearly orderly line of the undead. With a flick of his finger, a dark arc shot forth from his fingertip, slicing through a dozen zombies ahead. Before their bodies could hit the ground, Wang Mingyang raised his palm again, causing the metal within a 5-meter radius to liquefy and converge around him. Under his control, it coalesced into 9 sharp steel needles that floated around him. Suyu stared in awe at the scene before her, unable to fathom that this handsome young man, hidden among the crowd, possessed such extraordinary abilities. The steel needles shot forth with frenzy. The heads of the zombies in the hall were accurately pierced, littering the corridor with corpses. Elemental powers primarily consumed mental energy and stamina. Exerting minimal physical strain in such circumstances, close combat was unnecessary. Caution was prudent. That moment, zombies also began to appear at the library entrance, along with a few bloodied individuals who rushed inside, pursued by a dozen zombies. As the group burst into the library, Wang Mingyang waved his hand lightly towards the door. The metal handle of the glass door swung shut with force, and a nearby metal shelf transformed into liquid, swiftly enveloping the door lock, solidifying it and securing the entrance firmly. The door blocked the remaining few zombies, yet 4 or 5 still managed to follow the newcomers inside. However, it seemed that the door would not hold for long. The newly arrived zombies in the hall were frantically pursuing several men and women. These individuals ran in disarray, hurling tables and chairs behind them, too terrified to use them as weapons against the zombies. Wang Mingyang frowned, swiftly dispatching the 4 or 5 zombies, then gestured for Suyu to follow him up the stairs, preparing to clear the second floor of zombies. Brother Mingyang. Suyu cast a glance at the hall. Her eyes filled with fear and pity. The survivors, clawed by zombies, were drenched in blood, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. They had been bitten and were beyond saving. I have no obligation to help them. If you wish to assist, do it yourself. Wang Mingyang replied without looking back, nonchalantly stepping over the pool of blood and corpses as he ascended the stairs. Hearing this, Suyu paused momentarily, then hurriedly took several steps forward, her trembling hand gently clutching Wang Mingyang's clothing, though she fell silent. The hall still echoed with the cries of despair from a few individuals. Suyu shuddered at the sound, yet dared not leave Wang Mingyang's side. After enduring the darkness of the apocalypse for 5 years, Wang Mingyang's heart had become as resilient as iron. Despite possessing 5 worthless abilities, he had faced countless jeers, ridicule, scorn, and oppression. He could easily save Suyu, but he could not tolerate her overreaching. Not to mention that those people were already doomed, about to transform into zombies within minutes. If Suyu had the ability to save others without interfering with him, he would have no objections. However, if she let her altruism compel her to drag others into danger, then he would have no qualms about eliminating such thoughts. If Suyu had refused to heed his advice earlier, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned her. Although it would be regrettable, in the apocalypse, prioritizing self-preservation over the misguided ideals of a saint was an unyielding principle. If a saint were among the enemies, that would be another matter entirely. Protecting the enemy's saint was something even the Trisolarans understood. Chapter 14. This fish is poisonous. Ignoring the various screams resonating from both upstairs and downstairs, Wang Mingyang led Suyu to the second floor, where the aftermath of a barrage of attacks left corpses strewn everywhere. The library was in disarray, with toppled bookshelves and some books stained with blood. The system had completed its upgrade, yet Wang Mingyang had yet to explore its new functions. Finding a spot by the window, he settled down, keeping an eye on the stairs while communicating with the system in his mind. System, can you scan now? Ding. The celestial reading system has upgraded to Phase 1, adding book scanning and copying functions, as well as the ability to decompose abilities and summarize knowledge. I understand the scanning and copying, but could you elaborate on these two new functions? With a flick of his finger, several steel needles shot forth, piercing through the zombies rushing down from the third floor. Ding. Decomposition function. The host can decompose unnecessary abilities to gain corresponding reading points. Decomposing basic abilities yields 100 reading points. Decomposing first-tier abilities yields 1,000 reading points. Abilities that have been decomposed cannot be reacquired within the same book. Knowledge summarization function. The host can compile knowledge gained through reading, which will be organized by the system into a book for easy reference. Oh, these two functions are rather impressive. Abilities that lack the value of absorption and fusion could be decomposed into reading points. Although the knowledge summarization function might not seem particularly useful, it would help consolidate learned knowledge into a book, making it easier to deepen understanding and extract abilities upon rereading. Wang Mingyang was quite pleased with these two functions. One indirectly resolved a portion of the reading point acquisition issue, while the other subtly increased the difficulty of gaining new abilities, both advantageous for him. System, begin scanning the books. Ding. The system's scanning range is 5 meters around the host. Commencing scan. 5 meters may not be extensive, but it was not insignificant either. Initially, Wang Mingyang had thought this function could scan an entire building, but it seemed he had overestimated it. Nonetheless, it was merely a matter of walking a few extra steps. Rising to his feet, Wang Mingyang began to stroll along the bookshelves. Suyu, following closely, was puzzled but dared not inquire further, merely keeping pace with him as they explored the library. Ding. Scanning books. Principles of linguistics. History of English language teaching. Ding. Scanning books. Universal language, international language learning. Ding. Scanning books. Hey, system, since you've upgraded, could you maybe optimize that ding sound? It's a bit grating on the nerves. Ding. At the host's request, default settings optimization has begun. Ding. Voice prompting has been disabled. If the host wishes to re-enable it, it can be done at any time. Wow. Wang Mingyang couldn't help but exclaim in delight, drawing a curious glance from Suyu, who was left bewildered, her head full of question marks, completely unaware of what had sparked his joy. Finally freed from the incessant ding that had plagued him, Wang Mingyang felt a significant clarity in his mind. After spending over 30 minutes scanning every book on the second floor, he turned to ascend to the third floor. By this time, there were virtually no living souls left in the library. Everywhere he looked, zombies were feasting on the corpses sprawled across the floor. Wang Mingyang, while scanning, dispatched the zombies with swift precision. The library, comprising 5 floors, housed nearly 4 million volumes of printed literature. The second floor predominantly featured works on linguistics, literature, economics, and education. The third floor was replete with texts on natural sciences, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, aerospace, astronomy, engineering, transportation, and military studies, subjects that were particularly conducive for Wang Mingyang to harness his extraordinary abilities. After nearly 3 hours of scanning through the 4th and 5th floors, the library's undead had been thoroughly eradicated. Wang Mingyang had nearly succeeded in digitizing the entire collection into his system's library. This meant that even while at home, he could indulge in the luxury of reading millions of books. Peering out the window, he noticed that the streets were devoid of living souls. Instead, they were overrun with snarling zombies, their fangs bared, and the ground was awash with blood, littered with dismembered limbs and flesh. Returning to the first floor with Suyu, he found the hall entirely deserted. Over 20 zombies roamed about, including several men and women who had previously rushed in. With a flick of his wrist, he launched steel needles, dispatching the zombies with lethal efficiency. Wang Mingyang felt a twinge of fatigue. Having awakened his powers less than a day ago, the sustained exertion had drained his mental energy significantly. Seeing that the library was now secure, he waved his hand, transforming the 9 steel needles into liquid silver, which coalesced into 9 silver orbs, stowing them in his pocket. After scanning the various books and magazines on the first floor, he led Suyu back to the reading area on the second floor, clearing a clean space to sit. That moment, Suyu could no longer suppress her overwhelming nausea. She rushed aside, releasing her tightly clasped mouth and retched violently. After a bout of intense dry heaving, she straightened up, patting her heaving chest, and gradually returned to Wang Mingyang's side. Have a sip of water. It will make you feel better. Wang Mingyang offered a bottle of mineral water with a calm smile. Having witnessed such scenes numerous times before, his heart unmoved. Yet, he regarded Suyu with newfound respect. It was impressive that this little fish could endure such brutality for so long before succumbing. Thank you, Mingyang Gu, Suyu replied, taking the bottle but only sipping lightly before setting it down. You handled yourself well. To withstand such a gruesome scene without immediately losing your composure is remarkable. Wang Mingyang remarked, his tone brimming with admiration. Well, you probably don't know what my major was in college, right? Suyu said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke softly. I actually don't know. What did you study? Wang Mingyang mumbled, water still in his mouth. Suyu gently tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate fingers brushing her flushed cheeks, and with a shy smile, she whispered 2 words, forensic medicine. Wang Mingyang sputtered, water spraying from his mouth. What? You studied what? He exclaimed in a soft voice. Suyu replied, forensic medicine. What? Wang Mingyang's astonishment was palpable as he scrutinized Suyu's tall, curvaceous figure, his mind racing with disbelief. A young woman of such striking beauty and vivacity, pursuing a career in forensic medicine. Could this be real? Do you dare to play such a dangerous game? What if I stabbed you dozens of times? Skillfully avoiding the vital areas, would you believe me then? This fish is toxic. Chapter 15. Let us find a hotel to stay the night. Forensic medicine, it was a profession that evoked both trepidation and admiration. No wonder Suyu had not immediately succumbed to the gruesome sights in his past life. Wang Mingyang had vomited bile upon his first encounter with a zombie. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the delicate Suyu would choose to study forensic medicine. Did she truly not fear dealing with corpses daily? He felt a profound sense of awe mixed with surprise. Of course, he was unaware that not all forensic professionals engage with corpses on a regular basis. Some focus on assessments that do not require autopsies. However, judging by Suyu's demeanor, she likely belonged to the latter category. Why did you choose this major? Was it a transfer? Wang Mingyang couldn't help but ask. His curiosity piqued. No, it was my own choice. I just wanted to be closer to my father. Suyu smiled wistfully, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Wang Mingyang nodded, recalling that Aunt Lu's husband had been a police officer who had perished in the line of duty. Why not attend a police academy then? My mother wouldn't allow it, so I secretly applied for forensic medicine. When the acceptance letter arrived, she almost beat me to a pulp. Suyu chuckled softly, as if reminiscing about a past incident. How did you end up here for an internship? Isn't it unrelated to your major? I couldn't find a suitable position. Senior Li Qing mentioned they needed a server here, so I took it. Plus, I can read in my spare time, Suyu explained, tapping her lips with her finger, a look of resignation on her face. My mother insisted I come here, and even contacted my father's former workplace to ensure I wouldn't go anywhere else. Wang Mingyang felt a pang of emotion, though he was unaware of Aunt Lu's current fate. Mingyang Gu, Suyu bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Are these zombies only appearing here? She asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Wang Mingyang had been preoccupied with combating the undead and digitizing the library's collection, leaving little room for her concerns. Yet, his decisive actions had instilled a sense of caution in her, preventing her from interrupting him earlier. Wang Mingyang looked at the beautiful girl before him and shook his head somberly. Have you seen Resident Evil? Such a scenario is bound to be widespread. Most people will inevitably turn into zombies. Then, what about my mother? Suyu's calm demeanor finally cracked, her expression betraying her growing anxiety. Before I left, I urged Aunt Lu to close the door and rest, but I can't be certain she followed my advice. Wang Mingyang said, shaking his head lightly, his tone indifferent. I want to go downstairs to call her. Suyu's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's futile. All communication networks are down. Wang Mingyang displayed his phone, which showed no signal. What should I do? My mother is home alone. Will she? Suyu's voice broke as she began to sob quietly. In that moment, she appeared to be nothing more than a 20-something girl. Vulnerable and scared. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Suyu. The convenience store is too far away, and even I would find it impossible to reach safely in a short time. Wang Mingyang shook his head in silence, not even considering whether he possessed the ability to do so. Even if he did, he would never risk traversing the city with an unarmed Suyu solely to check on Aunt Lu's safety. He had no one he would risk his life for. Having grown up in an orphanage, He had long since lost that inclination. "Mom, she must be all right," Suyu whispered, her hands clasped together, tears streaming down her face as she prayed silently. Clever as she was, she understood the dire situation outside. Calm as she seemed, she knew that rushing out would only lead to her demise. Be wise staying with Wang Mingyang, she still had a chance at survival. Without him, she would surely perish before she could even reach her mother. Wang Mingyang observed Suyu's silence. His admiration for her intelligence and composure grew even further in his previous life. He had encountered countless women who were oblivious to their own shortcomings, believing that their beauty and physique entitled them to demand favors, feigning hardship to elicit sympathy, and resorting to all manner of tactics to achieve their ends. Tragically, most men fell prey to such manipulative women. Reflecting on this, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, recognizing that he too had once been ensnared by such a woman, losing himself to the charms of a certain Wang Ruoqing, only to be betrayed by her and Zhao Imin, leading to his demise at the hands of the undead. In this second chance at life, he vowed never to repeat his past mistakes. In contrast to those women from his previous life, Suyu exhibited discernment and restraint. Despite her inner turmoil, she refrained from pressuring Wang Mingyang into reckless actions. A woman studying forensic medicine was indeed extraordinary. All right, there's no need to overthink it. If Aunt Lu were to tragically become a zombie, could you bear to confront her in that state? If she followed my instructions and closed the door before midnight, the outbreak would pose little threat to her in the short term, and you would still have an opportunity to reunite. Wang Mingyang offered a casual reassurance, casually pulling out a copy of Fundamentals of Metallurgy to peruse. The mastery of metal manipulation was undeniably potent, with energy consumption far less than spatial cutting. In the early stages of combating zombies and mutated creatures, it was an invaluable asset, Suyu nodded. Wiping her tears, when she noticed Wang Mingyang engrossed in his book, she was taken aback. Is it really the right time to be reading? Don't you think that's a bit too relaxed? If it weren't for the zombies outside shrieking and roaming the streets, I might have thought we were simply enjoying a reading date. That unsettling dissonance. After some time, Suyu collected herself and inquired, "Mingyang Gu, is your ability to control steel needles innate?" Wang Mingyang lifted his head and slowly shook it. "No. It awakened today." Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then, could I possibly do the same?" Wang Mingyang nodded, stating that all those who survived might awaken their extraordinary abilities, whether sooner or later. After the apocalypse, a small number of individuals spontaneously awaken their powers, while the majority could also gain abilities by absorbing the crystal cores from zombies and mutated creatures. However, at present, there were no crystal cores formed within the zombies and mutated beings. These would only become commonplace after a week. Is that truly the case? How wonderful, Suyu exclaimed, her tears giving way to a smile as she temporarily set aside her worries about her mother. She pondered whether awakening her powers sooner might have allowed her to return home and protect her mother earlier. An hour later, a notification sound echoed in Wang Mingyang's mind. Detected that the host has thoroughly studied Fundamentals of Metallurgy. Extracting Metal Control Fragment 1. Metal Control Fragments. 1. Reward Reading Points. 100. The reward has granted an additional 20 reading points. Quite good indeed. System, what does this extra fragment signify? The host currently possesses the metal control ability. The additional extracted fragments can be used to enhance the strength of the ability. Understood. Read more, accumulate fragments, and enhance my powers, correct? Correct understanding. Let us proceed. We shall find a nearby hotel for the night. Wang Mingyang remarked, putting away his book, standing up, stretching lazily, and casually addressing Suyu beside him. Chapter 16. A date with the zombie, a hotel? Suyu shuddered slightly. This was rather sudden. Although she had admired the handsome and strong Wang Mingyang since she first learned about him from her mother over a year ago, his blunt suggestion to stay at a hotel together caught her off guard. What is he thinking? How improper. It was already 5 o'clock. In 2 hours, night would fall, bringing greater danger, necessitating a safe place to stay. Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, recognizing from her expression that Suyu was not quite in the right mindset. Suyu, though exceptionally beautiful with a tall, curvaceous figure and fair, tender skin, well, all her merits lay within Wang Mingyang's aesthetic appreciation. However, getting her into his car would not be that simple. Despite Suyu's high intelligence and emotional quotient, Wang Mingyang certainly contemplated taking her under his wing. Yet, having experienced betrayal, he was not one to trust easily. Human hearts are inscrutable, and the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she might be. Hearing his words, Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly stood, nervously fiddling with her skirt. Wang Mingyang felt the energy within him had mostly restored. He nonchalantly tossed a metal silver bead from his pocket into the air, which reformed into 9 steel needles. Suu closely followed him, her delicate hand gently grasping the hem of his shirt. Wang Mingyang glanced at her but said nothing, calmly shouldering his backpack and stepping over the corpses scattered about. Leading Suyu downstairs, as they passed the front desk, Suyu released her grip, hurriedly running behind the counter to retrieve a mobile phone. However, the voice on the phone only served to disappoint her. The line is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Wang Mingyang had not deceived her. The mobile signal was entirely absent, and calls could not be made. Not daring to delay, Suyu swiftly pulled out a small backpack and stowed the phone inside. Returning to Wang Mingyang's side, she found him already liquefying the metal that had secured the main door. He casually elongated and reshaped the molten metal, coalescing it into a broadsword. Gently stroking the blade, he tore off a strip of cloth to wrap around the handle and presented the newly forged sword to Suyu. Take this. You must learn to protect yourself, to slay zombies with your own hands. Otherwise, you will be unable to keep pace with me. His tone was calm yet left no room for refusal. Suyu bit her gelatin-like red lips and took a deep breath, accepting the somewhat rough yet still sharp broadsword, gripping it tightly. She understood that her relationship with Wang Mingyang was tenuous at best. It was more one-sided affection on her part. He was right. She had to learn to safeguard herself. Only then could she hope to find and protect her mother. As for keeping pace with him, Suyu chose not to dwell on that for now. The sword weighed approximately 1.5 kg, a tad heavy for her delicate hands, but fortunately, she maintained a fitness regimen and was not the type to need assistance merely to open a bottle cap. Wang Mingyang took a few steps forward, gripping the doorknob and pushing it open. The zombies outside, alerted by the noise, immediately charged toward the steps, howling. Several steel needles darted through the heads of the approaching zombies. And before they could reach the pair, they fell lifelessly to the ground. After determining their direction, Wang Mingyang recalled that there was a 5-star luxury hotel nearby. He could not remember its name. But he had never stayed in such an establishment in his 2 lifetimes. Don't ask why he had not enjoyed such luxury in the 5 years since the apocalypse. It was simply because he had lacked the means. The provincial library was roughly 700 to 800 meters away from the hotel. Pointing in the direction, Wang Mingyang took the lead along one side of the street. Suyu dared not lag behind. As the horde of zombies gradually closed in around them, she had no choice but to run desperately, keeping pace with Wang Mingyang. Surrounding them, the steel needles continuously whirled, and Wang Mingyang slowed his pace slightly. Otherwise, with his current stamina being 3 times that of an average person, Suyu could not possibly keep up. The strongest control range of metal control was 5 meters, with a maximum range of 10 meters. However, at present, there was no need to liquefy the metal. He merely needed to manipulate the steel needles to accurately pierce the zombie skulls. Thus, Wang Mingyang aimed to control the needles to eliminate zombies from a distance of 7 to 8 meters. Soon, they had covered 4 to 500 meters. As they passed a corner near the railway crossing, Wang Mingyang suddenly spotted a familiar shop. The Divine Eagle Weapon Shop. The door was wide open, and inside were 2 young women clad in hanfu serving, along with several zombies that were clearly customers, staggering about, drenched in blood. The young woman who had previously wanted to exchange contact information with him now had her entire jaw missing, and bloodstains mixed with flesh hung heavily on her chest. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang, she lunged at him without hesitation. Damn. I just said to leave a contact number, and now a zombie really wants to go on a date with me. Wang Mingyang couldn't help but shudder, silently praising his foresight. With a thought, he decided to reward her for their past transaction and sent several steel needles flying to swiftly dispatch the zombies. Suyu cast a curious glance at the young woman in hanfu. Wang Mingyang had shown no reaction when eliminating numerous zombies, yet he visibly trembled upon encountering this one. This piqued her curiosity. As Wang Mingyang led Suyu through the zombie-infested street, they dispatched over 100 zombies, with hundreds more trailing behind them. He simultaneously controlled the steel needles to eliminate the nearby zombies while manipulating the steel railway barriers to twist and reshape, forming obstacles to hinder the pursuing horde. Soon, they arrived in front of an opulent hotel, with the characters Liuhua Baoli prominently displayed atop the building. Before the apocalypse, the most basic room in this hotel cost several thousand yuan per night. However, in the current circumstances, Wang Mingyang could stay there without a care, his wallet of no concern. Turning back to eliminate a dozen zombies hot on their heels, he noted that the distant horde was still desperately climbing over the obstacles he had created. Incapable of affecting them in the short term, Wang Mingyang dashed toward the hotel first, where 7 or 8 zombies were trapped in the revolving door, gnashing their teeth at him through the glass. A few steel needles shot through the gaps, swiftly clearing the zombies, and Wang Mingyang led Suyu through the bodies into the lobby. The place was in disarray, with several female zombies in work uniforms hunched over the counter. Howling incessantly, Wang Mingyang directed the steel needles to eliminate the remaining zombies, leaving only one behind. With a calm and indifferent demeanor, he casually leaned against the lobby sofa and gestured to Suyu with his chin. Suyu, this zombie is yours to deal with. Whether it lives or dies is up to you. Suyu gripped the sword tightly, casting a serious glance at the female zombie, and spoke softly. Mingyang Gu, if I perish, I implore you to check on my home and see if my mother still lives when you are able. Wang Mingyang's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded indifferently. Go ahead. I promise you. Chapter 17. Is that you, Jigu? Upon receiving Wang Mingyang's affirmative response, Suyu felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. She turned to face the female zombie, her hands firmly grasping the broadsword. Her resolve intensifying. As a forensic expert, she was not a fragile woman. Her mental fortitude and calm rationality were essential qualities. Confronted with the gruesome sight of the zombie, her level of fear was lower than that of 99 of the people in this world. Seeing that Suyu was prepared, Wang Mingyang concentrated, and the access control card on one side of the counter quickly melted away. The female zombie, previously hindered by the barrier, immediately lunged forth with a chilling roar. Suyu pressed her lips tightly together, raising the sword to strike down at the zombie. However, the female zombie lunged at her, grabbing Suyu's shoulders with both hands and opening her mouth wide to bite her face. The force of the impact caused Suyu to stumble backward, yet she narrowly evaded the zombie's bite. Ignoring the pain in her back from the fall, Suyu quickly used the broadsword to block the zombie's mouth. After transforming, zombies exhibited significantly enhanced strength, and while their movements were somewhat rigid, their running speed remained comparable to that of ordinary humans. Blood dripped from the blade onto Suyu's fair face. But fortunately, the zombie's hands were pinned behind its back, preventing it from clawing at her body. The zombie strained its head downwards, pressing down hard, while the blade gradually sliced through its mouth. Wang Mingyang's gaze narrowed as he observed Suyu wrestling with the zombie. The steel needles around them quivering slightly as Suyu exerted herself to shake off the zombie pressing down on her, rolling her body to rise once more. The brief struggle had drained her physically and mentally, and her heart raced with terror. When she had been beside Wang Mingyang, she had watched him dispatch zombies with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Most of the time, he didn't even need to wield his knife. And the zombies fell dead several meters away. Suyu had always thought them to be nothing extraordinary. Yet now, faced with a single zombie, she found herself in such a dire predicament, teetering on the brink of death. Reality had slapped her hard across the face. Gazing at the zombie struggling to rise before her, she sensed that reality was poised to deliver another blow. Her heart swelled with fear, anxiety, helplessness, and indignation. Suyu forced herself to calm down, letting out a fierce roar to embolden herself. Mimicking Wang Mingyang's movements, she stepped forward, raising her horizontal blade high, and drew a diagonal line as she struck down at the zombie, preparing to pounce once more. Suddenly, a dark red glow flickered from the hilt of her knife, spreading swiftly to the blade itself, which then released a dark red arc of light that sliced through the upper half of the zombie's body with the swiftness of lightning. The dark red light carved a deep gash into the wall of the hall, around which flickered faint dark red flames. The female zombie, poised to leap, abruptly halted, a wound appearing from the top of her left head to her right waist. The upper half of her body slowly sliding down, Suyu planted her blade into the ground, gasping for breath, as if that single strike had drained her of immense physical and mental energy. An overwhelming sense of weakness and hunger creeping over her. "Is that you?" Wang Mingyang exclaimed, his mouth agape as he stared at the gash on the wall, murmuring to himself for a moment. This was simply a reality version of the crescent moon skyward. Suyu was indeed fortunate. The likelihood of awakening abilities on the first day of the apocalypse was minuscule, and Wang Mingyang, being somewhat of a bystander, certainly did not count. However, the abilities Suyu had just awakened, from Wang Mingyang's perspective, would undoubtedly grow stronger with time and elevation in rank. He stepped forward to closely examine the zombie's body, which bore signs of erosion and burning, then moved to scrutinize the gash on the wall, narrowing his eyes. He mused internally that Suyu's ability seemed to possess characteristics of both the dark and fire attributes. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he had never heard of anyone with such an ability. The Black Emperor of Huaxia was purely a master of darkness. There had never been reports of fire attributes accompanying it. Yet the information exhibited by Suyu's blade prompted Wang Mingyang to reassess her potential. This little fish seemed truly worthy of cultivation. In the apocalypse, as humanity awakened various abilities, those like Suyu, with dual attribute abilities, were exceedingly rare. Reaching above the 7th tier, one often became a dominator in their domain. As for those possessing dual or multiple abilities, they were even rarer in his previous life. Wang Mingyang, with 5 primary abilities, had dazzled countless onlookers. It was no wonder that one of the 9 Heavens Kings, the immovable King Han Taizhan, regarded him with special attention, even going so far as to have his cousin Han Jun remain by his side to uncover the secret behind Wang Mingyang's possession of 5 abilities. Unfortunately, until the end, they had failed to glean anything from that book. 300 children's songs. It appeared only Wang Mingyang could acquire abilities through reading that children's literature. However, his 5 abilities were rather useless. Had it not been for the numerous resources provided by Han Taizhan during those years, he might not have even reached the 5th tier. Let us go. We should find a room upstairs. Wang Mingyang, no longer paying heed to the gash on the wall, hoisted Suyu, who was still weak, and turned towards the elevator. Initially, he had only intended for Suyu to confront the zombies and gain some experience, never anticipating that this would inadvertently lead to the emergence of a dual attribute ability user. He felt somewhat amused yet was extremely satisfied with Suyu's performance. That moment, the power had yet to go out, and the elevator was still operational. With a ding, the elevator doors opened slowly. Inside, a female zombie dressed in a short skirt and tank top hadn't even lunged out before being pierced through the brain by a steel needle, her body collapsing as the elevator doors opened. Wang Mingyang kicked the skirt-clad body out of the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As the doors slowly closed, the Liuha Baoli building boasted 18 floors, with the top floor housing the presidential suite. Since they were here to take advantage, Wang Mingyang naturally sought to occupy the best accommodations. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Wang Mingyang assisted Suyu out. The hallway contained only a handful of zombies. Of the 5 rooms, 3 had their doors wide open. After swiftly clearing the zombies in the corridor, Wang Mingyang selected a presidential suite at the side, dispatching the 3 zombies within, and urged Suyu to sit on the living room sofa. He then exerted some effort to toss the 3 corpses out of the window. The bodies crashed to the ground below, attracting a horde of zombies, their frenzy ignited by the fresh blood and flesh. Go wash your face, then come back for some food to replenish your energy, Wang Mingyang instructed, noticing the bloodstains on Suyu's delicate face. Pointing towards the bathroom, reminded, Suyu recalled that she too had been splattered with zombie blood. Relinquishing her grip on the horizontal knife, she stood up with effort and made her way to the bathroom. Wang Mingyang stood by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, silently observing the scene below through the swirling smoke. The horde feasted upon the corpses, blood splattering and flesh flying, painting a hellish tableau in his previous life. Humanity had once again ascended to the top of the food chain through the awakening of abilities. Yet he, Wang Mingyang, remained a mere lowly figure in this life, equipped with 2 formidable abilities from the outset. Such a tragedy would never befall him again. Chapter 18. Enchantment ability? Suyu splashed cold water on her face. The blood had long been washed away, yet the sensation of it dripping down her cheeks lingered. Looking up at her reflection in the mirror, she noted that even without makeup, her innate beauty shone through. Fair skin, rosy lips, bright eyes, and a classic Eastern oval face. Suyu recognized her allure. However, Wang Mingyang remained utterly indifferent. As if he were born for the apocalypse, calm, decisive, powerful, yet impotent, Suyu felt a surge of frustration as she recalled the harrowing hours they had endured, the frenzied zombies and the gruesome scenes that had terrified her. Yet, beside Wang Mingyang, there was an undeniable sense of security. Gazing at her palm, a flicker of dark red flame suddenly appeared in her hand. Suyu replayed the moment she had slain the zombie. She remembered her mind being blank, with a sense of unwillingness occupying her thoughts. Then, a cool, burning sensation surged within her body. Yes, that was it. A chill intertwined with a burning heat coursed through her hands, and an irresistible urge compelled her to unleash it, leading to the dark red arc of light that had flashed and vanished. Suyu realized she had indeed awakened an ability, and judging by Wang Mingyang's expression, he seemed quite astonished by it. This suggested that her power was likely special or formidable. Otherwise, she would not have witnessed a hint of surprise on Wang Mingyang's face, which was seldom seen except when he learned of her identity. After a quick wash, Suyu felt a wave of intense hunger wash over her and hurried back to the living room. Wang Mingyang turned at the right moment, gesturing towards the food he had stacked on the coffee table from his backpack, indicating for her to help herself. Without hesitation, Suyu, feeling ravenous, grabbed a package of braised pig trotters and began to gnaw on it. You've awakened a primary ability. Its specific functions still require validation, but it is somewhat unique, possessing both dark and fire attributes. Wang Mingyang returned to the sofa, reclining with his feet up as he casually educated Suyu, since he intended to cultivate her. Certain knowledge was essential to impart. Your blade arc is quite powerful. Judging by its might, it is at least at the B rank level, but with 2 attributes, it might very well be an A rank ability. Showing immense potential. What is B rank? What is A rank? Suyu asked, puzzled, looking up at him. Its A ranking system for abilities based on their power and effects, classified into 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. Where do these rankings come from? I've read many fantasy novels and made some guesses. Oh, alright. Then, what rank is your ability to control steel needles? A rank. Oh, so you clearly didn't grasp the differences in these ranks, but Wang Mingyang wasn't inclined to elaborate further. After all, the classification of abilities would only become relevant 2 years into the apocalypse, by which time most people would have awakened their powers, and the majority of abilities would have been rated according to their strength and effects. Currently, the apocalypse had just begun. Revealing too much might lead others to question Wang Mingyang's origins. How many times can you unleash this ability? Suyu tilted her head, sensing the energy within her gradually returning. Uncertainly replying, I should be able to release it 2 to 3 times. No more than 2 times. You expended all your strength with that one strike, probably due to mismanaging your energy output. Even if you control it well, to achieve the previous effect, 2 strikes at most would be feasible. Wang Mingyang waved his hand, bluntly deflating Suyu's overconfidence. Suyu, slightly embarrassed, wrinkled her nose and took another bite of the pig trotter. In survival during the apocalypse, one must be meticulous, especially in battle. You need an accurate assessment of your abilities, or you might endanger yourself or your allies. Wang Mingyang admonished, arms crossed, his gaze serious and tone cold. I understand. Suyu, being a clever girl, recognized the gravity of Wang Mingyang's words and took them to heart. I feel that the energy within me can indeed be released twice. 3 times feels a bit ambitious. Release a bit and let me see. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded as a greasy little hand reached over the coffee table, igniting a dark red flame with a sudden whoosh. Wang Mingyang squinted slightly, summoning a silver bead from his pocket with a wave of his hand. He stretched and twisted it into a steel needle, which slowly floated above the flickering flame. The steel needle turned crimson in an instant, a dark aura seeping into the fiery metal. Within mere seconds, the entire needle melted into a glob of molten iron, hissing and emitting black smoke under the scorching dark red fire. The once quail egg-sized silver bead had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, as though much of the impurities within had been incinerated. Wang Mingyang retrieved the silver bead, reforming it into a steel needle. Although now shorter and thinner, his mastery over metal sensed a significant alteration in the needle's internal structure. The impurities that had previously interwoven within the steel, compromising its toughness, had been nearly eradicated, rendering the needle more robust and sharper. When he first acquired the ability to manipulate metal, Wang Mingyang had envisioned refining it to enhance lethality. However, his current power was still at a rudimentary level, limiting his capacity for such intricate operations. Unexpectedly, Suyu's awakened ability could achieve this, even infusing a hint of corrosive dark energy into the silver bead, imparting a degree of erosion to the needle. Astonishing! Does this dark flame ability allow for full body coverage? Wang Mingyang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not that he was interested in whether the dark flame would damage his clothing. Hearing this, Suyu tilted her head and sensed for a moment before nodding. Yes, it seems I can control this dark flame to adhere to anything. As she spoke, Suyu stood up, igniting flames from various parts of her body, gradually enveloping herself. Remarkably, under her control, the dark flames did not incinerate any of her belongings. Nor did they ignite the living room carpet. Having just awakened her ability, her level of control was indeed impressive. Wang Mingyang silently nodded, signaling Suyu to temper her powers. Brother Mingyang, now that I have an ability, can we? Suyu, munching on a pig's trotter, tentatively inquired. Wang Mingyang shook his head, responding nonchalantly, your power is still limited, and you have not fully recovered. Why energy is also insufficient. In our current state, we cannot possibly traverse the city center. Upon hearing this, Suyu lowered her head, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, thoughts of her mother alone at home filled her with unease. Actually, you need not feel disheartened. Wang Mingyang continued, shaking his head. Tomorrow morning, we can find an off-road vehicle nearby and attempt to cross the city. Really? Brother Mingyang, you're not deceiving me, are you? Suyu exclaimed in delight, her emotions oscillating between despair and elation. Yes, but the premise is that you must master this ability tonight. Let us rest well and plan our next steps in the morning, Wang Mingyang replied, nodding calmly. All right, I will practice diligently and ensure I master this ability tonight. Suyu's face, smeared with grease, blossomed into a radiant smile. Awakening an ability consumes a significant amount of energy. After resting for a while, they decided to head to the dining area on the 6th floor, certain that the restaurant would offer a variety of delightful dishes. Indeed, let us indulge in a grand feast. Chapter 19. The future ice and snow goddess. Once Suyu had finished her few packets of pig's trotters and regained her composure, Wang Mingyang tossed his backpack onto the living room floor and took her by the hand, leading her to the 6th floor. Suyu still gripped the broadsword. Her physical prowess had enhanced following her awakening, making it quite effortless to wield the weapon now. Wang Mingyang intended to have Suyu temper both broadswords during their evening rest, which would significantly enhance their power. However, since her energy had yet to fully replenish, they were not in a hurry as they descended to the 6th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal a horde of zombies rushing toward them. Suyu, startled by the sheer number of zombies, pressed herself against the elevator wall, while Wang Mingyang smacked his forehead in annoyance, muttering, "How could I forget? The zombie outbreak occurs at noon, and there must be quite a few people dining here." Despite his frustration, Wang Mingyang swiftly controlled the steel needle to eliminate the zombies, even resorting to unleashing a spatial slicing blade that cleaved through more than 10 zombie heads blocking the elevator entrance. With a powerful kick, he sent the headless corpse crashing into the others, creating a path, while the broadsword glimmered as it sliced through the remaining zombies. In a matter of moments, Wang Mingyang had cleared a considerable number of zombies. And as those in the restaurant surged forth, they were met with 9 steel needles, each piercing through their skulls and leaving them lifeless on the ground. After spending about 10 minutes eradicating the zombies in the restaurant, Wang Mingyang picked up the sword sheath and stepped over the mountain of corpses, calmly entering the dining area. Following closely behind, Suyu was dripping with perspiration. Although she had not participated extensively in the battle, she had managed to entangle a few zombies with her dark flame, efficiently dispatching those Wang Mingyang had intentionally left for her. Having faced the horde, Suyu now surveyed the remains of over 100 zombies strewn across the floor. While the sight still churned her stomach, she felt significantly better, at least no longer on the verge of vomiting. The 6th floor restaurant, known as Lioha Baoli, held a reputable status in Spring City, exuding an air of sophistication and luxury, attracting numerous young women who preferred to have men treat them to meals. The upscale clientele often frequented the establishment as if it were a cafeteria, though a simple meal could easily cost several thousand, making it unaffordable for the average individual. Presently, what Wang Mingyang and Suyu beheld was a scene of devastation within the restaurant, with tables, chairs, and cutlery scattered everywhere, and bloodstains marking the once lavish hall. "Brother Mingyang, can we still eat here?" Suyu frowned as she surveyed the disarray, her stomach still growling from her earlier light meal. However, the gruesome scene before her stirred queasiness within, leaving her in a state of turmoil, torn between hunger and nausea. "Fear not, the kitchen's refrigerator must be stocked with plenty of fine ingredients, a quick tidy-up, and we can enjoy a grand feast," Wang Mingyang reassured her with a smile. Confidently heading toward the kitchen, the expansive kitchen, spanning 200 to 300 square meters, was indeed lavish. However, it was also marred by bloodstains and dismembered limbs. A dozen zombies had been trapped inside, blocked by an iron door. The moment Wang Mingyang opened the door, steel needles shot forth, swiftly eliminating the trapped zombies. The two ventured inside, relieved to find a multitude of high-end ingredients lining the kitchen's freezers. Large bowls were filled with an abundance of prepared shrimp and top-tier delicacies like Australian lobster. "Ready to be cooked, Brother Mingyang, let me prepare the meal for you," Suyu exclaimed, despite her lack of appetite, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the presence of zombie remains. Yet Wang Mingyang seemed unfazed, eager to showcase her skills. "Sure, bring on the Australian lobster steak. We may not have another chance to enjoy such delicacies," Wang Mingyang responded, unreservedly embracing the opportunity. In this post-apocalyptic world, the chance to savor such meals was indeed rare. While steak was somewhat accessible, Australian lobster required venturing into the sea, a venture fraught with peril. Before the apocalypse, such seafood was already a rarity. Following the nuclear wastewater discharge from Japan over a decade ago, countless marine organisms had become contaminated, rendering ordinary seafood a product of specialized purification systems and artificial marine environments for cultivation. After the apocalypse, The oceans had transformed into a realm of danger for humanity. The persistent nuclear pollution and the bizarre energies of the post-apocalyptic world had converged in the seas, resulting in the mutation and evolution of numerous marine creatures, giving rise to formidable sea beasts that truly rendered the oceans a forbidden zone for humans. As Suyu examined the storage cabinets, she nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is a Western restaurant, and there is an abundance of these ingredients. Then you handle it here. I'll explore the dining area. Wang Mingyang instructed, tossing the corpses outside and closing the door behind him. Having spent 5 years in the ruins, scavenging for food amidst corpses, he had never had the opportunity to prepare a proper meal, let alone in a clean and sanitary environment. Now that he had a chance to enjoy a decent meal, he preferred not to feast beside the remains of the dead and sought a clean private room to relish the experience. As Wang Mingyang made his way down the hallway toward a private room, he noticed a door slightly ajar around the corner, revealing a pair of eyes peering at him. Ding! A steel needle shot from Wang Mingyang's sleeve, piercing the solid wooden door. The occupants inside were startled and instinctively slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Brother Mingyang, what happened? Suyu, wielding a kitchen knife and wearing an apron, appeared at the kitchen door. Puzzled. It's nothing. Just continue preparing your meal. Wang Mingyang replied without turning back. Oh, all right. Suyu obediently retreated. Come out. No need to hide, Wang Mingyang said flatly, as the steel needle slowly withdrew from the door. Just as he began to grow impatient, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a sleek black dress, was statuesque with fair skin, her high heels accentuating her graceful stride. She approached slowly, her calm demeanor tinged with an innate haughtiness. The beauty's gaze flickered with a mix of fear and curiosity as she extended her smooth, pale hand toward Wang Mingyang, who appeared rather unremarkable in contrast. Hello, I am Mu Ningxue, a figure flashed in Wang Mingyang's mind, and his eyes lit up instantly as I gazed intently at the woman before me, adorned with exquisite jewelry that spoke of immense value. It was evident that any woman who frequented this place either had a man of considerable wealth or status above her, or her mother did. This particular Mu Ningxue belonged to the latter category. Her father was the founder of the Mu Group, a company ranked among the top 500 in the nation, boasting a market value in the hundreds of billions. However, this was not the most significant aspect. What weighed heavily on Wang Mingyang's mind was the vivid recollection of a remarkable woman who had emerged in Spring City during his previous life. She wielded an unparalleled S-level ice and snow ability and had ascended to become a renowned 9th-tier powerhouse, the Ice and Snow Goddess, within 4 years of the apocalypse, ultimately being recruited by the Blade Emperor as a formidable force. Her name was Mu Ningxue. Chapter 20. Your wealth is limited to yourself. I know you. The esteemed heiress of the Mu Group, Wang Mingyang remarked as he gently grasped Mu Ningxue's fingertips before releasing them. However, I believe our paths do not intersect. Mu Ningxue lightly brushed her hair aside, a serene smile gracing her lips as she interjected. While our paths may not have crossed before, perhaps given the current circumstances, we could engage in a discussion? Oh, what do you wish to discuss? Wang Mingyang squinted, scrutinizing the future Ice and Snow Goddess. I wish to propose a transaction, Mu Ningxue stated calmly. Not interested, Wang Mingyang replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing her outright. Are you truly rejecting me without even knowing the specifics of the transaction? Mu Ningxue's charming face momentarily faltered, unable to fathom such a decisive refusal from the young man before her. It merely entails providing you with protection, and what you can offer in return is simply a substantial sum of money. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, his tone laced with subtle mockery. Young lady, do not be so ignorant of your own worth. The Mu Group is a top-tier enterprise in the nation. How dare you disregard our young lady in such a manner? Before Mu Ningxue could respond, a man who resembled a bodyguard behind her let out a cold snort. Wang Mingyang tilted his head, his gaze icy as it fixed on the bodyguard, the steel needle surrounding him gradually shifting in direction, all aimed at the bodyguard, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The bodyguard, now targeted by multiple steel needles, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist, his muscles taut. Wang Mingyang narrowed his eyes, one of the steel needles inching forward slightly. Zhao Ding, what nonsense are you spewing? Stand aside. Mu Ningxue's reprimanding voice rang out, causing the bodyguard named Zhao Ding to shudder, his hand relaxing as he swiftly bowed and retreated behind Mu Ningxue. Subsequently, Mu Ningxue smiled, slightly bowing her body towards Wang Mingyang as an apology. I sincerely apologize. My subordinate acted rashly. Please do not hold it against us. Wang Mingyang remained composed, his tone indifferent yet tinged with a hint of menace. Oh, I am indeed offended. What will you do about it? Mu Ningxue was momentarily taken aback by his response. Perhaps having grown up in privilege, she had never encountered such a forthright individual, devoid of the gentlemanly demeanor typically revered among the upper echelons. Given your formidable presence, if you are offended, we have no recourse to oppose that, do we? Quickly regaining her composure, Mu Ningxue continued with her smile, speaking graciously. He. Wang Mingyang returned a placid smile, choosing not to utter another word as he turned to walk towards another private room. Are you truly not considering my offer? Feel free to state your conditions, Mu Ningxue pressed on, unwilling to give up. Fair maiden, you may not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. The outbreak of zombies and the mutation of living beings is a calamity for all humanity. Not limited to this place. The apocalypse has already commenced, Wang Mingyang stated, not bothering to look back. The so-called wealth, from the moment the apocalypse descended, has become utterly worthless. Your fortune is confined solely to your own self. Mu Ningxue. Although Wang Mingyang found himself intrigued by the future ice and snow goddess, he understood that taming such a woman would not be an easy feat. Thus, engaging in pleasantries with her at this moment held no real merit. In his previous life, the Purple Thunder King, one of the 3 kings of Huaxia, had spent a year attempting to win this woman over with genuine intentions, yet he had ultimately failed, only to have Mu Ningxue's exceptional talent draw the attention of the Blade Emperor. Breaking free from the Purple Thunder King's control, Wang Mingyang's words reverberated down the corridor, leaving Mu Ningxue's heart unsettled, momentarily unable to grasp the reality of a global apocalypse. Meanwhile, the bodyguard Zhao Ding, standing behind her, felt a flicker of insight ignite in his eyes upon hearing Wang Mingyang's remarks. Miss, what shall we do next? Zhao Ding inquired, stepping forward and lowering his voice. Let us wait and see. The network signal is down, and I cannot reach my father, Mu Ningxue mused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. With this man present, the Western restaurant was temporarily safe. They would bide their time and see if anything changed by morning. Very well, miss. I shall tidy up this private room. You may have to make do for tonight, Zhao Ding replied respectfully, his head bowed. No worries, we shall see. Perhaps this man will rest on the top floor? Mu Ningxue waved her hand dismissively, her gaze drifting toward the direction Wang Mingyang had departed. This nameless man, with his remarkable ability to manipulate steel needles, piqued Mu Ningxue's curiosity. She had caught a glimpse of Wang Mingyang's strength through the crack in the door. Noting the presence of the enchanting Su Yu following him, with such a beautiful girl in his company and Wang Mingyang's protective demeanor, Mu Ningxue began to perceive him as not a malicious individual. Thus her eagerness to seek his assistance. Regrettably, it was evident that Wang Mingyang was no fool, unwilling to approach a beautiful woman impulsively. Yet, what did his final statement mean? What did he mean by her wealth being limited to herself? Mu Ningxue shook her head in confusion as she turned back into the private room. The Western restaurant at Liuhapali was quite expansive, with numerous private rooms. After a thorough search, Wang Mingyang had dispatched several lingering zombies, yet still could not find a clean dining area. As every corner was marred by blood in the instant of the zombie outbreak, nearly all the private rooms had been overrun, and given the weekend crowd, not a single room had been spared. With no other option, Wang Mingyang returned to the original location, selecting a private room with relatively fewer bloodstains. After briefly clearing out the corpses, he made his way to the kitchen to find Su Yu. Encountering Mu Ningxue and the bodyguard Zhao Ding had gradually made Wang Mingyang realize that this hotel housed more than just himself, and Su Yu.it had been rather careless to leave Su Yu alone in the kitchen. He had indeed underestimated the situation in the apocalypse. When people recognized the global nature of the disaster, the absence of legal constraints would lay bare the darker aspects of human nature. His last remark had been a subtle warning to Mu Ningxue. Wang Mingyang harbored no desire for the future ice and snow goddess to encounter any unfortunate events. After all, in this chaotic world, the sanctuary under the Blade Emperor's protection was one of the few relatively harmonious places. As a powerful asset beneath the Blade Emperor's command, the ice and snow goddess had contributed significantly to the protection of ordinary civilians in her past life, earning a commendable reputation among survivors. Otherwise, she would not have been dubbed a goddess. Gently pushing open the door, a rich aroma of meat wafted through, making Wang Mingyang, who had returned after 5 years of surviving the apocalypse and had subsisted on packaged food for the past 2 days, feel an overwhelming rush of saliva. Brother Mingyang, we'll be able to eat soon, Su Yu exclaimed, turning to see Wang Mingyang. Her face glistened with perspiration, yet her radiant smile illuminated the room. Yes, it smells delightful. I can hardly contain myself. Wang Mingyang inhaled the intoxicating scent of meat greedily, watching as several tomahawk steaks sizzled in the frying pan. Indeed, I have spent some time studying Western cuisine, Suyu declared proudly. Her chin raised. Why did you choose to learn Western cuisine? Wang Mingyang asked, momentarily taken aback. There was a boy who pursued me, always bragging about how upscale Western restaurants were and how delicious Western dishes were. Feeling a bit indignant, I took the opportunity to learn a bit about it, only to discover that it was rather mediocre. Compared to Chinese cuisine, it was far simpler, and the flavor variations could not compare. Suyu replied, her brow furrowed in indignation. Haha, you are quite straightforward. Wang Mingyang chuckled, finding her endearing. But it's great. Let us see your culinary skills, and we'll experience the delights of fine Western dining. Chapter 21. Back to the 18th floor, Brother Mingyang. Do you need a knife and fork? Suyu asked, glancing at the array of cutlery in the cabinet. No need. Just wash your hands and eat directly. Why bother with utensils? They are far less convenient than chopsticks. Wang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. As a working-class individual, he had never had the opportunity to learn how to eat steak with a knife and fork. After washing his hands at the sink, he and Suyu proceeded to carry several plates of tomahawk steak, 2 large bowls of king crab, 2 large bowls of Australian lobster, and a bowl of vegetable salad to the private room. As they sat down to eat, Wang Mingyang had previously reminded Suyu to prepare ample food. Fortunately, the dishes were relatively simple to make, and Suyu had managed to prepare a significant amount in a short time. The sounds of their chewing filled the air, with Suyu's small face becoming greasy as she devoured her food. After awakening her abilities, she had entered the ranks of primary evolvers. Her body had undergone a strengthening process, requiring substantial energy replenishment through food. Consequently, those who had evolved tended to have larger appetites, and Wang Mingyang, having undergone 2 enhancements, experienced an even greater increase in his food consumption. Suddenly, mid-meal, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Suyu, with a piece of delicious Australian lobster meat still in her mouth, narrowed her eyes and swiftly grabbed the weapon beside her. Wang Mingyang lightly patted her small hand. Signaling her to remain calm, he then squinted slightly, continuing to chew on his steak, and mumbled, "Come in." The door to the private room slowly swung open, and Mu Ningxue gracefully entered, with Zhao Ding closely following behind. "I apologize for interrupting your meal," Mu Ningxue said with a slight bow, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "It's of no consequence. You've already interrupted, so speak up. What is it?" Wang Mingyang replied indifferently. Although she was destined to become the ice goddess in the future, that was yet to come. At present, Wang Mingyang could easily handle 10 of her. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue felt a twinge of irritation. She had only met this man twice, yet he had already rebuffed her several times. Is it that I'm not attractive? Am I not captivating enough? Why does he always have to challenge me? She thought, feeling a surge of indignation. In the past, she had complained about men swarming around her like flies, yet now, this man's blatant disregard for her was driving her to madness. Taking a deep breath to quell her unnameable anger, she maintained her smile and asked, "May I inquire if you will be staying here tonight?" Suyu took a bite of the Australian lobster, glanced at Wang Mingyang, and upon receiving his nod, replied, "We will be staying on the 18th floor. We cleared that level of zombies this afternoon." Mu Ningxue's eyes brightened, and she gracefully seated herself across from the two, continuing, "May I accompany you back to the 18th floor? I used to stay there as well." "Certainly, once we finish our meal, we shall return to the 18th floor," Wang Mingyang said, discarding the bone of his tomahawk steak and wiping his hands on the tablecloth. "Thank you very much," Mu Ningxue expressed, a glimmer of joy on her face. "I will not disturb you any longer. I will wait for you both in the corridor." "Please, do as you wish." Wang Mingyang raised his hand. Showing no intention of keeping her, Mu Ningxue glanced at the steak and king crab on the table, bit her lip, and ultimately turned to leave. "Brother Mingyang, why don't you invite her to dine with us? She's quite a stunning beauty," Suyu asked, moving closer to Wang Mingyang as Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding exited. "I'm not familiar with her. Why should I invite her to dine? Besides, with the 2 of them here, there wouldn't be enough left for me," Wang Mingyang said, tapping her lightly on the head with a smirk. Suyu giggled and returned to savoring a king crab. Wang Mingyang squinted, lost in thought. Before long, the 2 had devoured an entire table of food. The private room even had a restroom, and Suyu hurried to wash her greasy hands, returning to plop down in her chair, patting her belly in satisfaction. "Brother Mingyang, shall we head upstairs now? Let us rest for a bit before we return. Tonight we'll practice your abilities thoroughly," Wang Mingyang replied. Suyu nodded silently, fully aware that in order to reunite with her mother, she needed to grow stronger. "Let us head back to the 18th floor." After a while, Wang Mingyang stood up first, grabbing his ink-black shadow and heading outside. As he pushed open the wooden door of the private room, Mu Ningxue's alluring figure appeared before him. Without uttering a word, he strode straight toward the elevator. Su nodded at the extraordinarily beautiful woman and followed closely behind Wang Mingyang. Zhao Ding stepped forward, silently inquiring with his eyes if Mu Ningxue wished to follow. Mu Ningxue nodded without hesitation, quickening her pace to keep up. Zhao Ding's gaze lingered for a moment on Mu Ningxue's curvaceous form before he hastily followed. The four of them walked in silence, traversing the dining hall toward the elevator. Wang Mingyang and Su Yu had previously encountered an onslaught of zombies, and the bodies that littered the path from the elevator to the hall were their doing. So they felt no surprise passing through. However, Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding, following closely behind, were struck by the gruesome sight of bodies strewn about, severed limbs scattered, and blood pooling like rivers across the hall. The horrifying scene caused Mu Ningxue to clutch a nearby table and retch violently, her delicate face turning pale. Zhao Ding fought to suppress the tumult in his stomach, feeling overwhelmed with shock and fear. Realizing that this ghastly scene was the result of the two in front of him, he could hardly fathom the extent of their strength, or rather, how powerful this seemingly indifferent young man truly was. Once Mu Ningxue managed to regain her composure, she noticed that Wang Mingyang and Su Yu had already stepped into the elevator, seemingly unconcerned whether she had followed. Gritting her teeth, she stepped over the scattered corpses, and with Zhao Ding's assistance, hurriedly rushed to the elevator just as the doors were about to close, pressing the up button. The elevator doors opened once more, and Mu Ningxue thought she heard a regretful sigh, prompting her to roll her eyes before quickly entering the elevator, standing opposite Wang Mingyang and Su Yu. Wang Mingyang flashed a grin at Mu Ningxue, leaning casually against the elevator. Su Yu, with a curious smile, returned her gaze to Mu Ningxue, her charming demeanor rivaling that of Mu Ningxue herself. The elevator ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 18th floor. Stepping out, Mu Ningxue was relieved to find that there were indeed no standing zombies on this level. The floor was littered with many bodies, their faces grotesquely contorted, indicating they had already transformed into zombies. Following Wang Mingyang, Mu Ningxue was astonished to discover that they were staying directly across from her room. "Were you already staying here?" Mu Ningxue inquired, but immediately felt it was a foolish question. The presidential suite on the 18th floor cost over 30,000 for a single night, and given Wang Mingyang and Su Yu's attire, it seemed improbable they could afford such luxury. "We came directly this afternoon," Su Yu replied with a faint smile. Wang Mingyang, disinterested in conversation, opened the door and walked straight inside. Su Yu nodded at Mu Ningxue before swiftly entering and closing the door behind her. With a smile on her face, Mu Ningxue watched Su Yu shut the door before turning to retrieve her room card to enter her own quarters. Zhao Ding glanced at the opposite door before stepping into his own room. Chapter 22. Enhancement of Powers. Su Yu, practice controlling the dark flames yourself. The more precise, the better. Ideally, you should be able to shape them into animals or blades, Wang Mingyang instructed as he entered the room. Elemental powers are relatively straightforward. Mastering energy output and layout, as well as shaping, essentially means one has grasped the basics of a primary ability. Su Yu nodded, standing in the living room as she began to experiment with controlling her dark flame powers. Wang Mingyang headed straight for the master bedroom's bathroom to wash up, having splattered with blood during their encounter with the zombies in the restaurant. Fortunately, this presidential suite had been occupied before, and there were ample clothes available. He could easily find an outfit far more valuable than his current attire. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the master bathroom. Su Yu tilted her head, biting her lip as she continued to focus on controlling the flames in her palm. In the adjacent room, Mu Ningxue sat in the living room, her expression serious, a device with a blinking red, resting on the coffee table. "Miss, is the signal capable of being sent out?" Zhao Ding sat upright on the opposite sofa, his eyes fixated on the locator with concern. "This is my first time using this device. With the network signal down, I am uncertain if it still functions." Mu Ningxue shook her head, her brow furrowed. When her father had given her the locator, he mentioned that even with a standard signal jammer, it would not impede its transmission. However, in this apocalyptic world, where all network signals had simultaneously vanished, she was unsure of the cause. Under these circumstances, Mu Ningxue harbored doubts about the device's efficacy. If the signal successfully transmits, ordinarily, a helicopter would arrive here within an hour. Zhao Ding nodded, well aware of the locator's capabilities, having undergone training as a personal bodyguard. Yet, like Mu Ningxue, he was uncertain whether the Mu family's security base had managed to survive in this apocalypse. Whether anyone would notice the signal receiver and dispatch a helicopter for rescue was all unknown. Let us not dwell on that for now. Zhao Ding, if you were to confront that man, what chances do you think you would have? Mu Ningxue leaned back against the sofa, her hands elegantly resting on her crossed legs. Miss, if within 10 meters, my chances are 0. If I can get within 3 meters, I estimate my odds to be 90%. Zhao Ding replied after a moment of silence, seriousness etched on his face. His ability to manipulate steel needles was quite peculiar, with far-reaching lethality. Mu Ningxue frowned and spoke softly. Indeed, I have observed that his power appears to be akin to telekinesis, controlling 9 steel needles within a range of 7 to 8 meters, making it impossible for zombies to approach him. It's as if he wields a rifle, and the bullets can change direction at will. Zhao Ding nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes. That's why I mentioned my chances are 0 at 10 meters. My enhanced strength can only be utilized at close range. It's a pity Wu Li has turned into a zombie. Otherwise, our collaboration would surely have been sufficient to deal with him. As Zhao Ding spoke, he extended his right hand, and as he clenched his fist, his once normal arm quickly swelled significantly, the veins bulging, as if immense power was contained within. The enhancement of strength revealed that Zhao Ding was also an awakened individual. Though his powers were rather ordinary, if Wang Mingyang were to see this, he would likely consider it no more than a degrade ability. Wu Li was another of Mu Ningxue's personal female bodyguards, who had unfortunately transformed into a zombie when the apocalypse struck. The awakening of this extraordinary ability was significantly aided by his colleague, Wu Li. Had she not suddenly mutated and lunged directly at Zhao Ding, he would not have been compelled to awaken his power-enhancing ability in a moment of desperation, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to Wu Li. You are indeed formidable. However, your abilities are ill-suited for battles against hordes. In the presence of numerous zombies, you may sustain injuries, which poses a considerable danger. Wu Li's transformation into a zombie was an unfortunate inevitability. Thankfully, you were there, or I surely would not have survived. Mu Ningxue offered a faint smile, her eyes brimming with profound gratitude. The two took refuge in the dining hall, observing through the crack of the door as individuals were bitten and subsequently rose as zombies. Thus, even with Zhao Ding's newfound powers, he dared not rush out to confront the swarmed. It is what I ought to do. Young lady, I estimate that even if the base receives the signal, they will not arrive promptly. You should rest for a while. You did not sleep well last night, and with all that has transpired today, you must be exhausted. Zhao Ding returned his arm to its original state, letting his sleeves fall, his expression filled with concern. Very well. I certainly need to rest. Please keep an eye on the outside. If rescue arrives, wake me immediately. Mu Ningxue nodded, rising to head towards the master bedroom. Very well, young lady. The rescue signal will turn from red to green when they are nearby. I will awaken you promptly. Zhao Ding stood, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Ningxue smiled and waved her hand, entering the bedroom and closing the door. The next moment, her expression swiftly turned cold. Zhao Ding straightened, casting a glance at the master bedroom door before turning to the living room, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently to the sounds outside. After a considerable time, he returned to the sofa, continuing to sense the changes within his power. Wang Mingyang finished his shower, rummaging for a set of branded casual wear before returning to the living room with the freshly cleaned Moing. Su Yu's eyes were fixed on the dark flame in the palm of her hand, skillfully manipulating the dark red fire into various shapes, first spherical, then cubic, and again conical. Strive to maintain the shape with minimal energy. If you can manage to transform it at will, your control over this ability will advance significantly. Wang Mingyang sat down on the sofa, speaking slowly. I am already making a concerted effort to control it. But the fire energy is exceedingly volatile and difficult to manage. Su frowned as the geometric form of the dark flame flickered, reverting to a fiery shape. That is certainly the case. Fire-type abilities are inherently tempestuous, and considering your power also possesses dark attributes, the combination makes it even more challenging to control. However, this is precisely the reason for the strength of this dark flame ability. You must exert more effort than others. Envision your ability's energy as a lump of clay. To shape it as you desire, you must first have a mental model. Aim to fill the clay as swiftly as possible before contemplating the next stage of shaping. Wang Mingyang spoke calmly, benefiting from the guidance of the revered Han Taizhan in his past life, allowing him to reach a 5th-tier strength and gain insights from numerous high-level powers regarding the honing of extraordinary abilities. Unfortunately, his own powers were lamentably inadequate, forever confined to the 5th grade. Nevertheless, the knowledge gained was now invaluable in teaching Su Yu. Su pondered Wang Mingyang's words, beginning to construct a model in her mind. Noticing her deep in thought, Wang Mingyang retrieved the book Fundamentals of Metallurgy from his backpack and began to read. Mastering metal manipulation was incredibly useful in the early days of the apocalypse. and he intended to study this book thoroughly in hopes of gaining additional inspiration. While others would have to wait 7 days for the emergence of crystal cores within zombies and mutated beings to rapidly enhance their abilities, Wang Mingyang had another method, by reading books. He could acquire corresponding fragments of powers, and accumulating these fragments would allow him to directly enhance the strength of those abilities, as long as he read enough books. He could easily outpace others. Chapter 23. My young lady. As night fell, the curtains did an excellent job of blocking light, and the room was brightly lit, with no illumination escaping outside. Detecting that the host has thoroughly read fundamentals of metallurgy. Extracting power fragment metal manipulation. 1. Metal manipulation fragments. 3. Reward reading value. 100 points. Current reading value. 2,541 points. The familiar system notification chimed, prompting Wang Mingyang to close the book and rub his slightly swollen forehead. Mingyang, even in the apocalypse, why are you still reading? Suyu, with 3 geometric shapes formed by the dark flames pulsating in her palm, had remarkably managed to manipulate them to such an extent after more than an hour of practice. The sphere, cube, and triangular pyramid, though slightly distorted, were overall quite complete. Moreover, for the past 10 minutes, Suyu had maintained the 3 geometric shapes without them collapsing. Wang Mingyang's lips twitched slightly. Was her talent truly this astonishing? In his previous life, when he was at the 2nd tier, he had taken an entire day to control the ice spell acquired from 300 nursery rhymes, managing to form a cube only after much effort. It should be noted that ice-type abilities are among the most suitable for shaping. Even so, he had taken a whole day to achieve that. Although his innate talent for extraordinary powers was lacking, the energy he possessed upon awakening could not compare to what he had now. Nevertheless, among those he knew, Suyu's talent was undoubtedly among the strongest. Learning is a lifelong pursuit. Though extraordinary abilities are surreal, they can still connect with past knowledge. Reading more may help one understand the characteristics of their abilities better. Wang Mingyang mused with earnestness, if not for the reading value gained from books and the extraction of power fragments. Given his lackluster academic inclination, he would never have willingly read. It would be akin to self-torture. However, he had no choice but to endure this self-inflicted torment, as it was the key to his continued growth in the apocalypse. Oh, that makes sense. I should also read more in the future. Suyu tilted her head in thought, nodding earnestly. Wang Mingyang's lips twitched again. Dear sister, I read for the benefits, not out of genuine interest. Nonetheless, he found this situation quite favorable, using his reading as a guise to conceal his unique advantages. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole. The door across the hall was tightly shut, and the corridor was still devoid of any activity. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyang sat down on the floor, allowing several silver beads to float out of his pocket, twisting and morphing before him, as he practiced his metal manipulation ability. His thoughts began to wander. Inside the adjacent room, 2 hours had passed. It was now after 8 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the outside world. The living room was dimly lit by only 2 wall lamps. Zhao Ding gazed at the locator on the coffee table, which still flickered with a red light, slowly lighting a cigarette. Amidst the hazy smoke, his eyes glimmered. Mu Ningxue detested the smell of smoke, so her bodyguards seldom dared to indulge. Typically, Zhao Ding would endure this aversion, occasionally sneaking away to smoke, only to freshen his breath afterward with a spritz of air freshener and a piece of gum. Yet, for the sake of the substantial monthly salary, he found it bearable. This moment, however, Zhao Ding was far too preoccupied to care about such trivialities. A tumult of emotions surged within him, leaving him restless. The rescue had yet to arrive, and Zhao Ding was uncertain if it ever would. 2 hours had elapsed, and the likelihood of their arrival was diminishing. Just hours earlier, he had relished this job, accompanying the ethereal beauty of the young lady as they traversed various locales, surrounded by other striking female bodyguards. Such a life felt like paradise to Zhao Ding. Yet, Wang Mingyang's words had abruptly awakened him to the realization that this paradise would soon vanish. Feeling the immense power coursing through his arm, Zhao Ding murmured to himself, perhaps this is another form of paradise, after all. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ding took a deep drag from his cigarette. Extinguishing the butt forcefully on the coffee table, he removed his tailored suit, tossing it onto the sofa, tore off his tie, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Rubbing his palms against his thighs for a moment, Zhao Ding gradually rose, retrieving the locator from the table, its red dot flickering in his gaze. After a while, he approached the master bedroom door. Gripping the doorknob and gently pressing down, the door creaking opened silently. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Ding called softly, Young lady? Young lady? The dim light from the living room spilled through the door, casting a glow upon the large bed in the center of the master bedroom, where Mu Ningxue's alluring form was partially concealed by a thin coverlet, appearing both hazy and enticing. After a moment's wait, when Mu Ningxue offered no response, he stepped back slowly, allowing the master bedroom door to close, plunging the room into darkness once more. A barely audible sigh escaped Mu Ningxue's lips as her tense body gradually relaxed beneath the thin cover. Her eyes fluttering open in the darkness, revealing a mix of anxiety, fear, trepidation, and uncertainty. Her delicate, pale hand clutched a dining knife tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure, only relaxing as she exhaled slowly. Mu Ningxue had not been asleep. An hour prior, when Zhao Ding had not knocked, she had suspected the rescue might not arrive. Yet, as 2 hours passed without a single word from Zhao Ding, and with only the low growl of zombies echoing outside, devoid of any sound of helicopters, despair began to settle in. She realized that the rescue was likely not coming. What deepened her despair was Zhao Ding's unannounced entrance. He had not knocked but had merely opened the door. An act that would have been unthinkable before. Yet, Zhao Ding had done just that. Mu Ningxue is an astute woman. The words of Wang Mingyang lingered in her mind, as she pondered their meaning during her solitude. It became evident that Wang Mingyang was not mistaken. The status and authority once bestowed by wealth had vanished into thin air. Even more terrifying was the fact that, having lost everything, she now found herself alone with a man who had acquired newfound strength. A tumult of emotions surged within Mu Ningxue. Despite being raised with a plethora of leadership strategies instilled by her father, they proved utterly futile in this apocalyptic world. She was acutely aware of how alluring her delicate figure was to others. Zhao Ding, who had recently been assigned to her side, cast furtive glances laden with veiled animalistic desire and greed. Mu Ningxue had perceived this. Initially, she had contemplated requesting her father to assign a female bodyguard anew. But little did she expect the apocalypse to descend. Meanwhile, Wu Li, who had accompanied her for 5 years, had transformed into a zombie at the first opportunity, leaving her alone with Zhao Ding. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Time passed, though it felt like mere minutes. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door flung open, colliding forcefully with the wall, revealing Zhao Ding's towering figure in the doorway, his shadow cast upon Mu Ningxue's bed by the light of the living room. My lady, it seems rescue is not forthcoming. Chapter 24. Despair of Mu Ningxue. Wang Mingyang's ears twitched. He sensed some commotion from the adjacent room, reflecting on certain rumors from a past life. He felt it was likely he would witness their validation this very night. Raising an eyebrow, he rose slowly, the metallic objects before him reverting to silver orbs. He turned to open the door and, without a backward glance, instructed Suyu, maintain over half of your internal energy. Practice in the room while I step out for a moment. Oh, all right, Mingyang Ji, Suyu replied, though puzzled by his late-night departure. However, having grown accustomed to Wang Mingyang's ways, she refrained from asking further, focusing instead on honing her abilities. Wang Mingyang gently closed the door, contemplating the door opposite him, leaning quietly against the wall. The corridor lights blazed brightly. He could not be bothered to extinguish them. For in a few hours, the electricity would inevitably cut off. Within Mu Ningxue's room, Zhao Ding forcefully kicked open the door, the resounding noise jolting her. Struggling to suppress her fear, Mu Ningxue reached for the bedside lamp and, gracefully adjusting her hair, sat up, her fair visage betraying no emotion. Zhao Ding, how dare you intrude upon my chamber? Do you intend to betray me? Betray? No, my lady, Zhao Ding replied, arms crossed, lounging against the doorframe, his eyes greedily roaming her form. Our relationship has always been merely transactional. You pay me, and I ensure your safety. Nothing more. Mu Ningxue calmly raised her gaze, her grip on the knife growing tighter. Indeed. So, have I defaulted on your payment? Not previously, Zhao Ding replied, shaking his head with an unsettling calmness. But from today onward, you likely will be unable to afford it. Therefore, I must come to collect the compensation I desire. What do you wish for? Mu Ningxue inquired, biting her lip, her voice icy. Unbeknownst to her, this motion ignited an intense desire within Zhao Ding, prompting him to lower his hands instinctively. No, my lady, do you not recall? That man mentioned, your wealth is yourself. Zhao Ding approached slowly, his body aflame with desire as he swallowed hard. The remuneration for my protection? Is you, my lady? Impossible. I require no protection from you. Leave at once. Mu Ningxue finally snapped, rolling over to conceal her knife behind her back. loudly chastising Zhao Ding from across the "Why, lady, the decision is no longer yours. Here, my word is law." Zhao Ding's muscles bulged, his enhanced strength tearing his shirt, revealing his robust torso. "Do not approach. Take one more step, and I shall take us both down." Panic surged within Mu Ningxue as she aimed the knife at Zhao Ding. She knew she stood no chance against him. Zhao Ding was already powerful and had awakened further strength. "Do not resist. That knife cannot harm me. Comply and lie down. I promise you will find it pleasurable." Zhao Ding sneered, tearing off his shredded shirt, advancing on Mu Ningxue. Despite her training in combat, she was no match for him. Acknowledging her defeat, Mu Ningxue pressed the knife against her own neck, a trickle of crimson appearing on her swan-like throat as she glared fiercely at Zhao Ding. "Do not force my hand. Even if I cannot kill you, I can end my own life." Zhao Ding paused, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he stepped closer. "Fear not, even if you slit your throat, your body will remain warm. I would not mind your lack of response. It would be convenient to toss you into the horde, with no one the wiser about what transpired. You monster. You are a devil, a beast. I would rather be shattered than allow you to succeed." Mu Ningxue screamed, despair consuming her as she realized that the man who had always treated her with deference, even flattery, was now intent on violating her on the very first night of the apocalypse. A glance towards the floor-to-ceiling window ignited a spark of defiance within her. Mu Ningxue clenched her teeth and hurled the knife at Zhao Ding, racing toward the window. Zhao Ding's eyes narrowed. Her intentions were too obvious. He swatted the knife aside and lunged over the bed, seizing her delicate ankle with a muffled cry. Mu Ningxue crashed to the carpet, mere centimeters from the window, nearly shattering it in her fall. "Now, where will you run?" Zhao Ding gripped her ankle tightly, pulling her closer. Mu Ningxue kicked and struggled, her previous training forgotten in her panic. Zhao Ding swallowed hard, a wicked grin spreading across his face as her long legs lay exposed before him, igniting his excitement. Though he had fantasized countless times, this moment felt tangible, and his mind blanked, consumed by a singular thought: possess her. As Zhao Ding pulled Mu Ningxue closer, in a last-ditch effort, she sank her teeth into his shoulder. He grunted in pain, tossing her onto the bed, which bounced violently beneath her. In a frenzy, she grabbed a lamp and swung it at his face. With a powerful strike, the lamp shattered, and Zhao Ding lunged for the bed. Grinning maniacally, Mu Ningxue screamed as she rolled off the bed, narrowly evading his grasp, scrambling toward the door. Zhao Ding pursued her, bursting through the door and tackling her to the living room carpet. "Ah, so the lady enjoys playtime here. Let's introduce some new games. Let go of me, you beast. Release me," Mu Ningxue shrieked, tears streaming down her face, her hands trapped beneath Zhao Ding's grip. No amount of thrashing would free her. He pinned her down relentlessly. In that moment, she felt utterly hopeless. If Zhao Ding were to defile her, she would prefer death. Yet now, even that escape seemed out of reach. Why did no rescue come? Why was there no one to save her? Chapter 25. "Kill him. I am yours." Mu Ningxue, consumed by despair, her face ashen, turned her head aside, her gaze growing vacant. Zhao Ding, with one hand free, caressed her smooth cheek, his eyes glinting with lust as he yearned to explore further. Suddenly, a voice echoed above them. "Oh, is that not our esteemed Miss Mu? What brings such urgency to the living room?" Zhao Ding's hand halted mid-reach, and he snapped his head up. There, reclining nonchalantly on the opposite sofa, sat the man from the adjacent room, his expression one of lingering amusement. "How did you enter? Who are you?" Zhao Ding exclaimed, muscles taut. Abandoning his focus on Mu Ningxue to regard Wang Mingyang warily, "I simply walked in.as for who I am." Wang Mingyang's gaze was inscrutable as he replied, "That is of little consequence. What matters is, will you live or die next?" Ignoring Zhao Ding's sudden hostility, Wang Mingyang's attention turned to Mu Ningxue, who was desperately tugging at her skirt to cover herself while retreating from Zhao Ding. "I ask you, Miss Mu, do you still wish to negotiate with me?" His voice was devilishly persuasive, prompting Mu Ningxue to lift her head abruptly, venom lacing her words. "Kill him. I am yours." The words were stark and direct. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, snapping his fingers. "How refreshing, then. The deal is struck." At that moment, Zhao Ding realized there was no escaping the situation. With a roar, his body expanded slightly, and he launched a massive punch at Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang's figure suddenly lunged forward, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. He sought to test the difference between his body, which had undergone 2 enhancements, and Zhao Ding, who was evidently a power-enhanced ability awakener. The clash of their fists produced a muffled thud that resonated throughout the living room. Wang Mingyang stumbled back several paces, while Zhao Ding only retreated 3 steps, confirming that Zhao Ding's power-enhanced ability indeed held the upper hand. "Heh, I thought you were formidable, but it appears you're just average," Zhao Ding taunted coldly, noticing Wang Mingyang's greater retreat. Shaking off the numbness in his right hand, Wang Mingyang offered a silent smile and casually pulled 4 silver orbs from his pocket, flinging them towards Zhao Ding. "It seems you've forgotten. I too am an awakener." The 4 silver orbs swiftly elongated into slender steel needles, aimed directly at Zhao Ding. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Ding's forehead, and relying on his enhanced reflexes, he forcefully slapped one of the needles aside, but 3 others pierced deeply into his shoulder and chest. The sharp needles drew forth crimson blood, protruding from the opposite side. And fortunately, Zhao Ding twisted his body just in time to avoid a fatal blow. "Stop. We can discuss this," he shouted in a hoarse voice, retreating behind the sofa, exposing only his eyes. Realizing that he was no match for Wang Mingyang's ability, he felt the urgency to plead for mercy. "I'm sorry, but today, you must die." Wang Mingyang coldly responded, flicking his fingers as the 4 steel needles shot towards Zhao Ding once more. Setting aside his prior agreement with Mu Ningxue, Wang Mingyang felt no pressure in dealing with such a scoundrel who bullied others. This reminded him of the pain of betrayal he had endured in his past life. The despair and resentment surged back to him. Leaning against the television cabinet, Mu Ningxue clutched her dress tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with overwhelming hatred as she fixed her gaze on Zhao Ding. When Zhao Ding began to plead, she anticipated a moment of hesitation from Wang Mingyang. Yet to her astonishment, he rejected without a second thought, and the needles became even more merciless. Zhao Ding rolled towards the master bedroom with all his might, disregarding the steel needle embedded in his back. With a muffled groan, he burst into the room, slamming the door behind him. A loud crash echoed as 3 steel needles dug into the solid wooden door. Sensing the position of another steel needle inside the master bedroom, Wang Mingyang leaped and kicked the door open. Zhao Ding seized a chair and hurled it at Wang Mingyang as he entered the master bedroom, but 5 silver orbs swiftly rose from his pocket, forming a thin shield in front of him. The wooden chair shattered upon impact with the shield, sending splinters flying, yet the seemingly fragile shield proved remarkably sturdy. Wang Mingyang stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Zhao Ding's chest. Zhao Ding reacted quickly, raising both hands to block the forceful strike. Using the leverage from Zhao Ding's arms, Wang Mingyang propelled himself upward by a meter. The shield that had previously blocked the chair rapidly disassembled and elongated. Flying towards Wang Mingyang's raised right hand, the shield transformed into a gleaming broadsword, solidifying perfectly in his grip as he tightened his hands around it. "Ha!" Wang Mingyang gripped the broadsword tightly and swung it down towards Zhao Ding. Through the gap between his hands, Zhao Ding witnessed this breathtaking moment. His heart pounding with terror, he exerted force to retreat, disregarding whether he was near a window or a wall. The broadsword sliced through the air, drawing blood as it struck the ground, and Zhao Ding let out a pained scream as the blade carved a deep gash across his chest, sending a portion of his left arm flying. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mingyang had grievously injured Zhao Ding, severing a part of his left arm. "What the hell is this ability? Who are you? Why are you helping her? Why?" Zhao Ding screamed frantically, gripping the stump of his arm. The pain from his chest wound and severed arm contorted his face, and all that filled his heart was an endless hatred towards Wang Mingyang, along with profound confusion and resentment. "What the hell? This is merely a telekinesis ability. Can telekinesis turn metal orbs into liquid and morph into a shield one moment and a blade the next?" Zhao Ding was utterly bewildered. Having initially thought Wang Mingyang merely possessed the telekinesis seen in films, manipulating objects to attack, little did he know, one transformation of metal had left him maimed. "I said, this is a transaction," Wang Mingyang remarked, shaking the blood off the broadsword with a weary expression. "Transaction? I can offer you a deal too. Just tell me what you want." Zhao Ding gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "You can't, for Miss Mu has already sold herself to me. What value do you possess that would make me choose you over such a beautiful woman?" Wang Mingyang tilted his head, feigning curiosity. "Damn it, I'm the chosen one. Only you and I have evolved abilities. Isn't that enough?" Zhao Ding roared, his face full of indignation. "The chosen one? Huh, don't kid me, brother, that joke is rather stale. You might as well prepare for your journey." Wang Mingyang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Zhao Ding actually believed himself to be the chosen one? At best, he was merely a D-class power-enhanced ability user, dreaming of grandeur. Little did he know that the Mu Ningxue he almost sullied would awaken S-class ice and snow abilities in the future. Not even she could be considered the chosen one. Just a D-class awakener, dreaming big. Chapter 26. The first kill of rebirth. Wang Mingyang flicked his fingers, and 4 steel needles shot into the joints of Zhao Ding's limbs. Zhao Ding grunted, feeling his strength dissipate as his body fell backward. Wang Mingyang advanced with the broadsword and thrust it straight into Zhao Ding's heart, the sharp tip piercing through the glass door behind him. A cacophony of shattering glass erupted as Zhao Ding grasped the blade embedded in his heart. His eyes filled with resentment, fixated on Wang Mingyang, who stood so close. I in this world, many will awaken abilities. Yet what you have awakened is merely a low-tier power enhancement ability. With that, you still think you are the chosen one? Wang Mingyang sneered, whispering words only they could hear. That moment, Zhao Ding coughed out blood, his throat emitting a raspy sound, unable to utter a single word. Just garbage. Die? Wang Mingyang whispered close to Zhao Ding's ear. Zhao Ding's pupils widened in shock. The next moment, Wang Mingyang abruptly withdrew the broadsword and kicked the still-breathing Zhao Ding out the window. A dull thud resonated as Zhao Ding's body struck the ground, attracting the wandering zombies with the sound. Wang Mingyang stood by the window, looking down. His enhanced vision allowed him to discern that Zhao Ding's body lay limp, resembling a puddle of mud, his unblinking eyes filled with confusion and resentment as they gazed skyward. Watching the first human he had personally killed since his rebirth, a faint sigh emerged within Wang Mingyang, recalling whispers he had heard in his previous life. Back then, while enjoying drinks with his teammates in the shelter's tavern, a group had engaged in gossip, and someone mentioned the ice and snow goddess, Mu Ningxue. It was said that in his last life, Mu Ningxue awakened her ice and snow abilities on the second day of the apocalypse. Originally poised and graceful, she had become somewhat aloof, regarding men in the apocalypse with disdain. Any rapist who crossed her path would find their lower bodies frozen into shards, with very few escaping unscathed. Given the events of tonight, it was highly probable that in his previous life, Mu Ningxue awakened her ice and snow abilities at the critical moment when Zhao Ding was about to prevail. After all, many awaken abilities in the face of danger or immense stress. It was also possible that she awakened her powers after experiencing Zhao Ding's assault, leading to a drastic change in her demeanor. He wondered if, in this life, the Mu Ningxue he had saved would still awaken S-class ice and snow abilities. The broadsword in his hand transformed back into liquid, reforming into 5 silver orbs as the 4 steel needles had already been retracted when he kicked Zhao Ding away. Returning the 9 orbs to his pocket, Wang Mingyang calmly observed below, where a horde of zombies had gathered, their excited gnawing sounds filling the air. A faint, almost inaudible sound of footsteps approached from behind. Where is Zhao Ding? Has he already died? Mu Ningxue's voice, laced with hatred, broke the silence. Come and see for yourself. You might catch a glimpse. Wang Mingyang replied without turning, his tone steady. Furrowing her brows, Mu Ningxue stepped forward, grasping the edge of the glass door as she cautiously peered down. Nearly 200 zombies had amassed below, with around 10 at the center feasting voraciously, while the rest roamed aimlessly, howling incessantly. Confirming that Zhao Ding had indeed met his demise, Mu Ningxue exhaled deeply, the sight of the densely packed zombies stirring a wave of nausea within her. Your attire is ill-suited for the current situation. Change into something more conducive to movement and follow me. Wang Mingyang assessed Mu Ningxue from head to toe, speaking calmly. All right, just wait a moment, Mu Ningxue replied evenly, her gaze steady upon him. Wang Mingyang chuckled softly, turning to exit, even shutting the bedroom door behind him. The master bedroom was suddenly enveloped in darkness, with only a bedside lamp illuminating the space. After a long moment of staring at the door, Mu Ningxue sighed and walked toward the wardrobe. Wang Mingyang settled onto the living room sofa, rolling 2 silver orbs between his fingers as he reminisced about the brief skirmish. Although having undergone physical enhancement twice, his strength was evidently inferior to that of Zhao Ding, who had only enhanced once and awakened the ability to strengthen his powers. However, in terms of speed, he surpassed Zhao Ding by a considerable margin. After a period of familiarization, his control over metal manipulation had become increasingly adept, allowing him to change forms with great ease and speed, thereby enabling a wider array of tactics in combat. In the recent skirmish, he did not employ spatial slicing, as facing Zhao Ding did not necessitate the use of S-grade abilities. Yet, Wang Mingyang was more inclined to conceal his true capabilities. Currently, apart from Suyu, no one else had witnessed his use of spatial slicing. Both Mu Ningxue and Zhao Ding had only seen his metal manipulation ability, even suspecting it to be a form of telekinesis. With this in mind, Wang Mingyang resolved to focus on developing his metal manipulation ability while temporarily concealing his spatial slicing power, hoping that one day it might lead to a remarkable achievement. Just as Wang Mingyang was lost in thought, Mu Ningxue emerged from the master bedroom. Wang Mingyang glanced up to see her clad in a black tracksuit and purple sneakers, her long hair tied up and adorned with a peach-colored sports cap. Her graceful figure unmistakable even in athletic wear. Let us go to the other side. We can't stay here any longer. The floor-to-ceiling window is shattered, and if we linger too long, mutated creatures might enter. Supporting himself on his knees, Wang Mingyang stood up and led the way outside. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, reaching for the locator on the table, only to discover that Zhao Ding had rendered it inoperable at some point, leaving her with no choice but to discard it and hastily follow Wang Mingyang. Upon opening the door and stepping across the threshold, Wang Mingyang gripped the doorknob, a surge of energy enveloping the entire lock. With a gentle turn, the previously locked door swung open effortlessly. He entered the room and took a seat on the living room sofa, where Suyu was practicing her control over dark flames. Upon seeing Mu Ningxue in her sports attire, the geometric-shaped dark flames in Suyu's hands dissipated immediately. "Brother Mingyang, what's going on?" Suyu asked anxiously, glancing at Wang Mingyang. "Something happened just now. She will be part of our little team from now on," Wang Mingyang replied with a slight nod, offering a brief explanation. Suyu exclaimed. "You've only been gone a short while, and you've already brought this stunning beauty back. So you're not impotent after all. You're just not interested in me?" Unbeknownst to Wang Mingyang, Suyu's mind was swirling with thoughts. He pointed to Suyu and addressed Mu Ningxue. "I am Wang Mingyang. As you can see, I possess the ability to control metal. This is Suyu, who has awakened the dark flame ability. In terms of combat prowess, Zhao Ding would not stand a chance against her single strike." Mu Ningxue was taken aback. Upon entering, she had already witnessed Suyu manipulating a dark red flame, and she was astonished at Wang Mingyang's high appraisal of her. Unaware that Zhao Ding's skill level was rather mediocre, Mu Ningxue, who had not yet awakened her powers, felt envious of Suyu, whom Wang Mingyang deemed far superior. "Hello, I am Mu Ningxue." She introduced herself gracefully, extending her delicate hand toward the somewhat dejected Suyu. "Hello, I am Suyu," she replied, pursing her lips but still shaking Mu Ningxue's hand before stepping aside to continue honing her abilities. Sensing Suyu's subtle hostility, Mu Ningxue felt perplexed, only to realize Wang Mingyang's presence, which brought a bittersweet smile to her lips. Wang Mingyang gestured for Mu Ningxue to take a seat on the adjacent sofa. After a moment of silence, Mu Ningxue observed Suyu manipulating the dark flames into various shapes, curiosity prompting her to turn to Wang Mingyang. "Why can you all awaken your abilities, while I cannot?" "Most people can awaken their powers. It depends on talent, whether early or late," Wang Mingyang replied nonchalantly. "How do you know this?" Mu Ningxue questioned, furrowing her brows in confusion. "Just a guess," Wang Mingyang answered, feigning seriousness. Mu Ningxue remained skeptical. "In truth, if you dare to muster the courage to battle zombies, you are likely to awaken your powers sooner." Wang Mingyang shot a glance at the bewildered Mu Ningxue and continued, "However, I have no weapons." Mu Ningxue's gaze brightened upon spotting the ink shadow casually discarded on the sofa, only to dim again. "I can provide you with a broadsword, but you must slay the zombies yourself." "All right," Mu Ningxue nodded without hesitation. "Remember your promise to me," Wang Mingyang intently urged her. "I remember." Mu Ningxue trembled slightly, her face paling, yet she stubbornly acknowledged, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your body. I will not require you to accompany me to bed," Wang Mingyang said as he stood and walked toward the kitchen within the suite. Mu Ningxue's eyes widened in surprise. She was acutely aware of the allure her body held for men, yet this man before her dismissed any interest in it without hesitation, leaving her slightly relieved yet somewhat dissatisfied. "I will forge you a blade and teach you how to fight. Once you awaken your powers, I will guide you on how to train and grow swiftly strong." With a flourish of his hand, various kitchen utensils levitated from their places. However, everything would not come without a price. He demanded her absolute obedience. Numerous metallic objects floated in the air, even the knife he had previously crafted for Suyu. Encircling Wang Mingyang as he concluded his statement, Mu Ningxue watched in astonishment as these metallic items swiftly melted into pools of liquid. With a wave of his hand, several masses of molten metal coalesced into a sphere of iron, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. "Suyu." Wang Mingyang called out. Suyu looked up just in time to see the iron sphere gliding toward her under Wang Mingyang's command. Realizing what was happening, she quickly reacted. The three geometric flames in her hands rapidly fused together as she directed the dark red flames to envelop the sphere below, igniting it. The iron sphere began to glow red and melt. wisps of black smoke rising as dark red patterns seeped into the molten metal. Minutes later, Wang Mingyang manipulated the now dark red molten metal, stretching it into the shape of a blade. With a swift motion of his finger, two broadsword forms rapidly took shape. Carefully refining the blades, he pushed his metal manipulation ability to its limits, restructuring the internal composition of the swords to create a blade even more resilient and sharp than any alloy. Finally, he ran his hand across the now cooled blades, honing them to a razor's edge. Seizing both swords, he swung them a few times before striking the coffee table. The solid wood splintered cleanly, the edge polished to a mirror-like finish. "What an excellent blade!" Wang Mingyang exclaimed, admiring the dark red patterns on the blades, seemingly imbued with the burning and corrosive properties of Su Yu's dark flame ability. Truly remarkable. He casually tossed the blades to Su Yu and Mu Ningxue before activating his powers once more. Manipulating 9 silver orbs and the broadsword ink shadow, which, after being tempered by Su Yu's dark flame, transformed into needles and broadswords. Though the needles and swords had shrunk slightly, they had become even more resilient and sharp. Contemplating for a moment, Wang Mingyang decided that needles would indeed be useful. He then manipulated a metallic ornament in the room, which, under the scorching dark flame, quickly disassembled and reformed into dozens of pea-sized metallic spheres. These spheres could be transformed into sharp steel needles whenever needed, potentially allowing him to control 100 of them at once. "Brother Mingyang, why don't you create some small flying swords to slay enemies?" "That would be so cool," Su Yu said, tilting her head with a dreamy smile. Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, dismissing the idea. "Needles are sufficient. What use are flying swords? Do you think controlling metal into shapes doesn't require energy? Wasting that energy on flashy designs is impractical and pointless." His barrage of words left Su Yu momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, she realized he had a point and merely stuck out her tongue. Settling down to restore her energy, Wang Mingyang sheathed the ink shadow, plopped down on the sofa, and resumed reading fundamentals of metallurgy. "What are your plans? Are we to remain here indefinitely?" Mu Ningxue, astonished by the extraordinary powers exhibited by the two, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired about their future intentions. "If we can safely navigate tonight, tomorrow morning we will find a vehicle and head to the West District to visit Su Yu's home. After that, we will devise our next steps," Wang Mingyang replied without looking up from his book. "What do you mean by safely navigating tonight? With you two here, why fear those zombies?" Mu Ningxue questioned. Perplexed, "The danger does not lie with the zombies, but with the mutated creatures." "What are mutated creatures?" Both Su Yu and Mu Ningxue asked in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. "Indeed, do you think this world only has mutated humans?" Wang Mingyang replied. "Are there other beings?" Su Yu inquired, bewildered. "Humans transforming into zombies likely isn't solely due to a virus. It might be caused by some unknown energy," Wang Mingyang explained, gazing at the two women. "Otherwise, it would be impossible for such mutations to occur globally at the same time. I speculate this might be a special energy that encompasses the world, harboring some negative capability. Most people cannot withstand the impact of this special energy's negative force, resulting in their transformation into mindless zombies. Meanwhile, a fortunate few have survived and possess the potential to awaken their abilities. Why is it that those bitten by zombies also transform into zombies?" Mu Ningxue could not help but inquire, having witnessed firsthand an individual rise as a zombie after being bitten. Perhaps within the survivors, that energy maintains a delicate equilibrium. Once bitten, the balance is shattered under the onslaught of negative energy from others, leading to the emergence of a new zombie. Wang Mingyang pondered briefly before summarizing, in truth, these explanations are merely the most plausible theories derived by people in the previous life. Following the onset of the apocalypse, humanity awakened various extraordinary abilities. Even those who had yet to awaken could feel a marked enhancement in their physical capabilities over time, reminiscent of the revival of spiritual energy as recounted in the legends of Blue Star. However, unlike the apocalypse of this era, no one in the previous life had witnessed the penetrating red light or the faint whispers. This peculiar phenomenon, however, was experienced firsthand by Wang Mingyang, who had been reborn. At this moment, the moon hung high in the night sky, no longer a pristine disk but tinged with a faint sanguine hue, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 28. The Mutated Mosquitoes in the Dead of Night. The three of them relied on a solitary wall lamp for illumination, casting a dim ambience in the room. It was already midnight, yet none of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted early on: zombie growls, gunfire, cries for help, and explosions. Upon hearing the gunfire, Mu Ningxue felt a surge of excitement, believing that the government must be launching a rescue operation. However, Wang Mingyang coldly derided her optimism. Sure enough, minutes later, the gunfire dwindled, fading into silence. Why do you think it isn't a government rescue? Mu Ningxue questioned, perplexed. Firstly, it is night, which hampers large-scale operations. Secondly, the zombie outbreak is global. The military is not exempt and may suffer greater losses due to the concentration of soldiers. Furthermore, many high-ranking officials have turned into zombies, and those remaining cannot organize themselves swiftly. If they truly manage to mobilize, the gunfire would be far more intense than before, Wang Mingyang explained calmly, recalling events from the previous life. Military rescue operations did not commence until the 10th day of the apocalypse, and due to a lack of manpower, their efforts were rather limited. As Wang Mingyang noted, the military suffered significant casualties during those operations. Then why are we not waiting for rescue here? Instead of traversing the city center towards the western district, we still have plenty of food and water on the 6th floor. Mu Ningxue expressed her confusion. I want to go back and find my mother, Suyu declared resolutely. So that's it, Mu Ningxue remarked in surprise, glancing at Suyu and then at Wang Mingyang before nodding in understanding. A rustling noise filled the air as Wang Mingyang stretched, causing dozens of metallic beads from his pockets to float out. What you need to do now is obey, rather than questioning everything. Wang Mingyang said slowly as he rose, the metallic beads rapidly elongating into steel needles. The day you can defeat me is the day you can return to being the esteemed Miss Mu. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, her expression stiff and unwilling, seemingly struggling to shed her identity as a lady of privilege. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword, yet she whispered in response. Yes, Suyu smiled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wang Mingyang. She had not anticipated him to utter such blunt words, yet it was a genuine show of support for her. You both must protect yourselves. When I engage in battle, try to envelop your bodies in dark flames, Wang Mingyang instructed, closing his eyes to listen for a moment before reopening them, his expression grave. Has something occurred? Suyu stood up without hesitation, gripping her sword tightly. The night belongs to mutated creatures, especially during this season. Surely you know what abounds, mutated mosquitoes? Suyu guessed. Rats? Mu Ningxue ventured. Wang Mingyang nodded solemnly, stating, You are both correct, but judging by the sounds, it seems we are about to be visited by mutated mosquitoes. Mosquitoes should be manageable, right? With the doors and windows shut, they shouldn't be able to get in, Suyu said, clapping her hands, her logic somewhat naive. Ordinary mosquitoes would be harmless, but the mutated ones are far more formidable. You will soon discover this, Wang Mingyang chuckled, choosing not to elaborate, knowing that they would understand in due time. The trio stood in the living room, and after a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyang led the two women into the master bedroom, ensuring all doors and windows were securely closed and extinguishing all lights, leaving only the bedroom curtains drawn. The cold moonlight streamed in. Although the moon appeared to have a barely visible layer of bloodlight, it still shone as pure as ever. Buzzing, through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could distinctly hear the sound of flapping wings. Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, instinctively drawing closer to each other. The noise intensified, becoming increasingly chaotic, as if the swarm of mosquitoes was alarmingly vast in the distance. The sporadic sound of shattering glass, accompanied by the piercing screams of survivors mixed with the growls of the nearby zombies, created a tumultuous atmosphere. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the floor-to-ceiling window, prompting Suyu and Mu Ningxue to widen their eyes in alarm. As the shadow passed, they beheld on the windowpane a dozen mosquitoes, each the size of a small bowl. Their grotesque forms sporting long, sharp proboscises nearly half their body length. Their blade-like wings left marks on the glass, while their 6 long legs were adorned with menacing barbs, presenting an utterly terrifying sight. The mutated mosquitoes seemed to have detected the three of them, extending their sharp proboscises and fiercely pecking at the glass. To their horror, tiny pits began to form on the glass surface. Several mosquitoes flew in, relentlessly battering against the glass. The surrounding cacophony of screams, the muffled roars of zombies, and the eerie sounds of the mutated mosquitoes scraping against the glass created a hellish symphony that left Mu Ningxue feeling as though she were truly in hell. In reality, the situation was scarcely any better. Suyu gripped her sword tightly. Having been through battles before, she was far steadier than the trembling Mu Ningxue. A dark red hue slowly spread along the blade. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the floor-to-ceiling window finally succumbed to the pressure, and the mutated mosquitoes surged toward the trio. Wang Mingyang inhaled deeply, and the steel needles around him shot forth. With a series of piercing sounds, several mutated mosquitoes were struck in the head by the needles. However, with the window broken, an even greater swarm of mutated mosquitoes poured in. Wang Mingyang had to muster his focus, controlling the dozens of steel needles to keep firing. Occasionally, a stray mosquito would venture too close, prompting Suyu to proactively wield her sword, as the bowl-sized mosquitoes served as sizable targets, easily dispatched by her dark flame abilities with a single slice. Mu Ningxue followed suit. Although her sword lacked any special abilities, Wang Mingyang had invested considerable effort into crafting these two swords. The razor-sharp blades could slice through iron effortlessly, making the confrontation with these low-level mutated mosquitoes akin to cutting through butter with a hot knife. Under Wang Mingyang's implicit protection, the two women skillfully dispatched numerous mutated mosquitoes without sustaining serious injuries. Mu Ningxue gradually grew accustomed to wielding her sword, and coupled with her previous training in combat techniques, she rapidly improved during the brief skirmish. Before long, the master bedroom was littered with the corpses of mutated mosquitoes, compelling Wang Mingyang to use both hands and feet to toss some of the bodies out the window, gradually pushing the battlefield towards the window. Bang, bang, bang. Please, open the door. Let us take shelter. Hurry, open the door. There are too many monsters. Our room is filled with them. Open the door soon. If you don't, I'll break it down, and we will all perish together. Get away. Don't bite me. Just as the trio continued to slay the mutated mosquitoes, a fierce banging echoed from the living room door, accompanied by a chorus of frantic cries from outside. Chapter 29. Fierce battle with foreigners. The relentless banging on the door persisted, drawing more mutated mosquitoes into the master bedroom. What should we do? Should we open the door? Mu Ningxue glanced back at the living room door, a flicker of compassion crossing her face as she spoke softly. Suyu remained silent, tightly pursing her lips as she swung her sword, cutting down the oncoming mutated mosquitoes. Wang Mingyang scoffed lightly, not bothering to turn around as he continued to eliminate the mosquitoes, his expression cold and tinged with a hint of mockery. You may go ahead and open the door. I will not stop you. However, from that point on, your fate will be uncertain. These people are already thinking of dragging us down with them before even stepping inside, and you still wish to save them. What is going on in that head of yours? A biblical notion of mercy. Wang Mingyang's unrelenting sarcasm rendered Mu Ningxue's face stiff and increasingly unsightly. Suyu displayed a hint of embarrassment, recalling her earlier thoughts of rescuing others, but Wang Mingyang had swiftly instructed her on how to choose in such situations. Unsurprisingly, Mu Ningxue fell silent. Having lived a life of privilege, she had always been sheltered by her father's meticulous care, yet she was not entirely an innocent girl. Having experienced Zhao Ding's betrayal and now facing Wang Mingyang's blunt ridicule, the last remnants of her compassion evaporated. However, just when peace seemed to settle, the door was suddenly flung open with tremendous force, and a crowd of people rushed in, one man hastily barricading the door. Disregarding the fact that two had yet to enter, the harsh sounds of curses could be faintly heard through the solid wooden door, followed by screams of agony, leaving only the sound of mosquitoes battering against the wooden barrier outside. A group of individuals, in a state of disarray, hurriedly transported various pieces of furniture in the living room, swiftly blocking the door until they could ascertain that the mosquitoes from outside could not infiltrate. Only then did they collapse onto the floor, exhausted. Wang Mingyang cast a glance back at the living room, his brow slightly furrowed. It was rather perplexing that these individuals, with so many rooms available, would choose to congregate here. However, now was not the time for inquiries, as the number of mutated mosquitoes was on the rise, necessitating immediate action to deal with them. Suyu, exerting all her strength, enveloped the entire window in flames. Not a single one left? Wang Mingyang inquired. None, Suyu replied, sticking out her tongue as she extended her palm towards the window, energy surging within her. A torrent of dark red flames surged forth like a tidal wave. The dark flames engulfed the window, extending outward, and the mutated mosquitoes that surged into the room were met with this sudden blaze, transforming both those that had already entered and those yet to invade into fiery orbs that plummeted from the sky. A multitude of mutated mosquitoes was incinerated by the dark flames, clearing a substantial area in mere seconds. Suyu's energy was entirely depleted, her complexion growing pale. Large beads of sweat dampened her hair, and a sensation of weakness began to overtake her. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wang Mingyang stepped onto the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window. With a swift gesture towards the windows below, a cacophony of creaking sounds ensued. The metallic frames of several floor-to-ceiling windows downstairs twisted and deformed, separating from the walls. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the massive metal frames shot upwards, stretching and contorting in midair, before hovering before Wang Mingyang. He controlled over a dozen floor-to-ceiling windows from all directions, forming a metallic barrier. Wang Mingyang hastily maneuvered this iron sheet to cover the master bedroom's window. Under the influence of the metallic manipulation ability, the iron sheet fit seamlessly over the window. Though the approaching mutated mosquitoes made a sizzling noise against the iron, they were unable to breach it. Only then did Wang Mingyang turn to walk toward the living room, where the doors to the other two secondary bedrooms were tightly shut. Seemingly unoccupied, the mutated mosquitoes had not attempted to break through their windows. Upon entering the living room, Wang Mingyang immediately spotted several men and women seated behind the door. There were 6 individuals in total, 4 men and 2 women, among whom 2 were Western men. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man appeared to be their leader. As soon as he noticed Wang Mingyang approaching, the others glanced toward the Western man, who swiftly rose to his feet and took several steps closer to Wang Mingyang. "Fuck. Why aren't you opening the door? Don't you know this could cost us our lives?" The blonde man scolded in awkward Huaxia language, his face contorted in frustration. Wang Mingyang's expression turned cold. He had been reluctant to open the door in the first place, and now, being confronted in such a manner by this foreigner was utterly unacceptable. "Those not of my kind, their hearts must be different." With a sudden, diagonal slash of his hand, the ink shadow descended. The blonde man caught a glimpse of this deadly arc and, with a shudder, transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. The ink shadow passed through where the blonde man had stood, leaving Wang Mingyang astonished, murmuring in surprise, "An afterimage?" The blonde man's figure reappeared at the doorway, leaning against the wall, panting slightly, as he cursed, "Fuck. You actually tried to kill me." At that moment, another brown-haired Western man suddenly raised his hand, revealing a recurved bow, and shot an arrow at Wang Mingyang. At such a short distance, the sharp arrowhead was mere centimeters from Wang Mingyang's eyes in an instant. The next moment, the arrow abruptly halted in midair, just a centimeter from Wang Mingyang's gaze. The brown-haired man gaped, his previously mocking smile frozen on his face, disbelief flickering in his eyes, his right hand still poised in the act of releasing the bowstring. Wang Mingyang snorted coldly, causing the arrow to swiftly reverse direction and shoot toward the brown-haired man's forehead. "Tom, be careful!" The blonde man flashed forward, appearing in front of Tom just in time. This blonde man seemed to possess the ability of rapid movement, and at the critical moment, he grasped the arrow with one hand. "Humph!" Wang Mingyang scoffed, and with a wave of his hand, 9 steel needles floated up, hurtling toward the 2 Western men. "Be careful. He can control metal," the blonde man shouted in a low voice, and in a flash, he grabbed a wooden chair and hurled it at Wang Mingyang. Tom rolled on the ground to evade 2 steel needles, quickly withdrawing an arrow to snap off its tip, bending the bow and preparing to shoot another arrow at Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang twisted his body, the ink shadow slicing through the air to cleave the chair the blonde man hurled in half. Simultaneously, a silver orb rose, transforming into a small shield that blocked the arrow shot by Tom. Wang Mingyang frowned slightly. Although the blonde man was incredibly swift, he had not wielded any metal weapon due to his awareness of Wang Mingyang's metal manipulation ability, rendering his attacks less lethal. In contrast, Tom, quick to react, had managed to break the metal arrowhead, yet the wooden shaft of the arrow retained its formidable lethality. Several silver orbs emerged from Wang Mingyang's pocket, which he swiftly manipulated to stretch and reshape. With a flick of his fingers, over a dozen steel needles surged toward Tom. Seeing this, the blonde man immediately dodged and evaded the 3 steel needles that had been tailing him, reappearing before Tom. Wielding a wooden stick he had somehow acquired, deflecting the steel needles aimed at Tom. Witnessing Wang Mingyang's needles fail to reach their target, a smirk of mockery appeared on the blonde man's face. However, from behind him came 2 muffled groans from Tom, who had dropped his recurved bow, producing several soft sounds as it hit the floor. Chapter 30. Swift execution. The blonde man's body trembled as he abruptly turned, only to find Tom clutching his chest, an arrowhead protruding from his torso. "Tom!" In a flash, the blonde man quickly dragged the staggering Tom behind a sofa for cover. Wang Mingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. Knowing full well that he could manipulate metal, it was foolish for them to carelessly leave arrowheads strewn about. At this moment, he had no interest in discerning who these individuals were. With a casual wave, a dozen steel needles arced toward the 2 Western men hiding behind the sofa. "Stop it. They are important foreign guests," a portly man with slicked back hair suddenly shouted. In truth, from the moment the blonde man had risen to speak until Tom had been pierced by his own arrow, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed, and the others had not yet grasped what was occurring. It was only when they noticed Tom injured and being dragged behind the sofa by the blonde man that the portly man finally cried out in alarm. The steel needles, initially hurtling toward their target, suddenly paused before resuming their deadly course. Wang Mingyang shot a cold glance at the portly man, retorting, "What nonsense about foreign guests? What does that have to do with me?" The blond man cursed, "Fuck," helplessly dragging Tom as they evaded the oncoming steel needles. "Stop. They are high-level officials from the West Pharmaceutical Company of the Federation, crucial guests for a key city government project. You can't harm them. This is a crime." Yes. What you are doing could provoke an international incident," the portly man immediately scolded, while another bespectacled man quickly joined in, attempting to label Wang Mingyang as a criminal. "Silence!" Wang Mingyang barked, two steel needles breaking formation and shooting straight at the portly man and the bespectacled man. Their angry shouts were abruptly silenced as the needles, each over 10 centimeters long, pierced deeply into their foreheads. The blond man, still dragging Tom, found his speed hindered, and soon Tom groaned again as another steel needle struck him. Pushing the blond man away, Tom desperately shielded him, as a multitude of steel needles impaled him. "Jerry! Kill him!" Tom roared, his muscles tensing as he trapped the steel needles within his body. Wang Mingyang frowned. Activating his metal control ability once more, the steel needles erupted within Tom's body. The blond man, Jerry, let out a furious roar, darting from behind Tom, leaving a trail of afterimages, his wooden stick raised high, and in the next moment, he appeared at Wang Mingyang's side. In that critical instant, Wang Mingyang let out a soft snort, discreetly flicking his fingers, causing a slender black line to suddenly appear at his side in the blink of an eye. This less than half-meter-long black line sliced through the wooden stick Jerry had dropped, then vertically cleaved through his head, disappearing into the air. Jerry's wooden stick fell heavily onto Wang Mingyang's shoulder, but a thin metallic barrier had blocked the blow. Meanwhile, Jerry could no longer evade, a mix of rage and triumphant glee on his face. A line of blood slowly appeared from the center of his head, his azure eyes losing their luster, his body stiffening in place. "Jerry?" The fallen Tom gazed in horror at the motionless Jerry. Only when Wang Mingyang pressed down on Jerry's head, forcing him to the ground, did Tom realize that Jerry's head was bleeding profusely, lifeless. With a splutter, Tom could no longer suppress the blood surging from his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in despair as he followed Jerry into death's embrace. Two scantily clad women cowered in a corner, trembling in silence, too afraid to utter a sound. A foul stench wafted from beneath the two quaking women, eliciting a look of disdain from Wang Mingyang. He walked over to the abandoned sofa and sat down, his tone indifferent as he stated, "Now, tell me what these two dead foreigners were doing here." The two women covered their mouths, exchanging glances, neither daring to speak first for fear of being pierced by steel needles. "You speak." Wang Mingyang impatiently pointed at one of the voluptuous women. Why yes. The imposing figure of de Bolong drew in her neck, lowered her hands, and nodded repeatedly. "Enough of the nonsense, just speak." All right, I'll tell you," de Bolong, startled, hastily began. "Jerry and Tom are our clients. They mentioned. They are high-ranking officials from a multinational pharmaceutical conglomerate based in the Federation. Their purpose for visiting Spring City is to acquire the Kanghui traditional Chinese medicine factory in the West District. However, the negotiations this morning did not go well. The person in charge of Kanghui outright rejected the acquisition. Then why are these two foreigners here with you? That chubby man and the bespectacled fellow are officials from the city's investment promotion department. This acquisition project is a key initiative for the city government. Hence, they were assigned to assist these two foreign guests throughout the process. What does this have to do with you? Are you their colleagues?" Wang Mingyang pointed at the two men with needles piercing their heads. De Bolong exchanged a glance with the short-haired woman and shook her head. Noticing the confusion on Wang Mingyang's face, de Bolong, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "The chubby guy asked me to find a few girls to serve the two foreigners. Including myself, there were 4. 2 of them died during the zombie outbreak. In broad daylight, forming a team to traverse mountains and explore mysteries, not afraid of exhaustion. They really know how to have fun." Wang Mingyang suddenly understood. They were escort girls, and he felt somewhat speechless. Standing at the bedroom door, Su Yu and Mu Ningxue initially looked bewildered but quickly rolled their eyes in unison. Wang Mingyang's incessant banter was overwhelming. We had no choice. The chubby guy said the higher-ups instructed us to meet all the demands of these two, or else we wouldn't want to do business with the foreigners. De Bolong nodded repeatedly, seemingly anxious that the young man before her would blame her. The business with foreigners is the most challenging. If it weren't for her frequent dealings with the chubby guy, which made it hard to offend him, she wouldn't have taken this job at all. After one trip, she couldn't even walk. She would need to lie down for 3 days. Not only was it a waste of earning potential, but the chubby guy wouldn't he pay either. Using the authority in his hands, he played the game of freeloading. Forget it, they're dead anyway. Why didn't you run to another floor, instead of knocking on my door? Wang Mingyang waved his hand. Unfazed in the afternoon, it seemed that Jerry had awakened some special ability, and Tom gained considerable strength. These two had been waiting for rescue, so we stayed holed up inside. When we saw you and the other girl come over, dispatching the zombies with such efficiency, Jerry and Tom immediately expressed their desire to join you. De Bolong wiped her sweat while recounting the events. I see. So, who was it that wanted to drag me down with them? Wang Mingyang's gaze turned cold as he looked at the two. That was someone who rushed out from another room, locked outside by Jerry, and seemed to have been killed by those mutated mosquitoes. De Bolong shuddered, quickly recalling, and said, understanding all the cause and effect. Wang Mingyang grinned. However, he felt no psychological burden about killing the two foreigners and the chubby guy and the bespectacled man, and no matter how impressive their previous identities were. They held no significance after the apocalypse descended. These two women, just by looking at their trembling forms, it was evident they could not have concocted this scheme themselves. You all stay put and don't make any other moves. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill a few more. Wang Mingyang's tone was calm, yet the faint aura of menace was unmistakable. They were merely two workers. He couldn't be bothered to kill them. Yes, we'll stay right here. We won't go anywhere. The two women nodded fervently, their sincerity matched only by their humble expressions. Chapter 31. Painting a picture for her after warning the two escort girls. Wang Mingyang cast a disdainful glance at the floor, shook his head, and stood up, beckoning Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, who had been watching from the doorframe. Opening the door to another guest room, Wang Mingyang grabbed his backpack and led the two women inside. There was no need to turn on the lights. He simply drew back the curtains, allowing the moonlight to pour in. It was uncertain whether the fierce fire set by Su Yu earlier had caused the outside mutated mosquitoes to vanish. But the three of them found a spot to rest in the moonlight. Let us take a good rest for a while. As soon as dawn breaks, we'll head out to find a vehicle. Wang Mingyang pulled up a chair and sat against the wall by the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a book from his backpack and flipping it open. Got it, Mingyang Gu. Su Yu stretched lazily, placing her sword on the bedside table, and flopped into the large bed in no time. Soft breathing sounds began to emanate from her. After a prolonged battle, she had exhausted all her energy and was utterly fatigued. Once her nerves relaxed, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Mu Ningxue settled onto a nearby sofa, watching Su Yu fall into a deep slumber on the bed, and then glanced at Wang Mingyang, who was reading by the moonlight. For a moment, she felt a sense of confusion. Just a day prior, she had been a woman of privilege, and now, merely a day later, she found herself in need of protection from this very man to survive. The sword in her hand was still stained with the green blood of the mosquitoes, a pungent scent wafting through the air. Holding back her nausea, Mu Ningxue walked to the bathroom in the guest room and turned on the faucet to wash the sharp sword. At that moment, the power had not yet gone out, and the bright light illuminated the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, Mu Ningxue saw herself, her eyes reflecting confusion, fear of the unknown, and a hint of unyielding defiance. She splashed cold water on her cheeks, washing away her makeup. However, with her natural beauty, even without cosmetics, Mu Ningxue remained an exceptionally rare beauty. Taking a deep breath, she exited the bathroom, holding the clean sword, and approached Wang Mingyang, sitting cross-legged on the floor, gazing up at him in a daze. What is wrong? Haven't you ever seen such a handsome guy? Wang Mingyang closed his book, tilted his head, and smiled mildly. I've seen plenty of handsome guys, but none as narcissistic as you. Mu Ningxue scoffed, coldly mocking. Confidence stems from strength. I possess the strength to be confident, Wang Mingyang replied nonchalantly, resting his chin on his hand. His posture casual yet earnest. Fine, you do have strength, Mu Ningxue admitted reluctantly, acknowledging Wang Mingyang's striking appearance, which embodied the essence of a sunny boy, yet his aura felt misaligned. At times he appeared cold, while at other moments he exuded a slightly rebellious air, exuding a sense of wickedness that made him feel disconnected from the sunny demeanor. With a triumphant raise of his eyebrows, Wang Mingyang suddenly extended a finger, playfully lifting Mu Ningxue's chin. Speak, what do you wish to know? I can't believe the proud Miss Mu would so easily resign herself to fate. A flicker of panic crossed Mu Ningxue's eyes, a sensation of being thoroughly exposed washing over her, but she quickly regained her composure, looking earnestly at Wang Mingyang. I want to know when I can awaken my powers. Why do you think I could answer that question? It's just a feeling. You seem unfazed by the powers of others. Wang Mingyang casually retracted his finger, rubbing his thumb against his index finger as if feeling the delicate texture of Mu Ningxue's skin. Noticing his subtle gesture, Mu Ningxue inwardly cursed but couldn't help the blush that crept onto her face. There's nothing to be surprised about. I can awaken powers, Suyu can awaken powers, so why can't others? Wang Mingyang's tone was flat, yet Mu Ningxue felt an inexplicable sense of unease about the veracity of his words. With slightly raised brows, Wang Mingyang observed Mu Ningxue's still puzzled expression, finding it amusing. He certainly couldn't tell her that he had grown accustomed to various extraordinary powers in his previous life. The D-level strength enhancement ability of Zhao Ding he encountered today, and the C-level rapid movement ability of the blonde Jerry were hardly noteworthy. Of course, speaking of his own 5F level abilities from his previous life, they were equally unimpressive. However, in this life, he now possessed an S-level spatial cutting and an A-level metal manipulation, which naturally made him dismissive of C and D-level powers. Albeit with a hint of subtle pride, is it truly the case that everyone can awaken abilities? Mu Ningxue felt a yearning within her. She had an urgent desire to master power, perhaps to seize her own destiny in this apocalypse. Previously, she never needed to contemplate such matters as the heir to the Mu family group. She was born into unparalleled wealth, never needing to exert effort to control her fate. Yet now, with the apocalypse upon Blue Star, all rules and orders had been shattered, and her past wealth and status evaporated. Even Zhao Ding, as her bodyguard, could act with impunity towards her. Had Wang Mingyang not intervened in time, she, once exalted, would now be reduced to a mere plaything of Zhao Ding. The sensation of having her fate dictated by others was utterly unacceptable to Mu Ningxue, who had been raised in an elite environment. She was desperate to alter this situation, and the only path forward seemed to lie in the hands of the man before her. Theoretically, everyone can, but in reality, I suspect many will find it difficult. Why? Taking Suyu as an example, her awakening of extraordinary abilities occurred while she was confronting a zombie alone. The harrowing experience between life and death unleashed her potential, leading to the emergence of her powers. Wang Mingyang elucidated with a calm demeanor that, from this perspective, confronting fear and striving to fight back is likely a significant pathway to the awakening of such abilities. In contrast, most individuals, when faced with zombies or mutated creatures, instinctively think of fleeing rather than arming themselves for combat. This inclination substantially diminishes the probability of awakening extraordinary powers. Zhao Ding seemingly awakened his abilities amidst a fierce struggle with zombies. Mu Ningxue murmured softly, recalling Zhao Ding's decisive punch that felled Wu Li. Precisely, it is likely that Jerry also awakened his powers while traversing rugged terrain, only to be startled when a mountain suddenly transformed into a zombie, thus triggering his extraordinary abilities. Wang Mingyang nodded in agreement, speaking with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue rolled her enchanting eyes in disbelief, finding the phrase traversing rugged terrain to be somewhat implausible. And what about you? How did you awaken your extraordinary powers? Mu Ningxue's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to blurt out the question. I possess innate talents. A mere skirmish was sufficient for my powers to surface. Wang Mingyang hesitated momentarily, fabricating a response. Though his surprise, Mu Ningxue appeared to take him at his word, her eyes shimmering with profound envy as she blinked at him. Witnessing her adorably naive expression, which suddenly broke through her usual alluring demeanor. Wang Mingyang couldn't help but feel amused, continuing, I firmly believe that you too can awaken extraordinary powers. It is merely a matter of time. Engage in a few more battles, and you shall succeed. However, my skills are insufficient. I can never seem to strike the vital points, it matters not. With practice, you shall learn how to effectively wield your knife. Is that truly the case? It seems I must strive harder. Work diligently, young one. With enough attempts, you will reach your zenith, and then you shall understand the exhilaration that awaits. Why do I always feel as though you're deceiving me? Impossible. I never get caught in my fabrications. Mu Ningxue, Chapter 32. Have the fragments increased? Mu Ningxue scoffed softly, rolling her eyes as she returned to the sofa. Wang Mingyang rubbed his nose, awkwardly smiling to himself as he resumed his reading. The remainder of the night was far from tranquil. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Wang Mingyang observed numerous indistinct figures darting about the streets below. The sporadic bursts of fire within the city illuminated the massive mutated rats and mutated cats and dogs scurrying past. The night had transformed into a paradise for mutated creatures and zombies, where countless skirmishes erupted among them, as their bodies seemingly stimulated one another. Drawing on his past experiences, Wang Mingyang understood that with the advent of the apocalypse, A certain energy had been revived in Blue Star, leading to a norm of mutual consumption and growth among biological entities. In a few days, the flesh and blood of these mutated creatures would constitute a significant supplement for humanity. Consuming the flesh and blood of similarly attributed mutated beings could gradually enhance the potency of extraordinary powers. Moreover, 7 days into the apocalypse, some zombies began to develop various crystalline cores in their brains, which could enhance physical attributes or awaken peculiar abilities. Likewise, mutated creatures or zombies consuming human flesh could also bolster their physique or potentially acquire extraordinary powers. The universe is indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. Nature is equitable to all creatures. Perhaps the only unfairness in this entire scenario lies with Wang Mingyang, who has experienced rebirth. Detected that the host has thoroughly studied fundamentals of metallurgy, extracting A-grade extraordinary ability fragment metal manipulations 2. Current fragments, 5. Reward reading value, 200 points. Current reading value of host, 2,741 points. The familiar system notification echoed once more, and Wang Mingyang was suddenly struck by the realization that this time, the number of fragments extracted had increased, an encouraging sign indeed. System, why did the extraction yield an additional fragment this time? The host has gained a certain understanding of the knowledge contained within the books through repeated readings, thus receiving extra rewards. It is not guaranteed that each reading will yield only one extraordinary ability fragment. Does this imply that if I comprehend the knowledge of a particular book deeply enough, I could potentially extract a complete extraordinary ability? Or indeed, however, the higher the level of the ability, the more challenging it becomes to extract it in its entirety. Wang Mingyang nodded inwardly. Just like the extraordinary abilities within 300 nursery rhymes, their level was exceptionally low. Coupled with the fact that he had read that particular book countless times in his previous life, he had long since achieved profound comprehension. Thus, the abilities extracted were always complete. Consequently, it follows that for higher-level extraordinary powers, one cannot limit themselves to a single book, for relevant knowledge cannot possibly be fully encapsulated within one text. Armed with this newfound understanding, Wang Mingyang contemplated the direction of his future reading endeavors. Yet he recognized the urgent need to extract sufficient fragments to advance metal manipulation. Having already completed 1/3 of the task, diverting his focus to other texts felt somewhat impractical. Relying on his robust physique, bolstered by secondary enhancements, Wang Mingyang resumed his perusal of fundamentals of metallurgy, consistently restoring energy within him. Periodically, the system notification would resonate in his mind. Occasionally, even without completing an entire book, he could successfully extract extraordinary ability fragments after achieving a deeper understanding of a specific knowledge point, which significantly bolstered Wang Mingyang's confidence. As dawn approached, he reviewed the system records, discovering that he had amassed 11 fragments of metal manipulation and accumulated 3,341 reading points. Mu Ningxue had been watching Wang Mingyang engrossed in his reading under the moonlight. Yet she could not fathom why he remained so devoted to studying amid the apocalypse. Even as she succumbed to deep slumber, the question lingered unanswered in her mind. Wang Mingyang rose, stretching lazily, before tidying up his books and heading to the bathroom for a wash. Upon his return to the guest room, he found Suyu curled up on the soft bed, one long, delicate leg draped over the cool blanket, her hair cascading as she slept soundly. Mu Ningxue, on the other hand, was seated on the sofa, tightly gripping her weapon, her brows furrowed, and her alluring lips slightly parted in slumber. Wang Mingyang approached the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the street below, littered with corpses, as he searched for any vehicles that might be of use. Having promised Suyu to return home, he had no intention of going back on his word. With his physique nearing the first tier and possessing 2 extraordinary abilities, venturing out was not insurmountable. After all, Suyu herself possessed A-grade dark flame abilities, and as long as she survived, she would undoubtedly become an immensely powerful ally in the future. Moreover, during their time together, Wang Mingyang sensed Suyu's attachment and trust in him. Such individuals are easily molded into loyal companions. Scanning the area below, he noticed an off-road vehicle parked at the corner of a pedestrian street, unobstructed by other cars. After some contemplation, he deemed that this vehicle could be of use. Checking the time, he noted it was already 6 in the morning. Wang Mingyang approached the bedside and gently nudged Suyu's shoulder. "Suyu, wake up." Third tone. "Mommy, just let me sleep a little longer." The sleepy Suyu furrowed her brow, letting out a sweet, muffled whine, burying her head deep into the pillow. Wang Mingyang shook his head in exasperation, rubbing his hands together before playfully slapping her. Suyu's sweet dreams were abruptly shattered, and she reflexively sat up. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang standing at the side of the bed, she appeared momentarily dazed, only to be overtaken by a blush that crept across her cheeks. Hurry and wash up. We'll depart shortly, Wang Mingyang urged, preemptively covering Su Yu's mouth. Oh, I'll go right now. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she sprang from the bed, dashing barefoot toward the bathroom. Watching her rush off, Wang Mingyang's smile gradually faded. In his previous life, he had devoted his 4 years of university to working diligently, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. His relentless efforts to balance work and studies consumed his entire college experience. Moreover, being impoverished, he found himself overlooked by girls in a society that prized wealth. After the apocalypse struck, he unexpectedly encountered his former university goddess, Wang Ruoqing, who, seeking to uncover the secret behind his multiple extraordinary abilities, played her part as a manipulative green tea, leading him in circles. Upon discovering that his powers stemmed from 300 nursery rhymes, her repeated experiments proved futile in acquiring multiple abilities, ultimately leading her to conspire with Zhao Amin and Han Jun to orchestrate his demise. Little did he expect that after his rebirth, he would find a little fish, seemingly always watching over him, right by his side. At this moment, Mu Ningxue was roused from her slumber by the commotion, and upon hearing Wang Mingyang's words, she frowned slightly but still rose, stretching luxuriously. Collecting her hair, she tied it into a ponytail while making her way to the bathroom. The two women quickly washed up in the bathroom. Given the circumstances, there was no time for grooming or makeup. Soon enough, they emerged, looking refreshed. Su Yu even rummaged through her room to find a set of sportswear, changing out of her blood-stained white t-shirt and pleated skirt. After a brief packing of her bag and weapons, Wang Mingyang was the first to open the door and step into the living room. Following their prior warning, the two escort girls remained obediently in the living room, leaning against the wall, still fast asleep. Chapter 33. Extraordinary powers paved the way. Wang Mingyang kicked the foot of the woman with the big waves, rousing her from her slumber. In a flurry, she startled the short-haired girl awake as well. Gazing at Wang Mingyang before them, the two women felt a shiver run down their spines. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Their voices pierced the air as they huddled in the corner, clutching their heads and trembling. Wang Mingyang, growing impatient, gestured to them with a lift of his chin and commanded, I want to kill you. But hurry up and clear the clutter by the door. The women exchanged glances, scrambling to the entrance, fervently moving the furniture that obstructed their escape. Before long, the entrance was cleared, and they obediently stood to the side, heads bowed. Once we leave, do as you wish. My personal advice is to stay on the 6th floor. There's food. Wang Mingyang opened the door, casually reminding them, despite his disdain for their presence. At this moment, they were not particularly wicked individuals, so he offered a bit of guidance as for whether these two women would create a blissful little sanctuary here. That was beyond Wang Mingyang's speculation. Understood, understood. The two women nodded fervently, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Wang Mingyang, uninterested, strode out. The corridor lay in disarray, devoid of fresh blood. Only a few emaciated corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Clearly, the mutated mosquitoes from the previous night had drained these bodies of blood and brain matter. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, and the trio swiftly made their way to the elevator. Upon arrival, Su Yu reached for the elevator button, but Wang Mingyang shook his head. He vaguely remembered that on the second day of the apocalypse, the city experienced widespread power outages. If they took the elevator now and got stuck mid-journey due to a blackout, it would be quite embarrassing. Let us take the stairs. If the power goes out, it will delay us. Wang Mingyang led the way toward the fire escape. Although he wasn't particularly worried about the power outage, his metal manipulation ability would prevent the elevator from plummeting. He thought it prudent to use the stairs instead. The 18th floor was not particularly high, but the trio proceeded cautiously, taking their time. They encountered numerous zombies along the way, dispatching each one they met. On the staircase, remnants of mosquitoes and zombie corpses were evident, suggesting fierce clashes had occurred. Zombies and mutated creatures preyed upon one another, absorbing energy to strengthen themselves. They successfully reached the lobby on the 1st floor. Wang Mingyang guided the two women to the door and pointed toward the distant corner of the pedestrian street, where an off-road vehicle awaited. There's an off-road vehicle over there. It should be operable. What if it doesn't start? Do we have a backup plan? Mu Ningxue inquired quietly, surveying the situation. Plan A is that, following last night's onslaught of mutated mosquitoes, there aren't too many zombies on the street now. We three can fight our way out and drive away. And Plan B? Plan B is, if it doesn't start, we search for another vehicle while walking. If there's a car, we drive. If not, We walk, Mu Ningxue, Su Yu. This plan is quite impressive, really commendable. The two women exchanged glances, silently giving Wang Mingyang a thumbs up. He wore an awkward smile. In his previous life, he was far from a naturally gifted leader and had little experience in devising battle strategies. However, given his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a horde of zombies, he should be safe. All right, let us take it one step at a time. There will surely be a way when we reach the mountains. Wang Mingyang waved his hand, drawing out a mowing and stowing the sheath in his backpack. It was the only option available, and fortunately, there weren't many zombies on the street. Su Yu sighed in resignation. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Mingyang, who always appeared so composed, was really just acting recklessly. Steel needles flew from Wang Mingyang's pocket as he boldly pushed open the revolving door and stepped outside. Mu Ningxue watched in awe at this astonishing display, her eyes filled with envy. Although Su Yu also felt envious, her own abilities prevented her from being as overtly captivated as Mu Ningxue, who looked as if she might drool. The steel needles shot forth, and the zombies along their path fell one by one. Wang Mingyang's unreasonable metal manipulation ability kept the zombies at bay within a 10-meter radius, allowing the trio to swiftly reach the off-road vehicle. Who among you can drive? Quickly check if the vehicle can start. Wang Mingyang urged, fending off the encroaching zombies. Mu Ningxue hurriedly approached, pulling open the car door. Ah, she screamed, startled to see a zombie struggling in the seat, fortunately restrained by a sturdy seatbelt. This unexpected sight caused her to stumble back in shock. Without hesitation, Su Yu brandished her knife, plunging it into the zombie's mouth and exiting through the back of its head. After ensuring the creature no longer moved, she stepped forward to unbuckle the seatbelt and drag the corpse out of the vehicle. You take over. I can't drive. She smugly tilted her chin toward Mu Ningxue, then stood aside to assist Wang Mingyang. Mu Ningxue bit her lip and quickly moved forward to inspect the vehicle. Luckily, their luck seemed to be holding as the engine roared to life when they attempted to start. It works. Get in quickly. Mu Ningxue shouted outside the vehicle. Su Yu, you go first. Wang Mingyang instructed without turning around. Su Yu understood and swiftly jumped into the back seat. Wang Mingyang increased his output, controlling dozens of steel needles that rained down like a storm, clearing a path through the approaching zombies. He then turned and leapt into the passenger seat. Head towards the West District, take Minghang Road and get on the elevated highway. Wang Mingyang quickly pointed the way. Mu Ningxue was somewhat familiar with the area and promptly turned the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator down hard. The off-road vehicle roared as it barreled through a few zombies that stood in its path. As the black off-road vehicle rounded a corner, they were met with a wide street. Yet it was choked with numerous cars. Wang Mingyang scanned ahead, swiftly raising his right hand as his metal manipulation ability surged into action. The vehicles blocking the way 10 meters ahead seemed to react to an invisible force, parting to either side. Under Wang Mingyang's full control, the off-road vehicle sliced through the congested roadway like an icebreaker. With his metal manipulation ability in play, navigating the elevated highway was far more efficient than maneuvering through the city streets. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, maintaining control of the off-road vehicle as they traveled over a kilometer of roadway. At an intersection, she sharply turned the wheel, propelling them up a slope. The road beyond the slope was in relatively good condition, with many abandoned cars littering the way, but it was not as densely packed as the pedestrian street, which had been completely obstructed. Wang Mingyang exhaled deeply, leaning back in his seat, occasionally waving his hands to clear the road with his ability. The significant energy expenditure took a toll on him, leaving his complexion pale and beads of sweat glistening on his cheeks. Chapter 34. Mu Ningxue's anticipation with Wang Mingyang's ability clearing the way. The off-road vehicle swiftly traversed Minghang Road, ascending onto the elevated highway, heading straight for the West District. Su's rental apartment was near the university town, quite distant from the city center. Wang Mingyang usually traveled by subway, so his sense of distance was not very acute. However, driving this time made him realize just how far it actually was. Throughout the journey, Wang Mingyang manipulated his ability to clear the congested vehicles ahead. But after just 10 minutes, he felt nearly drained. This was still under the circumstance that the consumption of his metal manipulation ability was not especially high. Eventually, he had no choice but to control the surrounding metals, forming a sharp conical blade at the front of the off-road vehicle, urging Mu Ningxue to steer clear of the abandoned cars ahead. When avoiding them became impossible, they would simply crash through with the vehicle's front blade, which, propelled by the vehicle's speed, would slice through the obstructions. Fortunately, there were not many vehicles on the elevated highway, and congestion was rare. Wang Mingyang had undergone 2 rounds of enhancement, and his physical attributes had nearly reached the first tier. However, the prolonged exertion took a greater toll on his mental energy than his physical endurance. Seeing that the road ahead was relatively clear, he decided to close his eyes and meditate, accelerating the recovery of his mental energy and internal reserves. Releasing 1S abilities was not merely a matter of possessing them. It generally required a combination of energy and mental control. Different abilities demanded varying amounts of mental energy. Elemental, psychic, and mysterious abilities were akin to mages in games, requiring high mental energy. Conversely, when awakening abilities, the growth of mental energy was also considerable. Strength and transformation abilities, on the other hand, resembled warriors, needing much less mental energy. Controlling 1S transformation sufficed. The awakening process for these abilities primarily enhanced physical attributes, with mental growth being moderate. Both mental energy and internal reserves were indispensable. The release of abilities centered around mental energy, guiding internal energy to manifest. Low-tier awakened beings, from the first to third tier, could only release abilities using their internal energy, with their potential limited by their mental capacity. Those above the fourth tier, considered mid to high-tier awakened beings, could draw upon external energy to amplify their abilities through their mental energy and reserves. Thus, 1S internal energy and mental capacity sometimes did not correlate with their combat effectiveness. Wang Mingyang was currently close to the first tier, and his physical and internal energy were still within the novice awakened range. However, since he possessed two abilities, his strength far surpassed that of other awakened beings at the same level. His low tier meant that the differences were not yet apparent, but it was clear that Wang Mingyang's potential was immeasurable. Even Suyu, who had awakened dual attributes, could not compare. Suyu glanced at Wang Mingyang in the passenger seat, noting his pale complexion and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. She felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to wipe away the sweat, but hesitated, fearing she might disturb him, and quickly withdrew her hand. A mere 10 minutes later, Wang Mingyang opened his eyes. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. The energy within him had significantly restored. This rate of recovery was somewhat extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach even the preliminary stage, it was undeniably swifter compared to his previous life. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Wang Mingyang concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a positive development. The journey was marked by numerous abandoned vehicles, and a considerable number of zombies congregated on the elevated roadway. However, these obstacles posed little threat to the off-road vehicle. Wang Mingyang sensed the massive blade at the front of the vehicle, which had become somewhat battered from continuous impacts. With a wave of his hand, he reshaped the blade, then estimated their distance. They had nearly left the city center. In approximately 20 minutes, they would reach the vicinity of the university town in the western district. Though the area was littered with abandoned cars and zombies, the off-road vehicle glided smoothly into the western district under Wang Mingyang's restored control. The route would pass through several residential communities, ultimately leading to the urban village near the university town. Although referred to as a university town, it had merely become a bustling hub over the past decade, as several renowned universities established campuses in the area, attracting over 100,000 students, transforming the once desolate outskirts into a thriving settlement. Now in May, the area was likely filled with students, and given it was the weekend, the street outside their home was probably teeming with zombies. Wang Mingyang assessed the situation. Near Suyu's residence was a side entrance to one of the universities. If they followed the side entrance and walked 300 meters down the street, they would reach the main road. On either side of this thoroughfare were various shops and street vendors, bustling with weekend crowds. What should we do? Just charge in? Mu Ningxue could no longer contain her thoughts. Throughout the journey, she had gritted her teeth, suppressing her disgust and fear as they barreled through the zombies, their dismembered bodies and splattering blood continuously pricking her nerves. I doubt that's feasible. There are too many zombies. And we could easily get trapped, Wang Mingyang replied, shaking his head. We could take the road beside the orthopedic medical school. There's a newly constructed road that hasn't opened to traffic yet, so it should be relatively deserted, Suyu suggested, biting her lip in contemplation. She was acutely aware that Wang Mingyang was not particularly eager to return, let alone for the sake of someone like Mu Ningxue. Yet, despite the urgency, Wang Mingyang had indeed brought them back, and while her heart raced, Suyu remained composed. Perhaps, deep down, she harbored little hope. All right, let's prepare. If we follow this path to the end and then turn left for a kilometer, we should see that new road, Wang Mingyang affirmed, recalling the location from distant memories. Mu Ningxue nodded in silence. Since being rescued by Wang Mingyang, she understood she had unwittingly boarded a sinking ship. With no news from her father's security base, she had no choice but to follow him. At least this man was exceptionally powerful. The journey, which seemed perilous, had turned out to be relatively smooth and, at least in terms of safety, quite manageable. With a firm press on the accelerator, Mu Ningxue felt a flicker of anticipation for the battles ahead. Just as this man had told her, perhaps with enough combat experience, she could awaken her latent abilities. What Mu Ningxue yearned for most was to awaken her powers and deliver a good punch to Wang Mingyang's somewhat sunny yet roguish face. Though Wang Mingyang had indeed saved her, she had also made her own commitments. Moreover, she had an inkling that Wang Mingyang regarded his promise to her with utmost seriousness. Chapter 35. Qiu Qiu's Ball. Without delving into Mu Ningxue's complex thoughts, Wang Mingyang straightened up, drawing the ink shadow into his hand. Suu observed the familiar surroundings ahead. Knowing they were nearing their destination, her palms seemingly damp with sweat as she tightened her grip on the broadsword, calming her excited yet anxious heart. Right turn ahead. Before long, a section of unfinished roadway came into view. Wang Mingyang signaled, and driver Mu Ningxue promptly directed the off-road vehicle straight ahead, crashing through a row of plastic barriers at the intersection. Gazing straight ahead, they saw a slope on the other side of the intersection. Upon breaching these obstacles, their gaze shifted to the left street. At the base of the slope, the main road was densely populated with zombies, each covered in filth and blood, and from a distance, numerous dismembered corpses lay strewn across the street, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. This, Mu Ningxue gasped in astonishment. It was evident that during the outbreak, areas with concentrated populations faced the most horrific consequences. In such an environment, survivors were few and far between. Wang Mingyang appeared calm. After 5 years of apocalypse, he had witnessed numerous such hordes. He had faced even more terrifying tens of thousand-strong zombie waves, making the scene before them seem almost trivial. Let us drive 500 meters forward. We can then traverse the fields to reach my home. Suyu's voice trembled, her feelings of near-home trepidation perhaps somewhat misplaced. All right, stick close to me, no more than 5 meters apart, or if anything happens, don't blame me, Wang Mingyang declared, pulling a handful of small metallic spheres from his pocket and tossing them into the air. He continued to toss them until all the metallic balls floated above him, then tightened his backpack, ready to disembark at any moment. The new road had indeed few zombies. However, there were still about 20 or 30 wandering along the way. Mu Ningxue deftly maneuvered the vehicle's massive blade, effortlessly slicing through the zombies that obstructed their path, the windshield wipers spraying water to clear the view. In no time, they had covered 500 meters, and Mu Ningxue brought the off-road vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Wang Mingyang was the first to leap out, the small spheres transforming into steel needles that shot forth, piercing the heads of nearby zombies like cacti. The two women quickly exited the vehicle to join him, and the scattered zombies in the distance, hearing the commotion, began to converge towards them. This way, Wang Mingyang gestured towards the left-hand direction, perpendicular to the road, and led the charge down the embankment towards the fields. Suu and Mu Ningxue, not daring to lag behind, quickly followed, their sneakers propelling them forward. Fortunately, both were avid fitness enthusiasts, possessing commendable physical conditioning. Suyu had even undergone an enhancement of her abilities. Despite the rugged terrain, they remained closely behind Wang Mingyang. Zombies still wandered through the fields, and the trio's movements attracted their attention, causing the zombies to stumble towards them. Wang Mingyang controlled the steel needles within a 10-meter radius, yet after a day of combat, his metallic manipulation abilities had notably improved. He felt that he could perfectly control the maximum range of the needles, reaching up to 15 meters, while the strongest control over metal allowed him to manipulate within a 7 to 8 meter span. Within this range, he could liquefy, reshape, and reorganize metallic objects swiftly, while extending to 15 meters. He could direct the needle's flight, turn, and accelerate, albeit at a slower rate of transformation, primarily relying on inertia for lethality. The trio dashed along the narrow path for nearly a kilometer, dispatching close to 100 zombies along the way. Finally reaching a row of houses. This way. If we cross these 2 rows of houses, we'll see my small building, Suyu exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a narrow path on the left, breathlessly urging them on. Quickly, don't stop. There will be even more zombies ahead. Wang Mingyang waved his hand lightly, sending a steel needle piercing through a zombie's skull before swiftly returning. He dashed toward the direction Suyu indicated. Although he resided nearby, he was not well acquainted with the area, having lacked the leisure for exploration due to his work-study commitments. As they continued to eliminate zombies, the windows of several nearby houses quietly opened, and the trio's actions triggered a chorus of growls from the zombies, markedly different from the sporadic groans they had heard before. Wei Shui, come quick. There are 3 people actually killing zombies. A girl with a delicate and beautiful face cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain, peering outside while softly calling to a young man inside. Really, Rong Rong? Are you sure they're not just a few fools trying to flee? The young man, known as Wei Shui, timidly approached, craning his neck to look through the gap in the curtain. Look at their speed. Especially that man. The zombies Haven T even approached, and they're falling over inexplicably. No way. That guy seems to have special abilities. The two observers were quite distant, and Wang Mingyang's steel needles, enhanced by Su Yu's dark flames, appeared much smaller, making it impossible to discern details from afar. Oh my gosh! That girl's knife is actually emitting flames. This is utterly unscientific. Wei Shui couldn't help but exclaim softly. Having just witnessed a dark red flame erupting from the girl's knife, cleaving a zombie's head in two, as the gathering horde of zombies grew larger, Su Yu could not resist employing her dark flame abilities, swiftly dispatching two more zombies. Although her broadsword was already quite sharp, the addition of the dark flame allowed her to slice through the zombie skulls with greater ease. This astonishing spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the nearby houses, as many survivors were amazed to discover that humans could possess such extraordinary powers. A glimmer of hope ignited in the dim eyes of many, as it seemed that since yesterday, they had all faced despair. Yet, Su Yu's sudden display of skill, accompanied by the miraculous flames, appeared to awaken a spark of hope within their hearts. Impressive! To her astonishment, they effortlessly dispatched the zombies. How she wished to possess such extraordinary abilities as well. Rongrong gazed at Su Yu's gallant demeanor and couldn't help but murmur softly. Her curiosity piqued as she pondered how that man managed to keep so many zombies at bay, unable to approach him at all. Wei Shui's eyes sparkled with envy as he observed Wang Mingyang's silhouette. Such thoughts gradually spread among the nearby houses, where the survivors greedily watched Wang Mingyang and his companions, feelings of envy and jealousy swirling within them. Various emotions surged in the hearts of the survivors, and those who were closer caught a glimpse of the steel needles surrounding Wang Mingyang, igniting their excitement. Initially, all the survivors held their breath, silently observing the trio's battle. However, a delicate and beautiful girl suddenly shouted from the top of a 5-story building, "Handsome, look over here. Come save me. I can make it worth your while." Her cry shattered the silence, setting off a chain reaction as many survivors could no longer contain their cries. A chubby uncle shouted, "Young man, I have money. Come save me. I'll give you all I've got. It's hundreds of thousands." A plump auntie chimed in, "Little brother, save me first. I'll introduce you to my daughter." A seductive woman called out, "Young man, hurry and rescue me. I'll give you a free massage." A lowly girl whimpered, "Woo-woo, I'm so scared. Big brother, please come save me. I promise to only play with you from now on." Su Yu, Mu Ningxue, in. Wang Mingyang felt a wave of frustration. What kind of people were these? He had never encountered such a scene in his previous life and found himself speechless. Chapter 36. Life and death sprint. The cacophony of shouts converged, transforming the once silent street, which had been devoid of sound save for the occasional zombie growl, into a bustling clamor. The nearby zombies began to roar in succession, their sounds cascading outward, soon alerting the horde within a kilometer radius, all converging towards Wang Mingyang and his companions. A surge of alarm coursed through Wang Mingyang. The scene was somewhat terrifying. He had not anticipated that the survivors' various outcries would attract the surrounding zombies. At this moment, hundreds of meters away, he could already see a dense mass of zombies. "Run! The horde is closing in!" Wang Mingyang shouted, swiftly yanking two large doors from nearby homes with his powers. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, equally pale, were filled with anxiety. Previously, while fighting alongside Wang Mingyang, they had never faced such an overwhelming number of zombies from all directions. The tsunami-like wave of undead sent shivers down their spines. Wang Mingyang maneuvered the doors to shield their flanks, focusing solely on forging ahead, unable to spare a thought for what lay to the sides or behind. He had numerous methods to escape unscathed, but Su Yu and Mu Ningxue were essential to his plans. One possessed an A-class ability, while the other had an S-class ability. Both could become his formidable allies in the future. At this moment, they were still nearly 100 meters from Su Yu's apartment, yet an alarming number of zombies had gathered in such a short span. Su Yu, prepare your crescent moon charge. What? Su Yu looked bewildered, unsure what he meant. Ugh, I meant your dark flame blade. Slash forward twice. Make sure to wait 5 seconds between strikes. Wang Mingyang quickly clarified. Oh, got it? I'll slash away, Su Yu responded, slicing through a zombie lunging from the left. Wang Mingyang directed the steel needles to shoot forth, and when the zombies clustered together ahead, he bellowed, "Slash it!" Upon hearing this, Su Yu immediately raised her sword above her head, a dark flame swiftly spreading along the blade. In the next moment, she shouted, swinging her sword downwards with a fierce cry, unleashing a crescent arc of dark red energy that sliced through the zombie horde. The blade of energy tore through the mass of undead, igniting them in flames, their bodies splitting in half as the attack surged through. The arc continued until it detonated among the zombies over 10 meters away, sending blood and viscera flying, with dark red flames scattering everywhere. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Wow! Incredible! My goodness, this girl is astonishing. I want to marry her. Dream on. Look at how powerful she is, taking out so many zombies with a single strike. While you're cowering in the building. Exactly. I want to be her boy toy. I have 380 units. Stop shouting. The nearby zombies are coming. If you keep this up, not only will they die, but we will be surrounded as well. Be quiet. If those heroes can survive, perhaps we will have a chance at rescue. Su Yu's overwhelming strike left the nearby survivors in awe, and even she was taken aback, having merely envisioned the technique in her mind, only to have it manifest explosively. The manifestation of her powers was not a fixed skill from a game, but rather a unique expression of her abilities. Now's our chance, forward. Wang Mingyang had not anticipated that Su Yu would improvise so effectively, creating a breach of over 10 meters in the zombie ranks, filling him with joy as he led the charge. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, not daring to stray far from Wang Mingyang's side. The two doors provided some protection from the relentless zombie assaults, but the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. One more strike. Wang Mingyang urged, pressing forward 10 meters as the horde quickly closed in, instructing Su Yu to unleash her technique once more. Another arc of energy shot forth, clearing a path through the zombies directly ahead. However, Su Yu's energy was nearly depleted. With a little more effort, she could manage one final strike. But after that, she would be unable to fight or run, placing her in grave danger as the zombies encircled them. All of this was within Wang Mingyang's calculations. He could not allow Su Yu to perish here. After pushing forward another 10 meters, he suddenly halted, swiftly drawing a line in the air with his right index finger. A half-meter-long black line materialized before his eyes. In the next instant, the line shot forward, rapidly extending to 2 meters, slicing through the heads of the zombies in its path. The sound of heads falling echoed as the mass of undead collapsed, leaving a grisly scene in its wake. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, witnessing the bloody spectacle, could not help but stifle their nausea. This spatial cut had drained a significant amount of Wang Mingyang's mental and physical energy. Yet the results were immediate. Quickly, let's move. Seeing the two girls looking fatigued, Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow and grasped their wrists, pulling them forward with urgency, as they rounded a corner several dozen meters away. Wang Mingyang's gaze fell upon the scene. The path, littered with zombies, revealed Su Yu's apartment, but the roll-down door of the convenience store was firmly shut. This brought him some relief, indicating that Aunt Lu had likely heeded his advice and closed the store early. Wang Mingyang unleashed 3 consecutive spatial cuts, carving a bloody path as he pressed on, determined to reach the apartment swiftly. Suddenly, his right hand felt a tug, the soft, delicate hand slipping from his grasp, accompanied by Mu Ningxue's muffled cry of pain. His heart raced as he turned, only to be met with a terrifying sight. Mu Ningxue was sprawled on the ground, her ankle caught firmly in the grip of a zombie, missing a significant portion of its scalp. With a horde of zombies closing in from all sides, the nearest barely 3 meters away, Wang Mingyang swung his right hand vigorously, the steel needle swirling around him and the iron door hovering nearby, all shooting towards the approaching zombies. But they were already lunging towards Mu Ningxue. She looked up to see the swarm of zombies leaping toward her, their blood-stained claws and drooling mouths grotesque and terrifying. A wave of fear and unease surged within her, mingled with a profound sense of unwillingness. An intense anger erupted in Mu Ningxue's heart. Lowering her head, she shut her eyes and screamed, "Get away." In that instant, she unleashed all the fury and terror that had been building inside her. Chapter 37. Blue ice flower. The airborne zombies, the swiftly flying steel needles, and the hovering iron door seemed to freeze in time as Mu Ningxue's scream echoed. In the next moment, an overwhelming chill erupted from Mu Ningxue's body, as ethereal blue frost blossomed outward from her, encasing everything within a 10-meter radius. All objects, including the anxious Wang Mingyang and Su Yu, were frozen in place. Wang Mingyang's hand, poised to control the metal, was suddenly encased in frost, his eyes widening in shock. Su Yu's raised sword, along with the dark flames that had enveloped the blade, was also frozen in that instant, her expression of urgency forever captured in time. From above, The scene resembled a crystalline blue ice flower blossoming amidst the horde of zombies, shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. Mu Ningxue's dark, lustrous hair took on an ethereal blue hue, with frosty tips glistening as they caught the light. Moments later, the seated Mu Ningxue rolled her eyes back, her body slumping limp to the ground. The objects around them, frozen in place, shattered into icy fragments, save for Wang Mingyang and Su Yusuu, invoking her extraordinary powers, enveloped herself entirely. Energy surged within her, while Wang Mingyang swiftly broke free from the frost that encased him. Immediately offering guidance to Su Yu as he dashed forward, lifting the unconscious Mu Ningxue, who lay limp on the ground. Understanding his words, Su Yu quickly summoned her powers. A dark red flame flickered beneath the ethereal blue frost, melting it away in an instant and allowing her to regain control of her body. Thanks to Mu Ningxue's outburst, the zombies that had encroached upon their vicinity were swiftly cleared away. And Wang Mingyang, cradling the unconscious Mu Ningxue, rushed toward the stairwell's entrance. With no time to retrieve the access key, he utilized his metal manipulation ability to distort the door lock, swiftly forcing it open with a kick, and bolted inside, still holding Mu Ningxue. Behind them, countless zombies roared in pursuit, but Su Yu quickly turned back to secure the door. Without pausing to set Mu Ningxue down, Wang Mingyang activated his metal manipulation powers once more. Melting the door lock and welding it shut, he then remotely melted the two iron doors left outside, affixing them to the entrance of Su Yu's home to bolster its defenses. Having completed these tasks, Wang Mingyang finally sank onto the stairs, gently placing Mu Ningxue down. Ignoring the relentless moans and scratching of the undead outside, Su Yu sheathed her blade and knelt beside Mu Ningxue to assess her condition. Soon, the furrow in her brow relaxed. Brother Mingyang, she's fine. It seems she is merely exhausted and temporarily unconscious due to her weakened state. She just needs to rest. Yes, I suspected as much. She must have awakened her abilities under such intense stimulus. Wang Mingyang nodded. In her previous life, Mu Ningxue had awakened her powers on this very day, but this time, her fate had changed. Zhao Ding did not succeed and instead perished at Wang Mingyang's hands. He had initially believed that his intervention might delay Mu Ningxue's awakening, yet she had still awakened her ice powers today. The once icy goddess of snow may, in some cosmic sense, have still found her way down the path that was meant for her. Su Yu, use the knife to breach this wall and see if Aunt Lu is in the store. One side of the stairwell was a wall of the convenience store, and at this moment, there were no other entrances available. Fortunately, the blade Wang Mingyang had reforged was sharp enough to slice through this not overly thick wall, which should pose no challenge. After enduring numerous hardships, Su Yu could no longer contain her impatience now that she had finally returned home, only to be blocked by the horde outside, rendering any attempts to exit futile. Just as she was secretly growing anxious, her eyes brightened at his suggestion. She gripped her blade tightly and, with a determined shout, struck at the wall. The sharp blade bit deeply into the surface, and with a powerful tug, Su Yu withdrew the gleaming edge, revealing a narrow gap through which some objects could be discerned on the other side. Quickly adjusting her stance, she delivered several more blows to the wall before finally kicking it with all her strength. Instantly, bricks flew in all directions, and a sizable section of the wall collapsed, allowing Su Yu to eagerly crouch and slip through. Brother Mingyang, come quickly. The next moment, Su Yu's piercing scream echoed, causing Wang Mingyang to inwardly curse. Swiftly propping Mu Ningxue against the wall, he crouched and crawled through the breach into the convenience store. After crossing over a toppled shelf and rounding a corner, he found Su Yu standing before the cash register, her face etched with worry, tears welling in her eyes. Aunt Lu, Brother Mingyang, I haven't seen my mother. What is your name? Woo woo. Look at the corner. There's a corpse, but it's not my mother. Su Yu's voice quivered with sorrow. In the small store, several shelves had collapsed, and on the floor lay a male corpse, a bloody hole in his head. This sight filled Su Yu with a mix of urgency and dread. Wang Mingyang approached the cash register, glanced at the roll-up door, furrowed his brow as he examined the male corpse, and surveyed the convenience store. The power appeared to be out, rendering all electrical devices inert. Although it was already bright outside, the store remained dim. As he circled around, Wang Mingyang suddenly noticed what seemed to be a hole in the wall. His heart stirring, he lifted his finger, activating his metal manipulation ability. A yellow metal pellet slowly emerged from the hole, and as it floated before him, he realized it was a bullet. Raising an eyebrow, he began to piece together the situation in the store, forming a hypothesis in his mind. Su, we should head back and check upstairs. All right. Su Yu's heart sank, but with her mother not present, remaining there would be futile. She followed Wang Mingyang through the wall, together helping the unconscious Mu Ningxue as they ascended the stairs. The 5-story building had its second, third, and fourth floors rented out, primarily to university students from the vicinity. When the apocalypse hit at midday on a weekend, few occupants remained. As Wang Mingyang and the others reached the 4th floor, they heard a series of banging noises coming from room 404. Exchanging glances with Suyu, Wang Mingyang vaguely recalled that this unit was rented by a young couple who had yet to graduate. Young people are often full of energy, frequently disturbing the peace with their late-night antics. Typical troublemakers, on the night of his rebirth, Wang Mingyang had been engrossed in his reading, occasionally hearing faint noises, but he had paid them no mind. Studying was paramount, ignoring those raucous tenants for the moment. Wang Mingyang and Suyu quickly ascended to the 5th floor, where Suyu retrieved a key from her bag to unlock the security door. As they stepped into the room, Suyu couldn't help but call out for her mother. Yet, the vast emptiness of the room offered no reply. With a soft sigh, Wang Mingyang laid Mu Ningxue down on the sofa and casually waved his hand to close the door. Chapter 38. S-Class Ice Powers. Suyu searched the entire house, even checking the rooftop terrace, but she found no sign of Aunt Lu, not even a note left behind. Ultimately, she returned to the room, sitting silently beside Wang Mingyang. Suyu, Aunt Lu might be all right. You needn't worry too much, but where could she be? It's so dangerous outside, and there's a corpse in the store. The corpse in the store seems to have been shot. I found a bullet. Wang Mingyang extended his right hand, revealing a yellowish bullet that had materialized in his palm, the very one he had extracted from the wall. What does this mean? Suyu exclaimed in surprise. While a corpse wasn't entirely unexpected, the presence of a bullet warranted further investigation. I suspect that Aunt Lu was likely rescued by someone. Really? Who would come to save my mother? Suyu's eyes brightened as she grasped Wang Mingyang's arm. Her voice filled with excitement. This is merely my hypothesis, but I believe the likelihood is quite high. Wang Mingyang patted Suyu's small hand and continued. The roll-up door wasn't locked. It was likely pulled down from the outside without time to secure it. That corpse is not a zombie. It may have been placed there by Aunt Lu herself. Yet, the fact that he was shot indicates that either Aunt Lu had a gun, or someone else came to her aid. Mom couldn't possibly have a gun, unless it was a former colleague of Dad's. Suyu regained some composure, tilting her head in thought. Dad passed away over a decade ago, and during this time, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li from the police station often came to visit us. That means it's quite possible one of your father's former colleagues came by. Otherwise, it would be unusual for an ordinary person to possess a firearm. But I wonder if it was Uncle Zhang or Uncle Li who came today. Where did they take my mother? Suyu's tear-filled eyes lifted, her voice choked with emotion. Regardless of where they went, it is a good sign. At least it indicates that Aunt Lu is safe. With a police officer nearby and a gun in hand, as long as they don't confront a large horde of zombies, she should be in no danger. Wang Mingyang offered a reassuring smile to Suyu. Hearing this, Suyu nodded in agreement, finding Wang Mingyang's analysis quite reasonable, alleviating much of her anxiety and uncertainty. However, deep within Wang Mingyang's gaze, a less optimistic outlook lingered. What he did not convey to Suyu was the rapid disintegration of societal order and moral decay following the onset of the apocalypse. If that police officer, who remained either Uncle Zhang or Uncle Li, still retained the sense of duty or innate goodness associated with their role, rushing to save lives indiscriminately, it might not necessarily be a positive development. In the brutal reality of survival, self-preservation became the guiding principle. This truth resonated with all survivors navigating the harsh landscape of the world. Yet, at the onset of the apocalypse, not everyone shared this awakening. Under such dire circumstances, Aunt Lu's association with a police officer could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. Ultimately, it was all a matter of fate. After comforting Suyu, Wang Mingyang turned his attention back to the sofa where Mu Ningxue lay. Her alluring and voluptuous form seemed to shimmer with a faint azure glow. Indeed, those with innate talent would always shine brightly. Fortunately, it was a blue light. Mu Ningxue's eyes remained tightly shut, her brow furrowed. The brief explosion of her powers had seemingly drained her of all energy, leaving her in a deep slumber. How long would it take for her to awaken? Wang Mingyang glanced back at Suyu. I'm not entirely sure. If all goes well, she should wake shortly. Her body has endured significant strain, and her stress response was rather intense. Suyu pondered before answering with uncertainty. It is estimated that the awakening of supernatural abilities will consume a significant amount of physical strength. After the intense running just now, her stamina has already been depleted by more than half. Coupled with the urgency of the earlier situation, she must have been frightened, causing her emotions to fluctuate wildly, which led to the awakening of her powers. She failed to control the output, exhausting her energy completely. and that is why she fainted. Wang Mingyang nodded, briefly analyzing the situation. Brother Mingyang, what level of supernatural ability do you think Mu Ningxue awakened? Suyu asked anxiously. She believed her own ability should be a level, which, according to Wang Mingyang, is already a remarkable talent. However, judging by the scene of Mu Ningxue's explosive powers earlier, Suyu felt certain that her own abilities could not compare. She harbored a vague sense that Mu Ningxue's ice and snow powers might surpass her own level. This meant that beside Wang Mingyang, her advantage would be overshadowed. What she awakened was an S-level ice-type supernatural ability. Indeed, Wang Mingyang confirmed Suyu's inquiry with certainty, igniting a surge of inexplicable resentment within her. Level. That is even more advanced than your abilities, Brother Mingyang. Suyu's tone carried a hint of envy. Yet she remained oblivious to how Wang Mingyang knew this. Not necessarily. You must have seen the other type of ability I used just now, Wang Mingyang replied with a knowing smile. Suyu chuckled awkwardly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she was genuinely curious about the black line released by Wang Mingyang earlier, which had sent a shiver down her spine. The result was evident. That black line sliced through the horde of zombies like a razor. Completely unstoppable, however, in the heat of the moment, there was no time to inquire, and now, in a moment of calm reflection, Suyu noted this peculiar detail. Yet, in this brief day of interaction, coupled with 2 years of observation, Suyu understood that Wang Mingyang was not someone to be trifled with. He took his role quite seriously. Questions that should remain unasked were best left unasked. Tasks assigned by Wang Mingyang must be executed diligently. However, since Wang Mingyang brought it up himself, Suyu decided to drop her pretense of ignorance. Her curiosity was piqued. I am indeed curious, but if Brother Mingyang is willing to share, I'm sure you will tell me. If you prefer not to disclose, then I certainly won't pry. What a foolish girl. Wang Mingyang gently patted her head and stretched, leaning back against the sofa. Anyone can potentially awaken supernatural abilities. For 99 of people, awakening is already a cause for celebration. Yet, there are exceptions. A select few, like you, may awaken multiple attributes or several abilities. Just like you, Brother Mingyang. Wang Mingyang paused momentarily, for he too was uncertain if the term awakening applied to his abilities. Even the system prompt referred to it as ability absorption. With a nonchalant smile, he continued, the ability I commonly use is A-level metal manipulation, which you have seen many times. However, what I used just now was an S-level ability called spatial cutting. It is a trump card I prefer to keep concealed. S-level? How impressive. Suyu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. But many people witnessed it today. What should we do? Do not worry. This ability is rather obscure. Unless viewed from a close distance, it is difficult to discern that black line. As long as you two do not speak of it, others cannot ascertain that I possess multiple abilities. I swear I will not tell anyone. Suyu raised her fair hand solemnly. That I believe you. Wang Mingyang pressed down on Suyu's hand gently, smiling slightly. In truth, while there are levels to awakened abilities, the higher the tier, the more it depends on the individual's development of those powers. Who knows? One day you might witness a C-level or B-level awakened individual easily overpowering an S-level one. Really? Is that even possible? Rare, but not impossible. As he spoke, a distant yet vivid memory flickered in Wang Mingyang's mind. Brother Mingyang, how do you know so much? Suyu clung to his arm, her figure pressing against him. Wang Mingyang scratched his nose, casting a sidelong glance at his arm, feeling a mix of satisfaction and maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, Don't you read fantasy novels? Such knowledge is abundant in them. Are you serious, Brother Mingyang? Can we really trust those fanciful tales? Suyu momentarily faltered, then playfully slapped his arm, pouting, In this apocalyptic world, what can we not believe? To be honest, my understanding of supernatural abilities has largely been influenced by those novels. Wang Mingyang spoke with mock seriousness, his finger scratching his nose. All right then. What do you think, Brother Mingyang? Can my dark flame ability compete with Mu Ningxue's S-level ice-type powers? Your dual attribute, dark flame ability, appears to be a level at the moment. But as you've experienced, the application of abilities is not uniform. Your technique, Blade Burst, indeed possesses great power and creativity. Maintain this mindset, work on your control, and perhaps one day, your dark flame ability could very well surpass Mu Ningxue's level ice powers. Wang Mingyang regarded Suyu with an encouraging gaze. However, this girl certainly had talent. He had never heard of such a dark flame ability in his past life, although he had encountered others with dual attributes. Yet, individuals like Suyu, who could actively adapt their abilities at such an early stage, were exceedingly rare. Yes, I will strive for that. Suyu clenched her fist, signaling determination. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Mu Ningxue. Contemplating the next course of action, Su's mother, Aunt Lu, seemed to have been rescued by acquaintances and was temporarily safe. Thus, there was no need to expend energy searching for her. Wang Mingyang was also reluctant to squander precious time in the early days of the apocalypse. Returning to the vicinity of the university city was not solely to fully win over Suyu. He had other plans as well. With Mu Ningxue's ice powers awakened, it was imperative to enhance both Suyu's and Mu Ningxue's abilities, striving to elevate them to the early peak level within 6 days. After that period, as the cores within zombies and mutated creatures solidified, he could swiftly collect them to bolster his strength. As for his own abilities, through continuous battles during this time, his metal manipulation had seen substantial improvement, and he was just a few fragments away from leveling up. He was confident he could gather enough within these 6 days. Additionally, he could selectively read a few books, potentially merging the seed space and time stasis abilities. Today, confronted with the onslaught of the undead, the area damage of his metal manipulation seemed somewhat inadequate. Although he could increase the control of steel needles to enhance lethality, the zombies' weakness lay in their heads, and it was challenging to kill them immediately with fine needles. Typically, it required 3 needles to penetrate simultaneously and then agitate within the brain to ensure a kill. Such maneuvers were manageable under normal circumstances, but with thousands of zombies charging toward him today, he needed to eliminate dozens or even hundreds rapidly, rendering the task cumbersome. Moreover, the strain on his mental energy multiplied, adding considerable pressure, which compelled him to resort to the more devastating spatial cutting. Yet, the downside of spatial cutting was that it could currently only strike in a straight line and had limited width, making it effective for breakthroughs but lacking in area damage against hordes. I need an area damage ability. Wang Mingyang mused silently. In his past life, the most renowned area damage abilities were primarily elemental types: fire, lightning, wind, and ice. There were also several psychic abilities, but these were mainly effective against intelligent beings, such as humans and high-level mutated creatures. Against low-level zombies, psychic powers possessed limited lethality, as low-level zombies were essentially mindless. Among the area damage elemental abilities, disaster-type powers stood out, exemplified by a high-level awakened individual who possessed both fire and earth dual attributes, capable of executing the legendary meteor strike. For reasons unknown, this high-level awakener unleashed this attack over a county, while Wang Mingyang and his companions happened to be on the outskirts, witnessing the massive meteors engulfed in flames raining down, obliterating the entire county and resulting in countless casualties among human survivors, zombies, and mutated creatures. Wang Mingyang understood that to extract such an ability from books, he would need to delve deeply into text related to both fire and earth for an extended period. With Mu Ningxue already possessing ice abilities, she was unlikely to leave anytime soon. Suyu had fire abilities, but her powers currently leaned towards singular linear damage with significant energy loss, akin to a 3-move combo. Thus, the elemental types most suitable for Wang Mingyang at present were fire, lightning, and wind. Fortunately, he had already scanned the entire provincial library, ensuring an abundance of various texts. Gazing out the window on the 5th floor, he observed a massive horde of zombies congregating near the residential area, densely packed as far as the eye could see, with rough estimates suggesting there were tens of thousands present. There is no immediate need to venture outside. The small building belonging to Suyu has only a central corridor leading to the upper floors, and the main entrance has been welded shut by Wang Mingyang using his extraordinary abilities, making it nearly impossible for low-level zombies to breach. Furthermore, the convenience store on the 1st floor is stocked with ample supplies, ensuring that sustenance is not a concern. It is now past 10 in the morning. After battling through the night without rest and rising early this morning, Wang Mingyang, despite his abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary novice, feels somewhat fatigued after exerting himself multiple times. Suyu, having enjoyed several hours of sleep last night, is in relatively good spirits. Wang Mingyang, at Suyu's suggestion, seeks out a guest room to wash away the bloodstains from his body. Shortly after, he emerges clad only in his shorts, towel in hand, rubbing his hair, only to encounter Suyu entering with a set of men's clothing in her arms. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang's bare form, a blush rises on Suyu's cheeks as she quickly shoves the clothes into his hands and hastily retreats to the living room. Wang Mingyang looks at the t-shirt and sweatpants in his hands, a wry smile forming on his face. He had not anticipated Suyu's thoughtfulness in preparing clothes for him. Unable to resist a chuckle at the sight of his slightly bulging shorts, he closes the door, places the clothes on the bedside, and sinks into the soft embrace of the blankets, letting out a satisfied groan as the overwhelming tide of exhaustion finally claims him, plunging him into a deep slumber. Chapter 40. International gestures. As dusk approaches, Wang Mingyang finally awakens in the warm glow of the setting sun. stretching languidly as a fierce hunger pang strikes his belly. Several hours of sleep have fully restored the mental energy he had expended, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. After donning his clothes and refreshing himself in the bathroom, Wang Mingyang steps into the living room. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue sit opposite each other on the sofa, with a plethora of food spread across the coffee table, the trash bin overflowing with packaging. Clearly, after awakening, Mu Ningxue experienced the aftereffects of her newly acquired powers. But fortunately, Su Yu, having undergone a similar process, had gathered ample food to replenish her strength. I'm starving. Su Yu, is there any hot water? I could use 2 bowls of instant noodles. Wang Mingyang exclaims as he lazily shuffles over. Plopping down onto the sofa. Yes, the gas canister at home is still usable. I'll boil some water for you. Just a moment, Mingyang ji. Su Yu responds immediately, rising from her seat and heading towards the kitchen. Thanks. Wang Mingyang beams at her, then turns his gaze to Mu Ningxue. Having awakened her ice and snow abilities, Mu Ningxue appears to be influenced by her powers. Her alluring face bears a hint of chill, an unsettling blend of purity and seduction emanating from her. This does not diminish her beauty, but rather imparts a unique allure that is almost irresistible. After 5 years of apocalyptic turmoil, having been betrayed by the goddess he had admired for years, Wang Mingyang approaches women with a degree of caution in his rebirth. However, the captivating Mu Ningxue stirs some unusual feelings within him. Though his interactions with Su Yu have been limited, he feels he knows her well enough. From Aunt Lu's usual demeanor, it is clear that Su Yu has a good nature, and he can sense her inherent fondness for him. Moreover, her A-grade ability is a talent worthy of his investment and nurturing. As for Mu Ningxue, his initial interest lies solely in her formidable S-grade ice and snow abilities. In the 5 years of the apocalypse before his rebirth, S-grade abilities were a rarity, with only a few prominent figures among the dual emperors and 5 kings. The remaining S-grade abilities either met with premature demise or kept their level shrouded in secrecy. Among the scant few S-grade ability users at the 9th tier, one of the more renowned is Mu Ningxue, often referred to as the Ice and Snow Goddess. Based on various rumors from his previous life, Wang Mingyang has a fair understanding of Mu Ningxue's character and qualities. In summary, had it not been for the seemingly sincere yet ultimately duplicitous invitation from the Thunder King, Mu Ningxue would never have been taken under the Knife Emperor's wing. The fact that Wang Mingyang was able to save her from despair has fostered a sense of trust in her. In her moment of desperation, she even vowed, "Kill him. I am yours." Wang Mingyang, however, does not intend to exploit her gratitude. He is not interested in her body, though it is undeniably tempting regardless. His formidable strength has been clearly demonstrated to Mu Ningxue during their encounters. Embedding a deep impression in her mind in a world beset by the apocalypse, being able to follow such a powerful man who poses no threat is the safest choice for someone as enchanting as Mu Ningxue. How does it feel to awaken your abilities? Wang Mingyang inquires, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he observes Mu Ningxue. He recalls promising her that if she could overcome him, the vow would be nullified. It feels wonderful. A surge of energy courses through me. I practiced with Su Yu on how to control and release my abilities. Mu Ningxue raises her delicate hand, a frigid aura emanating from her palm as a fist-sized ice flower slowly materializes above it. Impressive, Wang Mingyang acknowledges as you mentioned that you believe your awakening is of S grade. Mu Ningxue dispels the ice flower, the chill lingering in the air. Yes, she should have informed you about the grading of abilities. Based on various descriptions from novels, I have made some conjectures about abilities, and your strength clearly aligns with what I envisioned for an S grade. You must possess 2 abilities, correct? Mu Ningxue gazes intently at Wang Mingyang. Scrutinizing his expression, Wang Mingyang remains unperturbed, calmly responding, I possess an A-grade ability, metal manipulation, and an S-grade ability, spatial cutting. Those are the 2 abilities I have. Mu Ningxue's eyes widen in astonishment. 2 abilities? Indeed, I am a multi-ability user. Wang Mingyang, facing the core members of his future team, has no intention of withholding information. With the celestial reading system at his disposal, he is bound to acquire more abilities in the future. Rather than waiting for them to be discovered later, he finds it more prudent to be partially transparent now, fostering a sense of trust. Mu Ningxue, her expression darkening, thinks to herself, this is utterly unfair. Having narrowly escaped being assaulted by bodyguard Zhao Ding, she had not awakened her abilities even in such dire circumstances. After enduring countless trials, nearly becoming a zombie's prey, she finally awakens her powers. While this man before her seems to have encountered little danger and possesses 2 abilities, it is simply outrageous. She contemplates cursing Wang Mingyang's family, but her upbringing holds her back. After much deliberation, she can only extend a finger, forming an international gesture that speaks volumes. Ahem, I must say, does Lady Mu also employ such gestures? Wang Mingyang comments, unable to suppress his amusement at the icy beauty's sudden display of rudeness. Enough is enough. Mu Ningxue rolls her eyes, her composed demeanor beginning to crack. Well, awakening abilities is indeed a good thing. At least I no longer have to fear becoming a zombie. Wang Mingyang shakes his head, calmly stating, you may want to reconsider that notion. Mu Ningxue, taken aback, asks, is there such a possibility? From the kitchen, Suyu peeks out, her face filled with curiosity. I observe the corpses of those two foreigners. The faster one, Jerry, bore a bite mark on his arm, suggesting he was bitten by a zombie. He awakened his abilities yet did not transform into a zombie. Thus, my earlier hypothesis regarding positive and negative energy may hold some truth. Awakening abilities indicates that positive energy prevails, while becoming a zombie signifies victory for negative energy. A human who has not awakened their abilities, if bitten by a zombie, is likely to succumb to negative energy overflow, thus transforming into a zombie. However, once an individual awakens their abilities, the overflow of positive energy within them should prevent further mutations, even if bitten again. Wang Mingyang articulates his analysis with a calm demeanor, asserting that these theories had already been validated prior to his rebirth. Now, he merely uses a fabricated excuse to convey them. The apocalypse's onset and the zombie outbreak are not a result of the initially speculated virus. No matter how potent a virus may be, it cannot cause the majority of people to mutate simultaneously. Different regions and individuals will invariably experience temporal discrepancies. Yet, in both his previous and current lives, this discrepancy has never manifested. Instead, it is in this life that Wang Mingyang has witnessed the peculiar red light and the faint, enigmatic whispers. These phenomena were entirely absent in his previous existence, indicating that due to Wang Mingyang's rebirth, the apocalypse has unfolded before him in a slightly altered manner. Perhaps it is not so much an alteration as it is that no one in his previous life was capable of discerning it. In his rebirth, endowed with the celestial reading system, Wang Mingyang has awakened two formidable abilities ahead of time, representing a significant variable in the unfolding narrative. Chapter 41. 404 Little couple as Mu Ningxue and Suyu ponder over Wang Mingyang's words. They find them compelling yet sense an underlying discrepancy. Soon, Suyu turns back to continue preparing instant noodles, while Mu Ningxue lowers her head in contemplation. After a while, Mu Ningxue looks up and asks, so, according to your reasoning, if one were to be bitten by multiple zombies simultaneously, or by zombies imbued with substantial negative energy, it is quite possible that one could still transform into a zombie. Correct? Wang Mingyang gazes at her in mild surprise. He cannot help but acknowledge that not all offspring of the elite, educated in privileged environments, are foolish or frivolous. Your concerns are undoubtedly valid. Humans can awaken extraordinary abilities to enhance themselves. I firmly believe that zombies and mutated creatures can do the same. You have witnessed those mutated mosquitoes, their bodies enlarged and their proboscises sharpened, clearly evolving towards a path of slaughter. Thus, it is certain that zombies will evolve as well. And perhaps to such an extent that they may even acquire intelligence, considering they still possess human brain structures. The formidable zombies, teeming with negative energy, pose a significant threat. Being bitten by such a zombie, in my estimation, would likely push one beyond the threshold, transforming them into a zombie. Wang Mingyang recounted, as much as possible, the insights gleaned from the experiences of survivors from his previous life. The few zombie monarchs that emerged back then were terrifying entities at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, with even high-level ability users being converted into zombies by one of these monarchs, becoming their loyal guardians. This incident stirred considerable unrest until the Black Emperor intervened and slew the zombie monarch, bringing the matter to a close. However, the fear of high-tier zombie monarchs escalated to new heights. How can one increase the positive energy within oneself? Mu Ningxue inquired further. How should I know? Wang Mingyang shrugged. A look of helplessness on his face. Mu Ningxue paused, nearly mistaking Wang Mingyang for a source of wisdom, yet she was unaware that he indeed held knowledge, albeit he could not express it openly. Otherwise, her sharp intellect would certainly lead her to suspect his uncanny foresight. Nevertheless, having perused numerous online novels, he noted that for extraordinary abilities, the common refrain remains. The more one practices, exercises, and creates, the stronger one becomes, leading to an increase in both energy and mental fortitude. This, in turn, would likely elevate the so-called positive energy, he mused, his gaze profound and distant. In his previous life, he had exerted himself more diligently than others, repeatedly utilizing and honing his 5 extraordinary abilities, resulting in considerable growth of energy and mental power. Regrettably, the potency of his abilities still fell short. Faced with this limitation, he had no choice but to focus on strengthening his physical form and combat techniques. Enduring countless hardships to reach the 5th tier, yet he remained outmatched even by some 3rd or 4th tier ability users, easily defeated. 3-star and 5 waist, a fitting description indeed. Regardless of the type of ability in the world, practice makes perfect remains the most effective method, Mu Ningxue nodded. Recalling the days she was compelled to practice piano and calligraphy, her schedule filled to the brim. Fortunately, her talent was commendable and her progress swift. Otherwise, she might have been ground down by relentless training. You have awakened an ice-type ability, which should be the easiest to shape. Practicing micro-shaping should indeed prove beneficial, I understand, and I will practice diligently, she affirmed. Wang Mingyang accepted the large bowl handed to him by Suyu, the rich aroma of instant noodles wafting through the air. Clad in a Pikachu-patterned apron, Suyu stood beside him, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she watched him devour the noodles. Brother Mingyang, what shall we do next? Your home is relatively safe for now. You can maximize your energy while practicing your abilities. Once you've recovered, there should be an improvement. Wang Mingyang replied through mouthfuls of noodles. Suyu, if Aunt Lu is with the police, she should be quite safe for the moment. So there's no need for you to rush out to look for her. Our strength is still insufficient to face the horde outside. In this situation, preserving oneself is the wisest choice. What do you think? Suyu pressed her lips together. Although she yearned to continue searching for her mother, she understood all too well that without Wang Mingyang's assistance, her survival would be unlikely, let alone locating her mother. Moreover, she recognized the validity of Wang Mingyang's concerns. Surrounded by so many zombies, with her meager strength, it would be unreasonable to expect him to accompany her into certain peril. She could not bear to. Since her mother was temporarily safe, focusing on honing her abilities and strengthening herself was indeed the correct course of action. Being trained as a forensic expert, she possessed the basic rationality necessary for confronting such dire circumstances. I understand, Brother Mingyang. I will prioritize my training from now on. Only by becoming stronger can I hope to find my mother alive. Yes, rest assured, we will grow stronger quickly. Wang Mingyang nodded. With all of them awakened to their extraordinary abilities, barring any unforeseen events, they would experience a rapid surge in strength in 6 days' time. After hastily consuming a considerable amount of food, Wang Mingyang instructed the 2 women to train their abilities indoors while he descended with a knife in hand, preparing to clear the small building. Having chosen to stay here for a time, he deemed it necessary to eradicate the zombies within. Though they posed no direct threat, their presence was quite bothersome. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the couple in room 404 continued to slam against the door. Emitting low, guttural growls from their throats, Wang Mingyang wielded his ink shadow, manipulating metal control abilities to gradually distort the door lock. Once it was unlocked, he delivered a powerful kick to the iron door. The tremendous force sent the zombies behind it sprawling, and he stepped inside to find 2 naked zombies sprawled on the floor, bloodied and with teeth occasionally dislodging from their mouths. TSK. No wonder you occupy room 404, playing cards in broad daylight. It's no surprise you're not harmonized. Wang Mingyang scoffed, swinging his ink shadow as the 2 recently risen naked zombies had their heads severed, their foul blood spraying forth. Controlling a slender steel needle, he pierced through their heads, sending them flying out of the window like skewers, landing directly onto the zombie-laden pathway below. Eager to avoid touching the headless corpses, Wang Mingyang manipulated some metal items in the room, melting them into 2 thicker steel needles, which he hurled through the still-standing bodies in a similar manner. The thud of their bodies hitting the ground attracted hordes of zombie growls from below. Wang Mingyang observed from the window, noting that after several hours of silence, the horde outside had dispersed considerably. Yet, even so, the density of zombies within a kilometer radius remained astonishing. With such a concentration of zombies, the originally planned undertaking now appeared somewhat daunting. Wang Mingyang murmured to himself, his gaze drifting towards the distant university town. Chapter 42. Come, boil some water. After clearing the zombies from the small building, he found that only the couple in room 404 remained. The other rooms were devoid of occupants. Wang Mingyang retrieved some rice and snacks from the convenience store and returned to his rented room on the 3rd floor, gathering a few sets of clothes to take to the 5th floor, thereby avoiding any prior awkwardness. Though he did not mind Suyu's playful demeanor, he thought it best to be cautious. After placing the food on the 5th floor, he first set the clothes in the guest room before picking up Introduction to Metallurgy and returning to the living room. Suyu's home featured a spacious living area, with an antique tea table on the balcony, suggesting that Aunt Lu was likely a tea enthusiast. Sitting by the tea table with the book in hand, the warm evening sunlight streamed in through the balcony. The window opened to a gentle breeze. Wang Mingyang settled comfortably into the armchair, flipping open the book to read Mu Ningxue, and Suyu sat cross-legged in a corner of the living room. Practicing their control over their extraordinary abilities, their gazes, however, couldn't help but follow Wang Mingyang's graceful movements until he became engrossed in his reading. Only then did they avert their eyes. Exchanging glances, they understood the curiosity reflected in each other's expressions. Suyu shrugged while Mu Ningxue raised her shoulders, both comprehending without words. Sharing a knowing smile, they had witnessed Wang Mingyang's peculiar habit of reading even in such circumstances before. Although they found it puzzling, they chose not to voice their thoughts to them. This seemed to be Wang Mingyang's way of alleviating stress. Before the apocalypse, individuals from various social strata faced myriad pressures. Someone like Wang Mingyang, who seized every opportunity to read, was already commendable. In reality, there were many eccentric individuals who had their unique methods of coping with stress. From young women stealing boys' underwear to voluptuous housewives pilfering from supermarkets, and young men transforming into women to engage in illicit activities, or middle-aged men wielding knives to puncture tires in the dead of night. These were merely the milder incidents. There were far more twisted behaviors, such as torturing small animals or drinking urine. Reflecting on these matters, the two women no longer perceived anything abnormal in Wang Mingyang's behavior. Aside from a particular deficiency in one area, he seemed quite fine. Suyu mused on Mu Ningxue, emulating Suyu's approach, manipulated her ice-type ability to continuously reshape the ice in her palm. After an afternoon of practice, she had achieved the same level of control as Suyu, effortlessly reshaping the ice. The ice-type ability truly lived up to its reputation as the most malleable of powers. And Mu Ningxue's level talent was equally remarkable. An ice spear shot forth from her palm, striking a cutting board several meters away, embedding deep within yet shattering into a flurry of ice shards. Influenced by Wang Mingyang's unyielding steel needles, she persistently attempted to control her ice-type ability to create ice spears. However, they were evidently sharp but lacked durability. Consequently, Mu Ningxue grew somewhat disheartened, having tried numerous times without success in enhancing the ice spear's resilience. Your ability should allow you to control ice and snow, enabling you to conjure and manipulate them for combat. Newly awakened abilities generally possess limited power. I believe that the classification of abilities primarily highlights their potential. To enhance the durability of your ice spear, you must understand the structural composition of ice. By compressing the structure during the creation of the spear, you should be able to increase its toughness. As Wang Mingyang spoke, he made his way towards the guest room, his mind continuously searching the system's library for books related to ice and snow. Ultimately, he discovered 2 volumes within the system's collection that elucidated the structure of ice and the glaciers of nature. Frozen Water, Ice and Introduction to Glaciology. Once inside the guest room, he closed the door and gazed at his hands, observing how the forms of the 2 books from the system's library gradually became somewhat ethereal, while 2 identical physical books swiftly materialized in his grasp. Holding the 2 tomes, Wang Mingyang was taken aback. The tactile sensation conveyed to him that these books were indeed real, capable of being touched and flipped through. He even attempted to tear a page, and to his astonishment, managed to create a small rip. Are there any limitations or requirements for the books materialized from the system? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The books in the system's library can be materialized for the host's reading, but each book can only be materialized once. The materialized books can remain for 7 days, after which they will be automatically reclaimed. However, the host can issue a command in their mind to retrieve the materialized books prematurely. If a book is damaged in reality to the extent that it affects reading, it will automatically be returned to the system's library. Moreover, each materialized book consumes 10 reading points. This time, the number of materialized books, 2, deducting 20 reading points. The host possesses 3,321 reading points. If I lend these books to someone else, can I earn reading points? Wang Mingyang's eyes suddenly brightened, continuing to ask, are you dreaming? Reading points are derived from the host's own reading and comprehension. Knowledge acquired by others has no bearing on you. I thought these books could be borrowed like in a library, and I could collect a borrowing fee. Wang Mingyang rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed after being chastised by the system. Keep studying, young man. Your knowledge reservoir is akin to that of a tadpole. Hey, while you may speak your mind, that was rather excessive. Mocked by the system, Wang Mingyang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, he was indeed a lackluster student. Returning to the living room with the 2 books, he figured that since they could last for 7 days, There was no harm in allowing Mu Ningxue to read them for a few days, as long as he remembered to reclaim them later. I have 2 books here. You might want to give them a read. They could be beneficial to you. Wang Mingyang offered the books to Mu Ningxue, who was seated on the floor, and then gracefully returned to the table. Reading? Mu Ningxue looked at the 2 books in her arms, her eyes wide with surprise. The purer the ice, the bluer its hue. Of course, this is related to sunlight. However, I believe that ice produced by ice-type abilities, with a deeper blue, indicates higher energy purity, and thus, the power released by the ability should be even more formidable. Wang Mingyang surveyed the tea table, noting the presence of water and tea, but no electricity. His gaze fell upon Suyu, who was engrossed in studying solid geometry in a corner of the living room, and his eyes brightened. Carrying a water jug, Wang Mingyang summoned a kettle that swiftly floated into the air. Heading straight for Suyu. Here, let's test your training results. Can you control the temperature to boil this kettle of water? Suyu was taken aback. You sly one, you just want to drink tea? And here you are pretending to test my training results. How insincere. Chapter 43. The rodent tide erupts despite the banter. Suyu was eager to test her ability to control her powers. Rolling her eyes, she began her attempt. A small dark red flame flickered to life in the palm of her delicate hand. Suyu concentrated on regulating the temperature. Her dark flame ability could reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees when unleashed. However, for boiling water, it was best to keep the temperature between 200 to 300 degrees to start a fire, then gradually increase it, lest she risk melting the kettle. Fortunately, through repeated practice, Suyu had significantly improved her control over the dark flame. And with focus, the temperature of the flame began to gently decrease. Seeing Suyu becoming engrossed in her task, Wang Mingyang turned his attention to Mu Ningxue, who was lost in thought. The ice you create upon awakening your powers is notably blue, indicating a high purity of energy. This is one of the reasons I suspect you have awakened an S-class ability. A higher awakening level merely signifies a solid foundation, but to unleash your full potential, you must dedicate yourself to study and innovation. Reading is helpful? Mu Ningxue asked, puzzled. I find it beneficial. At the very least, I have gleaned a great deal from this book on metallurgy, Wang Mingyang affirmed, raising the book in his hand. All right, I'll give it a try. Although Mu Ningxue was somewhat skeptical, she had no better options at the moment and decided to stop aimlessly training her abilities. Opening frozen water. Ice to begin reading. Remember to return it once you're done. These books might very well be out of print, Wang Mingyang said without looking up. Although the books could be automatically reclaimed, he preferred to avoid raising Mu Ningxue's suspicions. Better to let her return it herself. Got it? Mu Ningxue replied loudly, exasperated that, even in the apocalypse, he still treated those 2 books like treasures. Keep studying now. With a slight shake of his head and a faint smile, Wang Mingyang refrained from saying more, casting a sidelong glance at Suyu, who was clearly beginning to see results as the kettle reacted to the dark flame's heat. Suyu's expression was serious, her brows furrowed. Controlling the dark flame to regulate the temperature was evidently a challenge for her, as she had not attempted anything quite like this before. Yet, Wang Mingyang was convinced of one thing. A retracted fist strikes harder. Limiting the temperature of the dark flame was akin to pulling back a fist. Once the restraint was released, the force of the dark flame would undoubtedly escalate. If Suyu could master this technique, her strength would surely advance. Having previously developed the ability to explode her dark flame, learning to control the temperature would likely amplify the explosion's power exponentially. After a while, the water in the kettle began to roil, and the lid was repeatedly pushed upward by the steam. Suyu's face glistened with beads of sweat. This fine manipulation was indeed a stretch for her current capabilities. Nevertheless, she persevered in completing the task, and Wang Mingyang signaled for her to retract the dark flame, guiding the kettle back to him. Well done. You controlled the temperature excellently. The kettle was only slightly reddened. Continue to practice limiting the temperature and then suddenly releasing it. Your previous knife-like explosion should be even stronger. Wang Mingyang nodded, generously offering encouragement to Suyu. Her talent was indeed remarkable and worthy of cultivation, I understand. Mingyang Gu, do you have any books related to flames that I could look at? Suyu beamed with delight at the praise, her eyes crescent-shaped as she eagerly inquired. I'll see if I can find one. I borrowed a book on that topic before, but for now, you don't need to read. Just continue your previous practice, Wang Mingyang replied, opting not to hand Suyu another book. All right, I'll follow your advice. Suyu felt a twinge of disappointment, but dismissed it. Taking a moment to rest before resuming her training, Suyu's dark flame ability differed from Mu Ningxue's ice and snow powers. The dark flame was dual attribute, and focusing solely on fire would not necessarily be effective. It would be more beneficial for her to consistently train her control. On the other hand, Mu Ningxue's ice and snow ability was singular. Approaching it from a structural perspective would enhance the durability of the ice spikes she released and might even assist in lowering temperatures to amplify her powers. In the past, many ice-type ability users could unleash freezing techniques at absolute zero, their power capable of catastrophic destruction. Though Wang Mingyang possessed freezing abilities as well, his class powers were laughable in comparison. The past was painful to recall. Washing the cups, heating the kettle, adding raw tea, pouring water, rinsing the tea, then steeping it. After a while, he poured the tea into a fairness cup and then transferred the golden liquid into a purple clay teacup. Raising the petite cup to his nose, he inhaled the rich aroma of the tea. Taking a small sip, he noted the bitterness followed by sweetness, a refreshing sensation washing over him. Satisfied, he nodded. His previous business travels had taught him much. As many bosses in Yunnan preferred to have a tea table in their offices for discussions over tea. Previously accustomed to only drinking cold water, Wang Mingyang had learned to appreciate tea through such exposure. Regrettably, coming from a humble background, he knew little about the nuances of tea tasting and could hardly discern quality. However, he had at least grasped the basics of this pretentious tea-drinking ritual. Enjoying a cup of tea while reading seemed to elevate his status. As time passed, night fell slowly as Yu lit several candles in the living room. All three were awakened ability users, their bodies enhanced, and they could still read by candlelight. Nevertheless, Wang Mingyang remained vigilant. Nighttime was the realm of mutated creatures. Be they zombies or mutated beasts, darkness favored their predation. Even enhanced ability users couldn't fully acclimate to the dark. Only those who had advanced to the 6th tier or higher could see in low light to some extent. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock at night that Wang Mingyang suddenly heard a rustling sound, punctuated by occasional squeaks. His heart raced as he quickly realized this was a mutated rodent horde. In his previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, the greatest threats to humanity at night, aside from zombies, were various mutated insect swarms and rodent hordes. Wang Mingyang suddenly understood. Around the university town, especially in the vicinity of these residential areas, there lay vast stretches of wild fields. In such locales, a proliferation of rats is all but inevitable. The city center is primarily characterized by an intricate network of sewers, while the suburbs are dominated by expansive tracts of land, with sewers scattered throughout. Consequently, it stands to reason that a horde of mutated rodents would emerge. With haste, Wang Mingyang rose and approached the balcony. Peering down in the distance, amidst the wandering zombies, he noticed mutated rats, now as large as house cats, scurrying densely towards the residential areas. As they traversed, zombies succumbed to the ground, their guttural howls echoing incessantly. Furrowing his brow, Wang Mingyang surveyed his surroundings and was suddenly struck with a plan. The mutated rat swarm had erupted. While you remain indoors, I shall descend and make preparations, Mu Ningxue inquired. What shall we do? Su Yu asked, what is required of us? Ensure your safety. I shall return shortly. After instructing the two women, Wang Mingyang swiftly made his way to the first floor, scanning his surroundings, following his internal design. He positioned himself behind the door, extending his hand towards the nearby residence, and began to activate his metallic manipulation abilities. Chapter 44. Chance encounter with classmates. As Wang Mingyang's powers activated, the windows of the adjacent house swiftly melted away, and an array of metallic objects within the dwelling began to liquefy and escape. A torrent of metal coalesced around him, swiftly filling the first floor's doors and windows, sealing them shut. Wang Mingyang crouched as he entered a convenience store, repeating the process to seal its entrances while reinforcing the rolling shutter door. In the urban village, there were not many barriers, and vehicles provided metal. With the first floor secured, Wang Mingyang dashed to the second floor, though the available metal had significantly diminished. Thus, on the second, third, and fourth floors, he merely blocked the windows, albeit with reduced thickness of the protective metal. Upon returning to the fifth floor, where Su Yu and Aunt Lu resided, he found a considerable amount of furniture and, consequently, more metallic items. Wang Mingyang disassembled and melted down some inconsequential metals, wrapping the fifth floor windows in a protective layer. Observing Wang Mingyang's actions, Su Yu and Mu Ningxue felt a modicum of reassurance. The mutated rats would likely clash with the zombies. The two could consume one another, yet should they detect the presence of living humans, both factions would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Wang Mingyang sank into the sofa for a brief respite. Why is this so? Su Yu asked, voicing her curiosity. Do you recall the mutated mosquitoes we encountered in the city center? Those mosquitoes drained even zombies of their essence. It is evident that zombies serve as sustenance for mutated creatures. Moreover, on my way down, I observed some zombies feasting on the corpses of the mutated mosquitoes. This implies a predatory relationship among them, Mu Ningxue mused silently. Perhaps within the biological realm, predation is a fundamental relationship, and the food chain has been utterly disrupted. However, for the surviving humans, it seems they occupy the highest tier on the menu of zombies and mutated beings, akin to the flesh of Tangsong. Wang Mingyang smirked bitterly. In this apocalyptic world, humanity stands as the most intelligent species, while zombies and mutated beings, by consuming human flesh and blood, accelerate their evolutionary processes. Upon attaining levels beyond the 6th tier, both zombies and mutated creatures may develop a degree of intelligence. The 9th tier zombie king or beast king possesses intellect comparable to that of humans, perhaps even surpassing many in cunning. The sound of the mutated rat swarm rustled in the air, mingled with the growls of zombies, creating a cacophony. Although the mutated rats were numerous, the horde of corpses was not without its means of resistance. While they may not match the agility of the rats, their strength was formidable, allowing them to grapple with the larger rodents that climbed upon them, tearing at them with their hands and biting fiercely. The streets of the urban village were now stained with the blood of both zombies and mutated rats, and the commotion attracted even the distant hordes from the university town, igniting a fierce battle between the two factions. Wang Mingyang, accompanied by the two women, ascended to the rooftop, where, illuminated by the soft moonlight, he observed the unfolding scene with a slight frown. In his previous life, Wang Mingyang had remained in a rental apartment, where indeed, a battle between mutated rats and zombies had transpired, but the epicenter of conflict lay several kilometers away in the university town. Additionally, that had occurred on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, while now, it was merely the 2nd night. Having been reborn, the emergence of a butterfly effect was astonishing, as events deviated from their original course. Could it be that our activities this morning attracted the zombies, causing the entire horde from the university town to gravitate towards us? Wang Mingyang stroked his chin, pondering the possibility. Their earlier journey from the fields to the residential area had indeed generated considerable noise, drawing numerous zombies. Furthermore, this urban village was centrally located among several university campuses, potentially triggering a chain reaction that led the zombies from the schools to converge here. As he contemplated this, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. It was all the fault of those insufferable survivors. While he was engaged in battle, they were merely spectating, inciting the zombie horde and amplifying the chaos to a radius of 1 kilometer. The impending clash between the zombie horde and the mutated rat swarm might prematurely induce the evolution of these creatures, leading to an emergence of 1st or 2nd tier zombies and mutated rats, which would spell trouble indeed. Wang Mingyang's mind raced with concern. Prior to the appearance of crystal cores, zombies and mutated beings could enhance themselves by consuming flesh and blood, if they devoured enough. Evolving to the 1st or even 2nd tier within 7 days was not an impossibility. In the early stages of evolution, humanity was at a natural disadvantage. Following the apocalypse, the energy on Blue Star surged explosively, and over time, even those who had not awakened their abilities experienced a significant enhancement in physical capabilities. However, in the initial days of the apocalypse, such changes were not immediately apparent. The resurgence of spiritual energy first benefited various mutated creatures, which, driven by their primal instincts, became increasingly formidable, allowing even a mere swarm of rats to ascend the food chain. Brother Mingyang, it seems someone is approaching from that direction, Suyu suddenly exclaimed, lifting her hand to point towards the distant rooftop. Wang Mingyang glanced up, spotting several figures leaping on a rooftop about 100 meters away, seemingly advancing towards their location. Remain vigilant. These individuals appear to be approaching us. Try to stay behind me, Wang Mingyang advised, nodding slightly. In such circumstances, it was likely that their intentions were not benign. Understood, Suyu replied. I comprehend, Mu Ningxue added. The residential buildings in this area had been designed with 5-story structures, closely spaced together, allowing for easy traversal from rooftop to rooftop. Soon, 5 individuals descended onto the opposite rooftop, comprising 3 men and 2 women. Upon noticing Wang Mingyang and the 2 women standing at the edge of their rooftop, they halted, showing no inclination to move aside. A young man, approximately 6 feet tall, stepped forward, standing at the edge of the rooftop and surveying the trio, his gaze lingering appreciatively on Suyu and Mu Ningxue. Regaining his composure, he waved at Wang Mingyang and the others with a broad smile. Greetings. The rat tide has erupted, and our building's door was breached, leaving us with no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. May we join you? At that moment, another young man with curly hair looked uncertainly at Wang Mingyang and exclaimed, Wang Mingyang, is that really you? Wang Mingyang's attention shifted to the curly-haired youth, a name surfacing in his mind. You are Chen Rui? That's me. I can't believe we meet here. What a stroke of fortune, Chen Rui exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He turned to the initially speaking young man, saying, Honggu, this is my college classmate Wang Mingyang. We graduated a year ago, and I never expected him to still be living nearby. Wang Mingyang, this is Zheng Hong. Just call him Honggu. We happened to be dining together when the zombie outbreak began. And he saved us, Chen Rui continued, turning back to Wang Mingyang. So brother, since we are all acquaintances, let's settle here for now until the rat tide passes. We can figure things out afterward. Seeing Wang Mingyang was a classmate of Chen Rui, Zheng Hong waved his hand decisively. No need for apologies. We already have residents here, so we cannot accommodate you. Please seek shelter elsewhere. Wang Mingyang crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. I'm afraid there is no available space. What? Surely 3 of you can't occupy that many rooms. There must be some spare, Chen Rui retorted, visibly displeased at Wang Mingyang's lack of cooperation. There is no spare, Wang Mingyang replied, maintaining his composure. Zheng Hong narrowed his eyes. Surprised by the unexpected firmness of this man, it was no wonder he had managed to emerge from the zombie siege with 2 women in tow. I'll be damned. Wang Mingyang, don't push your luck. Honggu is doing you a favor by coming here, and you're acting all high and mighty. Chen Rui's face darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Mingyang. Exactly, with so many residences available. If Honggu hadn't happened to spot you on the rooftop, he wouldn't have bothered choosing this place. It's hardly special or luxurious. One of Zheng Hong's companions, a short-haired beauty clad in a crop top, chimed in, casting disdainful glances at Su Yu's residence from a distance. We never invited you. Go wherever you please. Su Yu's face darkened as she couldn't help but retort against their disdain for her home. Oh, if you won't let us stay, we'll just have to give it a try, won't we, Honggu? The short-haired beauty feigned a pout at Su Yu's defiance, glancing at Zheng Hong's expression before quickly plastering on a smile. Having encountered countless individuals, she was acutely aware of the fervent glimmer in the eyes of the man beside her. The 2 stunning beauties across from them were not someone of her worldly demeanor could ever compare to. Especially not this formidable man, brimming with confidence and an overwhelming possessiveness. Enough, Su Yu, do not pay attention to the trifles. Wang Mingyang raised his hand to halt Su Yu's inclination to engage in further banter. Casting a nonchalant gaze towards Chen Rui, the face one earns is not bestowed by others. Are we particularly close? I have expressed my desire not to share living quarters with you. Be gone. I have no patience for your idle chatter, Wang Mingyang scoffed at Chen Rui's words. Indeed, Chen Rui was his university classmate, yet their relationship was not as amicable as one might presume. Before graduation, Wang Mingyang had inadvertently discovered that Chen Rui had spoken ill of him in front of Lu Lily to win her favor. Wang Mingyang, often preoccupied with part-time work and occasionally skipping classes, found that Chen Rui frequently reported his absences to the teachers. To Wang Mingyang's knowledge, he had been called out 10 times in a semester, with at least 8 of those attributed to Chen Rui's machinations. Wang Mingyang, you bastard. Chen Rui's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Wang Mingyang, preparing to unleash a torrent of invectives. With a chilling gaze, Wang Mingyang flicked his fingers, and a silver bead from his pocket swiftly transformed into a steel needle, shooting directly towards Chen Rui's thigh. Just as the needle was about to pierce him, a rock suddenly materialized in front of Chen Rui, the needle embedding itself into the stone but failing to inflict any harm. Friend, let us speak amicably. Why resort to violence? Zheng Hong's right hand glowed with an earthy hue as the rock extended from his palm, shielding Chen Rui. Be great ability. Earth and stone body. Wang Mingyang narrowed his eyes, and with a swift motion, the steel needle returned, hovering beside him. He instantly recognized that this man possessed B-grade earth abilities, earth and stone body, capable of generating a rocky armor to envelop himself and manipulating the surrounding soil and stone for offensive and defensive measures. Although merely B-grade, the protective capabilities were notably impressive in his previous life. Wang Mingyang had witnessed the power of this ability under the command of the immovable Ming Wang Han Taizhan, and now he recognized it at a glance. Just a lesson for him. A mouth that spews filth deserves to be silenced. Wang Mingyang, without sparing a glance at Chen Rui, summoned 9 steel needles to float beside him, calmly stating, "You are not welcome here. Seek another place." Zheng Hong retracted his powers, regarding Wang Mingyang with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled faintly and said, "Very well. It is not gentlemanly to force a strong man. Let us find another place." Chen Rui and the short-haired woman attempted to protest, but Zheng Hong raised his hand to silence them, casting a peculiar glance at Wang Mingyang before turning to walk towards another building. The other man and woman observed the scene with indifference, silently following Zheng Hong. Seeing their leader depart, Chen Rui and the short-haired woman had no choice but to acquiesce. Neither possessed any abilities and were no match for Wang Mingyang. After Zheng Hong's brief confrontation with Wang Mingyang, Chen Rui dared not press further. Provoking Wang Mingyang again might result in a steel needle piercing his head, sealing his fate. This kid is utterly transformed from the timid person he was in university, who would never offend anyone. Now he is so fierce. Chen Rui mused, filled with envy at Wang Mingyang's awakened powers. He glanced at the short-haired woman, whose exquisite features and alluring figure exuded a captivating aura. If only he had abilities, this woman would undoubtedly be the first to climb into his bed. As for her somewhat worldly demeanor, it merely indicated her prowess in the game of life. What a splendid woman. Brother Hong, why did you not intervene just now? The man following Zheng Hong suddenly spoke in a low voice. Chao Jing, this man is no simpleton. Zheng Hong smiled lightly, shaking his head as he continued. Moreover, this morning, you witnessed the girl who sparred verbally with you Yanni. Her blade aura was formidable, indicating she is not to be trifled with. They are two awakened abilities, and we have two as well. So what is there to fear? Chao Jing scoffed, but unbeknownst to them, a stream of water began to swirl around his fingertips. You are mistaken. The other girl, although we did not witness her powers in the afternoon, did not strike me as harmless. Should a conflict arise, we may not necessarily prevail. Zheng Hong shook his head, recalling that they only saw Wang Mingyang and Su Yu's abilities from their vantage point. Once the three entered the residential area, particularly near Su Yu's home, Zheng Hong and his companions lost sight of them altogether. Thus, they remained unaware that Mu Ningxue had awakened her S-grade ice abilities in a moment of crisis. Wang Mingyang and his companions were not merely two awakened abilities. There were three. Brother Hong is correct. Chao Jing, you are overly arrogant. The emergence of awakened abilities is becoming increasingly common, and as time progresses, survivors will likely continue to awaken their powers, erasing our advantages. A girl with long hair, dressed casually, with a delicate face and ordinary figure, spoke up. Awakening abilities is no simple feat. Gu Siyu, are you envious? Chao Jing replied dismissively, his gaze haughty as he regarded the woman. Chao Jing, Cus analysis is accurate. You have indeed become somewhat overconfident. In this apocalyptic world, everything is changing. One must maintain a cautious mindset to survive. Zheng Hong furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious as he spoke earnestly. Chao Jing's expression sobered, lowering his head slightly, suppressing his arrogance as he replied, I understand, Brother Hong. I will be more vigilant. Zheng Hong sighed in exasperation. Chao Jing had been his childhood friend, following him throughout their upbringing. After the college entrance examination, he even altered his aspirations to accompany Zheng Hong to this spring city. Coming from a privileged background, Chao Jing had always been pampered, displaying arrogance in front of others, yet before Zheng Hong, he had always been submissive and obedient. As they conversed, they found an unoccupied building. Descended from the rooftop, eliminated the few remaining zombies, and Zheng Hong used his powers to block the staircase with bricks. The five settled on the 5th floor, although Zheng Hong could have secured the previous residence. After encountering Wang Mingyang and his companions, he felt unsettled and, following the outbreak of the rat tide, led the others to this location. Wang Mingyang observed as the five settled in a building several dozen meters away. Realizing they had found their target, though somewhat displeased, he chose to ignore them. The battle between the rat tide and the zombie horde below intensified, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. Chapter 46, First Order Copper Armored Zombie. Don't bite me. Get away. Get away. Damn rats, hurry up and leave. Oh no. I've been bitten by a rat. Someone come save me. You tell me this is a rat? Have you ever seen a rat the size of an orange cat? I swear, I can't go on living. Burn you damn rats, boom, boom. Many mutated rats surged through the cracks of the door and the stairs, their screams echoing through the night. A series of explosions followed. As a residential building erupted in flames, it seemed a survivor, unable to endure the biting, had ignited a gas canister. If infected by this incident, several explosions erupted within a kilometer radius, flames illuminating the sky. Life is so fragile. Mu Ningxue watched the flames erupting everywhere. Each explosion sent a tremor through her, and she murmured softly, in this apocalypse, life is as insignificant as grass. To avoid dying so pathetically, one must struggle fiercely. Wang Mingyang spoke with a calm disposition. Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse, He had long become accustomed to the cycle of life and death. There's still a future for humanity? Will this apocalypse ever end? Mu Ningshue's eyes reflected confusion. I do not know, but humanity is the most adaptable of beings. Perhaps one day, you will witness people slaying zombies while discussing where to enjoy a hot spring in the evening. Wang Mingyang chuckled, recalling how such scenarios had become commonplace in the third year of the apocalypse within the refuge established by the immovable Ming Wang Han Taizhan. He remembered that Han Taizhan had risen to prominence in Sichuan province, wielding a power akin to the indestructible body of a Buddhist warrior, allowing him to disregard attacks from zombies or mutated creatures. Like a steel war chariot, he charged into the horde, rallying numerous ability users to occupy a renowned hot spring resort. Establishing a refuge, the Emperor and Queen of Huaxia, along with 3 kings, saw Han Taizhan dominate Sichuan province, at his peak commanding 3 9th tier, 10 8th tier, and over 27th tier ability users, with countless others of varying levels. Amassing a refuge with a population in the hundreds of thousands, a veritable warlord. However, as Sichuan was inland, the mutated creatures were not overwhelmingly fierce, while coastal refuges often faced threats from mutated sea beasts. The Black Emperor and Knife Emperor established their refuges along the coast, thanks to the protection of these 2 top-tier forces. Before Wang Mingyang's rebirth, the sea beasts had never breached the defenses to invade inland. In contrast to Han Taizhan's domination, Wang Mingyang admired the Black Emperor and Knife Emperor for their protection of the entire coastal region of Huaxia. Yet, deep down, he rejected the notion of undertaking such endeavors himself. When will we be able to relax and enjoy hot springs again? Su Yu's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she spoke softly. We will. There are many hot springs in Spring City. Once we grow stronger, we can visit any we desire. Ruffling Su Yu's hair, Wang Mingyang smiled as he spoke. Yes, I will strive to achieve that. Su Yu's eyes sparkled, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. You should prepare some beautiful swimsuits in advance. Don't wait until the last moment and find yourself without any. Wang Mingyang chuckled heartily. Humph, you have ulterior motives. I refuse to comply. Su Yu wrinkled her delicate nose and made a face at Wang Mingyang. Humph, you scoundrel, Mu Ningshue, overhearing their exchange, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Mingyang. He was left speechless. In a moment of whimsy, he had playfully teased the adorable Su Yu, only to be unexpectedly kicked by Mu Ningshue. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Mingyang suddenly noticed an intriguing change among the horde of corpses not far below. Before him, a male zombie, seemingly having gorged on the flesh and blood of several mutated rats, began to swell dramatically, its bloodied form glistening under the moonlight with a metallic sheen. The surrounding mutated rats continued to claw and gnaw at it, yet the zombie showed no signs of resistance. After a moment, a deep, guttural roar erupted from amidst the swarm of rats, causing the zombie to shudder violently, sending the majority of the mutated rats sprawling away and revealing its bronze-hued body. A first-tier enhanced zombie, Wang Mingyang murmured to himself, recalling the information he had on this type of undead. Known as a skin-enhanced zombie, colloquially referred to as a bronze-skinned corpse, its skin was remarkably tough, offering formidable defense, and its strength surpassed that of ordinary zombies. In the early stages, it was one of the more troublesome varieties of evolved zombies. Basic abilities inflicted limited damage upon it, and conventional rifle ammunition could no longer penetrate its defenses. Wang Mingyang had not anticipated that, merely 2 days into the apocalypse, a first-tier evolved zombie would manifest right before his eyes. In his previous life, the earliest first-tier zombie he encountered had appeared on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. What is that? Su Yu and Mu Ningshue followed Wang Mingyang's gaze, simultaneously spotting the peculiar zombie, their mouths agape in astonishment. That is an evolved zombie, a first-tier enhanced type. I believe it should be called a bronze-armored corpse. Bronze-armored corpse. Indeed a fitting appellation, Su Yu nodded, tapping her lips thoughtfully. Does it possess any special abilities? Mu Ningshue inquired with a serious expression. How would I know? However, it appears its defensive capabilities are exceptionally strong. Let us observe further. Wang Mingyang shook his head, signaling the 2 women to continue watching, as the horde of mutated rats would undoubtedly seize such a substantial prey. Indeed, the surrounding mutated rats, driven by frenzy, lunged at the bronze-armored corpse, but their originally sharp teeth and claws merely sparked against its skin. Frantic squeaks echoed from the agitated rats, as countless of them charged forward, yet they were unable to breach its defenses. Such formidable defense, Mu Ningshue exclaimed, her crimson lips parting in surprise. It certainly exceeds expectations. I fear even my steel needles would inflict limited damage. Wang Mingyang nodded, though internally he remained unfazed no matter how strong the bronze-armored corpse's defenses were. It could easily be dealt with by his spatial cutting ability. At this moment, he pondered whether this first-tier bronze-armored corpse might possess a crystal core within in his previous life. He had only ventured downstairs a week later, by which time even ordinary zombies had a chance of harboring crystal cores in their heads, while the likelihood was even higher for first-tier zombies if one encountered a leader-level zombie or mutated creature. A crystal core was almost guaranteed. Yet, he had never considered whether a zombie that had evolved to first-tier status a week prior might possess a crystal core. Over 5 years of the apocalypse, no one had ever discussed this topic with him. After all, during that time, most people had remained holed up in their homes, with few aware of the existence of crystal cores within zombies' heads. However, at this moment, Wang Mingyang was exceedingly eager to validate this question. As the mutated rats continued to fail in breaching the bronze-armored corpse's defenses, it began to wreak havoc, crushing the larger mutated rats and devouring them with relentless ferocity. Soon, a ring of rat corpses surrounded it, warm blood pooling on the ground, attracting nearby zombies to converge toward the scene. With a sharp, piercing squeak, a black-furred rat, nearly the size of an adult Siberian husky, suddenly darted out from the shadows, making a beeline for the bronze-armored corpse. A first-tier mutated rat? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the sudden outbreak of this rat tide. But the emergence of this first-tier mutated rat prompted a realization. There must be a first-tier or even second-tier rat king lurking in this horde. The surge of rats was intended to acquire abundant flesh and blood energy, thereby allowing the horde to evolve ahead of schedule. The pursuit of enhanced strength is an instinctual desire inherent to all living beings. Chapter 47. Second-tier mutated rat king. With the entry of the first-tier mutated rat into the fray, the bronze-armored corpse's defenses were finally breached. The claws and teeth of the first-tier mutated rat, having also undergone enhancement, glimmered ominously under the moonlight, appearing exceptionally sharp. Even the defenses of the bronze-armored corpse could not fully withstand the assault. However, the first-tier mutated rat did not gain much advantage. It could only rely on its agility to evade and harass the bronze-armored corpse. If this battle continued in such a manner, the bronze-armored corpse would undoubtedly be worn down by the first-tier mutated rat. However, the course of events rarely unfolds so predictably. Roars echoed throughout the battlefield spanning hundreds of meters. Several zombies, having feasted upon the flesh and blood of mutated rats, underwent their own evolution, thus attaining first-tier status. Yet, these newly evolved first-tier zombies were merely ordinary enhanced types. It was rare for zombies below third tier to awaken special abilities. Zombies above third tier would gradually manifest elemental or psychic powers. Among the newly emerged first-tier zombies on the battlefield were 2 bronze-armored corpses, a hunter and a giant zombie standing 3 meters tall. The mutated rat horde had consumed much of the zombie's flesh and brains, leading to the emergence of several first-tier mutated rats. At this point, Wang Mingyang's brows furrowed as a new question arose in his mind. Could it be that the Rat King has yet to appear? According to the characteristics of biological groups, a leader would not permit the emergence of a being stronger than itself within its ranks, as this would challenge its authority. Much like a pride of lions, the Lion King would expel its offspring as they approached maturity to protect the status of the adult males within the pride. If a single first-tier mutated rat king were to lead this horde, the sudden influx of newly evolved first-tier mutated rats would pose a significant threat to its dominion, unless the leader of this mutated rat horde is a second-tier or greater mutated rat king. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down Wang Mingyang's spine. A second-tier mutated rat king would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary in their current situation. Possessing A-level metal manipulation, Wang Mingyang felt no fear facing first-tier mutated rats or zombies. He was even confident in his ability to dispatch them without injury. With his S-level spatial cutting ability, he believed he could inflict damage upon a second-tier mutated rat. However, given the agility of a second-tier mutated rat king, he lacked confidence in his ability to land a hit with his spatial cutting attack. An's level ability is indeed powerful, but if one cannot strike the target, it is rendered utterly meaningless. Contemplating this, Wang Mingyang swiftly crouched down, gesturing for the 2 women to follow suit under their astonished gazes. Suu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, and trusting Wang Mingyang, they too crouched down. This mutated rat tide may very well harbor a second-tier rat king, Wang Mingyang proclaimed in a low voice, catching the curiosity of the 2 women. A second tier, they exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the appearance of multiple first-tier mutated rats is rather unusual. Wang Mingyang nodded, articulating his analysis to the two women. If that's the case, it's highly probable that a second-tier mutated rat king exists. Mu Ningxue concurred, a second tier. We don't even possess a first tier. We're no match at all. So you bit her lip? Grappling with the disheartening realization that she was less formidable than a mere its difficult. In terms of physical prowess, I estimate your dark flame blade's light should be able to harm it. But the effect would be limited. Mu Ningxue's ice abilities may struggle to even hinder its speed. Wang Mingyang's expression turned grave. He was not belittling their capabilities. Rather, he was acutely aware of the power of Su Yu and Mu Ningxue's abilities. It was precisely because he understood this that he needed to emphasize the insurmountable gap that existed between two tiers. We could just hide inside and not provoke it, Su Yu suggested softly. Yes, you both should stay hidden indoors and not come out, Wang Mingyang affirmed. And you? Mu Ningxue inquired curiously. I'll continue to observe and validate some hypotheses. Wang Mingyang replied nonchalantly, a smile on his face. What if you encounter that second-tier rat king? It would be too dangerous. Su Yu shook her head, gripping his sleeve tightly. Do not worry. I will not take unnecessary risks. Let us not forget, I possess the S-level spatial cutting ability. If we were to cross paths, it would be uncertain who would prevail, Wang Mingyang reassured, patting Su Yu's icy little hand with an air of pride. But, enough. You both should return now, and I will be back soon. Wang Mingyang interjected, gently pushing her shoulder to signal them to head back. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, her gaze lingering on Wang Mingyang's face for a moment before decisively rising and pulling Su Yu toward the stairway. Do not be reckless. Return safely. The voice of Mu Ningxue echoed just before the door closed, causing Wang Mingyang to smile faintly. This woman, hailing from an illustrious lineage, though proud, was not the type to be detached from the realities of life. She understood well what choices were most prudent to her. Wang Mingyang represented a guiding stone, a protective talisman. His survival was evidently more advantageous for her. As he scrutinized his surroundings, Wang Mingyang persistently searched for any potential second-tier mutated rat kings. The battle between first-tier mutated rats and first-tier zombies escalated in intensity, rendering ordinary zombies and mutated rats unable to intervene. As agile first-tier hunters, two of them leaped nimbly across rooftops, leaving a trail of fallen ordinary mutated rats and zombies in their wake. The hunters' fingers transformed into claws, measuring 30 centimeters long, which slashed through the bodies of the mutated rats with remarkable sharpness, instantly tearing them apart. Though the claws of the two first-tier mutated rats were not as formidable as those of the hunters, their scratches on the zombies' flesh resulted in the immediate dismemberment of large chunks of flesh, and their sharp teeth could easily pierce through a zombie's skull. The colossal zombie on the battlefield was already swarmed by mutated rats. Its massive hands could crush several of them with a single grip, and a single stomp would flatten 2 or 3. Unfortunately, the giant zombie's defenses were not as robust as that of the copper-armored corpse, and it was quickly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of mutated rats, soon becoming a mere heap of bones. Its flesh and blood instead facilitated the ascension of 3 mutated rats to the first tier. As zombies and mutated rats continuously fell, devoured, and evolved, a number of first-tier zombies and mutated rats emerged in the fray. With a piercing shriek, the rat tide seemed to receive a signal, swiftly retreating in unison towards a single direction, leaving behind only a handful of first-tier mutated rats. Meanwhile, the first-tier zombies continued to lead a throng of ordinary zombies, steadily closing in. After over an hour of chaotic battle, the zombies near the university town had been drawn in, resulting in thousands of fallen zombies on the battlefield. Yet, at this moment, over 10,000 zombies remained, scattered across an area of several hundred meters. Under Wang Mingyang's expectant gaze, a massive black-furred rat, resembling a domesticated pig, appeared atop a small building several hundred meters away. Its glossy black fur glimmered under the moonlight, hinting at a metallic sheen, with its sharp, blood-red eyes fixated on the horde of corpses below. The oppressive aura of a second tier being permeated the air, causing the zombies to howl in despair, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. Chapter 48. The unapproachable giant rat with a piercing screech. The second-tier black-furred rat king elicited a chorus of screams from the remaining first-tier mutated rats, which then charged directly into the horde of corpses. The rat king leaped from the rooftop, over 10 meters high, its claws piercing through a copper-armored zombie, and with a swift bite, its 4 sharp teeth effortlessly shattered the zombie's skull. The chilling sound of gnawing echoed as the zombie's head exploded, showering the area with red and white matter. Good heavens, this is absurdly powerful. Is this truly a rat? It seems even a tiger pales in comparison, Clearly, Wang Mingyang was not the only one covertly observing this chaotic battle. The gasps of daring survivors mingled with the roars of the mutated rats and zombies. Wang Mingyang himself was equally astonished. In his previous life, while he had slain mutated rats, he had only reached the 5th tier. Dedicating more effort to honing his physical prowess due to his ineffectual abilities, in terms of close combat, many 6th and even 7th tier non-enhanced or transformation type ability users would not stand a chance against him. However, regarding the mutated Rat King before him, Wang Mingyang knew that engaging in close combat would undoubtedly lead to his demise, and the Rat King might even leave him a 5-star review. With the Rat King's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, as first-tier zombies fell one after another, while the second-tier Rat King feasted upon the heads of these evolved zombies. It appeared that the mutated Rat King was acutely aware of the significant benefits contained within the heads of first-tier zombies, leaving the ordinary ones untouched. Wang Mingyang pondered this revelation. Could it be that the second-tier Rat King comprehended the existence of crystal nuclei within the brains of first-tier zombies? If his suspicions were correct, then the Rat King's orchestrated assault on the Horde was evidently driven by a clear objective. As he contemplated this, the intelligence exhibited by the second-tier mutated Rat King surpassed Wang Mingyang's imagination. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and yet he was witnessing a highly intelligent mutated creature. Was this still the familiar apocalypse he had known? He gazed up at the moon, its blood-red hue surrounding it, instilling in him an absurd sense of unease. Was he merely hallucinating, or had the apocalypse undergone a transformation? Wang Mingyang found himself murmuring, a chill creeping into his heart. Ever since his rebirth, he had possessed immense confidence in his future, but the events unfolding before him blurred the lines between the original narrative and the alterations wrought by his resurrection. At this moment, the mutated Rat King had already slain its 4th first-tier zombie. With keen observation, Wang Mingyang suddenly spotted a faint golden glimmer reflecting off the copper-armored zombie's skull that the second-tier mutated Rat King was currently gnawing on. Illuminated by the moonlight, a golden crystal nucleus. Focusing intently, he confirmed the shimmering light, and a tempest of excitement surged within him. It was indeed a golden crystal nucleus in his previous life. The crystal nuclei found within the copper-armored zombies were known to emit a faint golden hue. Among elemental crystal nuclei, the fire type was crimson, the water type was deep blue, the wood type was dark green, the earth type was brown, and the gold type was a pale gold. Other colors included purple for lightning, sky blue for wind, pure white for light, and pure black for darkness, as well as blood red for blood and dark green for poison, each corresponding to different abilities. Although the copper-armored zombie was an enhanced type, it too possessed a pale golden crystal nucleus, primarily utilizing gold energy to augment its defensive capabilities, unlike Wang Mingyang, who could manipulate metals. Wang Mingyang distinctly sensed that the second-tier mutated Rat King, as it devoured the golden nucleus, displayed an expression of sheer delight in its eyes. This is truly unbelievable. Can a second-tier mutated being possess such intelligence? He began to suspect that this Rat King had not merely gained its wits after reaching the second tier. It must have possessed a certain level of intelligence beforehand. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to orchestrate this rat tide on the second day of the apocalypse, as if cultivating a swarm of first-tier zombies solely for the purpose of harvesting crystal nuclei. Initially, Wang Mingyang had considered a surprise attack on the mutated Rat King amidst the chaos, hoping to secure a second-tier crystal nucleus on the second day of the apocalypse. However, it was now evident that this black-furred rat was not a creature to be trifled with lightly. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Wang Mingyang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Even with 2 formidable abilities at his disposal, he doubted his chances of success against such a cunning creature. A rat with such intelligence was truly terrifying. He could not afford to provoke it. Discretion was the better part of valor. After all, he had the ability to read countless tomes of knowledge through the celestial reading system. And with a little time to extract more powerful abilities, Wang Mingyang believed he would eventually find a way to deal with this frightfully clever black-furred rat. He resolved to bide his time. There was nothing wrong with being prudent, as it was merely a reflection of his true self. The remaining 10 or so first-tier mutated rats continued to assault the ordinary zombie horde. Yet they too fell victim to the overwhelming numbers of ordinary zombies, resulting in the emergence of an additional 2 or 3 first-tier zombies. Among the mutated rats, only 4 first-tier zombies remained. Alongside 2 copper-armored corpses, a hunter, and a giant zombie still stubbornly resisting. However, the mutated Rat King had sustained some injuries, as the hunter's claws were exceptionally sharp and even the Rat King's resilient fur could not fully withstand them. The giant zombie, though slow, could still inflict significant damage when it managed to strike the Rat King. In a swift motion, the mutated Rat King lunged at the hunter's head, but was subsequently kicked away by the approaching giant zombie, hurtling over 10 meters before crashing into a house less than 50 meters from Su Yu's residence. A scream erupted from within the building, and the mutated Rat King staggered out, shaking its head, still gnawing on the hunter's head. "Chao Jing, now's your chance, restrain it." A furious shout rang out from the building above. Zheng Hong, his towering figure clad in rocky armor, leaped down from the rooftop directly onto the dazed mutated Rat King. Chao Jing appeared on the rooftop as well, summoning a torrent of water that swiftly coiled around the Rat King's limbs, binding it tightly. The Rat King, startled by this sudden assault, found its head encased in a water sphere, bubbles rising as it struggled to escape. In the next moment, Zheng Hong, armored in stone, crashed down onto the Rat King's back, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering bones. "Die!" Zheng Hong rolled to the ground, conjuring a stone spear that he raised high before plunging it down towards the ensnared mutated Rat King. Tu Navi. The unexpected appearance of Zheng Hong and Chao Jing caught Wang Mingyang off guard. Their initial coordination had indeed been impressive, but Zheng Hong's immediate attempt to launch a second attack left him astonished. This caused Wang Mingyang to shake his head in disbelief. If this second-tier mutated Rat King were so easily dealt with, he would have confronted it long ago, rather than cowering on the rooftop, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 49. Half a Fisherman. Indeed, in the next moment, a multitude of black steel needles erupted from the mutated Rat King, resembling a storm of deadly petals. Wang Mingyang recalled this move, which was the signature technique of the second and third-tier mutated rats. Its fur, as hard as steel, could be ejected with lethal force. Because it closely resembled the legendary concealed weapon known as the Storm of Pear Blossom Needles, survivors had taken to calling it by that name. The water chain shattered, turning into puddles, and Chao Jing, who had his abilities disrupted upstairs, let out a muffled groan as if struck by lightning. This water chain ability seemed intimately connected to his mental prowess. With the water chain broken, Chao Jing immediately suffered backlash, his complexion paling, hands trembling, and body swaying perilously. Zheng Hong's stone spear had yet to strike, but countless black steel hairs shot towards him, prompting him to roll to avoid them. Debris from his rocky armor flew in all directions. Despite his timely evasion, several steel hairs pierced his body, causing blood to flow from his rocky shell. The mutated Rat King let out a series of furious shrieks, unbound by the water chain, shaking off droplets as it forcefully propelled itself forward, charging directly at Zheng Hong, who had been knocked several meters away. "Honggu, be careful!" Chao Jing shouted in alarm from above, watching the mutated Rat King rush towards Zheng Hong. Hearing the warning, Zheng Hong rolled away just in time, the sharp teeth of the mutated Rat King tearing away a patch of rocky armor from his shoulder. Zheng Hong was flung into the air, crashing into a first-floor dwelling. The mutated Rat King skidded to a halt, quickly turning back to pounce on Zheng Hong again, only to be met by a massive fist of a giant zombie barreling towards it. The remaining two copper-armored zombies also closed in. Though zombies lacked intelligence, the frenzied mutated Rat King became the sole target of the horde, drawing their focus entirely. The mutated Rat King became entangled with three first-tier zombies. Shrieking in anger yet ignoring Zheng Hong entirely, it indeed possessed intelligence, but its primal instincts compelled it to tear at the first-tier zombies before it. Zheng Hong clambered up from a pile of rubble. His rocky armor shattered, coughing while clutching his chest. He dared not linger, quickly scrambling towards the upper floor. "Tiske, this kid truly has a charmed life, saved by zombies." Wang Mingyang, watching from the sidelines, couldn't he help but stroke his chin, marveling at Zheng Hong's luck while observing the chaotic skirmish between the mutated Rat King and the first-tier zombies. As the battle intensified, the mutated Rat King appeared somewhat uncoordinated, likely due to the injuries inflicted by Zheng Hong's earlier strike. The giant zombie, with its massive form, proved a formidable threat, especially with the assistance of the two copper-armored zombies, making it difficult for the mutated Rat King to prevail. Seeing the horde closing in and the few remaining first-tier mutated rats battered and bruised, the mutated Rat King's crimson eyes shifted, letting out a piercing scream. The first-tier mutated rats still engaged in battle quickly turned and fled towards the fields. The Rat King intends to escape? Wang Mingyang's spirits lifted as he stood up. The mutated Rat King clearly sought to retreat. Having already consumed over 10 first-tier zombies, it bore some injuries itself. Coupled with Zheng Hong's earlier assault, it seemed to have sustained damage to its spine. This moment, The trio of first-tier zombies joining forces posed a genuine threat to it. With the wisdom of the mutated Rat King, it had already profited significantly from this tide of rats, and continuing further held little purpose. However, Wang Mingyang had set his sights on its second-tier crystal core. After 7 days of the apocalypse, creatures above the third tier invariably possessed crystal cores, and second-tier beings were likely to have them as well. Given the performance of this mutated Rat King, Wang Mingyang believed it must indeed possess a second-tier crystal core. Scanning the rooftop, he retreated a few meters before accelerating and leaping towards the adjacent rooftop. After vaulting over 2 rooftops, Wang Mingyang swiftly approached the fray between the mutated Rat King and the first-tier zombies. Crouching low, he peered down, spotting the mutated Rat King's body, resembling a plucked chicken, below. Sparse tufts of fur clung to its body, and the storm of pear blossom needles was a one-time technique. It could not be reused until its fur regrew. This mutated Rat King's combat experience was evidently lacking. Otherwise, it would not have recklessly ejected all its fur in a moment of desperation. Although Chao Jing's water chain seemed formidable, its binding power was limited. With less than first-tier strength, it could only restrain the second-tier mutated Rat King for a fleeting second. Suddenly, the mutated Rat King swept aside 2 copper-armored zombies with a claw, its agile body lunging at the giant zombie's chest as it attempted to dash towards the rooftop. Wang Mingyang's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he unleashed dozens of prepared steel needles. The sharp needles whistled through the air, piercing towards the airborne mutated Rat King. Caught off guard, the mutated Rat King emitted a piercing scream, curling into a ball as the needles struck its back. It would never have anticipated that just moments ago. It had shot its own needles at others. A few minutes later, it found itself on the receiving end of a barrage. The sudden onslaught knocked the Rat King to the ground, rendering its escape from the rooftop virtually impossible. Enduring excruciating pain, the mutated Rat King glared up at Wang Mingyang with an enraged scream, pushing off the ground to charge through several zombies in a desperate bid for escape. Wait, it's really running? Wang Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. The mutated Rat King showed no regard, turning to flee, leaving him dumbfounded. Reacting swiftly, he flicked his fingers, a thin black line appearing at his fingertips, which he shot towards the fleeing mutated Rat King in the moonlight. Seemingly sensing the looming threat behind it, the mutated Rat King abruptly veered left, the black line slicing across its shoulder, a sizable chunk of flesh suspended mid-air. In the next instant, the flesh plummeted to the ground, and the mutated Rat King's shoulder was suddenly missing a piece, blood gushing forth. Eek! The mutated Rat King shrieked in agony but continued its flight, pursued by a relentless horde of zombies. Wang Mingyang lamented the missed opportunity. The range of his spatial cutting technique was limited. Had he not crossed the rooftops to get closer, he would have been unable to strike the mutated Rat King at all. Glancing down at 3 first-tier zombies below, he contemplated directing his steel needles at them, only to realize that he had no projectiles left. Damn it! That rat took my needles. Wang Mingyang was left speechless. This was akin to snatching a weapon from an opponent. That wretched rat not only fled but also absconded with his means of sustenance. Despite the frustration, he still had spatial cutting at his disposal. Flicking his fingers, 3 black lines swiftly sliced through the necks of the 3 zombies. Even the formidable defense of the copper-armored zombies could not withstand the spatial cutting power of the black lines, their heads rolling to the ground in the struggle between the clam and the snipe. The fisherman benefits. He gained a little, but not much. I suppose I am half a fisherman. In the end, he secured 3 first-tier zombies, but whether there would be any significant reward depended on luck. Chapter 50. You hear me defend myself. Wang Mingyang waved his hand, causing a steel pipe to quickly melt and morph into a sharp spear, which flew through the air, piercing through 3 heads like a skewered delicacy. Extracting the spear, he drew out a mowing and swiftly cleaved the 3 zombie heads apart, rummaging through them with the spear. Heh, if those 2 silly girls saw this scene, they'd probably be retching for half a day. A mischievous grin crept across Wang Mingyang's face. After 5 years of the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to such grim realities. However, it was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and even the forensic-trained Suyu would likely struggle with this sight, let alone the pampered Mu Ningxue. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, a sudden sound of dry heaving erupted from the adjacent rooftop. Wang Mingyang looked up in astonishment, and upon hearing the sound, he was left dumbfounded. There were Suyu and Mu Ningxue, hunched over the edge of the rooftop, retching uncontrollably, their faces contorted in pain. I swear, I was just looking for something. Do you believe me? Wang Mingyang said helplessly, realizing that this action was indeed difficult to explain, feeling rather awkward. Ugh, Mingyang, you're truly a creep. Suyu groaned as she heaved. What were you two thinking, coming out here in such danger? Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, pocketing the hard-earned crystal core and carelessly tossing the spear aside, his tone irritable. Ugh, we were just a little worried about you. Suyu stammered through her retching. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue was rendered speechless. Clutching her chest and gagging, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. Don't worry. Let us head back. Wang Mingyang stepped over to pat Suyu on the back, offering her some comfort, as he approached Mu Ningxue. Just as his hand lifted, she recoiled, her hand raised defensively before him. Don't come any closer, you creep. Ugh, so disgusting, Mu Ningxue protested, retching as she backed away. Oh, you must hear me out. No, you must let me explain. No, I don't want to hear you talk right now. Ugh. Seemingly recalling the earlier moment when Wang Mingyang rummaged around in her mind, Mu Ningxue retched again, unable to hold it in, and turned to flee down the stairs. Was my reaction really that extreme? Wang Mingyang gazed in silence at the retreating figure of Mu Ningxue. Sister Xue had never encountered such a scene. Even I, a forensic science major, found it hard to bear at first glance. Suyu rolled her eyes and took several deep breaths, pressing her hand against her chest to calm her emotions. Is it truly that disgusting? Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is. If I didn't know you were Mingyang, I would have thought I encountered a pervert. What are you doing rummaging through a corpse's brain? Suyu wrinkled her delicate nose, questioning him in confusion. What's so perverse about it? You'll all have to do it in the future. Let's head back first. I have something to show you. Wang Mingyang waved his hand and led Suyu back. They crossed the rooftop and returned to Suyu's small building. As soon as Wang Mingyang entered the living room, he saw Mu Ningxue slumped on the sofa, looking at him with disdain. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, turned, and walked to the bathroom to clean the items he had extracted from the brains of 3 first-level zombies. Only then did he casually sit beside Mu Ningxue, prompting the beauty to shift uncomfortably. All right, I'm not a pervert. I wasn't just groping corpses. Wang Mingyang tossed the items onto the coffee table. Take a look at this. A gemstone-like, rhombus-shaped object bounced twice on the table, producing a crisp sound. Suyu and Mu Ningxue widened their eyes at the gem, which exhibited a translucent, high-end quality in a pale golden hue. Its naturally formed polygonal appearance resembling that of a masterfully cut jewel. Where did you find this gem? Suyu asked in astonishment, preparing to examine it up close. Suddenly, Mu Ningxue grabbed her hand. Looking at Wang Mingyang with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with a hint of disgust. This thing? It wouldn't be what you rummaged out of a zombie's head, would it? Oh, your reaction is quite swift. Wang Mingyang remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. In a way. You found this amidst that bloody mess? Suyu quickly withdrew her hand, regarding the crystal core with distaste. This item, even that mutated rat king had to set a trap to cultivate it. Don't you think this is something valuable? Wang Mingyang chuckled, his gaze inscrutable. What is the use of this thing? Suyu leaned forward, scrutinizing the pale golden crystal core. Wait a moment, you just said. That mutated rat king set a trap? Mu Ningxue's eyes suddenly lit up. She had caught a peculiar point in Wang Mingyang's words. Indeed, it was that rat king that set the trap. Wang Mingyang's lips twitched as he forced a smile. A mutated rat. Is it really that intelligent? Mu Ningxue was astonished. It should be an exception. Aside from that mutated rat king, I haven't noticed other rats being particularly clever. Wang Mingyang shook his head and continued. This rat tide, mixed with the zombie horde, spawned 20 or 30 first-level creatures. And that mutated rat king appeared specifically to hunt first-level zombies. I suspect this second-level rat king instigated this rat tide to cultivate this crystal core. But what exactly is its purpose that warrants such elaborate planning? Suyu persisted with her previous question. This crystal core only exists in the brains of first-level creatures, and not all first-level creatures possess it. Among those 3 first-level zombies, I only found this one. It indicates that there's a certain probability of its occurrence. It could potentially enhance the strength of the mutated rat king, or even allow it to advance to the 3rd level. Wang Mingyang endeavored to articulate the significance of the crystal core in simple terms. In his past life, survivors did not understand the function of crystal cores until 7 days into the apocalypse, when ordinary zombies began to condense crystal cores, leading to further insights. Before that, perhaps only government troops and pre-awakened ability users had the chance to come into contact with such things. The true effects of crystal cores were discovered only by a select few. A month into the apocalypse, it became widely known that crystal cores could facilitate the awakening of abilities in humans, enhancing the power of ability users and other mutated beings. So, is this crystal core useful to us? Mu Ningxua's eyes brightened, and she promptly inquired, I'm not a prophet. How would I know if it's useful or not? Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, beginning to feign a serious demeanor. You love reading so much? Yet your knowledge is so lacking? Mu Ningxua expressed her disdain, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, realizing she had taken things for granted. How could Wang Mingyang possibly know everything? Unfortunately, she could never guess that this man before her was quite shrewd and indeed had knowledge of such matters. Your books contain this knowledge, don't they? Truly. Wang Mingyang was speechless. This girl had the audacity to challenge him. Mu Ningxua turned her head to the side, while Su Yu stifled a laugh, prompting Wang Mingyang to playfully poke her side in annoyance. This crystal core, pale golden in color, was retrieved from the head of that copper-armored zombie. I previously saw the mutated Rat King consume crystal cores of other colors. I suspect the color of this crystal core relates to the evolutionary power of the zombies. Wang Mingyang earnestly fabricated a story. He had never seen the mutated Rat King consume crystal cores of different colors, but he figured he could concoct a plausible explanation. Although Mu Ningxua still felt a bit uneasy. The crystal core was now clean and appeared remarkably beautiful. She extended her delicate fingers to pinch the crystal core, which was roughly the size of a button, shimmering with a pale golden glow under the candlelight. The copper-armored zombie. That's the one with a metallic sheen and exceptional defensive capabilities, right? Exactly. I estimate its evolutionary direction is metallic. I can sense the metallic energy contained within this crystal core. Wang Mingyang nodded. This was not mere fabrication. Possessing the ability to control metal, he indeed sensed a similar power emanating from the crystal core, and his past experiences validated this assertion. Chapter 51. Hold on and don't be reckless. Mu Ningxua scrutinized the crystal core held between her fingers, glancing at Wang Mingyang's handsome face repeatedly until he grew somewhat impatient and finally spoke. You possess the ability to control metal. This is metallic, right? Why don't you try and see if you can absorb it? How do I try? Eat it. Wang Mingyang was taken aback, his expression utterly befuddled. Ugh, no, this thing was dug out from a brain. Can it be eaten casually? Mu Ningxua made a retching sound. Even if Wang Mingyang were to eat it, she would completely refuse, envisioning that scene made her feel ill. Fine, I want to eat it. I'll attempt another method. Wang Mingyang extended his hand to grasp the crystal core from Mu Ningxua. Focusing his mind, he held the crystal core in his palm, channeling the energy within his body as if employing his ability to control metal. Slowly extending his mental power into the interior of the crystal core. Within his mental perception, a stream of pale golden energy flowed gently, transmitting through his palm into his body, merging with the energy within him and rapidly amplifying. After about 10 minutes, Wang Mingyang finally absorbed the entirety of the crystal core, and the energy within him swelled significantly. Under his perception, both his physical prowess and mental strength had indeed stepped into the first level. Opening his palm, the crystal core had transformed into powder, which scattered into the trash can as he tilted his hand. I asked that it? Su Yu surveyed Wang Mingyang with surprise. It should be. When I sensed the energy of the crystal core was entirely consumed. It turned into this. Wang Mingyang nodded. Any changes? Did your strength increase? Mu Ningxua inquired eagerly, her concern focused on the advancement of power. I feel significantly stronger. My overall strength has crossed a tier, likely entering the realm of first-level ability users. Wang Mingyang clenched his fist and struck the air, producing a muffled thud. Yay! Can we specifically seek out such crystal cores to enhance our strength? Su Yu clapped her hands in delight. It's not that simple. The drop rate of this crystal core is low, and currently, there aren't many first-level mutated creatures. The situation we encountered tonight is exceedingly rare. Wang Mingyang shook his head, affirming that it was indeed quite difficult at present. But things would change in a few days. I don't see it that way. Since a second-level mutated Rat King has already appeared, there's certainly won't be a shortage of first-level mutated creatures. It's just that we haven't encountered them yet. Mu Ningxua pondered for a moment and stated calmly. Indeed, that Rat King exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su nodded in agreement. When did you both see it? Wang Mingyang was astonished. Hadn't these two girls just descended from the rooftop? How did they sense it through the floor? We were worried about you and secretly watched for a while at the stairway. Su Yu replied with an embarrassed chuckle. We were afraid you might do something reckless, hoping to see if we could save you. Mu Ningxua maintained a cold demeanor, expressing her disdain without a hint of acknowledgement for having become a servant. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang felt warmth in his heart. Throughout both his past and present lives, he seldom experienced the care of others. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, it had been more about deceit and self-interest. Even the once revered goddess, Wang Ruoqing, had approached him subtly to uncover the secret of possessing 5 abilities. I truly appreciate your concern. Unfortunately, I've always been rather timid and seldom seek death. Wang Mingyang chuckled. Finding nothing wrong with Mu Ningxue's remarks, he would never truly regard Mu Ningxue as a servant. This woman was not easily subdued, and if treated as a slave, she might very well turn on him one day. Finding first-level creatures is no easy task, and our strength is still insufficient. If we encounter a horde of zombies again, luck may not be on our side. Therefore, I believe that for the time being, we should focus on honing our abilities and observe the unfolding situation. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment and concluded that it would be wiser to proceed with caution. Suu and Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement. As everything they had witnessed that evening had truly broadened their horizons, their inflated confidence, stemming from the awakening of high-tier abilities, rapidly cooled. In this apocalyptic world, gifted individuals were not rare. However, only a handful could ultimately stand at the pinnacle. This was not solely due to their innate talents. In fact, among the 5 emperors and 9 kings, there were only 1 or 2 with S-level talents. The legendary Knife Emperor of Huaxia was merely endowed with a B-level ability. His dominance stemmed more from his formidable swordsmanship, with his abilities serving merely as an auxiliary force to maintain his position at the apex. Among the remaining few, there were indeed those who achieved greatness with B or A-level abilities. The reason for this phenomenon lay largely in their prudence. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, it ultimately represents potential. In the early stages, a difference of 1 or 2 levels in abilities does not create a significant gap. If one is not sufficiently cautious and assumes that their talents are formidable, they may find themselves overwhelmed by the tide of adversity. Potential, therefore, can become an eternal promise unfulfilled. Now, the talents of Wang Mingyang and his companions were already quite splendid. The most prudent course of action was unequivocally to lay low, quietly develop their strength, and ultimately astonish everyone. If they were to act recklessly like Zheng Hong, who dared to confront a second-tier mutated rat king with only a B-level talent, he would have long since met his demise if not for his fortunate circumstances. At that moment, Zheng Hong, alongside Chao Jing, returned to the residential building like startled birds, dragging their wounded bodies. As soon as he sat down, Zheng Hong could not suppress a muffled groan. Several steel hairs of the second-tier mutated rat king had pierced his body. Although Chao Jing had removed them, the gaping wounds were still a shocking sight. "Brother Hong, what happened to you?" Gu Siyu swiftly approached, her face filled with concern upon seeing Zheng Hong's injuries. "We encountered a rat as large as a wild boar, likely the leader of the rat tide. And it injured us," Chao Jing replied, rummaging through the first aid kit without turning around. Beside him, Yu Yani, dressed in a crop top, instinctively curled her lip. She had initially thought Zheng Hong was quite formidable. Having dispatched ordinary zombies with such efficiency, yet he returned from the rat tide in such a disheveled state. "Did you manage to kill that big rat?" Gu Siyu asked, taking the first aid kit from Chao Jing and extracting cotton swabs and alcohol to clean Zheng Hong's wounds under the dim moonlight. "No, that rat was too powerful. Fortunately, several strong zombies managed to hold it back, allowing us to escape unharmed." Chao Jing shook his head, his expression reflecting the lingering fear of their earlier experience. "Such a pity. We were so close. If the water chain had held for just 1 more second, we might have been able to slay it." Zheng Hong winced as the alcohol was applied to his wounds, but still expressed regret. That rat could shed its fur. Its attack was too fierce, and the water chain was broken almost instantly. Upon hearing this, Chao Jing felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, even if his water chain had lasted 1 more second, Zheng Hong would not have been able to kill the second-tier mutated rat king. The hardness of the B-level ability Stone Spear was limited, likely only capable of inflicting minor injuries on the rat king. To deliver a fatal blow, Zheng Hong would need to reach at least a second-tier level. However, Zheng Hong and Chao Jing were unaware of these circumstances. The information gap in the early days of the apocalypse was vast. At present, they had no inkling of the enormous disparity in strength between themselves and the second-tier mutated rat king. Their brief skirmish and fortunate escape had created a false impression that if only they were stronger, they could have vanquished the mutated rat. Chapter 52. Gu Siyu's speculation. "Why did you insist on confronting that rat?" Gu Siyu asked, puzzled. She had previously opposed their decision to go out and observe, only to find they had engaged directly. "You didn't see it. That rat specifically targeted those zombies that had suddenly become strong. I even saw it devour the heads of those special zombies." It didn't even touch ordinary zombies, which indicates that those special ones must possess significant value to it. Chao Jing retorted, a hint of excitement in his voice. Even so, you should have been killing zombies instead. Why did you engage with the rat? Gu Siyu turned to Chao Jing, her expression one of confusion. Chao Jing was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to Zheng Hong. Let me explain. Zheng Hong shifted his position slightly for greater comfort. I noticed that there seemed to be something within the heads of those zombies. The Rat King didn't consume the entire head. I vaguely saw it extract a crystal and eat it. Siyu, at this point, you should be able to deduce something. You mean, the legendary crystal core? Gu Siyu exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. It should be. We've seen enough films and read enough novels. I suspect that is indeed what the legendary crystal core is. Otherwise, why would the Rat King specifically seek out those special zombies? Zheng Hong affirmed, his confidence unwavering. His analysis was astutely close to the truth. However, when they had previously dispatched ordinary zombies, they had failed to notice anything unusual. The scene they had just witnessed, coupled with the Rat King appearing to be gravely injured, presented a rare opportunity, prompting their bold actions. Unfortunately, they had misjudged the strength of the second-tier mutated Rat King and had quickly been overwhelmed. If ordinary zombies represented the foundation, those special zombies could be seen as level 1, while the Rat King, being stronger than the special zombies, might well be classified as level 2. Gu Siyu contemplated this for a moment before speaking seriously. I estimate I could manage to engage with one of those special zombies at most. If the Rat King hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have even considered taking the risk. Zheng Hong's expression grew grim as he reflected on their recklessness. My water chain should have been able to restrain a level 1 zombie, but the second-tier Rat King broke free in just a second. Chao Jing's face fell. In that case, I suspect your strength is likely around level 1. You certainly wouldn't stand a chance against the second-tier mutated Rat King. Next time, you absolutely cannot be so reckless, Gu Siyu admonished, her expression serious. She felt immense relief that Zheng Hong and Chao Jing had returned safely. If her estimation was correct, given their current combat capabilities, they owed their survival to the noble sacrifice of those level 1 zombies. Without the protection of these two, she and her companion would have been utterly defenseless. Had Wang Mingyang been present to hear Gu Siyu's remarks, he would undoubtedly have applauded her insight. This woman truly possessed remarkable acumen. Her analysis was spot on. Standing silently to the side, Chen Rui suddenly interjected. Brother Hong, did you encounter Wang Mingyang? Wang Mingyang? Zheng Hong paused at the mention of the name, exchanging a glance with Chao Jing before shaking his head. No. When we reached that rooftop, we didn't see him. In truth, the moonlight provided sufficient visibility, yet the rooftop was cluttered with debris, and Wang Mingyang had been crouched in a corner, rendering him invisible to Zheng Hong and the others. Initially, Wang Mingyang had also failed to notice their arrival. What a pity. He has awakened his abilities. If he could team up with you, Brother Hong, perhaps you could have slain that second-tier rat, Chen Rui lamented, though a glimmer of something different flickered in his eyes. Never mind, that guy is somewhat arrogant. We don't have time to bother with him now, Zheng Hong scoffed, displaying his lack of fondness for Wang Mingyang. However, the two women accompanying Wang Mingyang were undeniably alluring. As Zheng Hong contemplated this, he unconsciously licked his lips. Observing Zheng Hong's expression, Chen Rui's lips curled into a knowing smile, but he chose to remain silent. Under the dim candlelight, Wang Mingyang continued to read. The zombies outside gradually dispersing, their sporadic growls echoing in the distance. The rat tide had receded, and for the time being, there was no significant danger. Nevertheless, Wang Mingyang had not forgotten the mutated mosquito swarm from the previous night. Since Suyu had candles in her home, he maintained the iron sheet covering the window. Although the ventilation was poor, it was preferable to battling those mosquitoes for another night. While it was not guaranteed that a swarm would attack, it was always better to be safe than sorry. With some time at hand, Wang Mingyang intended to practice his abilities. The elevation of an ability user's rank relies on the absorption of crystal cores to enhance their energy and physique. Utilizing cores of the same type yields higher efficacy. The awakening individual's development of their abilities, including their understanding of their own capabilities, imaginative thinking, and innovative creation, enhances both the usage and power of their abilities. Coupled with the honing of their mental strength and physical prowess, this allows their abilities to grow in tandem with their awakening rank. The three aspects are interdependent and indispensable. The strength of mental power limits the precision of ability control. For mental and mysterious abilities, it also constrains the magnitude of their power. The strength of physical fitness restricts the upper limits of transformation and enhancement abilities, while certain mysterious abilities necessitate a robust physique to withstand the cost of their deployment. Meanwhile, the quantity of energy available restricts the maximum output of abilities. In the early stages, the power of elemental abilities primarily depends on one's energy reserves. Different levels of ability users possess vastly differing energy levels. Even with the same ability, varying energy supplies yield dramatically disparate effects. This is why Wang Mingyang continually urged Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to utilize their spare time to train their abilities. Only through constant practice and fine-tuning can they gain a profound understanding of their strengths. Moreover, this training simultaneously hones their mental strength, allowing for the maintenance of energy consumption while subtly increasing their internal energy. In the early days of the apocalypse, rapidly advancing one's rank indeed posed a significant challenge. The crux does not lie in the degree of danger, but rather in the rarity of first-order mutated beings capable of producing crystal cores. Specimens like the second-order mutated rat king, which can incite a tide of rats for the purpose of nurturing, are truly anomalous and exist only by chance. In this scenario, even Wang Mingyang, who has lived 2 lives, finds himself encountering such phenomena for the first time. Chapter 53. A Vigilant Heart as Night Deepened. Wang Mingyang urged Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to rest while he pondered over his thoughts and retrieved the book A Brief History of Time to peruse. Currently, his reserve of ability fragments was as follows: Mustard Seed Space, 2-8, Time Suspension, 120, Metallic Control Fragments, 5. His control over metals had expanded the range of steel needle manipulation to 20 meters and the liquefaction of metals to 15 meters. This range had become sufficiently formidable. Even in the face of a zombie horde, he felt confident in making a complete retreat. Simultaneously, the speed of ability release had accelerated, significantly enhancing the velocity of metal liquefaction, shaping, and the propulsion of steel needles, thus increasing their potency. This upgrade in abilities had proven to be a comprehensive enhancement, showcasing the full extent of the A-grade ability of metallic control step by step. Including the physical augmentation from advancing to the first tier, he had undergone 3 rounds of enhancement, bringing his physical prowess perilously close to the second tier. Currently, spatial slicing remained within the realm of primary abilities. Yet with the increase of energy within Wang Mingyang and the enhancement of his mental strength, the frequency of spatial slicing release had escalated from the original 8 times to 15. It was not that the S-grade spatial slicing was inferior to the A-grade metallic control. It was merely that Wang Mingyang's current level was too low. Only when he ascended in rank would the true might of spatial abilities unveil itself. A sleepless night passed without the emergence of mutated mosquito swarms or other mutated creatures, which Wang Mingyang deemed fortunate, as it allowed him to read undisturbed. Through an entire night of reading, he acquired 3 mustard seed space fragments, 2 time suspension fragments, and even extracted 3 spatial slicing fragments. As dawn broke, he controlled the iron plates covering the window to disperse, revealing the morning sun. His fragment reserves transformed to mustard seed space, 5-8, time suspension, 320, spatial slicing fragments, 3, metallic control fragments, 5. His reading value increased by 2,000 points, totaling 5621. Contemplating this, he felt a slight pang of anxiety. Enhancing spatial slicing would likely require a considerable investment of effort. Time suspension left him speechless, as awakening it at the primary level necessitated 20 fragments, and he could only imagine how long it would take to amass that amount. The mustard seed space seemed slightly more manageable. With a bit more effort, he estimated he could complete the extraction by tomorrow morning. Reflecting on this ability, he found it quite remarkable. At least he wouldn't need to carry a backpack when going out. Mingyang Ji, have you not slept at all? Su Yu, still bleary-eyed, emerged from the bedroom and instantly spotted Wang Mingyang seated at the balcony tea table. Her soft, sleepy voice resonated. I'll sleep soon, Wang Mingyang replied with a smile. Noticing Su Yu in her adorable pink nightgown, her fair arms and long legs bathed in the morning sunlight, radiating a hint of alluring glow, let me make you a bowl of noodles. Eat before you sleep, Su Yu suggested, patting her cheeks to wake herself up. That sounds good. Please add 2 fried eggs. All right, just a moment. Su Yu smiled slightly and dashed into the bathroom, quickly washing her face before bustling into the kitchen. After a while, as Su Yu emerged with a large bowl of egg noodles, Mu Ningxue gracefully strolled out of the bedroom clad in a black nightgown. The 2 girls, having slept together the previous night, seemed to have grown closer in their bond after the events of the prior day. Xiao Yu, I want some too, Mu Ningxue said, gazing at the egg noodles in Su Yu's hands, her eyes still sleepy and lips pouting. There's more in the kitchen. I saved some for you, Su Yu replied with a gentle smile, placing the egg noodles on the dining table. Wang Mingyang closed his book, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Ningxue, and walked over to the table, unceremoniously starting to relish the egg noodles point. One could not deny that this icy beauty had an allure. The black spaghetti-strap nightgown accentuated her curves, revealing a glimpse of her fair thigh. A sight that was quite captivating. Yet, Wang Mingyang felt a twinge of disapproval. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, and unexpected situations could arise at any moment. Relying on Wang Mingyang's protection, Su Yu and Mu Ningxue had evidently not yet adapted to this reality. The notion of changing into nightwear while sleeping was imprudent. Should mutated creatures or zombies attack, there would be no time to leisurely change clothes before battling. In a critical situation, they might need to flee immediately. And wearing such nightgowns, one could only imagine the spectacle. Realizing this, Wang Mingyang concluded that he needed to intensify the training of these two beautiful women. Otherwise, with one being S grade and the other A grade, it remained uncertain whether they could transform their potential into true strength. After finishing his bowl of egg noodles, Wang Mingyang wiped his lips and observed Mu Ningxue across the table. She savored her noodles slowly. She became aware of his gaze, slightly furrowing her brows in curiosity as she looked up at him. What is wrong? Do I have something on my face? No, then why do you keep staring at me? If you don't look at me, how will you know I'm watching you? Wang Mingyang's sudden playfulness rendered Mu Ningxue speechless, her earlier apprehension dissipating. All right, enough teasing, Suu. Come over here, Wang Mingyang chuckled, beckoning Suyu with a wave. Upon hearing this, Suyu carried her bowl of egg noodles over from the kitchen, pulling out a chair to sit beside Mu Ningxue. You both might not fully grasp the situation. We are in an apocalypse. Wang Mingyang's expression remained calm, yet his tone grew increasingly serious. Is something wrong? Suyu inquired, puzzled. In this apocalypse, unexpected events can occur at any moment. Just take a look at yourselves. Don't you think there is something amiss? Wang Mingyang continued. The two women glanced around, exchanged confused looks, and shook their heads. Nothing seems off. Mu Ningxue tilted her head, pondering. Don't you think this outfit is rather inappropriate? Wang Mingyang pointed at Mu Ningxue's chest, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. Mu Ningxue's cheeks flushed as she glanced down at her curves, the deep neckline accentuating her figure. Could it be Suyu, standing nearby, seemed to be catching on? Have you both become too complacent? This is the apocalypse. If mutated creatures attack in the middle of the night, do you intend to fight them while dressed like this? Wang Mingyang felt a sense of frustration. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have relished the sight before him. But now, he needed to awaken the two women, reminding them to stay vigilant at all times. Shortly, I will take a rest. You both will be on guard duty. You must remain alert, not just for zombies and mutated creatures, but also for other survivors. Suyu, do you remember those people we encountered in the provincial library hall when the apocalypse began? Others surely think the same way. Better them than me. Mu Ningxue, you haven't forgotten how Zhao Ding treated you, have you? Humanity in the apocalypse is most susceptible to testing. Do you wish to endure such an experience once more? Having delivered these pointed remarks, Wang Mingyang rose and headed toward the bedroom. The barrage of sharp words left Suyu and Mu Ningxue pale, lapsing into a contemplative silence. Despite being entrenched in the apocalypse and witnessing numerous harsh realities, why did they still feel so at ease, utterly devoid of the sense of crisis that should accompany their circumstances? Only when the door clicked shut behind Wang Mingyang did Suyu and Mu Ningxue slowly lift their heads. Their expressions laden with complexity as they gazed back. It seemed that everything had been influenced by that figure. Chapter 54. A unified assault. The living room fell into a profound silence as Suyu and Mu Ningxue sat at the dining table. Their contrasting nightgowns, one pink and one black, rendering them alluring. Yet, their emotions were quite complicated. Just the night before, they had been selecting Suyu's clothing together, and after donning their nightgowns, they had even compared their figures and appearances. However, with Wang Mingyang's abrupt wake-up call this morning, they were jolted back to the reality of the apocalypse. Shuejia, it seems we have been overly reliant on Mingyang Ji, Suyu remarked, absent-mindedly grasping her chopsticks, facing the enticing egg noodles that still wafted delightful aromas, yet feeling no appetite. Indeed, you're right. Even with our awakened abilities, we remained sheltered under his wing, Mu Ningxue conceded. Her gaze lowered as she unconsciously stirred the noodles in her bowl. Though it was only the third day of the apocalypse, Suyu felt as though an eternity had passed. She had become increasingly dependent on Wang Mingyang, despite possessing formidable abilities herself. Yet, aside from those two decisive strikes against the zombie horde, she had exerted little effort over the past 2 days, relying solely on Wang Mingyang for protection. I've made up my mind. I will slay zombies, Suyu declared, lifting a strand of noodles with determination, taking a hearty bite. Yes, I'll join too. With my S-grade ability, I shouldn't be inferior to him. Mu Ningxue echoed, matching Su Yu's resolve as she chewed her noodles, her words slightly muffled. All right then, let us finish our meal quickly, change our clothes, and clear out some zombies downstairs. Su Yu nodded, hastening her pace and consuming the noodles. Good. In this brief exchange, both girls solidified their resolve, determined not to become burdens to Wang Mingyang any longer. Standing at the door of the secondary bedroom, Wang Mingyang wore a faint smile as he stripped off his clothes and jumped into bed clad only in his underwear. After a sleepless night, he was indeed feeling weary. With a flick of his hand, he controlled the metal to seal the doors and windows before sinking into a deep slumber, in a swift manner. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue finished their noodles and tidied up the table with minimal effort. They retreated to the bedroom to freshen up and changed into comfortable athletic wear. Both ladies tied their long, flowing hair into high ponytails and stepped out, wielding their swords as Su Yu cast a glance at the door of the adjacent room. A sudden thought struck her, prompting her to turn towards Mu Ningxue. Xuejia, all the doors and windows of the building have been sealed by Mingyang. How do we get out? Not to worry. We can exit from the rooftop and first clear out the neighboring small building. Mu Ningxue replied thoughtfully, looking up at the ceiling with a slight smile. All right then, let's coordinate well when the time comes. Su Yu nodded and walked towards the door. Yes, I've figured out another application of my ability. I can create an ice shield for protection. Really? That puts my mind at ease. My powers lack defensive capabilities, though my offensive skills are commendable. Then you focus on the attack, and I shall handle the defense. Absolutely. The two women engaged in a hushed discussion regarding their upcoming actions before quietly stepping outside and making their way to the rooftop. Though Wang Mingyang felt some concern about the two venturing out alone, he did not intervene. The moment he had spoken those words, he had anticipated that these two would indeed take such an initiative. However, both women had accompanied him through numerous battles and had awakened potent abilities. As long as they did not recklessly provoke a horde of zombies, small-scale combat posed no threat to their safety. At the onset of the apocalypse, even after awakening their powers, being bitten by zombies would not lead to transformation into one of them, unless inflicted by a high-level zombie. But where could one find such creatures? Who knows where the Tier 3 zombies are? I'm anxiously waiting for a response. High-level zombies signify high-level cores. If approached correctly, even a Tier 3 zombie would likely fall victim to Wang Mingyang's spatial slicing ability, which was classified as S-grade. Although currently, it had only one known application, its terrifying slicing capability could likely bypass the defenses of even a Tier 3 copper-skin zombie. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue paused at the stairwell to assess their surroundings and, upon confirming there was no danger, proceeded to ascend to the rooftop. They surveyed the area and selected the adjacent small building, taking a running leap to land on the opposite rooftop. Following the staircase down, Su Yu gently tapped the railing with her sword, producing a few soft sounds. This immediately attracted the low growls of nearby zombies. Assessing their positions, Su Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Ningxue. With a powerful kick, she sent the door crashing open, and a zombie stumbled out as the door swung wide. Su Yu's physical prowess had doubled following her ability enhancement, and that kick carried nearly 200 kilograms of force. Having fought alongside Wang Mingyang against zombies, she was acutely aware of her body's transformation and felt no surprise at this display of strength. Little Yu, you're so strong, Mu Ningxue exclaimed, astonished, as she had merely followed Wang Mingyang before. Even when attacking zombies with her knife, the blade's sharpness had masked any extraordinary strength Su Yu possessed. After awakening, Mu Ningxue had yet to test her physical capabilities, focusing solely on her ice-based powers and remaining oblivious to her own increased strength. As the door swung open, Mu Ningxue extended her hand in a sweeping motion, summoning a brilliant blue ice shield that quickly coalesced before Su Yu. How beautiful, Su Yu admired, noting the shield's diamond shape and its crystal-clear appearance, reminiscent of a large sapphire. Without hesitation, she fixed her gaze on the fallen zombie, her sword enveloped in flames. Xuejia, your strength must have increased as well. You'll find out if you are white. Su Yu stepped forward and delivered a diagonal slash, causing blood to splatter as the zombie's head was cleaved in two. Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, several energy-formed ice spikes hovering beside her, their sharp tips glinting ominously. It seemed there was only one zombie in the living room, and after a thorough search, they found no others. Still puzzled by Su Yu's earlier remarks, Mu Ningxue spotted a wooden door and could not resist striking it. Bam! Her pristine fist broke through the door, leaving her momentarily stunned. This is astonishing. My strength has truly increased. Indeed, when we awaken our abilities, it drastically depletes our stamina while simultaneously enhancing our physical attributes. You fainted during the process and woke up ravenous, consuming a great deal of food. Why didn't you mention this before? Mu Ningxue asked, confused. I was too preoccupied with curiosity about your abilities to mention it, Suyu admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue with an embarrassed smile. Well, it's ultimately a good thing, Mu Ningxue said, playfully pinching Suyu's cheek and smiling softly. The two then exited the living room and made their way downstairs. The small building housed university students from the nearby campus on its first to fourth floors. And it appeared that many had remained behind over the weekend. Suyu and Mu Ningxue had dedicated most of the day to clearing the entire building, slaying 7 or 8 zombies in total. Both were smeared with blood, yet they grimaced and endured the nauseating sensation as they pressed on to search the next small building. During this process, Mu Ningxue finally recognized the enhancement in her physical capabilities, confirming it with Suyu, which ignited her excitement. Having previously studied various martial arts, she had been limited by her natural strength as a girl, rendering those techniques largely ineffective, save for a few cunning self-defense moves. For those techniques, any enhancement in strength would be inconsequential. After all, one kick would result in chaos. Moreover, Mu Ningxue discovered that her ice spikes were remarkably effective. She finally experienced the ease and delight that Wang Mingyang exhibited while dispatching zombies. With her body stationary and a thought in her mind, the ice spikes shot forth, piercing the heads of zombies emerging from the room. The emphasis was on elegance, making her feel quite impressive. Unfortunately, the ice spikes lacked durability and were not as sharp, causing them to shatter upon striking zombies, unlike Wang Mingyang's seemingly infinite supply of steel needles. Thus, Mu Ningxue often had to replenish her ice spikes, leading to noticeable exhaustion. Chapter 55. Target, University Town. Shuejia, your ice spikes are incredibly convenient, almost akin to Mingyang's steel needles, Suyu remarked, maintaining her vigilance with the sword while walking. Not bad, though it's a pity they lack the necessary hardness for repeated use. Mu Ningxue replied with a slight smile but shook her head. I suspect it's because you've just awakened your abilities, and your control is still developing. Mingyang awakened on the very day the apocalypse struck. Suyu kicked open a door to find it devoid of zombies, promptly turning back. Besides, you control ice while he manipulates metal. How can ice compare to the resilience of metal? That's true, but I still feel my ice should be able to be tougher. Mu Ningxue nodded, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Of course. Mingyang has said that abilities can be enhanced through continuous practice. Suyu wholeheartedly agreed, having personally experienced the growth of her powers. After just 2 days of rigorous training, she had indeed seen a significant increase in her abilities. Yes, more training, Mu Ningxue declared, clenching her right fist in a gesture of encouragement. The two girls shared a smile before turning to exit and continue their efforts in clearing the small building. By noon, they had successfully cleared 5 small buildings in total. They even found several frozen chickens in a cooler. Despite being without power for a day, the cooler was still packed with ice, rendering the frozen chicken meat consumable. They each filled a large bag with frozen chickens and made their way outside. Retracing their steps via the rooftop, they returned to Suyu's home, where Wang Mingyang was already awake. Seated at the tea table, Mingyang, you're up so early? You've only had 4 hours of sleep, Suyu exclaimed upon spotting him. It's all right. I've had enough rest, Wang Mingyang replied, glancing at the two to ensure they were unharmed before returning to his reading. Internally, he felt pleased. Yesterday, all the first-tier zombies had been cleared away, and with the two having awakened their powers, they were in a position of dominance against any ordinary zombies. If something were to go wrong under such circumstances, it would indeed suggest a lack of potential for further development. Of course, Mu Ningxue's past life as the snow goddess played a role. Her mastery over ice powers was exceptional, and when fully unleashed, it could create a scene reminiscent of a natural disaster. Although she had only tapped into the basic ice abilities thus far, her safety was unlikely to be compromised. We found some frozen chickens that look quite fresh. I'll make you braised chicken for lunch, Suyu said cheerfully, lifting the bag to showcase the chicken. Sounds great. I'm quite tempted. Wang Mingyang laughed heartily. After 5 years of the apocalypse, opportunities for a hot meal had been exceedingly rare, let alone freshly cooked braised chicken, which was practically unattainable. In the days following his rebirth, he had only enjoyed a steak and lobster, leaving his culinary cravings unfulfilled. What was once a simple home-cooked dish had become a luxury in the post-apocalyptic world. Now, as he paused to reflect, Suyu's mention of it caused his mouth to water. Just wait a moment. I'll go prepare it right now, Suyu said, her spirits lifted by Wang Mingyang's enthusiasm. She casually set her sword against the wall and headed towards the kitchen. Hey, little you, what about these chickens? Mu Ningxue called out, lifting her own bag containing 3 or 4 frozen chickens. We should put them in the fridge. Suyu replied, momentarily stunned. Don't you remember? The power is out, Mu Ningxue sighed. But you can create ice. Just use your hands. Suyu grinned, pulling Mu Ningxue's hand as they walked. Alas, you mischievous girl, do you truly regard me as an ice-making machine? Hee hee, is this not merely a case of making the most of one's resources and providing you with an opportunity to hone your extraordinary abilities? Mu Ningxue, Wang Mingyang. Upon overhearing the exchange between the two girls, Wang Mingyang suddenly recalled his freezing technique, which seemingly had been derived from a children's song about a little refrigerator. However, that freezing technique had since merged with the turtle shell technique and the bubble technique, evolving into a self-destructive ice armor technique. With this thought in mind, Wang Mingyang glanced at the abilities listed on the system bookshelf. The currently unextracted abilities included the ice armor technique, the fluorescence technique, and the leap technique, which were 3 major fusion abilities, along with 3 E-grade abilities: underwater breathing, messaging, and silk spitting techniques. Perhaps I ought to reconsider my approach. Wang Mingyang muttered to himself. Time stop, mustard seed space slicing, and metal manipulation. These 4 abilities are indeed extraordinarily powerful. Yet, the time and energy required to master them are substantial. Could I perhaps acquire a plethora of foundational abilities by perusing some introductory texts? And then, through the fusion of these abilities, construct several formidable powers. With this in mind, Wang Mingyang pursed his lips but shook his head in resignation. The fusion of abilities necessitates reading points. Reading introductory texts is akin to perusing children's literature such as 300 children's songs. Although it can indeed yield a fair number of complete abilities, the reading points granted are woefully insufficient. If I were to deconstruct those foundational abilities, I could indeed obtain some reading points. However, if I were to expend extensive time on the fusion of unknown abilities, the resultant elementary powers, even if successfully merged, would not amount to anything particularly potent. Thus, Wang Mingyang felt a sense of futility in this endeavor. The abilities chosen for fusion often prove to be of little utility, thereby further narrowing the pool of abilities available for fusion. Moreover, each ability is unique. One cannot dismiss a seemingly useless ability, as it may prove invaluable in specific circumstances. Furthermore, to avert the emergence of self-destructive side effects, such as those seen with the ice armor technique during the fusion process, one must invest a significant amount of reading points. This realization was precisely what led Wang Mingyang to conclude that this path was unfeasible. Spending considerable time on children's literature yields exceedingly few reading points. Even if I can deconstruct abilities to gain some reading points, the overall time invested does not compare favorably to a thorough reading of more intellectually enriching texts, which could also provide fragments of advanced abilities. The sumptuous lunch on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The refrigerator at Suyu's home still contained some vegetables, which tantalized Wang Mingyang immensely. Thanks to Suyu's culinary skills, a feast of yellow braised chicken, cola chicken wings, stir-fried cabbage, cold cucumber salad, and white beans stewed with ham was quickly prepared. Each dish was generously portioned, and Suyu's cooking was quite commendable, causing the 3 to devour their meal ravenously. Wang Mingyang and Mu Ningxue leaned back on the sofa, clutching their bellies, while Suyu busied herself in the kitchen, washing the dishes. For the next 2 days, you both shall continue your training. The day after tomorrow, we shall venture out together. I wish to visit the university town. After a considerable time had passed, Wang Mingyang saw Suyu emerge, drying her hands, and spoke calmly. University town? Mu Ningxue inquired. Suyu tilted her head. Mingyang, why the sudden desire to visit the university town? The zombies there are quite densely populated. Precisely because of their density, we must go take a look. Wang Mingyang responded with a nod of calm. Additionally, I wish to explore the library there. To read. Suyu asked uncertainly. Yes, I am seeking a few books. Wang Mingyang affirmed. However, his intentions extended beyond merely locating a few books. He aspired to empty the library entirely. Very well. We shall accompany you, Suyu said, exchanging a glance with Mu Ningxue and sighing in resignation. They had come to deeply understand Wang Mingyang's obsession with reading. In this apocalyptic world, instead of diligently training their abilities or stockpiling supplies, he was intent on wandering through libraries. Goodness, how enamored with books can one be? This was indeed the apocalypse, where terrifying zombies roamed freely and mutated rats scuttled about. Fortunately, they had awakened their abilities and could easily handle ordinary zombies. Otherwise, they would truly hesitate to accompany him on his reckless excursions. Chapter 56. Swapping a bird gun for a cannon. After lunch, they took a brief rest. Last night, Wang Mingyang had expended all his steel needles on the mutated Rat King, leaving him entirely devoid of silver beads. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that most of the metallic items in Suyu's home had already been used to board up the windows. With no useful items at home, Wang Mingyang led the 2 girls, who had now regained their strength, out of the house. However, the The trio did not descend to the lower floors. Instead, they ascended directly to the rooftop. From the rooftop, they could see the university town in the distance. The nearest university, Chunqing Normal University, was approximately 3 kilometers away. Mingyang, which university do you wish to visit? Suyu asked softly as she gazed into the distance. Dian University, of course. Wang Mingyang's aim was clear. Oh, Suyu nodded in agreement. Dian University was considered the finest university in Yunnan province, making it a suitable destination for finding a library. I need to prepare my weapons first. After saying this, Wang Mingyang led the way toward Dian University, with Suyu and Mu Ningxue following closely behind. You cleared several small buildings this morning. Do you know which room has the most metallic items? I recall the third building ahead. That family's kitchen is quite spacious, with numerous pots, pans, and utensils, most of which are stainless steel. Suyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Seems like the first floor of that house sells kitchenware. There should be plenty of iron pots and knives, Mu Ningxue added. All right, let us first check there. I need to replenish my supply of steel needles, Wang Mingyang said, his eyes lighting up as he made the decision. What about the ones you had previously? Suyu inquired, puzzled. Wang Mingyang sheepishly rubbed his nose. They were used on the Rat King last night, and I didn't have time to retrieve them, Suyu. Mu Ningxue. The three quickly traversed the rooftop to the third building. The zombies within had already been dealt with by the two girls. Upon entering the living room, Wang Mingyang's gaze was immediately drawn to the various iron utensils in the open kitchen. With a wave of his hand, he transformed a steel knife into a liquid metal that coalesced before him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the sensation. The ability activated once more, and a large mass of metallic liquid separated into a portion of silvery liquid. This silver liquid, composed of titanium alloy, slowly descended into Wang Mingyang's palm. After testing its weight, he nodded in satisfaction. When manipulating metal with his metal control ability, lighter metals required less energy. Having read fundamentals of metallurgy multiple times, Wang Mingyang had indeed gleaned much knowledge. However, his control over metals had yet to reach the molecular level, preventing him from adjusting the molecular structure of the metals themselves to construct alloys that were both the lightest in weight and the highest in hardness. Although titanium alloy was not the most robust of metal products, its light weight rendered the steel needles and blades sufficiently sharp. This made it the most cost-effective material for Wang Mingyang to manipulate, allowing for easy transport without overburdening him. After descending to the first floor, he organized the various knives and iron pots, extracting a significant amount of titanium alloy. Following Suyu's dark flame ability, which further refined the material, he stuffed a large mass of the enchanted titanium alloy into his backpack. Wang Mingyang also tucked 2 separated silver beads into his pocket. Now, he was akin to swapping a bird gun for a cannon. At this moment, he wished to convey to the mutated Rat King, "Dare to prance before me again, and I shall shoot you full of holes." Observing the mass of metallic spheres floating beside him, Wang Mingyang could not help but marvel. Had he synthesized the mustard seed space ability, he could simply store all this titanium alloy within, sparing himself the hassle. However, he was reluctant to cast it aside. For these were indeed lethal weapons, initially indifferent to the mustard seed space ability. Wang Mingyang now felt a sudden urgency. He must swiftly gather enough fragments of the mustard seed space ability to carry a substantial amount of supplies. This prospect was simply too alluring. Once accomplished, he would no longer need to meticulously control the steel needles. He could transform into Li Xiaoyao and wield a multitude of swords with a mere flick of his wrist. How splendid that would be! I shall return now. You two continue with your cleaning and training. Be vigilant against any survivors and refrain from being overly compassionate, Wang Mingyang declared before descending the rooftop. Leaving the two girls exchanging glances, he truly trusts us this much, Suyu remarked, speechless. Whatever, we've managed on our own all morning. His presence makes little difference, she added. Mu Ningxue, on the other hand, remained composed. She did not oppose Wang Mingyang's unsupervised approach. All right, we shall strive to surpass him, and make him call us sister in due time. Humph. Suyu tossed her bangs and turned toward a side of the rooftop. Mu Ningxue smiled slightly, shaking her head as she followed. Her hand subtly gathering an ice flower, prepared to release an ice shield at any moment. Wang Mingyang returned indoors, transforming the metallic spheres into square blocks and placing them in a corner of the living room. He pulled out a book and returned to his desk, leisurely brewing a pot of tea while continuing to peruse his reading materials. This time, he focused intently on comprehending quantum mechanics and the microcosm, hoping to enhance his chances of acquiring fragments of the mustard seed space ability through this knowledge. To this end, he specifically sought out a book titled Discoveries and Explanations, Unveiling the Material World. After careful consideration, he also conjured a copy of the Flower Adornment Sutra from the System Library. 1 Scientific, 1 Theological. Perhaps, in addition to imparting knowledge, they might inspire him to some degree. The fragrant smoke mingled with the delicate scent of tea. If, before the apocalypse, one had informed everyone that they could acquire extraordinary abilities through reading, it is certain that the most profitable would have been the bookstores. Detected that the host has thoroughly read A Brief History of Time. Extracting S-grade ability. Time stop. Fragment 1. Time stop ability, 420. Reward reading value, 1,000 points. Host reading value, 6,621 points. Detected that the host has initially read Discovering and Explaining the Secrets of the Material World. Extracted an A-grade ability. Fragment Mustard Seed Space 1. Mustard Seed Space ability, 6-8. Reward reading value, 100 points. Host reading value, 6,721 points. Detected that the host has initially read the Flower Adornment Sutra. Extracted an ability. Fragment Mustard Seed Space 1. Mustard Seed Space ability, 7-8. Reward reading value, 100 points. Host reading value, 6,821 points. Wang Mingyang suddenly realized that this Buddhist classic not only granted reading value but also genuinely extracted fragments of the Mustard Seed Space ability. System, why can this theological classic extract ability fragments? The Flower Adornment Sutra belongs to the theological classics of Blue Star, but its theories regarding cosmic space are indeed distinctive. Well then. Initially, Wang Mingyang thought that the concept of the mustard seed containing Mount Meru derived from a theological perspective. In this, the Flower Adornment Sutra might help him shift his thinking, potentially aiding his understanding of mustard seed space. To his surprise, he actually extracted a fragment. What a delightful surprise. It seems that such religious texts indeed possess extraordinary merits. With this, only one fragment of the mustard seed space ability remains. Wang Mingyang felt a surge of joy, and he was determined to forge ahead. Chapter 57. Synthesizing Mustard Seed Space. Detected that the host has thoroughly read A Brief History of Time. Extracted an A-grade ability. Fragment Mustard Seed Space 1. Mustard Seed Space ability, 8-8. Extracted S-grade ability. Fragment Time Stop 1. Time Stop ability, 520. Extracted S-grade ability. Fragment Space Cutting 1. Space Cutting Fragments, 4. Reward reading value, 1,000 points. Host reading value, 7,621 points. After an afternoon of reading, Wang Mingyang finally gathered all fragments of the Mustard Seed Space ability. The fragments of Time Stop had also increased by 2, yet the synthesis of the ability still seemed far off. System, synthesize the Mustard Seed Space ability. Wang Mingyang rubbed his hands together. The storage space was finally within reach. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired A-grade ability. Mustard Seed Space, consuming 1,000 reading points. Host's current reading value, 6,621 points. Would the host like to absorb this ability? Absorb it quickly. I can hardly wait. Wang Mingyang laughed heartily. The familiar sensation of ability absorption swiftly enveloped him, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. After the 4th enhancement, having absorbed abilities 3 times, he leveled up 1 tier. After undergoing 4 enhancements in total, his physical quality experienced another qualitative leap. Both his internal energy and mental strength received a boost. However, Wang Mingyang immediately checked the capabilities of the Mustard Seed Space ability. Following some simple information in his mind, he extended his finger and gently tapped in front of him. A black appeared at his fingertip, rapidly expanding into a 2-meter-high circle. The edges of the circle shimmered with faint light, revealing a dazzling array of colors within. As Wang Mingyang's mental energy probed inside, the scene instantly transmitted to his mind. It was a massive space, measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, totaling 1,000 cubic meters. Although it was not the colossal space rumored to accommodate countless billions of materials, it was more than sufficient in Wang Mingyang's eyes. In the apocalypse, due to the outbreak of zombies, rampant mutated creatures, and the cessation of electricity, basic living materials were becoming increasingly scarce. However, as long as one possessed strength, food would not be so easily lacking. Over time, various mutated creatures would gradually become a source of sustenance for humanity. Various beasts breed rapidly, and their evolved bodies could enhance human physical capabilities. Some mutated plants became bloodthirsty and ferocious, while others bore various fruits suitable for human consumption, their effects even comparable to legendary spiritual fruits. Yet, obtaining such flora and fauna required a certain price. Unless one was strong enough, Wang Mingyang excitedly experimented until he became increasingly adept at utilizing the Mustard Seed Space ability. Soon, He could effortlessly store items in the space without opening a portal, or retrieve them directly. This made the process even more discreet. After casually storing a metal cube from the corner into the space, Wang Mingyang discovered he could even liquefy and cut the metal directly within the mustard seed space. When it reappeared outside, it had transformed into several steel needles. Finally, I can become like Li Xiaoyao. Wang Mingyang gleefully controlled the steel needles, merging and reshaping them. With his current mental strength and energy reserves, he could control several hundred steel needles simultaneously without any stress. Since that was the case, he decided to enhance the power of the objects he manipulated. The lethality of the steel needles was indeed somewhat lacking. Had he possessed such prowess last night, that plump second-tier Rat King would have had no chance to escape with its body full of needles. Wang Mingyang continuously merged the steel needles and stretched them into small flying swords. To this end, he specifically searched the system's library for a sword artifact diagram and flipped through it in his mind. He only needed to glance at the images, without the need for meticulous study. Saving reading points required for materialization was prudent. The landlord's family has no surplus grain. After all, after experimenting with various flying sword designs, Wang Mingyang ultimately realized that his intellect was still somewhat insufficient. Many aesthetically pleasing flying swords were challenging to create, and the process was quite tedious and time-consuming. Eventually, he settled on a simpler yet elegant flying sword design. Sigh, perhaps when my level increases in the future and my mind sharpens, I can make them look more impressive. Wang Mingyang caressed a 20-centimeter-long small flying sword and murmured to himself. To this point, both his mental strength and energy reserves, as well as his physical quality, had surpassed the second-tier threshold. The range of his metal control extended to 30 meters, allowing for swifter manipulation and greater lethality. The number of space cuts had risen to 25, with the length of the resulting black lines nearing 1 meter. Yet, he did not experience that sense of breakthrough. He was merely a step away from advancing to the second tier. Overall, his combat power undoubtedly exceeded the second-tier standard. Perhaps, due to his exceptionally solid foundation and the multitude of abilities he possessed, his advancement differed notably from his previous life. Nonetheless, even before the widespread emergence of crystal cores, he was already far ahead of everyone else. It might be that the traditional tiers of ability users could no longer measure my combat strength. Feeling the changes within himself, Wang Mingyang experienced a blend of excitement and confusion. After his reincarnation, everything began to gradually diverge from his past life, leading him down a different path. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Mingyang continuously familiarized himself with his abilities while also taking time to read books. Although his strength had increased, he remained uncertain of his limits. Thus, during these 2 days, he separately tested his mental strength and energy, experimenting with the upper limits of both. Once his energy was depleted and his mental strength was exhausted, he tested his pure physical attributes: jumping, running, punching power, stamina levels. Each aspect pushed his potential to the limit. The myriad possibilities presented by the reading system required him to persistently familiarize himself and experiment to wield them with ease. Through relentless practice, Wang Mingyang's combat power surged rapidly. He even felt that he could contend with third-tier zombies or mutated creatures in a test of strength. Of course, attempting a direct kill was somewhat unrealistic in his previous life. With his 5th-tier physical quality, he could only manage to handle ordinary 4th-tier zombies or mutated creatures in close combat. Against more powerful opponents, he could only turn and flee. He was merely an ordinary ability user, whose physical prowess could not compare to those with enhancement or transformation abilities. Mingyang Gu, we're back? In the evening, Su Yu's melodious voice accompanied the sound of the door opening, prompting Wang Mingyang to look up. The 2 women appeared at the doorway, their clothes stained with blood, yet wearing smiles that exuded a hint of heroism. 2 days of independent combat had bestowed upon them not only the thrill of slaughter, but also a rapidly growing confidence and an aura akin to a blade unsheathed. Though they had only slain mindless zombies, was it not akin to taking lives? Thank you for your hard work. Are you injured? Wang Mingyang smiled slightly, his concern evident. No, Shuejia's ice shield was quite effective. Several times, she resolved dangerous situations. Su placed her sword aside, responding with a smile. That's good. Go wash up. We'll have dinner soon. Wang Mingyang gestured casually towards the kitchen. Over the past 2 days, while the 2 women had been battling outside, he had taken it upon himself to prepare meals. Using his A-grade metal control ability for cooking was indeed a unique feat. Su and Mu Ningxue joined hands and entered the bedroom. And soon, the sound of running water filled the air. Chapter 58. The little grove in the university on the 5th day of the apocalypse, Last night Wang Mingyang had instructed Su Yu and Mu Ningxue to rest well, ensuring they were in peak condition. After 2 consecutive days of relentless combat, the 2 women had reached the critical point of initial advancement to the first tier. This afternoon, he planned to commence the operation in the university town. Certain distant memories of his previous life were becoming increasingly vivid, and there were indeed some items he desired within the university town. After having lunch, Wang Mingyang packed numerous supplies and directly stored them in the mustard seed space. He did not reveal any of this in front of the 2 women. For now, he intended to keep the wonders of the mustard seed space ability concealed from their eyes for as long as possible. Now, his pocket held merely 4 small metal flying swords, insufficient for utilizing his metal control abilities. When the metal ran low, he could simply open a space portal in his pocket or sleeve. Apart from that, his pocket contained just a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, leaving him feeling quite unencumbered. If it weren't for the thought that asking Su Yu to light a cigarette might be a waste, he would have tossed the lighter into the mustard seed space without hesitation. However, he realized that such an act would indeed be a wasteful extravagance. One day, when he extracted fire-related abilities, he could handle it himself. With 2 beautiful women accompanying him, they bounded across the rooftop. The enhanced physiques of the 3 rendered the 5 or 6 meters between the rooftops a trivial obstacle, even if the distance were greater. Wang Mingyang could effortlessly manipulate the metallic objects on the rooftop to create a bridge and cross over. Before long, the trio reached the edge of the residential area, where they would need to navigate through the streets ahead. On the rooftop of a small building within the residential area, the sounds of footsteps startled Zhang Hong and his companions. Cautiously climbing onto the rooftop, Zhang Hong peered out from the passageway to observe, only to catch sight of Wang Mingyang and the others leaping down. Where could they possibly be going? Zhang Hong pondered aloud. Who was going where? The 4 behind him failed to see the figures of Wang Mingyang and his companions. And Chao Jing asked in confusion. It seems to be Wang Mingyang. Just a moment ago, I saw them heading towards Dianda, Zhang Hong responded, stepping out of the passage with a puzzled expression. Wang Mingyang? Chen Rui gasped, and the 3 beside him displayed astonished expressions. At a time like this, why would they choose to venture out? Gu Siyu murmured softly. What does it matter where they go? Honggu, there isn't much food left in the room. Shouldn't we go out and gather some supplies? Yu Yani, clad in a crop tank top and short skirt, stepped forward with a delicate tone. Chen Rui's gaze flickered as he glanced towards Dianda, shaking his head. Wang Mingyang and the others wouldn't act without reason. They must have some advantage, prompting them to take the risk. I believe we should follow and see. Follow them? Honggu and I have no issue with that, but you 3 are not awakened ones. How will you keep up? Can you even manage it? Chao Jing regarded Chen Rui with disdain, his tone mocking. Perhaps we shouldn't go. We'd only be a burden to you. Chen Rui chuckled awkwardly, his voice dropping a few notches. Humph, just the 2 of us only increases the risk. Perhaps they are also short on supplies and are going out to replenish. Chao Jing turned away, losing interest in Chen Rui, his eyes filled with scorn. This? Chen Rui fell silent at the remark, lowering his head and unconsciously rubbing his right foot against the rooftop, a flicker of resentment crossing his gaze. All right, there's no need for further discussion. Both of us are still healing, and it's indeed unwise to complicate matters. Zhang Hong interjected, glancing towards Dianda before turning to walk in another direction. Let us first gather some supplies. We can discuss it once Chao Jing and I have fully recovered. See you. What do you think? He was also curious about Wang Mingyang's intentions, but the pain from his wounds lingered. After awakening his abilities, his physical condition had improved significantly, and his recovery had accelerated. Nevertheless, the events of that night made Zhang Hong acutely aware that he was not some so-called chosen one. In the face of this apocalypse, he still felt woefully inadequate. In his brief encounter with Wang Mingyang, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Rather, he sensed that Wang Mingyang's abilities seemed to surpass his own. At the very least, in terms of lethality, they certainly exceeded his. As for overall combat power, a second-tier mutated Rat King had nearly led him to his demise in the Northwest. How many such formidable mutated creatures existed? Were there beings even stronger than the mutated Rat King? Although Zhang Hong was not entirely certain, he believed there must be. This belief was reinforced in private discussions with Gu Siyu, who provided him with a confident hypothesis. Despite not having awakened abilities, Gu Siyu's analyses and judgments were consistently astute and accurate. Zhang Hong could not help but trust her. You are right, Honggu. The immediate priority is to gather supplies. In the future, these resources will dwindle, and we must collect as much as possible now for future needs. Gu Siyu gazed towards Dianda, her eyes flickering with reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement with Zhang Hong's decision. Before the apocalypse, her exceptional intelligence had led her to believe she could control everything. However, faced with the sudden onset of the apocalypse, with rampant zombies and mutated creatures everywhere, the astute Gu Siyu realized that only by possessing power could one truly survive in this new world. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyang and his companions swiftly maneuvered through the streets, the dense horde of zombies posing a considerable challenge. Fortunately, their teamwork proved effective. Having battled the rat tide previously, the number of zombies was significantly reduced, allowing them to draw closer to Endowed after traversing several kilometers and passing through 3 residential complexes. They utilized their metal control abilities to leap and climb like spiders, evading numerous zombie hordes. Finally, after about an hour, they reached a residential complex opposite Endowed's side entrance. Wang Mingyang crouched atop the building, peering down at the throng of zombies congregating at Endowed's entrance. This door was situated near the dormitory area, where a large number of students had lingered when the apocalypse struck. A few hundred meters away was the cafeteria, and the street outside the side entrance was lined with numerous food stalls. At this midday hour, many students had ventured out in search of food, while those who remained were likely in the cafeteria or dormitories. Wang Mingyang, should we consider another location? There are far too many zombies here. Mu Ningxue suggested, surveying the surroundings with a frown. No need. Going around would serve little purpose. Instead of using the main entrance, we'll walk left for 500 meters where there's a wall backed by a small grove. Wang Mingyang shook his head, speaking calmly. He was quite familiar with this environment, having traversed it numerous times. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Seeing his confidence, Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement. Under Wang Mingyang's lead, the 3 quickly moved to the wall around the corner. As they looked up, they noticed lush foliage. A cluster of sycamore trees towered around 10 meters tall. Suu. Brother Mingyang, you call this a small grove? Wang Mingyang. It used to only be this high. Mu Ningxue. When exactly was your before? Wang Mingyang tilted his head, pondering for a moment, uncertain. 3 years? Or was it 4? Suyu. Mu Ningxue. With that much time, these sycamore trees have certainly grown. Suyu facepalmed in disbelief. Regardless, there are usually few people here, and it provides a direct route to the teaching building. Wang Mingyang scratched his nose. He often worked part-time and passed through this area frequently. Back then, the sycamore trees were indeed not very tall. However, after 3 to 5 years, they had grown significantly. They could hardly be described as a small grove. Chapter 59. Is this what you call a minor commotion? Although the grove appeared somewhat different from his memories, it did not deter Wang Mingyang from his intentions to pass through. He leaped effortlessly onto the wall, standing atop the 3-meter-high surface with ease, a simple feat for someone who had undergone several enhancements. After surveying the area, he noted the lack of zombies within the grove. Wang Mingyang waved his hand, signaling the 2 women that all was clear. Suyu and Mu Ningxue stepped back a few paces before effortlessly leaping up, assisted by Wang Mingyang, and soon stood atop the wall, pointing towards the teaching building. Wang Mingyang was the first to jump down. The library, where Wang Mingyang intended to go, was located behind the teaching building. Thus, they had to pass through the teaching building first. In the past, he had worked part-time, carrying water buckets, delivering takeout, and even walking dogs and feeding cats. He had visited this place many times, and without his yellow vest, he could enter Endowed's campus without a hitch, drawing envious glances from other delivery workers. As a result, he was well acquainted with the dormitory area, teaching buildings, and library. Many students focused on their studies had often ordered takeout to eat in the grove, of course, the shared bites of dog food. Where he fed one and received a bite in return were not few. Now, returning to this familiar place, he found himself accompanied by 2 lovely girls, a scenario he could hardly have imagined in his lifetime. Suyu and Mu Ningxue followed closely behind, and a few scattered zombies nearby rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Before Wang Mingyang could unleash his flying swords, the 2 women took the initiative to confront the approaching zombies. One to the left and one to the right. Wang Mingyang, enjoying the respite, stood to the side with his arms crossed. With dark flames entwining their blades and ice spikes shooting forth, the 2 girls coordinated seamlessly, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 zombies. Very well, your progress is remarkable and certainly worthy of encouragement. Wang Mingyang clapped his hands, a broad smile gracing his face. Su's cheeks flushed, her face glowing with delight. In contrast, Mu Ningxue maintained a stoic expression, though a hint of joy flickered in her evasive gaze. Gaining Wang Mingyang's recognition indeed brought happiness to both women. Let us go. After crossing a few teaching buildings, we reached the library. Wang Mingyang, hands behind his back, strolled leisurely between the 2. Having walked less than 200 meters, several teaching buildings came into view. However, the sight that met their eyes sent a chill down their spines. Zombies densely populated the teaching buildings, with thousands gathered on the first floor. Limbs and blood were strewn everywhere, and many zombies staggered aimlessly. Wasn't he the outbreak on the weekend? How could there be so many zombies? The three hid behind a sturdy tree, and Suyu peeked out, covering her mouth in astonishment. I'm not sure, but it does seem quite strange. Wang Mingyang shook his head, noting that logically, the zombie outbreak occurred on a Saturday afternoon. At this hour, classes were not in session, and there shouldn't be many people in the teaching buildings. Dienda often hosted lectures by renowned professors or had corporate leaders sharing success stories on weekends. Many students would attend these sessions. Mu Ningxue, however, appeared unfazed, wearing an expression that suggested the two of them were merely naive and inexperienced. What the hell? Isn't this just a trap? Wang Mingyang exclaimed, initially believing there wouldn't be many zombies in this vicinity. Had he known it would come to this, he would have chosen another path. Who could have predicted that the apocalypse would descend upon them, unleashing a horde of the undead? Everything had seemed fine before. Mu Ningxue rolled her eyes, too exasperated to comment. How do you know so much? Wang, feeling inexplicably guilty, quickly shifted the topic. I've accompanied my father here a few times. Mu Ningxue sighed softly, pondering her father's current circumstances. Fine, you win. Wang Mingyang's lips twitched slightly. This woman's casual remark revealed a clear sense of superiority. As the CEO of a top 500 company with a net worth in the billions, she indeed possessed that kind of capability. Being a rich second generation, Mu Ningxue was certainly enviable. Yet in this apocalypse, what good was wealth? Ultimately, she still had to obediently follow in my footsteps. He smirked inwardly, though the dense cluster of zombies before them posed a significant challenge. After observing for a while, an idea formed in Wang Mingyang's mind. I will draw those zombies away. You all take the opportunity to rush upstairs, and I will join you shortly. Wang Mingyang pointed towards the nearest teaching building and then at the parking lot not far away. How do you plan to attract them? Mu Ningxue questioned, intrigued by his method, though she had no doubts about his capabilities. Are you safe alone? Suyu expressed greater concern for Wang Mingyang's safety. Don't worry, I just need to manipulate those cars to create a bit of noise. Wang Mingyang smiled slightly, briefly explaining his plan. Zombies are very sensitive to fresh blood and sound. Creating a commotion will indeed draw a large number of them. Be prepared. As soon as the horde below the teaching building is lured away, rush upstairs at the fastest speed, heading straight for the rooftop. Wang Mingyang leaned down and whispered his instructions before preparing to approach the parking lot. Although his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to control up to 50 flying swords and escape from a horde of zombies, engaging in prolonged combat was unwise. Who knows how many zombies lurked within the teaching building? It's better to avoid unnecessary risks when possible. All right, be careful. The two women said no more, adjusting their breathing and readying themselves to sprint. The small grove was still 200 meters away from the parking lot. But Wang Mingyang's metal manipulation ability had a maximum range of 30 meters, by manipulating metal to collide with vehicles. Considering the inertia involved, he could achieve a range of about 50 meters. He needed to approach at least 150 meters. Crouching low, he navigated through the grove, silently dispatching a few zombies along the way. Wang Mingyang quickly reached a fountain outside the parking lot. Glancing up at the metallic sculpture at the center of the fountain, he grinned and waved his hand. The massive metal sculpture melted rapidly, coalescing into 3 steel spikes in midair. He directed the 3 steel spikes towards 3 vehicles. In the next moment, the fronts of the 3 vehicles were pierced, and the sharp blaring of alarms instantly shattered the silence of the campus. Roar, roar! The densely packed zombies beneath the teaching building were immediately stirred. Emitting a chorus of growls, faces twisted in grotesque horror, all turned towards the parking lot, and the surging tide of undead surged forth. Suyu and Mu Ningxue hid behind a large tree, dumbfounded as they watched hundreds of zombies rush past. More and more zombies continued to converge from behind, stumbling and lurching towards them. Is this what you call a little noise? Surely you must have misunderstood the meaning of little. Chapter 60. Ethereal essence surging. The tide of zombies surged, with the undead beneath several nearby teaching buildings running wildly. Even the zombies on the upper floors continuously poured out of classrooms, falling like dumplings from above. Suyu and Mu Ningxue had no time to rush forward, as throngs of zombies quickly filled the corridors. If they were to charge out now, it would be akin to swimming upstream. Given their current abilities, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the tide. Wang Mingyang had initially feared that the noise from a single car wouldn't be sufficient to attract numerous zombies. To his surprise, the simultaneous alarms from 3 vehicles triggered a zombie frenzy. He quickly gestured for the two women to remain calm as he retreated. Since he had already incited the horde, Wang Mingyang took the opportunity to melt and reshape nearby metal, launching it at other vehicles. Instantly, alarms blared in succession, the cacophony driving the horde into a frenzy. The tide of zombies surged from the teaching building, with thousands of them spilling out from a distance. Hordes from the cafeteria and dormitory area were also drawn in, stumbling and rushing this way. Wang Mingyang swiftly returned to the two women, his gaze fixed on the undulating sea of zombies stretching for hundreds of meters ahead. After a while, the car alarms continued to blare, yet the zombies beneath the teaching building had all rushed past. Only a small number remained, trickling out of the corridors, while some, whose heads had not been smashed, limped and swayed forward. "Let's go," Wang Mingyang called out sharply, leading the charge towards the teaching building. The three of them maneuvered around the tail end of the horde, dispatching scattered zombies along the way with Wang Mingyang's flying swords. This minor commotion was entirely drowned out by the blaring car alarms. "Wow, Brother Mingyang, you've become a sword immortal." As they sprinted, Suyu astutely noticed that Wang Mingyang's metal manipulation had transformed into flying swords. With a wave, the swords shot forth, reminiscent of the dashing sword immortals from cinematic tales. Mu Ningxue's eyes lit up as well. If only Wang Mingyang were dressed in ancient garb, he would exude an ethereal essence the moment he stepped outside. Basic skills, let's just charge ahead for now." Wang Mingyang chuckled. The lethality of flying swords was indeed far superior to that of steel needles. A steel needle might require some twisting once embedded in a zombie's skull, needing at least 2 to 3 needles for a guaranteed kill. The flying swords, however, were straightforward, 1 sword per zombie. With the two women in tow, he quickly dashed towards the nearest teaching building, avoiding a direct approach to the library. The subsequent teaching buildings continued to spew forth zombies. Charging forward now would surely lead to a collision with the incoming tide. Upon reaching the teaching building, the trio raced up to the 6th floor, heading straight for the rooftop. They dealt with any zombies encountered along the way, successfully ascending to the rooftop as planned. Upon opening the iron door sealing the rooftop, they discovered several terrified university students already present. "Who are you? Don't come any closer." A handsome young man in casual attire, clutching a blood-stained steel pipe, trembled slightly as he pointed at the 3 newcomers, growling in a voice that attempted to sound menacing. 2 other young men similarly wielded steel pipes with fierce expressions, while 2 girls cowered behind the 3 boys, their faces pale with fear. Wang Mingyang frowned, paying no mind to the 5 individuals, and directly walked to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. "Who are you all, anyway?" The young man in casual were pressed again, his voice quivering. "Silence. I have no time for you," Wang Mingyang retorted coldly, observing the horde below. The young man in casual attire faltered, momentarily at a loss, before feeling a surge of indignation to speak again. Without a second thought, Wang Mingyang waved his hand, and the steel pipes in the hands of the 3 boys suddenly vanished, levitating ominously before their throats. The sudden turn of events left the 5 stunned, followed by a wave of panic as their faces turned ashen. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind, and the 2 girls shrieked, collapsing to the ground in terror. There are far too many zombies. It seems there are still quite a few lurking in the teaching buildings ahead. Mu Ningxue glanced at the 5 university students, then surveyed the scene below, speaking calmly that it's all right. "Once we reach here, I have a way to cross over to the adjacent rooftop." Wang Mingyang was unconcerned. He had already devised a plan for their next course of action. The nearby teaching buildings were situated closely, with the nearest only a few meters apart. Utilizing his metal manipulation ability, he could easily construct a makeshift bridge to span the gap between the 2 buildings. Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement, realizing Wang Mingyang's capability with metal manipulation. There was metal everywhere here. Reaching the opposite teaching building would indeed be a simple task. "What about these students?" Suyu cast a glance at the 5 who were now utterly dazed. "Why bother with them? As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine," Wang Mingyang replied dismissively. The 5 students appeared haggard, likely having rushed up here during the zombie outbreak. Surviving this long in a college filled with zombies was no small feat, yet it held no significance to him. Wang Mingyang had no intention of playing the hero. In this apocalypse, life was as fragile as grass. "Get out of the way and keep to yourselves," Wang Mingyang commanded as he casually retrieved the 3 steel pipes and glared at the group. Yes. The 3 boys scrambled to help the 2 girls up, retreating to a corner in fear. With the apocalypse having set in, these 5 had spent several days on the rooftop without food or water, leaving them utterly famished and disoriented. They had witnessed others perish at the hands of the undead, but had never encountered anyone like Wang Mingyang. who wielded such extraordinary powers. His ability to levitate steel pipes seemed nothing short of miraculous, shattering their preconceived notions. As contemporary university students, they had long been exposed to various fantastical ideas, and despite being terrified by Wang Mingyang's formidable presence, their eyes still glimmered with awe. Wang Mingyang paced the rooftop, gauging the distance to the opposite building. This old teaching building had only one point of access to the rooftop, secured with chains. He had initially contemplated constructing a zip line between the two buildings. Crafted from metal, 3 pulleys would allow them to glide directly across. Regrettably, despite the rooftops of the two academic buildings being merely a few meters apart, the distance from the rooftop entrance to the edge extends significantly further. Consequently, the overall distance exceeds the limits of his extraordinary abilities. He would have to construct a makeshift iron bridge spanning several meters between the edges. Before long, a multitude of various metallic objects floated around Wang Mingyang. After stacking a pile of metal in a corner of the rooftop, he gestured for the 2 girls to remain there while he descended to gather more metal from below. The metal on the rooftop was insufficient to fashion a sky bridge. He needed to collect additional materials from downstairs. The academic building was replete with metallic doors, windows, and furniture. If absolutely necessary, he could extract rebar from the walls. Though such actions would demand considerable energy and might prove counterproductive, if only he possessed magnetic powers, he could effortlessly soar across on a metallic disc, sparing himself from such arduous labor. As he gathered metal, he couldn't help but lament his own inadequacies. Watching the film X-Men in the past, he had envied Magneto's abilities, finding them incredibly impressive. Unfortunately, after his rebirth, time had been scarce, and he had read very few books. Even if he were to acquire electromagnetic powers, he doubted he could wield them with the same finesse as Magneto. Basic electromagnetic powers would certainly not permit such feats. A moment's carelessness could result in a devastating fall. For now, he would have to endure the hardships, collect more metal, and ensure the sky bridge was sturdy. Wang Mingyang swiftly surveyed the 6th floor, amassing a considerable mass of metallic liquid. A few survivors, huddled in the corners of the classrooms, had barricaded themselves with desks and chairs. Unfortunately for them, upon encountering Wang Mingyang, the metallic components of their makeshift barriers melted away. The barricade of desks and chairs clattered to the ground, revealing several haggard faces, wide-eyed in shock. Wang Mingyang paid them no heed and turned away, carrying his gathered metallic mass as he departed. Behind him, gasps of astonishment followed him until he exited the classroom and made his way toward the rooftop. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang return with a substantial collection of metal, Mu Ningxue and Su Yu's gazes shifted towards him. However, the sight of 4 university students tumbling behind him left them momentarily stunned. Had Wang Mingyang undergone a transformation? Consolidating the metal, Wang Mingyang glanced back at the newcomers on the rooftop and smirked. This quantity of metal should suffice to construct a rudimentary sky bridge. You can go first. I'll follow behind. He disregarded the university students and commenced melting the metal to erect the bridge. The students, noticing the 5 individuals in the corner, exhibited surprise and joy, rushing over. Ding Chung, I can't believe you're still alive. This is fantastic. A bespectacled boy exclaimed upon spotting the initially dashing male. Liu Ming, you're alive too. I thought I saw you chased into the classroom by zombies. Ding Chung expressed astonishment, having presumed Liu Ming was doomed. I, along with Zhang Yin and the others, barricaded the door, which is why we survived. Liu Ming turned to the other 2 boys and 1 girl, revealing a bittersweet expression. There were at least 10 individuals who had run with him to the classroom, yet in a mere span of a few dozen meters, more than half had perished. Zhang Yin, Song Jing, Li Haoyin, I can't believe you all made it. That's wonderful, Ding Chung sighed, reflecting on how, once filled with hundreds of students, he now only saw a few familiar faces. Who are these classmates? Zhang Yin, a girl with a bobbed haircut, inquired, puzzled as she regarded the 4 newcomers. She did not recognize them and assumed they were from a different class. Oh, this is Zhang Biao, Lu Nian. This is Su Dan and Lu Mei. Ding Chung introduced the 4, explaining that they were from the finance department, coincidentally present in this building when the zombie outbreak occurred. Do you have any food or water? Zhang Hu asked, his voice raspy. No. We've been confined to the classroom for 3 days and are famished. Ding Cheng replied, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head gloomily. On the first day of the outbreak, after the initial terror subsided and the outside calmed somewhat, Ding Cheng and his companions had cautiously searched the classroom, finding only a few leftover packets of biscuits and 2 partially consumed bottles of mineral water. In the following days, they had found nothing, as zombies roamed the corridors outside. Thus, They had endured hunger until now. As the two groups converged, fear and anxiety etched upon their haggard faces. Hunger and thirst rendered them utterly fatigued. Ding Cheng, what is the story with those three? Does that man possess the legendary powers? Lu Ming leaned closer to Ding Cheng, whispering. The others gazed at Wang Mingyang in astonishment as a large mass of metal continuously morphed before him. I am not entirely sure. They suddenly rushed in just now. That man seems to have the ability to manipulate metal, and he's quite formidable. Ding Cheng's eyes glimmered with a mix of longing and dread. Quite formidable? Lu Ming replied, perplexed. Yes, we nearly fell victim to him. Ding Cheng recalled the moment when a steel pipe had soared through the air, piercing towards their throats, causing him to tremble slightly. No way. How could he kill? Lu Ming exclaimed, then added indignantly, Hush! Keep your voice down. Ding Cheng noticed the two girls beside Wang Mingyang glancing over, seemingly having heard something. He quickly tugged at Lu Ming, admonishing him softly. What's wrong? He has some abilities, but with so many of us, are we really afraid of him? Lu Ming scoffed. Ding Cheng rolled his eyes, thinking Lu Ming must be out of his mind. Back when the three of us held steel pipes, in an instant, the pipes were lifted by him and pressed directly against our throats. Hiss, are you joking? Look at that enormous mass of metal. He controls it effortlessly. Dio, you really think you can challenge him? If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. The murmured exchange between Ding Cheng and Lu Ming was clearly audible to those nearby. After receiving confirmation from Zhang Biao and the others, Lu Ming and his companions collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Wang Mingyang as he kneaded the metallic mass. Moments later, Wang Mingyang stood at the edge of the rooftop, the metallic mass slowly levitating away. Threads of metal extended from the sphere, shooting directly towards the opposite rooftop. Under Wang Mingyang's control, the entire metallic sphere swiftly connected the two buildings. A steel plate measuring several meters in length and about 30 to 40 centimeters wide gradually took shape, while the remaining small mass of metal was stretched into several steel cables, anchoring the plate at the rooftop's edge. The metal was too sparse. For now, this would have to suffice. You go first. I'll reinforce it with my abilities. Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow as he sensed the rudimentary sky bridge. All right, Suyu nodded, bracing herself against the edge of the rooftop before leaping onto the bridge. Taking a deep breath, she sped towards the opposite rooftop. The steel plate immediately bent under her weight, and Wang Mingyang raised his hand to firmly support it. With light-footed steps, Suyu focused straight ahead, and within seconds, she safely landed on the opposite rooftop. Turn. Upon seeing Suyu land, Mu Ningxue immediately leaped onto the bridge and quickened her pace towards the other side. The university students, witnessing the two girls successfully cross, erupted into a flurry of commotion. Zhang Biao exclaimed, Big brother, can we come with you? It's too dangerous here. Li Haoyan added, Yes, big brother. Please take us along. Lu Mei chimed in. I can do anything for you. As long as you ensure my safety, Su Dan added. I can too. Handsome, you will protect us, right? The group clamored, hastily scrambling to their feet and rushing towards Wang Mingyang. The strikingly beautiful girl even adopted a sweet tone, attempting to invoke his protective instincts. Unfortunately, they misjudged Wang Mingyang's patience. Scram. I have no time to help you. If you want to survive, go kill some zombies yourselves. Without waiting for them to reach him, Wang Mingyang leaped and swiftly made his way to the opposite rooftop. The boys, seeing Wang Mingyang resolutely intending to leave, grew frantic. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth and scrambled to the edge of the rooftop, disregarding the fact that they were on the 6th floor, and shakily stepped onto the bridge. At that moment, Wang Mingyang found himself in the middle of the bridge, suddenly feeling a drop in his body. He immediately intensified his energy output to regain control of the bridge. Turning back, he saw Zhang Biao and Song Jing standing on the bridge, swaying unsteadily as they moved forward. Upon catching Wang Mingyang's gaze, the two wore sheepish smiles but showed no signs of retreating. This bridge can't support so many people. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Wang Mingyang's expression remained indifferent as he stood firmly in the middle of the bridge, slowly turning around. Big brother, please don't look around. There are zombies everywhere. If you don't take us with you, we'll either be killed by zombies or starve to death, Zhang Biao said, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he glanced at his feet, quickly looking up at Wang Mingyang with a pleading expression. Yes, big brother. If we die like this, you bear some responsibility. Song Jing's face bore a fawning look, his words tinged with moral coercion. The other university students clung to the edge of the bridge, while Lu Ming and Li Haoyan's gazes subtly drifted towards the two steel cables anchoring the plate. Oh, responsibility. Wang Mingyang regarded the students across from him with a playful glint in his eye, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This big brother, we don't mean any harm. We simply wish to follow you for the sake of survival. Liu Ming smiled slightly, leaning against one of the steel cables. Heh, in the face of an apocalyptic world, the only path to salvation lies in self-rescue. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Wang Mingyang ceased his idle chatter, exerting force beneath his feet as he leaped towards the opposite rooftop, his body soaring like a great rock. Chapter 62. The frustration of Ding Cheng as Wang Mingyang took flight. The steel plate beneath him bent violently, causing Zhang Biao and Song Jing to sway precariously. Lu Ming and Li Haoyan, who had harbored some small thoughts, were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Wang Mingyang would leap over the 8-meter gap to the edge of the rooftop. A chorus of gasps erupted from those on the rooftop, their voices attracting the horde of zombies below, who all craned their necks upwards. In the next moment, a portion of the undead surged forward, charging straight up the building. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. What should we do? Those creatures are terrifying. Block the door. Hurry. Several college students cried out in panic, as Ding Cheng scrambled with them to find objects to barricade the entrance. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained fixed at the rooftop's edge, his gaze transfixed on the opposite side. Wang Mingyang landed steadily on the adjacent rooftop, turning with a frown to observe the two individuals swaying on the steel plate. Are we not concerned about them? Mu Ningxue inquired coolly. I care not for them, but we must take the steel plate. It will be needed for the buildings behind us. Those two won't fall. Will they? Suyu stammered in surprise. Humph. What does it matter to me? Wang Mingyang retorted, crossing his arms and surveying the opposite side with indifference. Zhang Biao, Song Jing, hurry back. That steel plate won't hold, Ding Cheng exclaimed, dropping a concrete slab and turning to see the two still precariously balanced. Indeed. Hurry back, don't fall, the others shouted in alarm. The two on the steel plate found themselves in a precarious situation. Song Jing, positioned towards the back, glanced back fearfully and whispered, Zhang Biao, let us go back. This plate is going to give way. All right, let's retreat slowly, Zhang Biao replied, his heart racing as the throng of zombies below intensified his fear. Lu Ming, pull them back quickly, Ding Cheng urged as the two turned around, only to find Lu Ming still standing idly by. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Ming sighed internally and stepped forward to assist. However, the zombies below continued to roar angrily, surging towards the building. As Song Jing moved his gaze downward, he was suddenly gripped by fear, causing the steel plate to lurch violently to the left. Both men cried out in alarm. Song Jing lost his balance and fell, his scream echoing through the campus as a dull thud followed, and the horde below surged forward. He fell on the opposite rooftop. Mu Ningxue gasped in shock, witnessing the boy tumble downwards. The other boy also lost his footing and fell. Save me! Lu Ming, quick, help me! Zhang Biao cried desperately, clinging to the edge of the steel plate. Lu Ming, startled, instinctively reached out. Yet, Zhang Biao was still too far from the edge, and even with Lu Ming's outstretched hand, he could not grasp him. Hold on, grab my hand, Ding Cheng, blocked by the door, rushed forward while the others struggled to keep it shut. Glancing back anxiously, however, despite Ding Cheng's frantic reach, he could not touch Zhang Biao's hand. The steel plate, shaped by Wang Mingyang's powers, was slick and unyielding. Zhang Biao's fingers began to sweat, and the sound of Song Jing's fall sent chills through him. In the next moment, despair filled Zhang Biao's eyes as his fingers slipped. The plate suddenly snapped upwards, and Zhang Biao let out a wretched scream as he plummeted downwards. Thud! The horde below erupted in excitement. Blood splattering as Zhang Biao was instantly engulfed by the ravenous zombies. Why? Ding Cheng reached helplessly downwards. Though Zhang Biao was not his classmate, they had grown familiar over the past few days. Song Jing, who had been his companion for 2 years, was also now lost. Both had survived the undead only to meet their doom before his eyes, devoured by the very monsters they feared. Ding Cheng slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the man on the opposite rooftop, who stood with arms crossed and an impassive expression. You had the ability to save us. Why are you so cold-hearted? Ding Cheng roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. I have already stated. In this apocalyptic world, the only path to salvation lies in self-rescue. Wang Mingyang extended his right hand, raising it slowly. The massive steel plate began to levitate, drifting towards his rooftop. If you merely wish to rely on others to survive, I suggest you consider an early demise. Otherwise, you may soon find that falling from a height is a rather favorable way to perish. Also, it would be best not to provoke me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall take action myself. Wang Mingyang cast a sharp glance at Lu Ming before turning calmly away, controlling the steel plate as he moved towards another rooftop. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged complex looks with the remaining college students before following Wang Mingyang. Lu Ming's complexion suddenly paled. Wang Mingyang's gaze, laden with malice and warning, had truly unsettled him. Clearly, his previous misstep had not gone unnoticed. One more mistake, and he would surely meet his end. Ding Cheng watched the trio disappear around the corner, a wave of pent-up frustration surging within him. Accompanied by the triumphant roars of the zombies below, Ding Cheng's anger boiled over, his blood seeming to simmer as he struck the rooftop railing with a fist. The impact reverberated through his hand as a corner of the solid concrete railing shattered. This blow seemed to release all the pent-up frustration and rage within him. Ding Cheng, you? Beside him, Lu Ming looked on in shock, staring at the debris that had erupted from the railing, gradually regaining his composure. Ding Cheng's gaze shifted to his fist. A gray metallic sheen spread from his hand to his arm, as if the gray was continuing to permeate other parts of his body. Ding Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. The railing bore a significant dent from his blow, yet his fist remained unscathed, devoid of any sensation of pain. This surreal experience left him bewildered. What has happened to me? A fierce hunger suddenly overwhelmed him. And Ding Cheng felt as though he could devour an entire cow. Have you awakened some sort of power? Lu Ming approached, seizing Ding Cheng's fist, examining it with envy. I don't know. I just feel an immense surge of strength. Yet I also feel incredibly hungry, Ding Cheng murmured, gazing at Lu Ming in confusion. Perhaps you should strike another blow and see? All right. Ding Cheng hesitated, then turned his attention to the concrete railing, inhaling deeply before raising his fist once more to strike. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as fragments flew, and the sturdy railing was once again dented. Wow! You have truly awakened a power! The two stared in awe at the two gaping holes, then leaped in excitement. Ding Cheng sprang 2 meters into the air, letting out a joyful shout, only to stumble upon landing. This is real. I can actually jump this high, Ding Cheng exclaimed with glee. Wow, I never imagined you would awaken a power. It seems that man is not the only one with extraordinary abilities. Lu Ming shared his excitement. Ding Cheng's awakening meant that he too had a chance. If he could awaken a power, his chances of survival would significantly increase. In post-apocalyptic films and novels, he had seen that those who awakened special abilities would undoubtedly become the protagonists of the future. Ding Cheng, what are you doing? If you're all right, hurry and help. The zombies are charging up. Zhang Yin piled bricks in front of the door, and upon turning to see Ding Cheng and Lu Ming lost in their conversation, she couldn't help but shout. Coming, coming, Lu Ming replied, patting Ding Cheng's shoulder before turning to leave. Ding Cheng clenched his fist, his expression somber as he gazed downwards. Had he awakened his powers sooner, perhaps those two would not have perished. Yet now, it was futile to dwell on the past. Ding Cheng resolved internally to protect the remaining survivors. His stomach growled, and the intense hunger snapped him back to reality, causing the metallic sheen on his skin to fade rapidly. With a pained expression, Ding Cheng rubbed his belly and returned to the group, the earlier awakening of his power having only been witnessed by Lu Ming, and he had no intention of broadcasting it. The zombies had reached the iron door, pounding violently against the entrance to the rooftop. The 7 college students worked together, bracing the door with all their might, not daring to relent. Chapter 63. B-Class Steel Skin. Had Wang Mingyang still been present, witnessing Ding Cheng's display, he would likely have been astonished to exclaim, B-Class Steel Skin. Within the 7 days since the apocalypse descended, those who awakened powers indeed possessed remarkable talents. B-Class Steel Skin is vastly superior to what most possess. In the apocalypse, awakening early often means gaining access to more crystal cores 7 days later, allowing one to advance their strength and rank ahead of others. Even someone like Zhao Ding, with D-Class strength enhancement, could rapidly ascend if given the right opportunity, potentially standing at the pinnacle of power. In the 5 years that followed the apocalypse, only a select few managed to awaken abilities of this caliber. Steel Skin, in the early days of the apocalypse, was known for its formidable defensive capabilities, proving exceptionally useful. It could withstand the onslaught of ordinary zombies and mutated creatures with ease. As long as one does not exhaust oneself, it is entirely possible to charge recklessly through a horde of corpses. Ding Cheng was indeed fortunate to awaken this ability on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Wang Mingyang, controlling the steel bridge, led Su Yu and Mu Ningxue across 3 teaching buildings, finally catching sight of the library a mere few dozen meters behind the educational structures. Brother Mingyang, is that the library you wish to visit? Suyu inquired, pointing towards the 5-story building ahead. Indeed, but it is rather distant. The bridge cannot reach it, and we must find another route, Wang Mingyang replied, stroking his chin as he surveyed the surroundings. The small square in front of the library was teeming with zombies, yet the recent commotion from the car seemed to have attracted only a few of them. Wang Mingyang estimated that scanning the library's collection would take approximately 3 hours. Including the time needed to clear out the zombies within, they would likely finish around 5 or 6 o'clock. However, he had no intention of leaving Yunnan University. He planned to remain at this institution for the next few days. There were several other universities nearby, each housing libraries, and he could easily find a faculty dormitory to stay in. As for food, he had ample supplies of provisions and drinking water stored in his space. And there were also numerous supermarkets and cafeterias within the university. Even if these places were occupied, he was confident in their ability to handle any threats. There are quite a few zombies in the library. Do you still intend to use your previous methods? Mu Ningxue remarked uncertainly, glancing at the surroundings. Never mind, this number of zombies is not too overwhelming. Once the zombies in the teaching area settle down, we can attempt to clear them out and give you both some practice, Wang Mingyang suggested, shaking his head as he moved to the other side of the rooftop, leaning over the railing to observe the teaching building below. The number of zombies had significantly decreased, having been lured away by the earlier disturbance. With him keeping watch, Suyu and Mu Ningxue could certainly train. The two women exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly, standing back to back against the railing as they watched Wang Mingyang scan the area. Let us take a short break and then we can proceed in half an hour, Wang Mingyang declared as he straightened up, perching himself on the railing and lighting a cigarette. All right, it's your call, he said. Mu Ningxue nodded gently and pulled Suyu to a corner to sit down. Across from them, on the 5th floor of the library, a young man with a ponytail, dressed in a blue t-shirt and canvas shoes, was engrossed in a philosophical book. Several bookshelves lay toppled, books scattered across the floor, which was stained with blood but devoid of any bodies. The young man stretched lazily. His peripheral vision caught sight of a few figures on the opposite rooftop, prompting a surprised exclamation. Peering through the curtain, he leaned closer to discern the silhouettes across from him. He could only see the backs of 2 girls. The other figure was Wang Mingyang. Not bad looking, but sadly, a bit lacking compared to me, he chuckled softly, brushing his bangs aside and surveying the zombies in the small square below. So many zombies, what a pity for all those cute girls, he sighed, settling back into his chair to continue reading. Half an hour later, Wang Mingyang stood up, brushing off his pants as 4 flying swords emerged from his pockets. Let us go. We'll cut our way through, he commanded Dado. All right, Suyu and Mu Ningxue replied, quickly rising and grabbing the horizontal blade leaning against the wall. Wang Mingyang pushed open the rooftop iron door and led the way down. The 4 flying swords hovered beside him, and as they reached the corner, he caught sight of 2 zombies in the corridor. In an instant, 2 flying swords shot forth, piercing the skulls of the 2 zombies. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll provide cover, he instructed as Suyu and Mu Ningxue nodded and descended the stairs. Wielding their blades, Mu Ningxue deftly cast an ice shield around Suyu, who stood at the stairway's entrance, glancing left and right. The blade lightly tapped against the wall, producing a soft sound that drew the attention of the zombies lurking on both sides of the corridor. Dark flames erupted from Suyu's palm, enveloping her blade as she executed a diagonal slash towards the approaching zombies on the right. The dark red blade light sliced through, severing several zombies in 2. Ice spikes shot forth, piercing the heads of 2 zombies rushing from the left side of the corridor, their bodies collapsing in a heap. After 2 days of combat, the 2 women had developed a strong synergy. Once they cleared the zombies in the corridor and found no more emerging from the classrooms, Suyu turned to head downstairs. They encountered only a few zombies along the way, which Wang Mingyang chose to observe from a distance. Leaving their elimination entirely to Suyu and Mu Ningxue, he only intervened when faced with a group of 10 or more zombies simultaneously attacking. With the flying swords darting effortlessly, every zombie, except those he deliberately spared, was dispatched with precision. A single strike to the head ensuring their demise. The trio quickly descended to the 1st floor, indifferent to whether any survivors remained in the building. Under Wang Mingyang's control, the flying swords silently cleared the area near the stairway of around 20 zombies. He then led the 2 women into the stairwell, where the ground outside lay littered with corpses, not a single zombie standing within a 30-meter radius. Peering through the stairwell's back door, Wang Mingyang observed the horde in the small square. Estimating at least 200 still remained. This small square is overrun with zombies. We must clear it quickly and quietly. Suyu. Refrain from using your explosive blade technique, he advised in a low voice. Understood. Suyu nodded. While her technique was powerful, It generated considerable noise that could attract the remaining zombies in the teaching area. I'll take the front, Suyu on the left, and Mu Ningxue on the right. Do not stray more than 10 meters from my side, Wang Mingyang instructed. Without waiting for a response, he activated his space ability, summoning a cluster of titanium alloy metal from his pocket. As the three stepped out of the stairwell, a narrow path led directly to the small square. They had barely covered 10 meters when several zombies at the edge of the square noticed them. With a few guttural roars, the zombies lunged forward. Mouths agape and bodies lurching. Wang Mingyang concentrated, causing the metallic mass in his pocket to transform into over a dozen small flying swords, which, alongside the original 4, shot towards the zombies. The commotion stirred the remaining wandering zombies, their grotesque faces turning toward Wang Mingyang and his companions, emitting low, phlegmy growls. In the next moment, the horde surged forward, a tidal wave of undead rushing towards the trio. Chapter 64. Cultivating chives with the flying swords arrayed in front. Wang Mingyang's gaze sharpened as he maintained control over the 10 or so swords, keeping them within a 20 to 30 meter range. This distance became a death zone, where the majority of zombies would fall. Any particularly swift zombies that managed to breach this zone would be swiftly dealt with by Suyu and Mu Ningxue. To hinder the zombies' speed, Mu Ningxue centered her abilities on herself. A ring of ice shards spreading rapidly, lowering the temperature within a 5-meter radius. Any zombies crossing into this area found their bodies coated in frost, their mobility significantly hampered. Suyu advanced with her blade, efficiently dispatching the slowed zombies. This new skill had been developed during their previous engagements in civilian areas, though it required considerable energy and was currently more suited for crowd control. Targeting a specific enemy would necessitate further refinement. However, it proved quite suitable in this context, as both Wang Mingyang and Suyu remained unaffected by the temperature drop. Clearly, Mu Ningxue exhibited commendable control over this ability, able to distinguish friend from foe. Consequently, the nearby zombies posed little threat, allowing Wang Mingyang to unleash his full potential. He summoned another dozen flying swords from his pockets, bringing the total to 27, all gracefully weaving through the air. Yet, rather than exterminating the zombies, he aimed to precisely sever their limbs, leaving behind only their torsos and heads. The fallen zombies resembled crude puppets, their dismembered limbs strewn across the ground like discarded branches. Although Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged puzzled glances, they were accustomed to prioritizing action over inquiry. Half an hour later, the three had finally eradicated the zombies in the small square. Even those that had been drawn by the earlier noise within the library had been reduced to mere dismembered forms. Astonishingly, over half of the nearly 300 zombies had been left in this ghastly state. Had Wang Mingyang opted for a more lethal approach with his 27 flying swords, he could have likely cleared the horde in mere minutes. Mu Ningxue, grimacing at the blood-soaked ground, tiptoed toward the library entrance. As she walked, every surface she stepped on froze, preventing any chance of being bitten by a dismembered zombie while also avoiding bloodstains. Suyu silently gave her a thumbs up, following in Mu Ningxue's careful footsteps. Wang Mingyang scratched his nose, trailing behind with a resigned expression, contemplating how to explain this peculiar strategy. He couldn't simply state that in 2 days the brains of these ordinary zombies would manifest crystal cores. That would be far too obvious. At that point, anyone would suspect Wang Mingyang had some hidden agenda. He pondered whether reading the I Ching might yield a method for divination, allowing him to attribute any oddities to supernatural abilities. Wang Mingyang's thoughts were hopeful but ultimately fleeting. Reading the I Ching would undoubtedly drain countless brain cells without any worthwhile return. It would be far more efficient to cultivate a few S-rank abilities, or elevate his space slicing to a higher tier. Employing sheer force to crush any opposition. Brother Mingyang, why not simply eliminate those zombies? Indeed, as soon as they entered the library, Suyu inquired about Wang Mingyang's unusual choice to leave the zombies incapacitated. Wang Mingyang cleared his throat, already prepared with a response, remaining completely unflustered. I surmise that enormous rat could indeed incite a tide of rodents to cultivate its sinister arts, if we were to place these zombie-like figures here. Perhaps we could also give rise to a few first-tier mutated creatures. When the time comes to confront them, we could swiftly eliminate them and procure a couple of crystal nuclei. Suyu chuckled. Covering her mouth, aren't you afraid of inadvertently summoning a second-tier mutated rat king? I wonder how you would handle that. A second tier. What is there to fear? If we were to encounter one now, the unfortunate ones would surely not be me. Wang Mingyang smirked, confident in his current prowess, feeling untroubled by the presence of that large rat. Very well. Even if you fear not the second tier, what if a third tier were to be attracted? Mu Ningxue clearly expressed her concern. These are merely ordinary zombies, devoid of crystal nuclei, let alone third tier. They wouldn't even deign to look at a second tier. Wang Mingyang shook his head, continuing, however, the situation is quite different for those below the first tier. Their utility remains significant. But tell me, even if a first-tier mutated creature were to appear, how would you slay it? Do you intend to merely linger here, waiting for prey? Mu Ningxua's eyes glimmered as she gazed at Wang Mingyang. Linger and wait for prey is not entirely out of the question. However, I do not currently plan to do so. Let us consider it a casual move. The outcome shall depend on fortune. Wang Mingyang smiled nonchalantly, appearing unconcerned. His true objective, however, was not the so-called first-tier mutated creature. Rather, he intended to reap a bountiful harvest of resources in 2 days' time. The expansive library hall was strewn with toppled bookshelves and scattered tomes. The library itself comprised 5 floors, divided into 2 main sections, the east and the west. The first floor housed literature, arts, history, geography, and comprehensive works, while the second was dedicated to military, culture, and education. The third floor featured books on computer science, automation, and various scientific disciplines, whereas the fourth floor contained literature, foreign languages, and a plethora of rare ancient texts. The fifth floor was reserved for religious scriptures, social sciences, and philosophical works. You two wait for me on the first floor. Find a resting area and perhaps enjoy some coffee. Wang Mingyang instructed Su Yu and Mu Ningxue before striding towards the bookshelves. System, initiate scanning. Detecting books within a 5-meter radius, commencing scan. Su Yu shrugged and pulled the somewhat bewildered Mu Ningxue towards a secluded resting area. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, is he truly planning to read here? Mu Ningxue turned back with a puzzled expression. It seems so. Previously, I accompanied him at the provincial library for over 3 hours. Su Yu nodded. Is he perhaps a bit obsessed? Not quite. Remember the 2 books he lent you? Have you read them? I read one. Was it useful? Well, surprisingly, it was somewhat helpful. Mu Ningxue recalled something, nodding silently. Really? I thought he was merely jesting with you. Su Yu exclaimed in astonishment. My technique for deceleration was inspired by the book he gave me, Frozen Water. I see. Mu Ningxue smiled gently as she reminisced about the book's content. Given that he is so formidable, it truly correlates with his extensive reading. Su Yu settled at a small round table, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Wang Mingyang's slowly moving figure, filled with yearning. It must be related. He often reads Fundamentals of Metallurgy and A Brief History of Time, both of which pertain to his abilities. Mu Ningxue nonchalantly inserted her sword into a nearby chair, crossing her arms as she spoke calmly. It's a pity he hasn't recommended any books to me. Su Yu expressed disappointment, as her dual attribute abilities were deemed sufficient by Wang Mingyang for her to focus on practice alone. You should practice diligently. I believe reading merely enhances understanding and broadens one's perspective. Your power is indeed potent, yet what you truly lack is energy reserves. If you could unleash your abilities dozens or even hundreds of times, what need would there be for technique? Mu Ningxue smiled faintly, acknowledging that during their cooperative efforts, Su Yu's dark flame abilities indeed exhibited greater might. It's unfortunate that the number of times she could release them was limited. Otherwise, she wouldn't require assistance, as Su Yu could single-handedly penetrate an entire residential district. Chapter 65. The Leper. Oh, benevolent Taoist. This is incredibly challenging. I can barely unleash 5 strikes at present. When will I ever reach the level you mentioned? Su Yu sighed, resting her head on the round table. Perseverance is key. If we could acquire more of those crystal nuclei, our growth would accelerate significantly. Indeed, Brother Mingyang absorbed one and directly ascended to the first tier. His steel needles have transformed into flying swords. Yes, establishing a solid foundation is essential. He was already far stronger than us even before his ascension. Mu Ningxue's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at Wang Mingyang with an indomitable spirit. He awakened far earlier than we did. He is undoubtedly stronger. Su Yu's eyes sparkled, recalling the moment Wang Mingyang led her out of the provincial library and into the Luhua Baoli Hotel. By the way, when exactly did he awaken his abilities? Mu Ningxue sat up straight, fixing her gaze on Su Yu. I'm not sure of the exact timing, but Brother Mingyang mentioned that he awakened on the very day the apocalypse began. Su Yu reflected on their previous conversation, recalling Wang Mingyang's assertion that he had indeed awakened on that date. So, he awakened just a few hours before you. That's just a day's difference. Does such a minor time gap really make that much of a difference? Mu Ningxue questioned, puzzled. Su Yu shook her head. I believe the issue lies not here, but rather in the fact that Brother Mingyang seems to have pondered deeply on this matter, which allows him to guide us in honing our abilities. Indeed, abilities are not static like skills in a game. Once mastered, They can evolve into various capabilities. Haha, that SY Brother Mingyang advised you to read. Otherwise, you would have no means to manifest that area of effect deceleration ability. I think your abilities can be developed in this manner. The two women continued their whispered conversation, while Wang Mingyang roved among the shelves. The system scanned the various books swiftly, and the repository of knowledge in his mind expanded. However, during this scanning, Wang Mingyang also noticed an issue. Many of the books were duplicates of those he had previously collected at the provincial library. System, how should we handle these duplicate books? Upon completing the scan of all books, the system will automatically deduplicate, retaining only one of each book with identical content in the library. Very well. It seems this concern was indeed unwarranted. The system is quite intelligent, equipped with a deduplication function, making things considerably simpler. Otherwise, amidst the dazzling array of books, it would be unnecessarily confusing to have even more duplicates. Before long, he completed scanning the first floor, greeting the two women before ascending the stairs. The second floor has been scanned. The third floor has been scanned. The fourth floor has been scanned. After 2 hours, he finally finished scanning all 4 floors. Wang Mingyang let out a long breath, using several flying swords to push aside the zombie corpses blocking the staircase. Just as he stepped forward, his body suddenly froze. Sensing that something was amiss, Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow, surveying the area. The 4th floor's bookshelves were in disarray, many having collapsed. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground, bloodstains and severed limbs marking the scene. Yet, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, these corpses had yet to emit any foul odor. This indicated that these bodies must have formed only as recently as yesterday. Some of the zombies were those Wang Mingyang had just slain, and the others would not have died before yesterday. The bodies of the zombies were not truly lifeless. Their consciousness had merely been eroded, rendering them mere shells. Thus, even in the heat, aside from their wounds gradually decaying, their bodies remained relatively intact and did not emit a stench that, of course, the areas littered with blood and flesh had already begun to reek in his previous life. Wang Mingyang had long since grown accustomed to such odors. Upon his rebirth, he had not given this matter much thought. However, he suddenly noticed a distinction. Could it be that this 4th floor had been cleared by someone? Wang Mingyang scrutinized the corpses on the staircase. His gaze sharpened as he inspected his surroundings. There were numerous signs of impact on the walls. Some zombies appeared to have had their skulls crushed by the shelves, while several metal chair legs were embedded in their heads. This looked remarkably like it had been done by human hands. Wang Mingyang quietly opened his mustard seed space, releasing a large mass of metal that quickly melted into silvery metal liquid. Extending his arms, he commanded the metal liquid to envelop his entire body, covering him with a thin layer of titanium alloy, save for his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose to maintain mobility. With this layer of protection in place, Wang Mingyang ascended the stairs, carrying over 20 flying swords with him. The sound of metal scraping echoed as the 5th floor hall gradually came into view. Once Wang Mingyang stood firmly in the hall, a chair suddenly flew from the corner, hurtling towards his head. Clenching his right fist, he struck the wooden chair with force, shattering it into splinters. Wang Mingyang turned, feeling somewhat awkward. The temporary metallic shell he had fashioned provided ample protection but severely limited his agility. As another table came hurtling towards him, he could not be bothered to strike it again. It was rather painful. 3 flying swords shot out from his side, effortlessly slicing the table into 4 pieces. The swords soared past the table, heading directly towards a corner several meters away, where a young man with a ponytail stood, utterly bewildered. The moment Wang Mingyang recognized the young man's figure, his entire body trembled, and the 3 flying swords halted in front of the young man. An unseen force repelled the swords, causing their tips to press against an invisible membrane, forming 3 tiny air cones. With a mere thought, Wang Mingyang commanded the 3 swords to arc back towards him. The young man, who had been gritting his teeth, immediately relaxed, gasping for breath as the membrane vanished. "Why did you attack me?" Wang Mingyang beheld the somewhat familiar figure before him, oblivious to the tremor in his own voice. "I sincerely apologize. I merely had a sudden urge to test my skills," he said. The young man steadied his heartbeat and revealed a sheepish smile. The metallic armor enveloping him gradually melted away, unveiling Wang Mingyang's handsome visage. "I cannot accept that your display was simply a trial. If I had failed to withstand it, that table could have shattered my skull. Yet, you did manage to withstand it." Wang Mingyang retorted, "I witnessed your battle earlier, and I have confidence in your abilities." The young man reached up to touch his ponytail and chuckled. "What is your name? And how did you come to be here?" Wang Mingyang discreetly concealed the metallic sphere formed from his armor's dissolution, suppressing the flutter of emotions within him, and calmly inquired, "I am Liu Chan, a disciple of the Changchun Temple in Weishan County, Nanzhou City." The young man's countenance turned solemn as he straightened his legs and formed a Tai Chi seal with his hands. Slightly bowing in a gesture of respect, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Wang Mingyang's eyes, followed by a mischievous grin as he clasped his fists to his chest and slightly bowed in return. Liu Chan, oh, compassionate Taoist. Upon hearing this, Liu Chan's expression darkened, the demeanor of a Taoist master faltering, his neck stiffening and veins pulsing on his forehead. What nonsense! How did you deduce that I am not the cicada of cicada chirping? Are you certain you are not the toad of toad? Wang Mingyang, hands clasped behind his back, advanced with a swagger, unable to suppress his smugness. I am indeed the toad, but you cannot simply assign me such a moniker upon our first meeting. Liu Chan's face stiffened as he protested. The issue is, you never informed me of your Dao title. Wang Mingyang shrugged, feigning exasperation, though a smile lingered on his lips. I do not yet possess a Dao title. Liu Chan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting the stubbornness of his old master, who insisted on his completing university before granting him a title. Moreover, he couldn't help but reflect on the rather mundane names he had been given. He had been ridiculed as Toad more than once, and even this stranger had accurately grasped his true name. Had he been named Liu Chan, while perhaps a touch effeminate, it would have been far more acceptable. Well, Toad, since you lack a Dao title, I shall have to call you this. It rolls off the tongue quite nicely, Wang Mingyang remarked nonchalantly as he approached Liu Chan, draping an arm over his shoulder with an air of familiarity. Hey, we are not that familiar. Please refrain from such gestures. Liu Chan hastily extricated himself from Wang Mingyang's embrace, stepping back with an expression of distaste. What do you mean by that? Do you not wish to be friends? Come now, let us settle the score for your ambush, Wang Mingyang exclaimed, waving his hand, causing over 20 flying swords to rise simultaneously, their tips pointed menacingly at Liu Chan. Wait, I was mistaken. In truth, I truly desire to be your friend. Cold sweat broke out on Liu Chan's brow as he waved his hands frantically, his expression a mix of confusion and urgency. Really? You are not deceiving me? Indeed. More genuine than gold. Ha, with that pallid complexion. How genuine can you be? Liu Chan's expression darkened, caught between the desire to retort and the uncertainty of whether to curse. With a thought, Wang Mingyang commanded the swords to return, silently slipping into his pocket, merging with the space within. Nonetheless, given your sincerity, I shall forgive you. Upon hearing this, Liu Chan's face contorted with indecision, yet he soon realized that this individual clearly did not wish to cause him trouble. What is your name, then? Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang, as an ocean? Precisely, do not mistake it. Wang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, activating a system scan as he continued to meander between the shelves. What brought you here? There is neither food nor drink, Liu Chan remarked, observing Wang Mingyang's wandering figure with curiosity. I came to peruse a few books, and you? What brings you here? Wang Mingyang replied without looking back, his mind racing through thoughts in his previous life. He had encountered Liu Chan a year after the apocalypse. During their time together, Liu Chan never once looked down on him. At that time, Wang Mingyang was merely a Tier 3 ability user, and Liu Chan had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. Due to their congenial personalities, they had become close friends. At that time, the Toad Taoist had already become a formidable Tier 5 psychic ability user, having awakened a telekinetic power within the psychic category. Logically, with Liu Chan's potential, he could have ascended to become a Tier 9 powerhouse, dominating the realm. Regrettably, Liu Chan ultimately perished in the third year of the apocalypse, falling victim to a zombie emperor during a significant event. Wang Mingyang never anticipated that in this life, he would encounter his good brother, whom he had playfully dubbed Toad Taoist, on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Within the confines of the Dali University Library's 5th floor, I was here reading when the zombie outbreak occurred, Liu Chan replied matter-of-factly. When did you awaken your psychic ability? Wang Mingyang asked, somewhat speechless, finding no fault in the response. How do you know this is a psychic ability? Liu Chan queried in surprise. If it's not psychic, could it possibly be wood manipulation? Wang Mingyang scoffed, rolling his eyes in mockery. Liu Chan glanced at the shattered wooden tables and chairs scattered about, scratching his head sheepishly. I awakened this ability not long after the outbreak. It's quite handy. Awakening an ability on the first day of the apocalypse mirrored the answer Wang Mingyang had received in his previous life. This time, He was determined not to allow Li Yuchan to repeat his tragic fate. He would ensure that Li Yuchan remained by his side. Wang Mingyang was now fully capable of protecting and nurturing him. Moreover, Wang Mingyang was acutely aware that the ability Li Yuchan had awakened was the A-class telekinetic ability known as Tai Divine Thought. This name had been chosen by Li Yuchan himself, in his view. As a disciple of the Tao, one's awakened abilities ought to bear some connection to the Tao. The Tai Divine Thought was immensely powerful, with an initial control range of 20 meters. Surpassing the typical 5 to 10 meters of other telekinetic abilities, Li Yuchan diligently honed his psychic prowess, drawing from Taoist texts, which enabled his abilities to evolve and diversify in their applications, yielding boundless utility in simpler terms. While Li Yuchan could not shape various metallic objects as Wang Mingyang could, with a few flying swords, he could unleash a rain of blades akin to a celestial swordsman. Under equivalent conditions, Li Yuchan's Tai Divine Thought would excel even further in precision compared to Wang Mingyang's metal manipulation abilities. You cleared the zombies on the 4th floor, didn't you? Why are there no corpses on the 5th? Wang Mingyang inquired calmly. I was looking for food on the 4th floor and cleared them out. I tossed the bodies from the 5th floor down. I couldn't stand being surrounded by corpses for days. Li Yuchan replied, nodding in distaste. You haven't ventured outside in these past few days? Not at all. The rest area has food and drink, and there are too many zombies outside. I couldn't risk going out. Wang Mingyang shook his head, realizing that Li Yuchan, having just awakened his abilities, lacked sufficient exploration into the utilization of his Tai Divine Thought. Otherwise, he would surely have found a way to escape. Yet, this was a stroke of good fortune, for if Li Yuchan had not remained within the library, Wang Mingyang would not have encountered him now. This indicated that Wang Mingyang had more opportunities and time to elevate this exceptionally gifted brother from his previous life directly. What are your plans when I leave shortly? Wang Mingyang questioned, scanning the last section of the area. I do not know. I came here to read, but without my diploma, I cannot return to Changchun Temple under the current circumstances. Li Yuchan replied helplessly, Do not dwell on it. You may never attain that diploma. Wang Mingyang chuckled. Given the current state of affairs, it was absurd for Li Yuchan to still be concerned about graduating. Likely stemming from the unfortunate incident where his master insisted he complete university before receiving a Tao title. Is it possible that this zombie apocalypse will never end? Absolutely. The apocalypse has descended upon us. Wang Mingyang affirmed, Brother, Dali University has become a relic of the past. Even in such dire straits, the government must take measures for rescue. Li Yuchan clung to a glimmer of hope. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In truth, I believe the military has also suffered grievous losses. Reorganizing forces for a rescue operation will not be a simple task. It has already been 5 days. Surely help should be forthcoming. Even if the government can provide assistance, what does it matter? You would merely be dependent on others. If they discover your psychic abilities, you may end up hauling bricks at a construction site. Wang Mingyang remarked with a smirk, recalling how, in his previous life, Li Yuchan had indeed been conscripted to assist in construction during the early days of the apocalypse due to the military's establishment of a refuge, which had come under zombie siege. With his then undeveloped Tai Divine Thought, he had been reduced to a mere laborer, pushing a cart of stones to seal breaches. That is utterly absurd. Such a formidable ability reduced to brick hauling? Li Yuchan exclaimed incredulously. What are your plans then? If not, I might as well join you. It is evident that Wang Mingyang desires this outcome. However, he must first provide Li Yuchan with a precautionary warning. We can proceed, but you must heed my commands from now on. Can you manage that? Are you implying that I should acknowledge you as my leader? Li Yuchan tilted his head, scrutinizing Wang Mingyang. Almost, do you believe I lack the qualifications for such a role? Wang Mingyang turned away, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, while the 4 remaining flying swords beside him trembled slightly. Yes, I will follow your lead from now on. Li Yuchan glanced at the 4 swords subtly pointed at him. Although he recognized Wang Mingyang's jest, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in resignation and nod. Ha, that's splendid. You shall accompany me henceforth. I assure you, the rewards will be plentiful. Wang Mingyang laughed heartily, the 4 flying swords transforming into 4 silver orbs that fell into his pocket, and he continued to scan the remaining books with satisfaction. Li Yuchan shook his head and smiled helplessly as he observed Wang Mingyang's retreating figure. Having awakened his psychic abilities, he was acutely aware that Wang Mingyang bore no animosity towards him during their brief exchange. Nonetheless, he found Wang Mingyang's personality rather appealing. After a considerable interval, Wang Mingyang finally completed his scan of the entire library. The bountiful hall, after excluding some duplicates, had augmented his system library by hundreds of thousands of volumes. Among them were several rare ancient texts, though their practical utility was likely minimal. Additionally, the literary novels contained scant knowledge, largely the products of the author's imaginations. The likelihood of extracting abilities from such works would be exceedingly low. Much like the previous book, Flatland, which he had yet to peruse. However, that book possessed a rich imagination concerning spatial concepts, many of its ideas rooted in genuine spatial knowledge. Wang Mingyang surmised that reading it would provide him with considerable inspiration. He had not entirely dismissed such novels. Instead, he categorized them as a secondary reading priority, viewing them as a means of relaxation amidst his rigorous studies. Upon returning to the rest area, he called out to Li Yuchan. "Let's go, Lhbao. We are leaving this place." "Goodness, Wang Mingyang, could you refrain from addressing me in such a manner?" Li Yuchan, who had been comfortably seated with his legs crossed, suddenly felt uneasy. Knowing that Lhbao was just a nickname, he thought, "There are still 2 ladies waiting for me downstairs. Will you leave or not?" Wang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. "Let us go." Li Yuchan smacked his forehead, deciding to let it go. After all, there were ladies involved. Wang Mingyang shook his head and chuckled, preparing to turn towards the staircase. Li Yuchan patted his backside and casually tossed the philosophy book onto the table, the prominent title The Art of Seduction glaringly evident. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Mingyang caught sight of the book's cover and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly, Lhbao, you are always ready to enjoy the finer things in life. In his previous life, Wang Mingyang had already discerned that Li Yuchan, despite his seemingly carefree exterior, possessed a remarkably rich inner world. This little Taoist, who greeted everyone with blessings of infinite life, may have enjoyed critiquing various beauties with him. Yet he had never broken his youthful purity even until death. The two swiftly descended the stairs and reached the lobby on the first floor, where Wang Mingyang called out to the 2 ladies. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue promptly stood and approached him, only to halt abruptly upon seeing Li Yuchan following Wang Mingyang down the stairs. Their bodies stiffened, fingers gripping their weapons a little tighter. "Don't be alarmed. This is Li Yuchan. You can refer to him as Lhbao." Wang Mingyang turned to the side and gestured towards Li Yuchan. "Lhbao?" Su Yu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. "Ahem, blessings of infinite life. Ladies, please disregard his nonsense. I am Li Yuchan, a disciple of Changchun Temple in Weishan County, Nanzhou City." Li Yuchan's expression darkened as he rolled his eyes at Wang Mingyang, cleared his throat lightly, took a couple of steps forward, and bowed to the 2 ladies. "Oh, hello, Taoist." Su Yu felt somewhat flustered by Li Yuchan's formal greeting. "May the Taoist be blessed." Mu Ningxue clasped her fists in return, clearly familiar with some Taoist etiquette. Straightening up, Li Yuchan wore a smile, resuming a more ordinary demeanor. "Lhbao is our new member. He has officially joined our team," Wang Mingyang stated calmly to Suu. Mu Ningxue. Li Yuchan maintained his smile, having given up on changing this man, but he still felt compelled to rescue the 2 ladies before him. "You may call me Li Yuchan, or simply Yuchan or Shaoli. There is no need to address me as Taoist, as I have yet to officially become an enrolled Taoist." Lhbao is quite endearing. Su Yu blinked, sharing a knowing look with Mu Ningxue, and the 2 ladies stifled giggles. Li Yuchan was left exasperated, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, those who are close to ink tend to darken a shade. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us stick with Shaoli. I am Mu Ningxue." Mu Ningxue smiled as she introduced herself. "I'm Su Yu, 22 years old. If you are younger than me, I will call you Xiao Li.Su." Appraised Li Yuchan with a smile. Hello, beautiful sisters. I am 21 this year. You can simply call me Xiao Li." Li Yuchan replied with delight, eagerly nodding and bowing as he greeted them, completely shedding the earlier demeanor of a Taoist disciple. It seemed these 2 lovely ladies were quite considerate of his feelings. With this thought, Li Yuchan even raised an eyebrow at Wang Mingyang. Well, now that everyone is acquainted, Wang Mingyang nodded, uninterested in Li Yuchan's antics. With Li Yuchan possessing psychic abilities, his strength was considerable. His inclusion would enhance the safety of their forthcoming endeavors. "Brother Mingyang, what shall we do next?" Wang Mingyang glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the lobby. It was getting late. "I plan to find a place to settle down first, then look for the biological research facility at Yunnan University." Chapter 68. Biological Research Facility. Biological Research Facility? The other 3 were momentarily taken aback. This target seemed rather unconventional, however. Wang Mingyang nodded affirmatively, his tone calm. "Yes, the Biological Research Facility. Lhbao, you attend university here. Do you know where this Biological Research Facility is located?" Wang Mingyang directed his gaze towards Li Yuchan. Yunnan University has many research facilities, but I am not familiar with their specific locations. I can only hope that Li Yuchan, being a student here, might know. Well, I haven't paid much attention to that. If anyone knows, it would probably be the professors and students from the Department of Life Sciences. I have some information, but I am not clear on the exact location, Mu Ningxue interjected after a moment's thought. That's all right. Please share what you know. Wang Mingyang responded, surprised at how much she seemed to know. Yunnan University has numerous biological research facilities, categorized into paleobiology, biodiversity, animal genetics, botany, and so forth. Many of these facilities collaborate with external organizations, and most are located elsewhere. Mu Ningxue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, noticing Wang Mingyang frowning slightly, and continued, I am not sure which type of facility you are seeking. But those still on the main campus would likely be the genetic biology and animal genetics facilities. Wang Mingyang nodded upon hearing this. That sounds about right. I need to verify some matters. I am also unfamiliar with the exact location, but if we find a guide sign and head straight to the College of Life Sciences, we are bound to encounter some survivors who can lead us directly. Mu Ningxue stated calmly, I know the location of the College of Life Sciences. It is quite far from here. Li Yuchan raised his hand to speak. Great, you know the way. That's wonderful. Let us find a place to settle down first. Then we will head over. Wang Mingyang smiled slightly, noting that there was still ample time to accomplish their tasks before the 7th day of the apocalypse concluded. A place to settle down? Do you merely wish to grab a meal, or do you plan to stay for a few days? Li Yuchan inquired. Well, let us stay for a few days. I have some matters to attend to at Yunnan University. Then it's simple. We can just find a faculty dormitory that offers ample space. How about we go directly to the College of Life Sciences and find the nearest dormitory building? Wang Mingyang concluded, and the other three, indifferent, followed his lead. The zombies outside the library had already been cleared by Wang Mingyang and his companions, but a few more had begun to wander in from other areas. As the four exited the library, Wang Mingyang casually produced a handful of metallic spheres from his pocket. In the midst of Li Yuchan's astonished expression, he molded them into 9 flying swords, which he directly handed to him. Here, this is your control object. Tables and chairs aren't particularly effective against zombies. Li Yuchan received the flying swords with an expression of delight. They were surprisingly lightweight, crafted from titanium alloy, and boasted commendable sharpness and toughness, with the primary advantage being their portability. This would save Li Yuchan a considerable amount of psychic energy expenditure, as his Tai Divine Mind differed from Wang Mingyang's metallic manipulation. His abilities were purely psychic, with limited physical enhancement upon awakening, yet his psychic power surged significantly. Thank you. This is indeed quite practical. Li Yuchan experimented with controlling the 9 flying swords, realizing that this number was perfectly suited for his current capabilities. In an extreme state, he could certainly manage more, but the psychic energy drain would intensify, becoming rather exhausting. Suu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, both harboring doubts. Based on their observations of Wang Mingyang over the past few days, it seemed he trusted Li Yuchan excessively, showing no inclination to test him at all. Although perplexed, the two ladies remained silent. This team had always been centered around Wang Mingyang, and they were acutely aware of their roles. Let us go. We should find a place to stay. Wang Mingyang unsheathed his weapon, the ink shadow blade. With Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue by his side, they now had 3 ranged shooters at their disposal. Despite their formidable firepower, Wang Mingyang yearned to test his current physical strength in his previous life. His ascension to the 5th tier was largely reliant on the power of his body, as his 5 unique abilities had proven somewhat lacking. Close combat prowess had been the foundation of his survival in this life. Even with the celestial reading system enabling him to absorb various potent abilities, Wang Mingyang believed that disregarding these powers, his inherent combat strength remained significant. Leading the way along the corridor outside the library, Wang Mingyang opted for a different path rather than returning to the teaching area. There, a multitude of zombies had gathered, and it was neither prudent nor necessary to engage them at that moment. In 2 days, they would be ripe for the taking. Continuing down this route, they reached a crossroads, with the School of Life Sciences to the north. After traversing the corridor, Li Yuchan pointed to the left. That way? Wang Mingyang mused, recalling his memories with a furrowed brow. Indeed, there was a supermarket and a large cafeteria nearby, along with several dormitories from adjacent colleges. Li Yuchan provided a brief overview of the situation. With limited food in their backpacks, they would have to forage locally. First, a visit to the supermarket seemed in order. Wang Mingyang contemplated. He was reluctant to reveal his spatial abilities for now, and his backpack contained scant supplies. As for the cafeteria, it had been 5 days since the outbreak. Its food was likely spoiled by now. All right, it's your call. Li Yuchan shrugged nonchalantly. Let us proceed cautiously. Wang Mingyang stepped toward the crossroads, the number of zombies along the way being sparse, and he refrained from engaging them. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue took the lead, dispatching the scattered zombies that were a few meters away. Approaching the crossroads, Wang Mingyang signaled for the group to follow him beneath the trees and along the walls, aiming to avoid confrontation with the undead. The four moved stealthily, crossing the intersection in silence as they headed north. It seemed that due to the earlier commotion created by Wang Mingyang, many nearby zombies had been drawn away. After walking about 500 meters, they neared the teaching building of the School of Information, where the number of zombies began to increase. Crouching behind a slope, Wang Mingyang peered around. Several dozen zombies lingered at the foot of the building, and many more roamed the corridors above. We'll proceed along the base of the first floor, he decided. Wang Mingyang preferred the rear entrance over the main square, even though it would slightly deviate from their path. It meant fewer zombies to clear out. The three nodded in agreement, following closely behind him. Wang Mingyang quickly darted towards the wall a few meters away, encountering two zombies along the way. Before Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue could react, the ink shadow blade swiftly severed the necks of both zombies, their heads rolling to the ground as their bodies crumpled. Suu and the others followed suit, deftly avoiding the zombies in the square and slipping into the shadows of the teaching building. As they continued along the wall, they eliminated a few zombies, gradually approaching the opposite end of the building. Just as they passed the last classroom on the first floor, two faces suddenly appeared at the window. Ah, people! Suyu caught a glimpse of the window, startled by the two faces. Wang Mingyang looked up to see two boys with expressions of surprise plastered on their faces. Straightening up to peer into the classroom, he was astonished to find it devoid of zombies, as a pile of desks and chairs had barricaded the doors and windows facing the square. It seemed these two boys had reacted swiftly during the outbreak, allowing them to survive. Casting a glance at the two, Wang Mingyang frowned and gestured for his companions to move on. The boys, realizing they were about to be left behind, grew anxious and quickly opened the window. Hey, don't go! Come back! Help us! Their urgent cries instantly drew the attention of several nearby zombies. Wang Mingyang's frustration flared. What the hell are you two doing? Can't you keep it down? Attracting zombies is not a joke, he was incensed. While they could easily handle a crowd of zombies, the real concern lay in the potential crystal cores that awaited them in 2 days. Those ordinary zombies would soon become ripe for harvesting, yet this outburst had undoubtedly attracted far more than intended. The zombies, drawn by the desperate calls, began to stumble toward them, their movements slow but relentless. Quickly deal with these zombies, and we'll head into the classroom, Wang Mingyang instructed, signaling Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue to eliminate the approaching threats. He raised his weapon and pointed it at the two boys. Back away! At Wang Mingyang's sharp command, the boys stumbled back in fear. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the 1-meter-high window ledge and grasped the edge. Jumping inside, Suu, you go next, he instructed. Not looking back, Suu immediately complied, gracefully leaping through the window. If you dare shout again, I will not hesitate to strike. Understood. Suyu hesitated, having dispatched numerous zombies but never harmed a living person. Yet, she quickly nodded in agreement. Stepping forward, she positioned her weapon at the boys' throats, her eyes glinting with a mix of warning and menace. The two boys, realizing that their cry for help had summoned two fierce figures instead of salvation, fell silent, their expressions filled with trepidation. Lai Gaibao, Mu Ningxue, get in here, I'll cover you, Wang Mingyang called out, crouching at the window and unleashing a flurry of flying swords toward the zombies rounding the corner. Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue managed to eliminate several zombies, but the initial horde that had been drawn was still advancing, now numbering at least 20. Wang Mingyang deftly maneuvered his flying swords to sever the zombies' necks without damaging their brains. Under his cover, Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue quickly leaped into the classroom. Once they were safely inside, Wang Mingyang unleashed a torrent of flying swords, cutting down the trailing zombies with ease. Heads rolled, and bodies collapsed in disarray around him. Only when the immediate threat had passed did he retract his swords, wiping away the blood before discreetly opening his spatial pocket, allowing the swords to return to his sleeve. He closed the window and drew the curtains, plunging the classroom into darkness. Meanwhile, more zombies gathered at the corner, unable to locate their targets, their severed heads still gnashing at the air. Now, let us discuss your situation, Wang Mingyang said, grabbing a chair and sitting with an air of authority, his expression dark as he scrutinized the two trembling students. They exchanged glances, and the taller boy with a buzz cut cleared his throat, beginning to speak. We are. Lower your voices. Do you want the zombies outside to know we're here? Wang Mingyang snapped impatiently, narrowing his eyes. The buzz-cut boy, taken aback, seemed to choke on his words, turning crimson but not daring to make a sound. "You speak," Wang Mingyang ordered, pointing at the other boy with disheveled hair. "I'm Fang Lei, and this is Zhou Ming. We're third-year students in software engineering. That day at noon, after lunch, we were on our way back to the dorm when we stopped by the classroom to grab something. And then, the zombie outbreak occurred." Fang Lei recounted their experiences over the past few days, revealing how they had fortuitously found themselves alone in the classroom during the outbreak. Upon seeing the chaos outside, they quickly barricaded the doors and windows. Surviving on their lunch for 5 days, they were now at the end of their wits, having gone without water and surrounded by the stench of their own waste. When they spotted Wang Mingyang and the others passing by, they couldn't resist calling for help, unaware it would attract so many zombies. Nor did they consider whether Wang Mingyang would be inclined to rescue them. "Please, we're begging you to save us. We can't hold on any longer." Zhou Ming finally regained his composure, kneeling with a soft plea following Fang Lei's account. Wang Mingyang regarded Zhou Ming with an impassive expression, his gaze unwavering. "If you want my help, then ensure you make it worth my while. Once we're out of here, I expect a reward. 100,000, no, 500,000. As Fang Lei observed the leader of their group fall silent, he too collapsed to his knees with a thud, his voice laced with a tremor of despair as he implored. Wang Mingyang chuckled, thinking that this young man was rather oblivious to the gravity of their situation. "I have no time to save you," he retorted. "We will be leaving shortly. If you are not afraid of death, you can make your way out through the window. We have cleared out quite a number of the zombies outside. If you wish to survive, the rest is up to you." Chapter 70. Plastic Brothers. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei abruptly lifted his tear-streaked face, urgency etching his features as he exclaimed, "No, no, no, brother. We lack the capability. The zombies are far too terrifying. I can have my father increase the payment. How about 10 million? Just as long as you agree to save me." The implication behind Fang Lei's words was clear to everyone present. He was essentially offering Wang Mingyang and his companions a substantial sum to rescue him alone. Believing that their reluctance to assist stemmed from the burden of 2 individuals being too risky, in a bid for self-preservation, he was willing to abandon Zhou Ming without a second thought. Su Yu and the others exchanged glances filled with disdain for the university student named Fang Lei, while their gazes toward Zhou Ming held a hint of sympathy. "Fang Lei, we are good brothers. Over the past few days, I have gone hungry, sharing most of my food with you. How could you treat me this way?" Zhou Ming trembled at Fang Lei's words, quickly suppressing his voice to plead urgently. "But what does that matter? I have been providing for you, and these past few days are just you repaying me. If it weren't for your claim that Yin Kiki would come to watch us play basketball, I would have returned home long ago, and none of this would have happened." Fang Lei shouted back, his hands clenched into fists as he stood resolutely on the ground, a look of bitterness etched across his face. Yin Kiki was the campus belle of Dian University, a freshman who had captivated Fang Lei at first sight, prompting him to fervently pursue her for over half a year without success. It was only after Zhou Ming discovered that Yin Kiki enjoyed basketball that he brought Fang Lei along to practice, hoping to facilitate his friend's romantic endeavors. Unfortunately, during one fateful weekend, the zombie outbreak occurred, trapping them in a classroom with their fates uncertain. Wang Mingyang watched with a mocking expression as the two argued. He recognized Zhou Ming as merely a follower, clinging to the wealthy Fang Lei for the perks of his status, oblivious to the fact that Fang Lei had never truly valued him. These two clearly remained unaware that the entire blue planet had succumbed to chaos, mistakenly believing that the zombie outbreak was localized to their university town or the Western District. "Enough! You two, stop your bickering. The entire blue planet has erupted in a zombie crisis. The apocalypse has already arrived. Fang Lei, stop flaunting your father's wealth. Whether he is alive or dead is beyond my knowledge. But his money is now nothing more than worthless scraps of paper," Wang Mingyang declared, his tone unwavering. "Once again, if you wish to survive, you must fight for your own life." Ignoring the stunned expressions of his two so-called brothers, Wang Mingyang rose and stepped toward the window, drawing back the curtain to peer outside. "Brother, is it true that the zombie outbreak has engulfed the entire blue planet?" Li Yuchan inquired, his face grave as he approached Wang Mingyang. "Do you think so? You are on the 5th floor of the library. You should have a decent view." Wang Mingyang replied nonchalantly, not bothering to turn around. Li Yuchan nodded solemnly, recounting, "Yes, I saw far and wide. On the day of the outbreak, numerous planes fell from the sky, and explosions echoed everywhere, illuminating the night sky with flames. That confirms it. This disaster is indeed global in scale. However, it likely isn't caused by a virus. As the simultaneous outbreak of zombies suggests something beyond mere contagion, Wang Mingyang asserted with certainty. Sighing, Li Yuchan pondered the fate of his master at Changchun Temple, murmuring to himself. Wang Mingyang, having overheard, hesitated to speak up. In his previous life, he recalled Li Yuchan mentioning a return to the temple. Regrettably, most of the inhabitants, including Li Yuchan's master, had fallen victim to the zombie transformation, while the survivors had long since fled. When Li Yuchan returned, he found only a dilapidated temple stained with the blood of the undead. Tragically, his master had ultimately met his end at Li Yuchan's own hands. Yet, it was not the time to divulge this. It was best for Li Yuchan to remain blissfully unaware for now. Fortune favors the worthy, Wang Mingyang muttered, offering a vacuous platitude. What about those two? Should we rescue them? Li Yuchan asked, attempting to mask his emotions as he gestured toward the two young men. Do you really think it's worth saving these plastic brothers, a spoiled rich kid and his sycophant? They are hardly deserving of your concern. Wang Mingyang scoffed derisively. Well, while they do seem a bit troublesome, they are still lives at stake, Li Yuchan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Listen, my friend. Let me impart a bit of wisdom, Wang Mingyang said, his expression turning serious as he placed an arm around Li Yuchan's shoulders. Drawing him closer. In this apocalypse, life is as fragile as a blade of grass. Self-preservation is the foremost rule. The Tao teaches us to follow the natural order of things. What happens to others has no bearing on your own fate. Li Yuchan rolled his eyes at this, retorting, but our philosophy also holds that my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. That is true, but it pertains to your own life, not that of others. You must fight for your own destiny, Wang Mingyang countered. For example, consider me, your close friend Wang Mingyang. Apart from my beloved kin and friends, think about other strangers. Who among them is truly worth risking your life for? Li Yuchan frowned at this, yet a flicker of contemplation sparked in his eyes. Do you truly believe these two plastic brothers are worth the peril of rescue? Wang Mingyang pressed on, determined to shield his former friend from undue burdens that could lead to his downfall. Indeed, you will encounter far darker hearts than these as the journey unfolds. Trust me, during this apocalypse, the only lives worthy of your sacrifice are those of your true loved ones or genuinely virtuous souls. Believe me, I mean you no harm. You will come to realize how accurate my words are. Li Yuchan met Wang Mingyang's gaze, sensing an unyielding concern and a hint of worry, even a touch of inexplicable pain emanating from him. Li Yuchan could vividly feel that this man, whom he had known for mere hours, genuinely cared for him. Though he could not fathom the reasons behind Wang Mingyang's sincerity and concern, he found himself pondering. Concern? Pain? Could it be? Suddenly struck by a revelation, Li Yuchan stood frozen in place, his mind racing. He swiftly extricated himself from Wang Mingyang's embrace, retreating several steps while rubbing his arms nervously, exclaiming, I understand now. I trust you, you decide, and I will fully support your choice. Wang Mingyang regarded Li Yuchan's peculiar behavior with curiosity, glancing at his own hands, which bore no unusual substances or prank items. What are you scratching at? You silly fool? Nevertheless, Wang Mingyang felt a sense of satisfaction at having initially persuaded Li Yuchan. Chapter 71. A method to resolve troubles. Wang Mingyang paid no mind to Li Yuchan's baffled expression, turning his attention back to the unfolding situation outside. Meanwhile, Feng Lei and Zhou Ming continued their desperate pleas to Su Yu and Mu Ningxue for salvation. However, the two women had grown thoroughly disgusted by the spectacle of their mutual bickering and turned their backs. Refusing to engage further, it's time to go. The zombies outside have dispersed, Wang Mingyang informed the two women, nodding to them before preparing to leave. Brother, you must save me. Name your price, and I shall pay. Feng Lei cried out. If money is insufficient, I have plenty of jewelry and gold at home. I can even arrange for beautiful women if you desire. My father can find you a few. All untouched. Realizing that Wang Mingyang was the leader, Feng Lei abandoned any further attempts to sway Zhou Ming and knelt before him, urgently laying out his terms. I have no interest in your offerings. You are on your own. Wang Mingyang stepped back, evading Feng Lei's dust-covered hands, his tone calm. Let us go. After signaling to the two women, Wang Mingyang made his way toward the window. Feng Lei and Zhou Ming exchanged glances, their expressions hardening as they stood up in unison. So you choose not to save us? Then do not blame us. We shall die together. If I cannot live, neither shall you. With faces contorted in rage, Feng Lei and Zhou Ming clenched their fists tightly, their eyes brimming with a madness that harkened back to the days of camaraderie. Fueled by the faint hope of survival, they united in their defiance. Oh, You wish to die together? Wang Mingyang replied leisurely, crossing his arms and smirking slightly. What do you plan to do? Die together. Take me with you. I will not be a burden, Fang Lei insisted. If you do not take us, then do not blame us. With but a single fierce shout from me, the surrounding zombies will converge, leaving no escape for anyone. Fang Lei's eyes glinted with ferocity as he spoke slowly through clenched teeth. Beside him, Zhou Ming nodded vigorously, even taking a deep breath to signal his readiness to yell at any moment. Ha! Ha ha! Wang Mingyang chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief as he tilted it towards Li Yuchan. Do you see? This is the very person you once wished to save. Dio, you still feel the same? Li Yuchan's expression darkened as he silently shook his head, no longer interested. What do you intend to do? Their shouts will indeed cause us considerable trouble. What to do? Quite simple, there is a saying. If you cannot resolve the trouble, then eliminate the one who creates it. Wang Mingyang lowered his hands, stepping forward slowly as he murmured under his breath. To eliminate the troublemaker. Wang Mingyang, are you suggesting? Li Yuchan pondered Wang Mingyang's words, a sudden chill racing through him as he felt a foreboding premonition, reaching out to grasp him. Yet, two silver beams of light sliced through the air like lightning. In the classroom, two university students, their faces contorted with rage and eyes wild with madness, suddenly bore a crimson mark upon their foreheads, fresh blood oozing forth. The two flying swords circled the classroom before returning to Wang Mingyang's side. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dazzling light upon the gleaming silver swords, which remained untouched by blood. Fang Lei and Zhou Ming's expressions froze, blood trickling from their foreheads to their chins, coalescing into droplets that slowly fell, their bodies gradually slumped to the ground. Let us depart. It grows late, and I find myself rather hungry. Wang Mingyang calmly sheathed the flying swords, turning to stride towards the window. Exhibiting no signs of disturbance after the recent killings, his countenance remained as placid as a tranquil lake, even feeling a twinge of hunger. The three bystanders stood as if turned to stone, their gazes fixated on the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor. Just a moment prior, they were vibrant lives, though the three had held disdain for them. Yet in the next instant, these superficial brothers lay dead before their eyes. Struck down by Wang Mingyang's hand, transformed into mere corpses. This was a reality they found difficult to accept. Yet, there lingered a subtle sense of satisfaction. Wang Mingyang's whispered exchange with Li Yuchan had been crystal clear. Even to Su Yu and Mu Ningxue, who had been enhanced, Fang Lei and Zhou Ming's final threats had incited their indignation. With this groundwork laid, Wang Mingyang's decisive strikes seemed less jarring. The first to react was Mu Ningxue, who had witnessed Wang Mingyang's previous ruthlessness. Quickly regaining her composure, she pivoted towards the window, instinctively pulling Su Yu along. Su Yu jolted, then turned to glance at the two corpses on the ground. Her eyes narrowing as if she had resolved something within herself, Li Yuchan inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually steadying as he turned away from the fallen plastic brothers. The three shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent while each contemplated Wang Mingyang's actions. As for their acceptance or rejection, that was a truth known only to them. Wang Mingyang, however, paid them no heed. His recent conversation with Li Yuchan had also been meant for Su Yu and Mu Ningxue. Acceptance was not a matter achieved overnight. Some experiences cannot be gleaned merely through the words of others. One must endure and learn through personal experience. It is akin to the elders' frequent admonitions to study diligently, lest the future hold dire consequences. Yet, in their youth, they seldom took such words to heart, indulging instead in play and pleasure, ultimately graduating from a mediocre university. Upon entering society, they discovered that after enduring years of academic struggle, they were left with no choice but to take on the most menial of jobs, earning a meager salary. In the years that followed, amidst moments of reflection, they could only lament, wishing they had heeded their elders' advice. To study diligently, gain admission to a reputable university, and choose a commendable field of study. If only they had dedicated 4 years to their studies, acquiring the necessary qualifications and knowledge, their post-graduation lives would surely differ from their current plight. Alas, life offers no path for retreat. While the elders may not be entirely correct, the importance of studying diligently remains indisputable. With a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Mingyang vaulted over the window, his sword casting shadows as it sliced through the air, swiftly dispatching several approaching zombies. He sensed the sound of 3 bodies hitting the ground behind him, knowing without looking that Li Yuchan and the others had followed closely. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the ink-black shadow to sever a zombie's neck, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Their rapid response signified that his words had indeed made an impact. dissolving much of their psychological barriers. Otherwise, they would not have been able to keep pace. His earnest counsel had not been in vain. Chapter 72. Learning to ice skate. The four efficiently eradicated the zombies, and Wang Mingyang seized the opportunity to reacquaint himself with his close combat techniques. His physical prowess, compared to his previous life, still fell short. His strength and speed were noticeably lacking, necessitating further adaptation to avoid misjudgments. He also took the time to instruct Suyu, whose abilities proved commendable in close-quarter combat. As they advanced, nearly 100 zombies fell before them. Wang Mingyang felt a pang of regret, for most of the zombies had been dispatched by Li Yuchan and Mu Ningxue, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. On the side of the information technology building stood several structures belonging to the urban construction department. Wang Mingyang and his companions caught the attention of a few survivors inside one of the buildings. Some of the more impatient individuals could no longer contain themselves, banging on the windows and shouting for help. Wang Mingyang found such reckless individuals infuriating. After days of the zombie outbreak, did they not realize that their shouts would attract the undead? As expected, with each cry for help, the nearby zombies began to stir. Zombies in the hallways and corridors followed the sounds, frantically pounding on the doors of the classroom where the survivors had hidden. Wang Mingyang ignored their desperate pleas, scanning the area until he spotted a signpost at an intersection. He immediately gestured towards it, leading his group in that direction. Suyu and the others followed closely, continuing to clear the increasing number of zombies. To the northeast lay a comprehensive building, with a large supermarket adjacent to its right. Where shall we head first? Wang Mingyang quickly surveyed the signpost, his enhanced mental acuity allowing him to memorize its layout in an instant. As the zombies closed in, he no longer had time to refine his melee skills, instead unleashing a flurry of flying swords from his pocket, launching them forward with precision. Leading the charge towards the northeast, zombies fell before him in droves. The three ranged attackers maximized their advantages, with Suyu finding herself the most at ease. The throng of survivors, witnessing the four's indifference, erupted into a chorus of curses. Yet such outbursts would only serve to incite the zombies further. In a matter of moments, the building housing the urban construction department echoed with the frenzied roars of zombies, followed by the anguished screams of the survivors. As they fought their way onward, after approximately 10 minutes, the four finally arrived at the comprehensive building. The structure was not particularly tall, with a maximum of 7 floors. However, it was situated atop a small hill, with a large supermarket nestled on the slope below. Look, there lies the College of Life Sciences. Li Yuchan pointed towards the north, indicating a cluster of buildings about a kilometer away. Good, having a target is reassuring. Let us head to the supermarket first. Wang Mingyang nodded, as it was not far and could be visited any time. However, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and continuing to explore was ill-advised. This comprehensive building primarily served as an office for faculty and staff, with few students present during weekends, resulting in a scarcity of zombies. Still, the commotion caused by Wang Mingyang and his team had attracted a following of 200 or 300 zombies. He instructed Mu Ningxue and Suyu to clear the nearby scattered zombies while he harnessed his metallic manipulation abilities to commandeer several parked cars at the base of the comprehensive building. Blocking the slope they had ascended, Li Yuchan joined in, stacking cars alongside him. Mu Ningxue, having cleared the first floor of zombies, leaped atop the stacked vehicles, unleashing her ice abilities. The relatively wide slope quickly became encrusted with frost, transforming the surface into a treacherous slide. The rapidly advancing zombies stumbled onto the icy ground, slipping and rolling down the hill. Above, in a spacious office, a few faculty members peered out the window, whispering amongst themselves as they observed the scene below. "What on earth is this? Is it an ability?" exclaimed a young male teacher clad in casual attire. "It seems so." That man waved his hand, and my car lifted into the air. A young female teacher, standing at a modest height of 5'5", gasped in astonishment. "And why new car? That bastard used my car as a barrier," growled a bespectacled middle-aged male teacher. "What does it matter at this point? It's just a junky Jetta," retorted another attractive female teacher derisively. "How dare you?" The middle-aged teacher fell silent. "Director Hong, are these students of ours? How are they so powerful?" The young male teacher turned to the quiet academic affairs director beside him. "I am uncertain. I vaguely recognize the boy with the ponytail, but the others, they should not be." Director Hong, dressed in a sleek black suit and appearing to be in his 50s, rubbed his balding head and shook his head. A young man with a ponytail and clad in canvas shoes vaguely recalls a figure who seemed to belong to the philosophy department. It is rumored that he is a disciple of Taoism, Having been directly placed into the program by the dean.as for the other male and 2 female students, he is not acquainted with them. The 2 beautiful young women are certainly deserving of the title campus flowers. Had they been from Dali University, he would undoubtedly recognize them. Since he is a student of our institution, he should come to our aid, exclaimed a middle-aged male teacher. Indeed, in this dire situation, it is only fitting that this young man, possessing such abilities, should shoulder a greater responsibility. With zombies lurking outside, they realized that if they shouted too loudly, they would be devoured before help could arrive. The young male teacher maintained his composure, suggesting they throw a cup to draw the zombies' attention first. Director Hong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I recall you have a brush and ink, Director Hong. I will fetch them to write a distress signal, Little Lu announced, turning toward the antique shelf behind the desk. Yes, it's in the drawer beneath the shelf. Teacher Jiang, please retrieve a cup, Director Hong instructed. Certainly, responded the middle-aged teacher Jiang, dashing to the tea table in the center of the office to grab a purple clay teacup, preparing to throw it out the window. Hey, that is my cup. Use another one, Director Hong exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight. Oh, all right, Teacher Jiang said, looking at the purple clay cup in his hands, then hurriedly setting it down to grab a nearby glass cup. That is my fairness cup. Isn't there a glass cup over there? Director Hong's eye twitched as he pointed at the water dispenser in the corner. Raising his voice, the well-built individual, standing at 155 meters, smirked slightly at the absurdity of the situation. At a time like this, you're still thinking about tea. Are we saving little cups for later? Hurry up, they're about to leave. Seeing the 4 downstairs already prepared to depart, the well-built individual urged them on. Once Teacher Jiang returned with the glass cup, the well-built individual snatched it and hurled it out the window. Let us go. This distraction should buy us some time. Downstairs, Wang Mingyang chuckled as he led the group toward the sloping side. Behind them, a horde of zombies howled and stumbled about, resembling ice skaters. Chapter 73. A fruitless rescue with a resounding crash. A glass cup shattered against the ground, producing a sharp sound. The zombies in the corridor of the comprehensive building immediately reacted, shrieking and rushing toward the noise. Earlier, Wang Mingyang and Li Yuchan had made every effort to be quiet while moving stacked cars to avoid attracting the zombies. They never anticipated that their departure would incite such chaos. The 4 of them looked up in silence towards the building, where 5 excited faces peered through the large windows on the 5th floor. One young male teacher was even writing large black characters on the window with a brush. Seriously, what is wrong with him? Even the usually placid Li Yuchan could not help but curse. As his mental fortitude had been severely drained after the day's battles, facing dozens of zombies again was disconcerting, even with Wang Mingyang by his side. Suyu read aloud the message, realizing it was a call for help. This is absurd. We don't have time to deal with them. We must leave. Wang Mingyang's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Li Yuchan shrugged. Having experienced the previous ordeal at the Urban Construction Institute, coupled with the antics of those 2 plastic brothers, he had lost interest in rescuing survivors. Suu and Mu Ningxue, having faced similar situations before, followed Wang Mingyang without hesitation. As the 4 departed without looking back. The teachers above began to curse softly. What a bastard! Does he not care about his graduation? One of them fumed. Such a lack of responsibility. How can someone like him be a student at Dali University? I must file a complaint with the principal, Teacher Jiang exclaimed, shaking with anger as he pointed out the window. Selfish individuals like him are surely mere corporate drones. What future can they possibly have? Once government aid arrives, I will report them to the city. The well-built individual stomped his foot, his eyes filled with disdain. Silence. Do you wish to hasten your own demise? You are attracting the zombies. Little Lu admonished quietly, gesturing toward the door. There were still some zombies wandering the 5th floor corridor, their low growls echoing ominously. Forget that ponytailed student. He was directly admitted by the philosophy department head. Complaining is futile. Director Hong's face darkened as he muttered. The other 3 are likely not students of Dali University. Save your energy. We have already run out of food. Instead of wasting time cursing, we should venture out to find something to eat. At the mention of food, the 3 who had been complaining fell silent. Initially, 8 had survived, but due to hunger, they had been forced to risk a foray into the corridor when the zombies dispersed, only to be scared back by 2 of them, resulting in 3 teachers' deaths. Now, the remaining 5 had only survived thanks to Little Lu's daring return to his office, bringing back half a box of instant noodles. Now, asking them to venture out again was likely to meet with resistance from all but Little Lu. Director Hong is right. At this point, we can hardly rely on anyone else. We must depend on ourselves. The glass cup incident gave me an idea. Perhaps we can safely find some food, Little Lu suggested. Tell us, Little Lu, what do you have in mind? Director Hong turned to him, no longer gazing outside. These zombies are quite sensitive to noise. Typically, there aren't many people in the comprehensive building on weekends, except for those who happen to be working overtime. Thus, the number of zombies isn't that great. Plus, some were drawn downstairs earlier, and many were eliminated by those four. There shouldn't be many zombies left in this building. If we can find more cups and create some noise to lure the zombies down again, we can seize the opportunity to search for supplies. Otherwise, we may starve before the government arrives. Little Lu concluded his thought, licking his dry lips and seriously surveying the other four. But we have no idea where any food is. The 1.55-meter-tall individual mumbled. There's a large supermarket at the bottom of the slope, but we can't get there. The well-built individual sighed, feeling helpless. Teacher Zhou Yin, you are correct. With so many zombies, we lack the ability of those four, so we should forget about the supermarket. Director Hong shook his head, declaring that path unfeasible. However, what Teacher Zhang Ting mentioned, I happen to know a bit about. Little Lu suddenly smiled and spoke. Next door to our office are several teachers from the computer science department who often stay late coding. They have a large cabinet filled with instant noodles and sausages. Oh, why didn't you bring back more earlier? Teacher Zhang queried, feeling a pang of regret. If it weren't for you attracting the zombies, I would have planned to check next door. Moreover, how much could I possibly carry alone? Little Lu rolled his eyes disdainfully at the middle-aged teacher. Previously, he, Teacher Jiang, and 3 other male teachers had ventured out for supplies. It was this fellow who, in panic after encountering zombies, had cried out, unwittingly attracting more zombies, leading the other 3 male teachers to retreat, likely still patrolling the corridor. What can we do? Your office is on the 4th floor. Even if we get there, we can't open the door without a key. The well-built individual asked, twisting his body. The computer science teachers left a key in my drawer. But how do we deal with the zombies in the corridor and stairwell? Director Hong stroked his balding head. Looking troubled, this might require sacrificing your teacup, Director Hong. Little Lu's mouth twitched, casting a glance at the tea table. The cups and teapots there would shatter beautifully upon impact. All right. Let us proceed as planned. Although Director Hong was usually rather slick and enjoyed conversing with attractive students, he recognized the gravity of the situation and was willing to part with his cherished collection for the sake of survival. While the group deliberated their plan of action, Wang Mingyang and his companions had swiftly reached the vicinity of the supermarket. This supermarket had 2 floors, and from a distance, one could see that the front door was wide open, with numerous indistinct shadows of zombies inside. To make matters worse, many zombies were congregated outside. Numbering at least 100, this supermarket must be doing quite well. It has far more zombies shopping than your place, Wang Mingyang remarked with a faint smile, teasingly. That's not even comparable. You should consider how many students are at Dali University. Suyu seemed to recall Aunt Lu, her expression dimming. After we clear these zombies, we'll search for food inside. Wang Mingyang, noticing Suyu's shift in demeanor, cursed himself and quickly changed the subject. Wielding his sword, he led the charge forward. Mu Ningshue patted Suyu, casting a frost-laden aura around them, slowing the horde down. Chapter 74. Temporary refuge in the supermarket. Taking a deep breath, Suyu channeled dark flames around her sword. It seemed she desired to unleash the pent-up frustration within her, and with a powerful swing, she cleaved towards the swarm of zombies. A dark crimson blade flashed through the air, cleaving a path through the throng of approaching corpses. As an explosion of dark red flames erupted amidst the horde. With a single stroke, Suyu had dispatched over 10 zombies. In the preceding battle, Suyu had merely entwined the dark flames around her horizontal blade to amplify its lethality. Liu Chan, witnessing Suyu's technique for the first time, was taken aback, silently acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of the 2 sisters brought along by Wang Mingyang. The caliber of this small team was indeed impressive. As the zombie horde surged forth, the undead within the supermarket were drawn out, howling as they rushed toward the 4 individuals. Wang Mingyang waved his hand, melting and absorbing the metallic objects scattered by the roadside. Swiftly erecting a barrier over a meter high that enclosed the fort, the zombies clawed at the barrier, reaching out and roaring in frustration. Unable to breach the protective enclosure, Liu Chan chuckled, recognizing the effectiveness of Wang Mingyang's strategy, allowing him to unleash his full control over the flying swords without hesitation. Wang Mingyang advanced alongside Suyu, using his blade to sever countless limbs, the sharp edge toppling one zombie after another. With the iron barrier providing temporary protection, there was no immediate need for excessive firepower. Mu Ningshue concentrated her mind, experimenting with the capability she had envisioned in her thoughts. Guided by her mental energy, a pure frost energy erupted among the zombies 10 meters away. An ice flower bloomed rapidly, freezing all zombies within a 5-meter radius. Observing this, Liu Chan sent several flying swords whistling through the air, dispatching the frozen zombies with precision. The blood within the undead had solidified, leaving no trace upon the ground. With the ice flower's manifestation, Mu Ningxue could distinctly feel a significant depletion of her mental and energy reserves. Should she attempt it again, she would likely find herself incapacitated. The group coordinated seamlessly, quickly eliminating the remaining zombies, leaving the supermarket eerily silent. The undead within had been lured outside, sparing them the trouble of searching. Stepping over a field of corpses, the quartet made their way directly into the supermarket. Unbeknownst to them, their fierce onslaught had stirred considerable commotion 200 meters to the east, within 2 dormitory buildings where numerous students still clung to life. One building housed male students, while the other was for females. At this moment, the survivors had abandoned caution, peering out from their balconies in curiosity. Gasps of astonishment erupted, drawing the attention of the zombies below, who frequently looked up and howled in response. The atmosphere within the dormitory became chaotic, punctuated by the occasional screams of those who had encountered zombies breaking down doors. Who are those people? Is that some kind of supernatural ability? Wow, is that swordsmanship? That guy is incredible. Is that a female version of a warrior? I think I just saw the crescent moon strike from that blonde guy. The short-haired man is even more impressive. He conjured a protective barrier out of thin air, preventing the zombies from reaching them. Are these individuals from our school? Those 2 girls are both stunning and fierce. How enviable. I've seen that ponytailed boy before. He seems to be from the philosophy department. Why don't I have any supernatural abilities? I want to slay my way through the masses. I did awaken a power, but I can only shoot a few water arrows. They can't kill the zombies. My little fireball is decent, but I can only fire 5 shots. It takes 3 to kill one. And there are just too many zombies. Among the survivors in the dormitory, some had indeed awakened their powers, but unfortunately, none possessed particularly strong abilities. Their initial powers were simply too weak. These individuals were trapped in their respective dorms, struggling to band together, rendering them nearly powerless against the overwhelming horde of zombies. Inside the supermarket, after entering, Wang Mingyang promptly pulled down the rolling shutter. The interior still housed a number of corpses. And once again, Liu Chan took on the role of a mover, utilizing his Tai divine sense to toss the dismembered remains outside. As the shutter descended, the light within the supermarket dimmed considerably. The first floor contained snacks and daily necessities. I recall there being a leisure area on the second floor, Liu Chan remarked, glancing at the staircase. Numerous corpses had begun to emit a foul odor, making the atmosphere within the supermarket quite unpleasant. Wang Mingyang had long since grown accustomed to such scents and found nothing amiss. Suu and Mu Ningxue had endured similar experiences while clearing out residential areas and had adapted somewhat. Conversely, it was Liu Chan who found the odor intolerable. He had previously cleaned out the 5th floor of the library, which had not been nearly as pungent. Let us go take a look, Wang Mingyang said, brandishing his blade as he ascended the stairs. The leisure area above would afford them a better vantage point. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they discovered 2 zombies trapped behind a bar counter. Shrieking at them incessantly, Liu Chan dispatched them with a flying sword, then used his telekinesis to hurl the corpses out of the window. Wang Mingyang surveyed the spacious hall, which featured numerous leisure tables and chairs by the windows, while the opposite side housed several counters for milk tea and snacks, all in disarray and stained with remnants of blood. However, the zombies had all been drawn away, leaving only the 2 trapped ones behind. Finding a spot with a good view, Wang Mingyang settled in and directed his gaze toward the dormitory area. Brother Mingyang, let me fetch you something to eat, Sue offered as she stepped forward. Sure, that would be great. Just grab some instant noodles or something, Wang Mingyang replied with a slight smile, nodding at her. All right, Sue said with a bright smile before turning to head downstairs. Little fish? I'll accompany you, Mu Ningxue said, grabbing Suyu's hand as she ran ahead. Sounds good, Sister Shui. Let me see if there's a pot we can use to cook the noodles with dark flames. Suyu replied, entwining her arm with Mu Ningxue's and grinning mischievously. Don't forget to add 2 eggs and a sausage, Mu Ningxue added with a smirk. Perfect, the 2 girls whispered excitedly as they descended the stairs, while Liu Chan fanned his nose, sitting beside Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Liu Chan before lighting it. Take a puff, you'll gradually get used to the smell. He said, I don't smoke, but this scent is definitely overwhelming. Liu Chan frowned as he took the cigarette, examining it for a moment. It's simple. Just learn it once and you won't need to practice again. Wang Mingyang inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling smoke rings as he passed the lighter to Li Yuchan. Cough, cough. It's really harsh. Li Yuchan imitated Wang Mingyang's deep inhale, immediately choking and coughing repeatedly. Haha, you fool. Who told you to inhale deeply right away? Take smaller puffs. Don't let it into your lungs, ease into it. Wang Mingyang laughed heartily, reminiscing about how Li Yuchan had similarly coughed on his first attempt at smoking in their past life. This familiar scene stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Li Yuchan seemed to hope that the smoke would mask the faint stench of decay lingering in his nostrils. After another round of coughing, he attempted to smoke again. Hey, Wang Mingyang, what exactly do you intend to do at the School of Life Sciences? He inquired. I'm not entirely sure. I just have a vague feeling that there is something there that could answer my questions. And I need to verify it, Wang Mingyang replied, his gaze growing profound at a feeling. Is that really enough for you to venture into this zombie-infested campus? Li Yuchan appeared somewhat skeptical. Indeed, something happened a few days ago that instilled in me a sense that this place might hold the answers I seek. Wang Mingyang nodded. What kind of event? It's hard to explain right now. You'll see when the time comes. Li Yuchan gestured dismissively, and though he was a budding Taoist priest, he still had a down-to-earth demeanor. Wang Mingyang chuckled, returning the gesture with a middle finger. Chapter 75. The clown is actually me. What colleges are those students in the dormitory area from? Wang Mingyang asked, glancing at the dormitory buildings with curiosity. Those are from the chemical engineering, economics, and life sciences colleges. There are a total of 8 six-story dormitory buildings, Li Yuchan replied, following Wang Mingyang's gaze and contemplating for a moment. Well, after dinner, let us pay a visit and ask a few students from the life sciences college. There should be quite a few survivors. There will certainly be zombies as well, but it doesn't matter. We can clear them out, Wang Mingyang stated, confident in their group's combat prowess. Unless they encountered multiple second-tier zombies, they posed no significant threat. Among those people, there should be some who have awakened abilities, right? There definitely will be, but they probably won't be strong, Li Yuchan remarked. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment, sifting through his memories. In his previous life, he had only awakened his powers 7 days after the apocalypse began and was entirely unaware of the specific circumstances at Yunnan University. Moreover, he had never heard of any formidable figures emerging from this place. Save for Li Yuchan. However, he had met Li Yuchan only a year into the apocalypse, and during that time, they had not discussed their pasts in depth. The only thing Wang Mingyang knew was that Li Yuchan hailed from Changchunview in Nanzhou City. Thus, he had never anticipated that Li Yuchan would appear at Yunnan University, and their reunion was purely coincidental. What if we encounter someone with awakened powers? Are you considering recruiting more underlings? Li Yuchan asked, exhaling smoke as he tilted his head. We'll see how it goes. I prefer quality over quantity. Wang Mingyang did not outright reject the idea, but he was indeed uninterested in low-tier awakened individuals. Though not all low-tier awakeners were useless, the energy and resources required to reach the pinnacle were unimaginable. His previous life had taught him that even with relentless effort, without significant opportunities, one could still stagnate at Tier 5. Having been reborn, Wang Mingyang was even more cautious about trusting others. Su's case was different due to her connection with Aunt Lu, which had initially sparked a desire to care for her. Additionally, she possessed an A-grade dual attribute ability, promising immense future strength. Mu Ningxue, on the other hand, awakened an S-grade ice ability, and in his past life, she had no negative reputation. In fact, she was well regarded. The potential of these two women is boundless. They could become his invaluable allies. As for Li Yuchan, one need not say more. He was undoubtedly a steadfast friend in a previous life, having saved his life on multiple occasions, a brother one could trust. With an A-level psychic ability, he possesses infinite possibilities. After gathering these 3 individuals, the small team began to take shape. Wang Mingyang pondered whether he should recruit any awakened individuals with exceptional qualifications into their ranks. He had not forgotten that the enemies from his past life were far from inconsequential. The mastermind behind Li Yuchan's demise was certainly formidable. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to plot against a powerful 7th-tier psychic. Unfortunately, Han Taizhan and his nephew Han Jun were currently in Sichuan province. Moreover, Han Taizhan had been a king of the underground even before the apocalypse, commanding numerous subordinates and possessing a significant arsenal of firearms. In Wang Mingyang's recollection, Han Taizhan had awakened his powers early on, leading his gang to acquire considerable heavy weaponry. This was why, after obtaining the heavenly reading system, Wang Mingyang chose to study fundamentals of metallurgy. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms remained formidable weapons. Quality over quantity? Are you sure it's not about beauty? Li Yuchan scoffed. You're surrounded by two stunning beauties, and not a single man in sight. Is this what you call quality over quantity? Wang Mingyang was infuriated, hurling his cigarette, but towards Li Yuchan, an invisible force halted the cigarette midair, and Li Yuchan crossed his arms, chuckling mockingly. You awakened an A-level dual attribute ability, while Mu Ningxue awakened an S-level ice and snow ability. Dio, you really think their strength pales in comparison to yours? Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, dismissing, with your A-level psychic ability, how dare you critique others? Wait, what do you mean by A-level and S-level? Who decides these classifications? Li Yuchan was taken aback. Haven't you read any fantasy or urban supernatural novels? No. Wang Mingyang raised a middle finger in response. You should read more, then you'll understand how it's classified at so. What is my level? Li Yuchan asked curiously, looking a bit ashamed. Your psychic strength seems to be a level. A level? I feel pretty strong. Come on, A level is already quite high. Wang Mingyang sighed, realizing he needed to educate him about the classification of abilities. So, Boss Wang, what level are you? Li Yuchan asked sheepishly, inching closer. Oh, now you're calling me boss. As for me, what type of ability are you referring to? Wang Mingyang shot him a sidelong glance, his tone flat. What type? Don't tell me you have more than one, Li Yuchan exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Mingyang chuckled, drawing a line with his finger in the air. A black line instantly appearing from his fingertip. With a thought, the black line sliced through space, cutting straight through a table several meters away. The iron table cracked and toppled, the gash as smooth as a mirror. This? Li Yuchan gaped, struggling to comprehend the speed and power of the black line, which exceeded his imagination. Level space cutting, my other ability, Wang Mingyang stated nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his inner pride. In his previous life, Wang Mingyang had possessed multiple abilities, but their power had been rather unimpressive. He had often been mocked by Li Yuchan for it, although he understood that Li Yuchan did not truly look down upon him. However, being teased by a brother was always a slightly embarrassing affair. This time, with the roles reversed, he found the feeling rather exhilarating. What about your ability to control metal as if molding clay? What level is that? Li Yuchan asked cautiously, his throat dried. Oh, that? It's an A-level metal control ability. Wang Mingyang replied with a calm demeanor, as if it were nothing significant. A-level metal control, S-level space cutting, Li Yuchan muttered, his face filled with indignation. During their brief skirmish, Li Yuchan had also realized that among the three, Wang Mingyang was the strongest, followed by Mu Ningxue at Suu. For the most part, merely entangled her enemies with dark flames, showcasing the weakest combat prowess. However, the sword Suyu wielded at the supermarket entrance left him quite impressed. Likewise, the blossoming ice flower conjured by Mu Ningxue emanated an aura of power. Yet, despite this, Li Yuchan always believed his strength surpassed that of the two women. Of course, he acknowledged that he was inferior to Wang Mingyang, having faced him in combat and lost by a narrow margin. Yet, after Wang Mingyang's explanation, Li Yuchan reflected, the fool was none other than himself. 3 Chapter 76. The Human Torch Suyu managed to find a pot from somewhere and miraculously cooked a large batch of food. Her A-level dark flame ability had truly been a great help. After a while, Li Yuchan tilted his head back, draining a can of cola, slumping back in his chair, rubbing his round belly with a look of satisfaction. Being alone in the library, while he had found some food and drink, could not compare to a warm meal. Let us take a trip to the dormitory area after a short rest. We might end up staying there tonight. Wang Mingyang wiped his mouth with a napkin, glancing towards the distant dormitory buildings. Brother Mingyang, shouldn't we bring some food? Suyu had already set down her bowl and chopsticks, sipping on a cup of instant coffee. Just grab a bit. Not too much, as it might hinder our movements. Wang Mingyang nodded, but in his mind, he was contemplating how to find a reason to clear out the supermarket. The spatial pocket was large enough. Currently only holding some clothing and a hefty chunk of metal, it felt rather wasteful to leave it empty. After discussing their next objectives, the four of them grabbed a few backpacks and dispersed. Once everything was organized, they regrouped at the entrance, with Wang Mingyang casually pulling down the supermarket's roll-up door. The sky outside had already darkened, and Wang Mingyang slowed his pace. After the three of them had walked a few meters, Wang Mingyang suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Li Yuchan turned back, looking around in confusion. "I forgot to grab some cigarettes. Wait for me a moment." Wang Mingyang chuckled, turning back towards the supermarket. "Oh, come on. You're a chain smoker and you forgot your cigarettes?" Li Yuchan expressed his disbelief, while Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances, smiling at the absurdity. The three of them didn't think much of it and stood at the corner waiting. Wang Mingyang quickly returned to the supermarket entrance, pulling the roll-up door halfway open before slipping inside. Facing the array of goods in the supermarket, Wang Mingyang smiled slightly, waving his hand as shelves vanished into thin air. Everything edible and drinkable was packed away, along with anything he deemed potentially useful. Soon, the nearly 200-square-meter supermarket appeared as if it had been cleared out. Wang Mingyang held a pack of cigarettes in hand. Crouching as he slipped through the roll-up door, he casually pulled the door down, brushing off the dust from his hands. "Let us go. I snagged a pack of cigarettes. I never had the chance to smoke before." He waved the pack of cigarettes as he rejoined the trio, stashing it into his backpack. "Now it's zero-cost shopping. You could smoke cigars worth hundreds or thousands without a care," Mu Ningxue remarked calmly. The experiences of the past few days had finally enlightened her regarding Wang Mingyang's earlier statement about the worthlessness of money. "Yes, I'd like to give it a try when the opportunity arises." Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, leading the way towards the dormitory area. The supermarket was about 200 or 300 meters from the dormitory, with numerous zombies along the way. The dimming light made visibility poor, prompting Wang Mingyang to decide on a swift and decisive approach. With dozens of flying swords clearing the path, he instructed Li Yuchan to stay vigilant of their surroundings, while his Tai Divine Mind served as an excellent defense. Mu Ningxue's slowing field was always ready to activate, ensuring that even if zombies approached, their movements would be hindered. Suu, on the other hand, was merely along for the ride, casually strolling beside Mu Ningxue with her knife in hand. Wang Mingyang unleashed his full power, employing his space-cutting ability. As zombies gathered ahead, he drew a black line through them, causing heads to roll across the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of survivors in the nearby dormitory buildings, who peered out curiously. The onlookers gasped quietly, but with the experience of the day, they dared not speak loudly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they watched the four, sensing that their aim was toward the dormitory area. This led many to believe that Wang Mingyang and his companions were there to rescue them. Finally, salvation was at hand. The four swiftly reached one of the dormitory buildings. Wang Mingyang scanned the area, uncertain of which building housed students from the School of Life Sciences. "No matter. Let us head into the one on the left," Li Yuchan exclaimed, pointing at the left dormitory. Without further ado, the group rushed towards the indicated building. Leaving behind a scene of dismembered corpses, Wang Mingyang forcefully shut the dormitory door behind them, summoning nearby metal to barricade it securely. The horde outside clawed and roared, their scratching creating an ear-piercing racket. The group took a moment to catch their breath, with Suyu dispatching several zombies that had surged in from the first floor. "Since we're here, let us clear out this building." With this in mind, Wang Mingyang decided to take action, considering it a chance to hone their skills. As they charged through, the other three hardly exerted themselves, relying solely on Wang Mingyang's lead. The dormitory building had 6 stories, each housing about 30 rooms, accommodating approximately 700 to 800 individuals in total. The moment of the zombie outbreak, it was midday on a weekend, a time when many students had already ventured outside. At least 200 zombies surged forth from various floors. This method of extermination was futile. Soon, the bodies would block the staircase. Mu Ningxue observed the pile of corpses at the stairwell, her brows furrowing as she spoke. The dormitory was narrow, and several zombies had even fallen directly from the upper floors. Wang Mingyang wielded his ink shadow while skillfully directing his flying sword to swiftly dispatch the undead. He shared Mu Ningxue's concerns and, after a moment's contemplation, called out to Suyu, "Suu, unleash your dark flames and incinerate these zombies." Suyu, wielding her saber, gasped in response. While she could manipulate the temperature of her dark flames, incinerating the zombies would likely require her to set it to maximum. However, such intense heat would probably overwhelm the floor's structural integrity. "Don't worry. As long as I am here, feel free to unleash your power." Noticing Suyu's hesitation, Wang Mingyang urged her once more. Convinced, Suyu reversed her grip on the saber, aiming her palm toward the frenzied horde of zombies in the stairwell. In the next moment, a torrent of blazing dark red flames illuminated the dimly lit dormitory. Wang Mingyang manipulated the nearby metal to form a barricade at the stairwell, leaving only an opening for Suyu's dark flames to enter. The piercing cries of zombies mingled with the crackling of fat igniting, resonating throughout the corridor, as the dark flames spread with the relentless tenacity of maggots. From outside, one could directly observe the staircase, centrally located within the dormitory, where countless zombies gathered from the first to the 4th floor, now transformed into burning torches, radiating an eerie dark red glow that illuminated the increasingly dim sky. The surrounding zombies were drawn to the sudden brightness, low growls emanating as they shifted toward it. "All right, Suyu, cease your attack," After a while, Wang Mingyang gently tapped Su Yu's shoulder, signaling her to stop. As long as Su Yu's flames touched them, the zombies would continue to burn. With the entire corridor ablaze, there was no need for her to exert further energy. Su Yu exhaled deeply, slowly lowering her hand. Having expended her full strength, she felt drained, her mental and physical energy nearly depleted, in places unseen by others. The walls of the corridor glowed a fiery red. The metal railings had long since softened and melted, dripping down as molten iron. The gathered zombies collapsed, their flesh and blood incinerated into charred remains, leaving only skeletal frames that continued to smolder. It appeared that soon, they would be reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 77. Though alive, yet dead, the group waited for a full half-hour before Wang Mingyang gradually retracted the iron plate blocking the staircase. This makeshift barrier, formed from a combination of the anti-theft door, staircase railings, and window bars, had turned a vibrant red under Su Yu's intense flames. Had it not been for Wang Mingyang's constant control, it would have already melted into a puddle of iron. As the iron plate was lifted, an indescribably nauseating odor wafted toward them. The four quickly covered their noses and mouths, fanning the air. I say, this corridor is now impassable. The temperature is scorching. Li Yuchan peered up the stairs, exasperated. The zombies are all dead. Are you really afraid of going upstairs? Let us check if there's anyone on the first floor. Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, uninterested in Li Yuchan's complaints, and walked straight toward the dormitory side. Su Yu, you and Mu Ningxue go check the other side. Be careful. All right, Su Yu replied, pulling Mu Ningxue along. With a thought, Mu Ningxue conjured an ice shield beside Su Yu. Hey, where do I go? Li Yuchan, neglected, turned to follow closely behind Wang Mingyang. You search on the left, I'll take the right. Let us see if we can find anyone. Wang Mingyang cast a sidelong glance at him, activating his metal abilities to forcefully push the dormitory door open. Fine. You call the shots. Li Yuchan shrugged, using his telekinesis to unlock the door and kicking it wide open. As the door swung open, a shadow lunged at them. What the hell? Li Yuchan exclaimed, activating his Tai divine sense, sending a female zombie, who was barely clothed, flying away. In the next instant, a flying sword struck with lightning speed, piercing through the zombie's skull, rendering her limbs limp on the ground. Inside the opposite dormitory, Wang Mingyang assessed the situation and couldn't help but smirk. What the hell? This is a girls' dormitory. So what if it's a girls' dormitory? Girls can be from the School of Life Sciences too. Li Yuchan retorted. Wang Mingyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing there was some truth to his statement. Let us hurry and find someone. We need to know which building has students from the School of Life Sciences. Wang Mingyang waved his hand in resignation, exiting the empty dormitory. The two quickly inspected the adjacent dormitories, clearing away zombies they encountered, but yielding no further discoveries. Upon returning to the stairwell, Su Yu and Mu Ningxue returned as well, both shaking their heads, indicating they too had found nothing. Looks like we have no choice but to head upstairs. Wang Mingyang sighed, his gaze drifting upward. But the staircase seems a bit unsafe, Su Yu replied, somewhat frustrated. That fire was highly effective. All the zombies were burned to death, but the staircase is still red-hot and hasn't cooled down yet. Walking up now might cause it to collapse beneath us. Mu Ningxue could indeed cool the staircase rapidly, but due to thermal expansion and contraction, it might collapse without even being stepped on. And no worries, I have a solution. Wang Mingyang smiled slightly, ruffling Su Yu's hair. His eyes turned toward the discarded iron plate, and with a thought, it began to melt and reshape under his control, narrowing and elongating into a metal staircase. He carefully laid this metal staircase over the original stairs, allowing it to solidify quickly. Wang Mingyang stepped onto the makeshift stair, stomping his foot in satisfaction. Brother Mingyang, your ability is truly practical, Su Yu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, acknowledging that Wang Mingyang's metal manipulation was indeed more versatile than her dark flames. Quite impressive. All right, let us head upstairs to search for people. It's getting dark, so we must be cautious. Wang Mingyang replied with a calm smile, leading the way upward. The group ascended the metal steps to the second floor, where the corridor lay in charred darkness, with remnants of severed limbs scattered about, exuding a foul stench. The four split up to swiftly investigate the 30 or so dormitories on this floor. Yet again, they found nothing, even encountering 2 locked rooms containing zombies. Good classmates, good friends, must remain together in life. Most doors stood ajar, with numerous dismembered bodies jammed at the entrances, a testament to the chaos that ensued during the outbreak, where the lower floors were most susceptible to being overwhelmed. The group continued their search, following the same method up the stairs. Wang Mingyang inspected each room, finding nothing noteworthy until he opened the last remaining dormitory at the far side. Inside, there were no zombies. Night had fallen, but Wang Mingyang's enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly in the dim light. 4 beds adorned with pink and white curtains were scattered throughout, alongside various girls' toys hanging over the bedposts. Under ordinary circumstances, this space would be a coveted paradise for many boys. But now, Wang Mingyang's gaze fell upon a disheveled girl in a nightgown, cowering beneath a desk, trembling and whispering to herself. "What is your name? Come out." Wang Mingyang spoke softly, but the girl beneath the desk offered no response, continuing her quiet muttering. "I said, come out." Wang Mingyang's voice rose in impatience. Don't come closer. Don't eat me." The girl seemed startled by his voice, flailing her arms and shuffling her feet nervously. "I'm not a zombie. I'm alive. I just need to ask you something." Wang Mingyang stepped forward, grasping her shoulders and shaking her gently. As the girl swayed back and forth, her true appearance was revealed. Her delicate face was covered in grime, and her eyes appeared vacant. Her once adorable dress was now wrinkled and soiled, stained with dust and remnants of vomit. Upon recognizing the girl's expression, Wang Mingyang paused, releasing his grip on her shoulders. "There are monsters, eating people. Ruan is scared. Ruan wants to find her mother. Blood. There's blood everywhere. Wenjing is still downstairs. She was waving to me, but Wenjing was eaten. So many monsters. They chewed on Wenjing's bones. So crunchy. Ruan is so hungry. Hee. The girl's eyes were hollow, her head tilted as she drooled. A foolish grin plastered on her face. She murmured incoherently, her words fragmented and unclear. Hearing the commotion, Su Yu and the others rushed from the other dormitories. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Wang Mingyang standing in the room with the disheveled girl before him. "Brother Mingyang," Su Yu began, but before she could finish, the girl suddenly turned to look at her. Then she raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Shh, don't make a sound. Those monsters will hear us." In the opposite dormitory, Lon, Shaolin, it was too loud. "They got dragged away and eaten." The girl tilted her head, slowly turning back, wobbling toward the balcony, continuing her murmurs. Su and the others watched in silence, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, their expressions reflecting sympathy and a hint of sorrow. Wang Lauda, what should we do? Li Yuchan's Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered the question. Wang Mingyang let out a soft sigh and turned to walk outside. "Let us go. She has already lost her mind. Perhaps remaining here would be better for her." Upon hearing this, Li Yuchan and the others shuddered slightly, for this outcome was within their expectations. Yet, it was a source of profound helplessness. They understood all too well that even if this girl were still sane, Wang Mingyang would undoubtedly make no other choice. In this apocalyptic world, survival depended solely on oneself. This was a message Wang Mingyang had repeatedly conveyed to others, as well as a reminder to them, and a girl whose mind had already shattered. Though alive, she was as good as dead. P.S. The draft written the night before, I stumbled upon it on Douyin yesterday afternoon. The renowned online historical novelist Chiu Xinfan, real name, Li Yunfan, passed away at home in Kunming due to lung cancer on September 27, 2023. Previously, Chiu Xinfan had expressed a hope that his words would outlast his life. Reflecting on the content of this chapter, I noticed it ended with the phrase, "Though alive, as good as dead." A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over me for this 90s author, who penned many captivating works for his readers. I believe his words will certainly endure for a much longer time. Chiu Xinfan, though dead, lives on. I prefer to believe that Chiu Xinfan's soul has transcended to ancient times, where a young man named Li Yunfan is currently exerting himself to restore the Han dynasty. Chapter 78. You wouldn't mind having multiple girlfriends, would you? Wang Mingyang stepped outside, standing on the corridor as he opened a pack of cigarettes. One by one, Li Yuchan and the others emerged, with Li Yuchan being the last, attempting to close the door behind him. However, before the door could fully shut, a muffled thud suddenly echoed from the balcony, as if a heavy object had fallen. Su Yu and Mu Ningxue turned to look, their pupils constricting. They found the balcony of the dormitory utterly deserted. The girl named Ran had evidently already plummeted from the balcony. The chilling roars of zombies accompanied her agonized screams, gradually fading into silence. "Let us go check the 4th floor. There should be plenty of survivors." Wang Mingyang tossed the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. "Damn this apocalypse!" Li Yuchan muttered a curse under his breath, followed by a soft sigh, his expression solemn as he closed his eyes, forming a hand gesture and chanting softly. Supreme Tai, savior of suffering. Wang Mingyang understood he was performing a rite for the departed soul of Ranran. Enough, you cursed one. With so many lives lost, can you truly guide them to peace? Once Li Yuchan concluded his incantation and opened his eyes, Wang Mingyang stepped outside, lightly teasing, "It's just fulfilling one's duty." Seeking a sense of peace, Li Yuchan rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage in a debate with this fellow, and casually closed the door, following closely behind toward the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, before they could knock, a door creaked open just a crack, revealing a pair of eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear. The corridor had plunged into darkness, prompting the group to retrieve their flashlights, which illuminated the entire 4th floor hallway. The eyes, akin to a startled rabbit, quickly retreated. The door slammed shut with a loud thud, startling the girl inside, who gasped repeatedly. The four exchanged silent glances before splitting up to knock on the doors of other potential survivors. Wang Mingyang headed straight for the dormitory where the door had recently opened. The metal lock clicking open automatically. Two girls stared at him in sheer terror. After a moment, Li Yuchan and the others returned with about 10 pale-faced, trembling girls. Wang Mingyang glanced at the bloodied hallway, the stench overwhelming, leaving these girls both frightened and nauseated. "Come, let us stay in this dormitory. I have some questions for you." He gestured towards the room occupied by the two girls. They immediately recoiled, frantically covering their personal belongings with blankets. Once all the girls had entered, Wang Mingyang followed the three inside. The room was packed with over 10 girls, making the small space feel even more cramped. "Don't be anxious. We mean you no harm. Please sit on the beds." Wang Mingyang indicated the upper bunks, pointing to a few girls. After a moment's hesitation, they complied, and the room suddenly felt much more spacious. Wang Mingyang found a chair to sit on, resting his hands on his knees as he surveyed the surroundings. "Which college are you all from?" The girls exchanged glances, and finally, a short-haired girl with glasses spoke up. "We all from the School of Economics, though our majors differ." "Oh, that's fine. Do you know where the students from the School of Life Sciences reside?" Although slightly disappointed, it was within his expectations. Wang Mingyang asked calmly. The girls exchanged puzzled looks, but one round-faced girl with pigtails suddenly raised her hand. "I know." Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up with interest. My friend is from the School of Life Sciences. He lives in the boys' dormitory in Building 8. Where is Building 8? Wang Mingyang wondered aloud, recalling that the signage didn't specify the building numbers. The round-faced girl continued, "We're in Building 1. Odd numbers are for girls' dormitories, and even numbers are for boys. So, Building 8 would be the 4th dormitory behind us, then?" "Yes, that's right. Do you know which floor?" I'm really not sure about that." Wang Mingyang stroked his chin. While he didn't have a precise location, he felt a surge of hope, finally having a target. "So, are you here to rescue us?" The short-haired girl bit her lip, a flicker of hope in her voice. "Rescue you?" Wang Mingyang was taken aback, pulling his thoughts away from the boys' dormitory. Yes, you must be from our university, right? We're all classmates. In times of crisis like this, can't you lend a helping hand to save us? As long as you're willing to save me, I could be your girlfriend." "I would too. I'm sure you wouldn't mind having multiple girlfriends, right?" "Me too. Actually, I could switch to a different boyfriend." The 10 or so girls looked at him with hopeful and excited eyes, clamoring over one another. The 5 days of fear and torment had driven these girls to a frenzied state. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang and the others, they clung desperately to the hope of survival, wagering everything they had. Only the short-haired girl remained silent, her gaze subtly scanning the others. Wang Mingyang chuckled softly, bemused. Just 5 days, and these girls had already reached such a level of desperation. If only they knew that such days would stretch on endlessly, what despair would they feel? They would likely lose all sense of boundaries. "I am not here to save you." Wang Mingyang waved his hand, interrupting their chatter, his tone cold. "The only reason I'm here is that a certain someone chose your building. As you can see. I merely wish to inquire about a few things, and then we will leave." Wang Mingyang rose, emanating a faint aura of menace that silenced the girls who wished to continue their pleas. "However, you are somewhat fortunate. At least in this dormitory, thanks to our arrival, there are practically no zombies left, aside from the rooms that are locked. To survive, you must fight for yourselves, battle the zombies. Those two are far prettier than you." He pointed to Suyu and Mu Ningxue behind him. Under the beam of the flashlight, the two beautiful girls, smeared with grime and blood, made it clear to these girls that they were not mere ornaments. The stark contrast brought forth expressions of shame among the girls. "But you have abilities. We don't." The short-haired girl suddenly challenged. "Do you think my abilities just appeared out of nowhere?" Mu Ningxue raised an eyebrow. her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ts, because I dared to actively engage in combat with zombies that I awaken my powers in life and death situations. If you continue to cower in your dormitory, you'll never awaken your abilities, just wait to starve." "Exactly. If we can do it, why can't you?" Suyu nodded, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment at the sight of so many girls so helpless. At this moment, her frustration with their lack of resolve surged. If previously, Wang Mingyang had spoken without interruption, now, influenced by the madness of the girl downstairs, both Suyu and Mu Ningxue felt their tempers flaring. Chapter 79. Choose a way to die. The girls reddened under Suyu and Mu Ningxue's words, and the short-haired girl felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Though she hadn't pushed herself like the others, she had still uttered a remark laced with bitterness. Wang Mingyang stood up, brushing off his pants as he walked toward the exit. "Let us go. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves, don't rely on others." Li Yuchan remained silent, turning to follow him out. Suyu and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances with the girls, sighed lightly, and then turned to leave. "Suyu, do leave the food in your backpack, as a token of gratitude for that girl with twin ponytails." Wang Mingyang's voice drifted in from outside, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Suyu casually handed her backpack to the girl with twin ponytails. Inside, there were some provisions and water. "Make sure to ration it." The eyes of the other girls sparkled with anticipation as the girl with twin ponytails clutched the backpack to her chest. She quickly unzipped it and pulled out a loaf of bread, hardly bothering to tear open the plastic wrapping before taking a hearty bite. Observing this, Suyu shook her head and turned to leave. "This girl truly has a carefree spirit." Wang Mingyang and his three companions departed. The dormitory was instantly shrouded in darkness, in the shadowy gloom. The sound of the girl with twin ponytails chewing and swallowing echoed, the plastic wrapping crinkling loudly. "Chung Shanshan, don't eat just yet." The short-haired girl could vaguely see the other girls shifting restlessly and immediately frowned, admonishing her. "Wei Shenong, oh come on." Chung Shanshan mumbled with her mouth full of bread, her words barely intelligible. "These provisions do not belong solely to you. How can you consume them all on your own?" A tall girl rasped, her tone firm. "Exactly, these were given to all of us. Do you wish to indulge alone?" Another plump girl jumped down from her bed, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight streaming in from the balcony, and strode directly towards Chung Shanshan, who was huddled by the computer desk. "I am not hogging the food. It was clearly left for me by that handsome guy." Chung Shanshan struggled to swallow the bread, hiding the backpack behind her, her voice rising in protest. The other girls, however, had no intention of engaging in further debate, their eyes glinting with determination as they slowly encircled Chung Shanshan. "Enough! Let us share the food. We survived this far together, so let us not quarrel over such trivialities." The short-haired girl suddenly parted the crowd and stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Chung Shanshan. "Lin Lu, this is clearly..." Chung Shanshan protested, feeling aggrieved. "All right, Shanshan, I understand, but if you don't share now, I fear that they, driven mad by hunger, may do something drastic," Lin Lu whispered in Chung Shanshan's ear, causing the girl with twin ponytails to feel a chill run down her spine. Chung Shanshan and Lin Lu were both residents of this dormitory, and whenever trouble arose, the others tended to heed Lin Lu. Their class monitor, sensing the escalating tension and spurred by Lin Lu's warning, Chung Shanshan bit her lip and slowly retrieved the backpack from behind her. "All right, everyone step back. Let us see what's inside the backpack. Just to be clear, no one is allowed to snatch anything. Otherwise, I want to hold back." Lin Lu seized the backpack as Chung Shanshan unveiled it, swiftly grabbing a fruit knife from the desk. "Ha, with Lin Lu speaking, we certainly trust you. So everyone make way." The plump girl flinched at the sight of the knife in Lin Lu's hand and chose to step back. The other girls finally parted. And Lin Lu pulled out a small folding table from the corner, dumping the contents of the backpack onto it with a flourish. A plethora of packaged food quickly filled the tabletop. Several girls, unable to contain their eagerness, reached out, only to be warded off by Lin Lu's waving knife. "There are 12 of us, so we'll divide this into 13 portions, with Chung Shanshan taking 2. Is that acceptable?" Lin Lu announced as she began to count the provisions and water on the table. "Why does Chung Shanshan get 2 portions? She already ate a loaf of bread," the tall girl exclaimed, somewhat irate. "Just because the food is rightfully hers, do you have any objections?" Lin Lu raised her head, her gaze piercing as she stared down the girl. "Humph. Let us just divide it already." Under Lin Lu's intense scrutiny, the tall girl fell silent. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that the food indeed belonged to Chung Shanshan. Yet, starved and desperate, how could they resist the sight of it? Lin Lu's timely distribution ensured that everyone would receive a share. Chang Shanshan's two portions were simply a compromise born from the remaining vestiges of the girls' collective conscience. Ultimately, the other 10 girls hastily departed with their rations, retreating to their own territories. Lin Lu and Chang Shanshan shut the door behind them, releasing a collective sigh of relief as they slowly returned to the table. Lin Lu, what shall we do? This meager amount of food won't sustain us for long. Chang Shanshan lamented, gazing at the half-empty bottle of water and 2 packs of Oreo cookies with tearful eyes. There's no choice. If we wish to survive, we must venture out and fight for our lives. Lin Lu replied calmly, her eyes fixed on the moonlight spilling onto the balcony. But, those zombies are terrifying. I feel weak at the mere sight of them. Chang Shanshan wiped her tears, her voice trembling. Would you rather starve or be bitten by a zombie? 55555. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chang Shanshan lowered her head, shaking it fervently. Starvation is a painful process. At first, you'll feel an overwhelming hunger, as if you could consume your own flesh. Gradually, you'll find yourself utterly weak, and soon, hallucinations will take hold. You may cease to feel hunger, merely watching helplessly as your body withers away. Inching ever closer to death. As for being bitten by a zombie, it would feel akin to being bitten by a dog. There would be pain for a moment, but after that, you likely wouldn't feel anything. Lin Lu, uninterested in Chang Shanshan's distress, continued to elaborate on the nuances of these two fates. With each word, Chang Shanshan's eyes widened in terror, her complexion paling. I refuse. I refuse to starve. However, to avoid starvation, we must confront those zombies. I'm scared. I'm scared. Lin Lu. Chang Shanshan shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chang Shanshan, what use is fear? The worst that could happen is death. Lin Lu grasped her shoulders, shaking her firmly, her voice stern. Lin Lu, I will go. Please don't abandon me. All right? Chang Shanshan, with tear-filled eyes, bit her lip as if steeling herself, holding Lin Lu's hand tightly as she pleaded through her sobs. Rest assured, I shall accompany you. Together, we stand a chance of survival, and don't envision the worst. Perhaps we too might awaken some extraordinary abilities, much like those 2 girls, and then we wouldn't have to fear danger at all. Lin Lu comforted Chang Shanshan, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. I in the girls' dormitory on the 1st floor. Li Yuchan nudged Wang Mingyang with his shoulder, a perplexed expression on his face. I ask you, why did you have Suyu leave food for them? With so many starving women, aren't you worried about causing a commotion? I hadn't considered that much. Besides, with so many of them, wouldn't they share? Those mere scraps can't possibly lead to chaos. Wang Mingyang shrugged, feigning ignorance. I'd be a fool to believe you. Li Yuchan raised his middle finger in retort. Enough chatter. Let us exit through the window of this dormitory. The entrance is overrun with zombies. Wang Mingyang, uninterested in further discourse, made his way to the last dormitory on the 1st floor, indifferent to the fate of the girls. He was merely adhering to his own principles. You pointed me in the right direction, and I returned a small favor in the form of provisions. Whether they can safeguard it is no longer my concern. In this apocalypse, one must endure trials to grow. Waving aside the iron bars on the balcony window, Wang Mingyang leaped out, swiftly clearing the nearby zombies. Li Yuchan shook his head, using his telekinetic powers to levitate a chair beneath him. Stepping onto it to cross through the window, after surveying the area, he calmly jumped down. Chapter 80. Don't panic. Watch my moves. The 4 swiftly dispatched the zombies that had converged upon the commotion. With Wang Mingyang leading the charge towards the southeast boys' dormitory. With a clear objective in mind, they navigated through the surroundings without unnecessary detours. The night had fallen. Although moonlight illuminated the path, visibility remained limited. Wang Mingyang dared not linger, unleashing his full firepower against the zombies. At this moment, he found himself regretting his earlier decisions. While the lighting spell may have been subpar, at least it provided illumination. The bioluminescence he had fused it with, the results were less than satisfactory. Now, he could only proceed along the edge of the dormitory, the metallic barriers ringing loudly as zombies collided against them. The noise pierced the night air, resonating unpleasantly. Nearby dormitory survivors cautiously peeked out, unable to discern the precise situation below in the dim light. However, they all surmised that the ruckus was surely caused by the group that had set the girls' dormitory ablaze. As they passed the central dormitory, someone from above tossed down 2 small fireballs, which struck the encroaching zombies. The flames ignited the zombies' clothing, transforming them into 2 human torches that stood out starkly against the dim surroundings. Damn it, this only complicates matters. as the flames flickered to life. The horde of zombies that had gathered near the girls' dormitory, drawn by the earlier fire set by Suyu, seemed to surge forward. Agitated by the sudden light, Liu Chan could only lament. If they needed light, Suyu would have released the dark flames long ago. How could they be left now, with even the dark flames that enveloped their weapons rendered ineffective? Liu Chan extended his Tai Divine Sense to envelop the area, forming a protective barrier alongside the metallic fences created by Wang Mingyang Suu and Mu Ningxue pressed on in silence. A swirling aura of ice and snow trailing behind them. At this juncture, Wang Mingyang maximized the use of spatial slicing, unleashing a barrage of black lines that swiftly dismantled the zombies obstructing their path. After finally navigating past 3 dormitory buildings, Wang Mingyang spotted a window on the first floor of dormitory number 8, instantly melting the glass, shards cascading to the ground. Quickly, let us enter. Be cautious, there may be zombies inside. Wang Mingyang called out to Suyu and Mu Ningxue, and without a moment's hesitation, the 2 ladies dove into the fray, shields of ice at the readied. Liu Chan followed closely behind, his divine consciousness expanding to firmly protect the 2 women ahead. Once he confirmed that all 3 had jumped in, Wang Mingyang turned back and unleashed 3 spatial cuts, swiftly clearing away most of the zombies that had surged towards him. The iron railing melted away rapidly, and after Wang Mingyang leaped inside, it quickly reformed into a new barrier at the window. A throng of zombies pressed against the window, their blood-soaked claws scratching futilely at the wall, unable to breach this layer of protection. Wang Mingyang casually pulled the curtains shut, then switched on a flashlight to illuminate the dormitory. A male zombie lay sprawled on the floor, its head impaled by an icicle, while several computers sat atop a desk. A guitar resting against its legs, and 2 pairs of foul socks hung from the bedpost. Indeed, this was a male dormitory. That chubby girl did not deceive us, Liu Chan observed, fanning a hand before his nose and nodding. As per usual protocol, let us search layer by layer. Wang Mingyang started to move outward, but Suyu, having expended too much energy, could not use that technique again. What shall we do then? Do not panic. Just watch my maneuvers in a moment. Wang Mingyang replied with a calm smile, tilting his ear to listen to the outside before gently opening the dormitory door to peek out. Zombies were wandering at the entrance. But in the distance, he could vaguely discern zombies tumbling down the central staircase. He pulled Liu Chan, who had also peeked outside, back inside and closed the door, patting his shoulder. Keep an eye on this side. I will create a distraction at the window. You mean, I intend to lure the zombies upstairs outside. However, there are still numerous zombies at the window. If you make a move, they will surely all come this way. Liu Chan and the others looked puzzled, uncertain of Wang Mingyang's plan. Fear not. My metal manipulation ability has a control range of 30 meters, which is sufficient to draw away the zombies here. Wang Mingyang replied confidently, several titanium alloy beads floating from his pocket, gathering midair into 2 clusters that stretched and morphed as they observed the familiar metallic objects taking shape beside Wang Mingyang. Their mouths gaped in astonishment. Liu Chan, Suyu, Mu Ningxue, keep an eye out. When the zombies upstairs cease to descend, remember to signal me. Wang Mingyang did not look back, leaving the 3 of them in stunned silence. He quietly parted the curtain at one corner. Below the window ledge, a throng of zombies continued their futile scratching, but due to the height, they were merely expending energy. The 2 metallic pieces silently floated over the heads of the zombies, drifting directly into the air 30 meters away. Wang Mingyang narrowed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy to control the 2 pieces of metal. In the next moment, the 2 metallic objects rapidly separated and then collided violently. A resounding bang echoed through the night sky, completely drowning out the low growls of the zombie horde. The entire campus seemed to freeze for a second. This is the golden gong that confines sun dashing, akin to a symbol, yet with some distinction. Subsequently, the zombies in the surrounding dormitories and classrooms all howled in unison. Meanwhile, in the dormitory where they were located, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, accompanied by the sound of zombies tumbling down the stairs. Even on the ground outside the first floor, many zombies trapped in the dormitories broke through windows and fell to the ground. Suyu and the others exchanged glances, instinctively giving 3 thumbs up to Wang Mingyang's back. Truly remarkable. What was supposed to be a minor disturbance turned into. Suyu and Mu Ningxue shared a knowing look, both breaking into rueful smiles. This maneuver is truly infuriating. What a slick operation. Liu Chan sighed lightly, yet did not forget Wang Mingyang's instructions. Pressing his ear against the door to listen for a moment, he gently opened it a crack and peered outside. TSK, TSK, TSK? Liu Chan clicked his tongue, observing dozens of zombies tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic rush. Many zombies, unable to halt their momentum, crashed headlong into the wall, meeting their demise on the spot. The staircase was already congested with zombies, yet more continued to pour down from above. One could only wonder how many zombies were trapped within this dormitory. In just a short while, Li Yuchan had already spotted nearly 100. Meanwhile, on the other side by the balcony window, Wang Mingyang was taken aback by the volume produced by the collision of the iron symbols. However, the effect was undeniably powerful. Countless zombies from the surrounding dormitories and distant classrooms surged towards this direction. The continuous sound of shattering glass and the dull thuds of falling bodies echoed through the air. It was as if dumplings were being dropped, sending shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, the zombies clinging to the window ledge were also drawn to the thunderous noise, turning to run towards the source of the sound. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Mingyang continued to control the symbols, creating a series of loud clashing sounds to attract the nearby zombies. If one were to gaze down from above, they would witness a horde of zombies within a radius of several hundred meters, all roaring as they surged towards this location. Even the comprehensive building on the hillside, which had previously been unaffected by the flames, was now witnessing numerous zombies rushing down the corridors, with many more tumbling from the hallways and windows. Bloodied and rolling down the slope like a gourd, on the 5th floor, several teachers leaned against the window, gazing blankly at the scene below under the moonlight. Aside from the zombies trapped behind locked doors, any that could escape had likely already done so. This level of commotion, even from their vantage point above, could be felt as the entire building trembled slightly. The booming sounds of the iron cymbals resonated in their ears. And Teacher Liu had initially planned to wait until morning to brave the perilous ascent to the 4th floor with a few others. But now, it seemed, there was no need for such desperation. Teacher Liu murmured to himself, a mix of emotions swirling within. The resolve he had summoned for survival appeared to be slowly dissipating. Chapter 81. Found the right place. Boss Wang, the zombies have been lured away. After a while, when Li Yuchan no longer saw any zombies at the staircase, he turned and called out softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang controlled the symbols to clash violently a couple more times before swiftly retracting them. The four gathered at the door, and Wang Mingyang flung it open, peering down the staircase. Now is our chance. Let us go. Wang Mingyang charged ahead, quickly reaching the staircase. A few limping zombies with severed limbs struggled on the ground, and Wang Mingyang dispatched them with a flick of his shadow blade. The four hastened up the staircase, dispatching any more incapacitated zombies along the way. Given their prior experience in the female dormitory, they were no longer interested in the lower floors. Climbing swiftly, they soon arrived on the 4th floor. Suyu, Mu Ningxue, you two check the 4th floor, while I head to the 5th with Li Yuchan. We will meet back at the staircase. Wang Mingyang issued his command swiftly, knowing that students from the School of Life Sciences were present, and he aimed to gather as many as possible. All right. The two ladies nodded in unison, synchronizing to don their ice shields. Be cautious. There should still be awakened individuals among these people. Wang Mingyang reminded as he turned with Li Yuchan to ascend the stairs. Understood. Suyu and Mu Ningxue prepared themselves, brandishing their swords as they made their way to a nearby dormitory. Wang Mingyang and Li Yuchan reached the 5th floor, knocking on doors to either side. Before long, Wang Mingyang encountered a panicked young man in a dormitory near the stairs. Which school are you from? Do you know where the students of the School of Life Sciences reside? Wang Mingyang surveyed the dorm room, noting the luggage piled haphazardly at the entrance. I'm from the School of Life Sciences. The young man, dressed in casual wear, exclaimed, shrinking back in fear. Oh, it appears we've found the right place. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, finally identifying a target. Do all the students from your school reside on this floor? The 4th to 6th floors of this building are all male students from our school. The boy glanced nervously at the sword in Wang Mingyang's hand and whispered, Stay here for now. Don't close the door. I will bring the other survivors here once I find them. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment. Since the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors house students from the School of Life Sciences, it would be more convenient to gather them all on the 5th floor. Without waiting for the boy's response, he turned and exited the dormitory, continuing to call out for others. He dispatched zombies with a swift strike and led any survivors he found back to the boys' dormitory. Before long, a dozen or so surviving male students had gathered on this floor. Wang Mingyang and Li Yuchan looked at the weary, terrified faces of the boys and shook their heads. Li Yuchan, go call Suyu and Mu Ningxue. Bring them up here. I will check the 6th floor. The two split up, and Wang Mingyang quickly made his way to the 6th floor in no time. He returned with 7 or 8 boys in TOW. Li Yuchan, Suyu, and Mu Ningxue stood in the corridor, while around 20 boys crammed together in the room, making it quite congested. Observing this situation, Wang Mingyang frowned and then called out to Li Yuchan. Li Yuchan, could you please clear the corridor a bit with your telekinesis? It's too cramped. Li Yuchan, upon hearing this, silently raised a middle finger in response. Nevertheless, he activated his telekinesis, clearing the staircase and the nearby corridor, tossing the bodies into an unoccupied dormitory. All right, gather around. I have a few questions for you. Wang Mingyang switched on 2 flashlights, placing them on the stairs, then sat down on the steps. The group of surviving students approached, appearing somewhat bewildered. The first question is, does anyone know where the biological research lab of Dian University is located? Wang Mingyang posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. The crowd of students exchanged glances, and eventually, several boys raised their hands, while a few others murmured, I know. You speak, Wang Mingyang directed, pointing to a boy clad in a white shirt. The boy swallowed hard and replied, Our college has a laboratory building where all the research facilities are located. Oh, do you know what specific research projects are being conducted there? This inquiry seemed to stretch beyond the scope of their knowledge. And the boys shook their heads in unison. Only the boy in the white shirt wore a perplexed expression, looking at Wang Mingyang in confusion. Do you know some? Wang Mingyang turned to him. I know a little, but there are so many research projects there that I'm not sure what you're specifically looking for. The boy in the white shirt nodded calmly. Well, I don't have a thorough understanding of the specific projects, but I believe they might involve research on animal brains or intelligence. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment before slowly responding, there is indeed a research lab focused on related animal studies. The boy in the white shirt contemplated this and then looked up to say, Oh, how do you know so much? Wang Mingyang's curiosity was piqued by this response. I just got accepted into graduate school, and my advisor is conducting research in that area. So, the boy in the white shirt smiled slightly and replied evenly, You must be quite the academic achiever. What is your name? Dai Bin. I'm a senior majoring in biotechnology. Very well, Dai Bin, then you shall be our guide tomorrow. How does that sound? Wang Mingyang's eyes brightened as he spoke with a smile. Dai Bin hesitated for a moment, his gaze toward Wang Mingyang tinged with caution. Yet, sensing the undeniable warmth in Wang Mingyang's smile, he relented. All right, I will accompany you. Wang Mingyang nodded in satisfaction and then scanned the group, continuing, Is there anything else anyone would like to add? The boys shook their heads. Even those who had previously raised their hands fell silent. It appeared that Dai Bin was indeed the most knowledgeable among them. Now, for the second question. Is there anyone among you who has awakened any special abilities? Wang Mingyang's second query left the boys momentarily stunned. Some of them lived in dormitories facing away from the supermarket and had certainly missed the previous skirmish involving Wang Mingyang and his companions. Others had witnessed parts of it and had already formed their own suspicions. However, without a clear understanding of Wang Mingyang's intentions, even if someone had awakened an ability, they would not easily reveal it. Sure enough, after a moment, no one responded. Wang Mingyang chuckled softly, and with a mere thought, a few silver orbs soared into the air, swiftly melting and reshaping into 3 flying swords that darted around above his head. The 20-some boys gaped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting shock and envy. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious to know if any among you have awakened special abilities. At that moment, Wang Mingyang's demeanor was amiable, yet his gaze meticulously scrutinized the survivors. I have awakened a fire-based ability. A slight boy hesitated before finally raising his right hand. The nearby students immediately stepped aside, allowing this boy to step forward. Oh, what is your name? Please tell us. What kind of fire ability do you possess? Wang Mingyang inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming. I'm Tianlei, and I can unleash a chain of fire. As he spoke, flames flickered to life in the palm of his hand, twisting and contorting until they formed a sinuous chain of fire. The surrounding boys gasped in awe as the intense heat compelled them to retreat. Impressive. Are there any others who have awakened special abilities? Wang Mingyang nodded, signaling Tianlei to retract his power. This ability appears to be a C-grade fire ability, the Scorching Chain. While its lethality may be limited, it possesses some control capabilities, and with enhanced strength, the number of chains could increase, making it quite formidable. Have awakened a speed ability. My arm strength has significantly increased. That must count too, right? My vision has improved, allowing me to see further, and I can even see in the dark. I think I can control water. Following Tianlei's example, 4 more boys raised their hands in succession. Wang Mingyang allowed each of them to demonstrate their abilities. But unfortunately, none were particularly impressive. The highest grade was still Tianlei's C-grade Scorching Chain, while the others barely reached D-grade, with one boy's strength enhancement even falling below Zhao Ding's, merely an E-grade ability. Now, On the 5th night of the apocalypse, among the 20-plus survivors, 5 had awakened abilities. While it remained uncertain if others were concealing their powers, this probability was already quite favorable. However, at present, it seemed these individuals posed no real utility or threat to him. Having failed to uncover any high-level abilities, Wang Mingyang felt a pang of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. Abilities rated B grade and above were indeed powerful, and those capable of awakening such powers were relatively rare. Having encountered Suyu, Mu Ningxue, and Li Yuchan, 3 individuals with abilities above A grade, Wang Mingyang felt as though he were basking in the glow of a protagonist's halo. After dispersing the group of students, Wang Mingyang pointed to an unoccupied dormitory he had previously opened. Dai Bin, you shall rest here for the night. I will come to wake you early tomorrow. He retrieved 2 packets of food and a bottle of mineral water from his bag and tossed them to the somewhat bewildered Dai Bin. To ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must feed it grass. Wang Mingyang was no heartless capitalist. Since they still required Dai Bin to guide them, he generously offered a bit of sustenance. Thank you. Dai Bin grasped the food and water tightly in his arms. After several days, he had exhausted the supplies in his dormitory, and these provisions filled him with longing. The unease he had felt from Wang Mingyang's earlier insistence vanished in an instant. As he turned to enter the dormitory Wang Mingyang had opened, Dai Bin eagerly tore open the packaging, shoving a piece of bread into his mouth and devouring it. Brother Mingyang, are we staying here for the night? Suyu asked as the door closed behind them. Yes, it has grown dark, and it is not suitable to venture out at this hour. We shall rest here for the night and set out early tomorrow. Wang Mingyang nodded, stowing away his flashlight and rising from the steps. Accompanied by the 3, he found a relatively clean dormitory, carelessly tossing a slain zombie out the window. Wang Mingyang exerted himself to leap onto a bed. Stretching out and reclining, the 3, seeing this, wasted no time in finding beds of their own to jump onto. Suyu and Mu Ningxue instinctively began practicing their abilities, while Li Yuchan observed them with curiosity. Wang Mingyang hung the flashlight on the bedpost and pulled out the book Practical Nation, which he had yet to read. As he caressed the book in his hands, he pondered for a moment before returning it to his bag. Closing his eyes, he began to search through the system's library in his mind, feeling it was time to shift his approach. Now, with A-grade metal control, A-grade mustard seed space, and S-grade spatial cutting, these 3 abilities should suffice for the upcoming battles. Therefore, it was time to extract some capabilities to enhance himself. Speed reading technique, deep reading, practical reading guide. Wang Mingyang scoured the library for books related to improving reading speed and comprehension. In previous reading experiences, he had discovered that his mind was utterly inadequate. Those profound concepts, lacking foundational support, were as inscrutable as ancient texts. Since the various realms reading system could extract abilities, perhaps these books could grant him some buffs. This one will do. May it enhance my intellect. Ultimately, Wang Mingyang selected a book and issued a command in his mind. Materializing the book Practical Reading Guide, deducting 10 reading points. Current reading points, 6611. A book rapidly materialized in Wang Mingyang's hands, and under the flashlight's glow, he activated reading mode. Hey, are you still thinking about reading at this hour? Li Yuchan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wang Mingyang immersed in a book on the adjacent bed. Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes, too disinterested to respond. Don't disturb Brother Mingyang. He enjoys this, Suyu remarked, her gaze fixed on the shifting dark flames in her hands. Really? So studious? No wonder I ran into him in the library. Li Yuchan replied, astonished, only to turn and see Suyu and Mu Ningxue not resting either, still engaged in manipulating their abilities. What are you all doing? Training, Brother Mingyang said. We must continuously hone our abilities to grow stronger. Suyu replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Does that really help? Aren't abilities fixed? Of course. Practice makes perfect, you know? Mu Ningxue rolled her eyes, compressing an ice spike in her hand. Its color becoming increasingly blue. Li Yuchan scratched his nose, feeling the urge to contribute, lest he appear out of place. Hey, Boss Wang, how should I train? After pondering for a while and finding no clear direction, Li Yuchan decided to ask Wang Mingyang. Your ability is mental telekinesis, so you need to focus on strengthening your mental capacity. You might try using your telekinesis to control heavy objects until your mental energy is depleted, thereby training the resilience and strength of your mental telekinesis. Wang Mingyang raised his head, contemplating for a moment before speaking. This method is quite straightforward, yet still practical for now. After all, Li Yuchan had only recently awakened and lacked substantial strength. For now, it was sufficient to lay a solid foundation. The inspiration and experience he had gleaned from Taoist texts in his previous life were not particularly applicable at this moment. Is this acceptable? I'll give it a try. Li Yuchan pondered briefly, finding some merit in this line of thought. Surveying the room, he noticed there were no particularly heavy objects within reach. At that moment, the distant roars of zombies reached his ears, and Li Yuchan's eyes sparkled with realization. He immediately leapt from the bed and dashed toward the balcony. Gently pulling open the window, he gazed downward. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the densely packed zombies, having sensed the cessation of the clanging sounds, began to disperse gradually. Fixing his gaze on the nearest zombies to the dormitory, Li Yuchan concentrated, unleashing his mental energy. In an instant, a zombie floated upwards, suspended 6 or 7 meters above the ground. The creature flailed its limbs and shrieked, unable to escape the invisible force binding it. With a narrowed gaze, Li Yuchan felt no pressure and proceeded to lift another zombie into the air. Only when 10 specters hovered outside his window did he cease his efforts. Now, he needed to maintain control over the forms of 10 zombies while supporting their weight simultaneously. This task proved far more challenging than merely moving a small car. After all, a car would not thrash about uncontrollably. Although Wang Mingyang could not see Li Yuchan's actions, he inferred what was happening from Li's position at the balcony and smiled faintly, returning to his studies. Chapter 83. System, quickly absorbed this duckfoot. By late at night, Li Yuchan could no longer sustain his concentration, and the specters began to plummet one by one. Damn. My head hurts. Wang Mingyang, are you trying to deceive me? Li Yuchan rubbed his temples, muttering as he crawled back into bed, panting heavily. This was entirely normal. Who wouldn't feel discomfort after being completely drained? Wang Mingyang replied without lifting his head. Li Yuchan raised a middle finger, massaging his aching head, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, what had been exhausted was his mental energy, and the best way to recover was to enjoy a good night's sleep. If it had been something else that had been depleted, under such dire circumstances, it would have been quite troublesome to manage. Detected host has initially read Practical Reading Guide, extracted C-level ability Swift Thinking Fragment 2, Swift Thinking Ability, 25. Reward reading value, 500 points. Host's current reading value, 7,111 points. After finishing the last page, Wang Mingyang heard the system's prompt resonate in his mind. To level ability. Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up, although the rank was not high. This ability seemed to hold some promise. However, as it had yet to be synthesized, he could not see the ability's analysis for the time being. Judging by its title, it appeared to assist in reading efficiency. Keep it up. Continue pushing forward. Reflecting on the material he had just read, Wang Mingyang felt a spark of understanding and reopened Practical Reading Guide. By 4 o'clock in the morning, he finally exhaled deeply and slowly closed the book. Detected host has mastered Practical Reading Guide, extracted C-level ability Swift Thinking Fragment 1, Swift Thinking Ability, 55. Reward reading value, 50 points. Host's current reading value, 7,211 points. At last, he had gathered enough. Thankfully, it was a C-level ability, or else he would not have succeeded tonight's system. Synthesize the Swift Thinking Ability. Synthesizing C-level ability Swift Thinking, synthesis successful, deducting 1,000 reading points. Host's current reading value, 6,211 points. What the hell? Synthesizing this ability cost me 400 reading points. Wang Mingyang hurriedly checked the ability's analysis. What exactly was this Swift Thinking that had caused him to lose points? Swift Thinking, a reinforcement type ability that significantly enhances the host's rapid thinking and comprehension of knowledge. Ha ha ha, this is simply the ability of a slacker to have an advantage. Wang Mingyang envisioned himself becoming an academic powerhouse. He couldn't help but laugh like a little yellow duck. Indeed, with this, when faced with the vast ocean of knowledge, it felt as though he had donned duck feet. Wang Mingyang's previously drowsy eyes suddenly sparkled with vigor. System, quickly absorb this duck foot. Winky face, No, I meant, absorb the Swift Thinking Ability. A familiar sensation washed over him, and Wang Mingyang immediately felt his mind clear significantly. Buff activated. It was akin to an intelligence boost of 10, however, as he sensed the changes within his body. Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow. The enhancement to his physical state from absorbing this C-level ability had not increased much at all in numerical terms. It was barely 1/10 of his current physical quality. Thus, it seemed that as his strength increased, the effectiveness of absorbed abilities on his body would only diminish further. This realization shattered his previous belief that he could absorb numerous abilities to become invincible in body. What a pity. Wang Mingyang sighed softly, recognizing that this path appeared to be somewhat challenging. Yet, compared to other awakened individuals, his physical potential still held infinite possibilities for enhancement. However, to achieve that level of invincibility, The quantity of abilities he would need to absorb would likely be astronomical. This was only natural. Even with the existence of the heavenly reading system, Wang Mingyang did not believe he could achieve instant success. Having absorbed swift thinking, he could always strive to read more, perhaps extracting books related to reinforcement or transformation abilities. Shutting off the flashlight, Wang Mingyang compelled himself to fall asleep quickly, having expended much of his mental energy and vitality throughout the day. It was essential to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, he would head to the Life Sciences Academy to unravel the questions that had been plaguing him for days, as well as a crucial matter from his memories that could not be overlooked. On the morning of the 6th day of the apocalypse, a beam of sunlight filtered into the dormitory, and Suyu slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a somewhat yellowed white ceiling. Gradually sitting up, she scanned her surroundings and seemed to remember that she was amidst an apocalypse. This was the male dormitory of Dian University. After a moment of silence, Suyu shook her head and stretched, her exquisite figure creating an alluring arc. Shuejia, wake up. Suyu turned to nudge Mu Ningxue on the other bed, calling out gently. Startled awake, Mu Ningxue furrowed her brow, and upon realizing it was Suyu who had roused her, she let out a long, relieved sigh, massaging her forehead. It seemed she had not slept well the previous night. Shuejia, did you have a nightmare? Suyu asked with concern as she gazed at Mu Ningxue. No, I just wasn't accustomed to it and didn't sleep well. Mu Ningxue shook her head, offering Suyu a somewhat forced smile. In truth, she had dreamt of some unpleasant events. Thankfully, they were merely dreams. Well, let's get up first. I wonder if there is still running water in this dormitory. Suyu nodded. She could see that Mu Ningxue's complexion was not good. However, as adults, if one did not speak up, it would be somewhat inappropriate to pry further. All right, I also want to wash my face. Let's go check it out. Mu Ningxue moved carefully, attempting to make no noise, as Wang Mingyang and Li Yuchan appeared to still be fast asleep. The two girls cautiously climbed out of bed and tiptoed towards the bathroom. Suddenly, Wang Mingyang opened his eyes, his gaze unusually clear. Exhaling softly, he sat up slowly and stretched his arms high above his head, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he playfully slapped Li Yuchan's bed. Rise and shine, zombies are coming. Li Yuchan was jolted awake by the slap, sitting up with bleary eyes and shaking his head repeatedly. Where are the zombies? Damn, you slept like a dead pig. If there were really zombies, you'd have been eaten by now. Wang Mingyang hopped down from the bed, stretching his body. It had been a long time since he had slept on such a hard bed, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. What the hell? I was just dreaming of showing a beauty my palmistry, and then you slapped me awake. It turns out it was you scoundrel. Li Yuchan rubbed his slightly painful cheek, grumbling in displeasure. Thankfully, it was just a slap. If it had been a gaping mouth, you would have been scared to death. Wang Mingyang shot a disdainful look at him. This guy was indeed of the brooding type. The dormitory has run out of water. Suyu and Mu Ningxue emerged from the bathroom, looking somewhat disappointed. But we still have a few bottles of mineral water in our bags. Let us take out 2 bottles to wash our faces and wake up. Wang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Using mineral water is too wasteful. In this situation, we don't even have enough to drink. How can we use it to wash our faces? Mu Ningxue retorted with a frown. Not that she didn't want to wash, but she genuinely felt that drinking water should not be wasted. No worries, in a couple of days, we will find a safe place to set up a base and then go out to gather supplies. By then, we certainly won't be short on water. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, reaching into Li Yuchan's backpack to retrieve 2 bottles of water, tossing them to Suyu and Mu Ningxue. Chapter 84. Plundering the rich to aid the poor. The group washed their faces with the mineral water, making do as best they could. When conditions were lacking, they had to adapt. Wang Mingyang had already formulated a plan. Once they dealt with matters at Dian University, he would lead everyone to another location. There, they would hunt zombies and mutated creatures to obtain crystal cores and enhance their strength. Then, utilizing the mustard seed space, they would gather supplies in abundance. There is a saying, while others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. In the apocalyptic world, as long as one possesses strength, what need is there to fear a lack of resources? The prevailing principle is one of opportunism. Well, although Wang Mingyang may not be deemed a virtuous individual, he is certainly not malevolent. In this shattered world, where order has collapsed and morality has decayed, it is often the scoundrels who thrive. For they possess no moral compass, embodying pure self-interest. With Wang Mingyang's formidable abilities, it would be a trivial matter for him to rob the wealthy to aid the impoverished. Stealing from the rich to alleviate his own poverty is, after all, quite rational. The essence of all human conflict arises from self-interest, and in this dystopia, The most fundamental interest is survival. The foundation of survival is strength. Thus, what use is there in hoarding resources without the power to protect them? From the moment Wang Mingyang acquired the celestial reading system, his first thought was how to obtain a powerful ability to ensure his advantage in the early stages, rather than leveraging his reincarnation to stockpile resources. He has endured the suffering of being weak for far too long. After a brief respite, the four of them stepped outside. Wang Mingyang knocked on Dai Bin's dormitory door. Dai Bin's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not slept at all the previous night, yet he seemed relatively alert. "Let us go," Wang Mingyang declared. "All right." He turned and headed for the staircase, while Dai Bin took a deep breath and stepped out of his room. The five of them proceeded outside, with Wang Mingyang's group forming a protective circle around Dai Bin. As they walked down the corridor, several doors opened, and a few male students peered out. After a moment of hesitation, Tianlei, who had awakened his C-class ability, the blazing fire chain, emerged from his room. "Can we follow you?" Wang Mingyang paused, chuckling lightly. "No. Why not? I've awakened my ability. I can help you. Please, let us accompany you." Yes, strength in numbers. We've awakened our abilities too. I'm quite fast. I even killed a zombie earlier," Tianlei insisted, while several other boys, who had seemingly remained on the 5th floor throughout the night, joined him, their faces filled with hope. "Because I don't need you." Wang Mingyang turned, his expression calm. The group of boys exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "Good luck to you all. You're university students, so your intelligence shouldn't be in question. Since you've awakened your abilities, make good use of them to struggle for survival." After speaking, Wang Mingyang turned on his heel and descended the stairs without looking back. He had no intention of bringing these university students along, but he didn't mind offering a bit of guidance as a gesture of goodwill. Who knows what achievements might arise from among them in the future? Even those who have yet to awaken their abilities may one day become formidable. In this apocalyptic world, alongside disaster, myriad opportunities exist. As Wang Mingyang and his companions departed, Tianlei and the other boys exchanged glances, feeling disheartened and lost. Wang Mingyang was right. They could not remain idle. Since they had awakened their abilities, they could not simply hide in their dormitories. Watching Wang Mingyang's group disappear around the staircase, Tianlei wrestled with his thoughts before finally steeling himself, determination shining in his eyes. "Tianlei, what do you think we should do?" One of the boys who had awakened his speed ability approached him. Among Wang Mingyang's words, only Tianlei received a favorable mention. The capabilities of the others remained unassessed, leading them to accept that Tianlei was the strongest. Y ability has control effects. Zhuangguang, yours is speed. Yao Ji, yours enhances strength. Lu Hui, yours grants enhanced and night vision. Tianlei pointed to each awakened individual, his finger pausing momentarily. Who awakened the water control ability?" It's me. A boy with a crew cut raised his hand. Li Xiang, got it. Tianlei nodded, counting 5 awakened abilities including himself. Li Xiang and I can take charge of control, while Zhuangguang and Yao Ji serve as our main attackers. Lu Hui, you'll focus on reconnaissance. This way, we can attempt to engage a small number of zombies. After pondering for a few seconds, Tianlei articulated his plan, reminiscent of strategies from a game. "I think it's feasible. What about you?" Lu Hui, whose vision was enhanced, nodded in agreement. "I'm on board." Li Xiang also indicated his consent. Tianlei glanced at Zhuangguang and Yao Ji. Aside from himself, their abilities were more suited for offensive roles, yet their agreement was essential. "All right, let us do it," Zhuangguang said after a moment of silence. "Let us go for it." Yao Ji, seeing the others' agreement, thought for a moment before nodding resolutely. Then, consensus achieved. Tianlei extended his right hand, looking at the others. One by one, their hands joined together, solidifying the formation of their little team. "So, what should we do now?" The remaining students, who had not awakened abilities, asked quietly. "Those with courage can join us to hunt zombies and scavenge for food. Those lacking courage should fend for themselves." Tianlei surveyed the group. Speaking calmly, the boys whispered among themselves and soon, more decided to join. As for the others, Tianlei could only shake his head and move on. With the team established, Tianlei led the group swiftly through the deserted dormitory, collecting supplies. Fortunately, the zombies on these floors had been cleared out by Wang Mingyang's group the previous night, allowing them to search without fear. They quickly made their way to the 1st floor, where, after a long night, the gathered zombies had dispersed significantly. However, the entrance still had many zombies, so Wang Mingyang chose an alternate dormitory, leading the group to leap out through the balcony window, silently dispatching the zombies below the window. They shielded the defenseless Dai Bin and swiftly headed toward the School of Life Sciences, Having examined the sign, Wang Mingyang had already mapped out the route in his mind. This moment. There was no need for Dai Bin to direct them. They proceeded, stopping occasionally, following the path along the university's wall and through the woods until they reached a small hill. The tallest building in that vicinity was none other than the laboratory of the School of Life Sciences. Dai Bin stood beside Wang Mingyang, pointing toward a distant building. That's the one. Wang Mingyang nodded. The location Dai Bin indicated matched the sign. However, several other lecture halls were nearby, and there would undoubtedly be zombies aplenty. Are there many people in the laboratory on weekends? Wang Mingyang inquired. Not many. If it were a regular day with experiments, there would be more people on weekends. It's usually just professors and graduate students from various research rooms. Dai Bin shook his head. That's good. We'll just circle around. Wang Mingyang gestured toward a patch of woods at the bottom of the slope, where a path connected to the southern gate of the university, leading directly east to the laboratory. The group nodded in agreement and, under Wang Mingyang's lead, stealthily made their way toward the laboratory. Chapter 85. Neurons, Brain Flowers, Mice? A 6-story building rose majestically. This laboratory, constructed of red bricks and white paint, was simple yet elegant, exuding a solemn and grand atmosphere. The rooftop terrace was adorned with flourishing wisteria, cascading down the walls and bestowing an air of antiquity and grace upon the building. Wang Mingyang and his group stealthily approached the base of the building, glancing through the glass windows at several zombies in lab coats wandering within. A few laboratories appeared to have experienced chemical reactions triggered by the zombies. Charred black. Where is your advisor's lab? Wang Mingyang asked, frowning as he surveyed the laboratory ahead. On the 3rd floor, room 315, at the back. Then let us circle around. Confirming their objective, Wang Mingyang instructed everyone to prepare for battle. As the number of zombies here had evidently increased, Wang Mingyang and Li Yuchan summoned their weapons, encased in a protective ice shield, while a layer of frost spread from Mu Ningxua's feet. Suyu brandished a broadsword entwined with dark red flames. This was Dai Bin's first encounter with the manifestation of others' abilities, leaving him utterly astonished. Wang Mingyang shot him a glance, effortlessly drawing nearby fragments of railing and melting them into a lightweight shield, which he handed over. Hold this shield and be cautious. Oh, all right. Dai Bin hastily accepted the shield, finding it moderately heavy. Let us go. Wang Mingyang led the way, crouching as they moved along the building's corner. Upon rounding to the side, he suddenly noticed numerous bodies in lab coats lying on the ground. However, these corpses appeared strangely desiccated. Resembling mummies. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Mingyang surveyed the area but found nothing unusual. As zombies approached, he had no choice but to set aside his curiosity and press on. After dispatching zombies along the way, they safely reached the back staircase. Ascending the stairs, they quickly arrived on the 3rd floor. Wang Mingyang peered down the corridor, frowning slightly. A zombie in a lab coat, crawling on all fours, had its back turned to them. A first-level zombie hunter. A hunter? There's a first-level zombie here? Mu Ningxue whispered in surprise. Yes, there's one hunter. Everyone be cautious. There may be other first-level zombies around. Wang Mingyang nodded, surprised to encounter a first-level zombie in this small laboratory after having only dealt with ordinary zombies in recent days. What's a hunter? What's a first-level zombie? Li Yuchan, evidently unfamiliar with these advanced zombies, looked puzzled. You'll find out shortly. Use your mental energy for protection. Wang Mingyang casually replied, brandishing his broadsword, and dashed forward. Hiss! The hunter seemed to sense danger, suddenly lunging forward, its sharp claws leaving several deep scratches on the ground. Huh? Wang Mingyang's blade sliced through empty air. The hunter's reaction speed exceeded his expectations. Stepping forward once more, the shadow of ink followed closely, transforming into a fleeting image that swept upward. The hunter pivoted and swiped, but its sharp claws were severed by a horizontal strike, taking a segment of its arm with it. Before the hunter could retreat, a flying sword descended from above, piercing through its skull. Instant kill. The sword twisted within the hunter's head, but failed to locate a possible crystal core. Wang Mingyang, at a loss for words, curled his lips in disdain, twirled his blade, and flicked off the tainted blood before wiping the flying sword clean on his lab coat. Only then did several people rush over from behind. Li Yuchan looked curiously at the remnants of the hunter on the ground and scoffed. Asked that it? Seeing you all so cautious, I thought it would be formidable. You wouldn't understand. This hunter excels at ambush. Its frontal combat ability is rather weak. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly, gauging the direction before heading straight towards their destination. The corridor was sparsely populated with zombies, but the commotion had attracted nearby ones. A series of shrieks echoed as Wang Mingyang and his companions expertly cleared the ordinary zombies. Ahead was room 315. Daibin covered his mouth, struggling to point with his shield towards a laboratory ahead. Hurry, let us go in first, Mu Ningxue. Erect 2 ice walls to block the corridor. Wang Mingyang casually cut down a zombie, sending a dozen flying swords darting back and forth, clearing the zombies ahead. The group swiftly navigated through the sea of corpses, with Wang Mingyang reaching the door. Using his metal ability to forcefully break the lock, Mu Ningxue stood at the entrance, her hands spread wide. As a half-meter-thick ice wall quickly formed in the corridor, effectively blocking the throng of zombies trailing behind. Once Mu Ningxue entered the room, Wang Mingyang promptly shut the door, his metal ability activating once more to secure the lock. Before them lay an expansive research laboratory, with various bottles and jars meticulously arranged on the workbenches, in one corner. A wall was lined with futuristic cabinets, inside which were bottles containing various brains. Numerous experimental instruments, incomprehensible to Wang Mingyang, were displayed throughout the lab. Yet, there was not a single living person or zombie in sight. "Isn't your mentor here?" Wang Mingyang inquired, puzzled, as he looked at Daibin. There are no experiments on weekends. My mentor likely hasn't come." Daibin scratched his head. "What topic are you researching here?" "My mentor didn't specify the exact topic. My role is merely to assist in cultivating some neuronal cells." A hint of bitterness crossed Daibin's face as he pointed to various petri dishes on a nearby workbench. Although he had just been accepted into graduate school and was quite accomplished, he still felt unqualified to directly participate in his mentor's cutting-edge experiments. "What's the purpose of cultivating neuronal cells?" Wang Mingyang asked, perplexed by the scientist's intentions. "Neuronal cells primarily exist in the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. I'm not quite sure what they are specifically used for. It's just that my mentor requires a lot of them, so I was assigned to handle the cultivation. I suspect it's related to some brain research." Daibin appeared equally bewildered. Such experimental preparations were quite normal, yet the research directions were too numerous. "Does your mentor have other laboratories?" "There should be. It is said that there are quite secretive underground research labs beneath this building. Do you know where they are?" "I don't know that either. I haven't qualified to access them. I only overheard a bit of information once when my mentor was chatting with another professor." Daibin shrugged. Wang Mingyang scratched his head, realizing that he was clearly not finding the answers he sought. Yet, he felt as though there was some crucial information he had overlooked. Scanning his surroundings, he furrowed his brow and paced back and forth. The others wore expressions of confusion, their eyes darting back and forth with Wang Mingyang. His gaze swept across a glass frame containing several small white mice. His vision then moved over the jars filled with various brains, as well as the petri dishes Daibin had pointed out in the corner. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Wang Mingyang. Neuronal cells, brain, spinal cord, nerves, brain matter, mice. An image of a black-skinned rat suddenly appeared in his mind. "The second-tier mutated rat king, Daibin. In your experiments, aside from the white mice, would you be using that black or gray rat?" Wang Mingyang swallowed, turning his back to the others, his voice tinged with difficulty as he questioned. Generally, we wouldn't use them, but my mentor did ask me to catch a few wild rats not long ago." Daibin recalled, finding it odd at the time, as they had no shortage of white mice. Wang Mingyang let out a long breath, a vague hypothesis forming in his mind. Rubbing his cheeks to calm his restless emotions, Wang Mingyang turned to Daibin. "Daibin, this building should have a research lab for ancient plants, right?" Chapter 86, Wisteria in Bloom, Ancient Plants. Daibin was taken aback. The youthful figure before him was making leaps in logic he found hard to follow. "Yes, that I remember a year ago. Some ancient lotus seeds were sent to Yunnan University for research." Wang Mingyang replied calmly, recalling that this information had once made headlines in the Yunnan provincial news. "Oh, you mean that?" Indeed, that was the case, but Yunnan University only received 5 ancient lotus seeds, while the other 15 were at the Forestry University. Daibin suddenly understood, as this was common knowledge among many at Yunnan University. "Do you know where these lotus seeds are?" Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up. "That I'm not sure about the specifics, but there are a few ancient plant research labs around here, on the 6th floor. Daibin mused, his eyes subtly glimmering. "The 6th floor?" "Yes, the rooftop has been transformed into a garden by several professors, and there's even a large pond. Their research labs are on the 6th floor." "All right, let us head up and take a look." Wang Mingyang wasted no time, turning to exit. If he truly found these lotus seeds, he would indeed need to clear out the zombies in this building. The group moved out, keeping Daibin safely in the center. Upon opening the door, the ice walls on either side of the corridor still stood tall. Wang Mingyang summoned over 20 flying swords. Prepared to fight their way up. Mu Ningxue waved her hand, shattering one side of the ice wall into ice spikes, piercing through the zombies clustered behind it. Wang Mingyang followed closely, the flying swords darting swiftly, penetrating the heads of the white-coated zombies. These former researchers had once brilliant minds, now reduced to a splatter of red and white. The path was strewn with corpses as the group ascended to the 6th floor. Following the door signs, Wang Mingyang found several plant research labs. After a thorough search, however, he found nothing resembling ancient lotus seeds. Disappointed, Wang Mingyang could only place his hopes on the rooftop. The group ascended to the rooftop once more. Pushing open an iron door to reveal a dazzling sight, in the center of the rooftop was an artificial pond, where indeed a few lotus flowers were about to bloom. Wang Mingyang's heart soared at the sight. There were lotus flowers here after all, however. His peripheral vision caught sight of the vines sprawling across the rooftop, causing his brow to furrow. In this apocalyptic world, what plants were most terrifying? Undoubtedly, it was the vine-like plants. Although the probability of plant mutations was low, every mutated plant became a nightmare for other species. Signaling everyone to pause, Wang Mingyang stood at the staircase, carefully observing the vines. Numerous flower frames adorned the rooftop, and these vines climbed over them, blooming with dense clusters of purple flowers, creating a dazzling and enchanting scene. This was a very ordinary wisteria. The vibrant purple flowers seemed to exude a captivating fragrance as the gentle breeze brushed by. It was now late May, and logically, these wisteria flowers should have begun to wilt. Yet, Wang Mingyang saw that these wisteria flowers were all in full bloom, thriving with no signs of withering whatsoever. Moreover, the edges of the leaves had become serrated, and the vine branches were unusually thick, with hints of a blood-like hue faintly visible within some of the branches. Following the vines to their source, he found a flower bed piled up in a corner, where he could vaguely see a tattered white lab coat mingled in the soil. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Mingyang as he recalled the dry corpses discovered downstairs. His pupils constricted slightly. This wisteria seemed mutated, as if sensing the arrival of the group. The wisteria flowers and leaves scattered across the rooftop began to tremble faintly in the breeze. Wang Mingyang finally confirmed that matters were indeed taking a turn for the worse. Retreat! This wisteria has mutated. Casting a glance at the pond at the center of the rooftop, encircled by the wisteria, Wang Mingyang's mouth twitched slightly. Leading the group down the staircase, he sat on the steps, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. According to certain rumors from his previous life, on the 7th day after the apocalypse began, Yunnan University experienced a significant change. Among the most notable events was the lotus flowers cultivated from the ancient lotus seeds. With the onset of the apocalypse, the energy of heaven and earth surged, akin to the revival of spiritual energy from legends. These ancient lotus seeds underwent drastic transformations on the night of the 7th day, becoming the fabled treasures of heaven and earth. At the moment the lotus seeds matured, resplendent spiritual light illuminated the entirety of Yunnan University. This scene ignited a fierce competition among numerous mutated creatures and awakened beings. That night, the cacophony of violent collisions and clashes reverberated throughout the university town. Yet, in his past life, Wang Mingyang was utterly unqualified to partake in such events. He could only gaze from the window of his rented accommodation. Witnessing a beam of ethereal light ascend into the heavens, it was only later, through the accounts of other survivors, that Wang Mingyang gradually learned of what he had missed that fateful night. At the onset of the apocalypse, the greatest fortune lay in these suddenly ripened celestial treasures. The shelter subsequently established by the military in Yunnan province was primarily safeguarded by a special forces soldier who had seized several of these mystical items. Having the chance to live again, Wang Mingyang was determined to seize such an opportunity for himself. He clenched his fists in silence, for no one here knew of the celestial treasures that were on the verge of materializing. This was his greatest advantage. Meanwhile, at Lin University, there remained 15 ancient lotus seeds. Yet, he was puzzled as to why, in his previous life, he had never heard of any legends regarding celestial treasures appearing at Lin University. This was precisely why Wang Mingyang had chosen to come directly to Yunnan University. Were it not for this, he could have spent this time at home, diligently studying and absorbing higher-level abilities to enhance himself. Surely that would have been more beneficial? However, no amount of abilities could compare to the direct augmentation of strength provided by such celestial treasures. With this thought in mind, Wang Mingyang resolved to remain here for the time being. He would diligently guard this place and devise a plan to eliminate the mutated wisteria. Lai Gabao, Suyu, Mu Ningxue, let us first clear the zombies on the 6th floor. Wang Mingyang rose to his feet. Casting a glance at the others, are you sure? Brother Mingyang, are we staying here? The three looked at him, with Mu Ningxue remaining silent, though her questioning gaze spoke volumes. Well, I intend to stay here for a couple of days to find something. Wang Mingyang nodded, his tone resolute despite the unspoken reasons behind it. All right, let us consider it training then. Suu smiled slightly. No matter how Wang Mingyang decided, her support was all that mattered. Fine, you're in charge. Li Yuchan shrugged, having grown somewhat accustomed to Wang Mingyang's unconventional approach. Daibin, I'll escort you back to your dormitory. Wang Mingyang said to Daibin calmly. Can I join you? Daibin hesitated. Feeling somewhat at a loss if given the choice, he would certainly prefer to stay with Wang Mingyang and the others. All four of them were awakened beings, and their abilities were extraordinarily potent. This made him both envious and eager to remain within this formidable team. No, there will be intense battles ahead, and I cannot ensure your safety. Wang Mingyang found a reason, knowing full well that he could not say outright, you should leave. Don't expect to graze here at ITS. All right, I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Daibin attempted to plead further, but Wang Mingyang continued to shake his head calmly. The indifference in his eyes deterred Daibin from continuing. Having discussed everything, Su Yu and the others went to clear the zombies on the 6th floor, while Wang Mingyang led the dejected Daibin downstairs. A silvery wire hung across the 6th floor corridor, and Wang Mingyang activated his metal manipulation ability, swiftly gliding down with Daibin. They soon reached a corner on the 1st floor, where Wang Mingyang casually dispatched several surrounding zombies. Just as he was about to return with Daibin, a tremendous buzzing noise akin to a lawnmower filled the air. Wang Mingyang turned towards the sound, spotting an armed helicopter swiftly approaching. Chapter 87. Is rescue on the way? Half an hour earlier, in a spacious office within the largest military district in Yunnan province, an elderly man in military attire stood by the window, furrowing his brow as he observed the bustling soldiers outside. Golden pine branches adorned his shoulders, alongside a gleaming golden star, and the cigarette pinched between his fingers had burned down significantly, yet he showed no sign of discarding it. Report, Commander. The Snow Owl Special Forces, led by Gong Zhan, have arrived to report. A deep voice resonated as a soldier clad in camouflage, fully armed, stood at the door. Come in. The elderly man turned, approached his desk, and extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Yes, Gong Zhan stepped into the office, coming to attention before the elder. Gong Zhan, is your team ready? Yes, Commander, we are fully prepared. The Snow Owl Special Forces currently has 18 members, all set to deploy, Gong Zhan replied emphatically, though a trace of undeniable sorrow lingered in his eyes. The Special Forces originally comprised 5 squads, totaling nearly 50 personnel. Now, only 18 remained. Good. The shelter has been established, and other teams are defending the perimeter. I need you to undertake a special mission. The elder nodded, placing a heavy hand on Gong Zhan's shoulder. Please give your orders, Commander. The Snow Owl Special Forces will ensure the mission's completion. Gong Zhan declared, his body tensing as he stood at attention. Yes, I believe in you, but do your best. If it becomes impossible, prioritize your safety and return. The elder's eyes revealed a hint of relief as he gently squeezed Gong Zhan's shoulder, turning to retrieve several sheets of paper from his desk, handing them to Gong Zhan. What is this? Gong Zhan accepted the documents, lowering his gaze to examine them. These are the names of several key scientific experts. I need you to bring them back, if they are still alive. The elder's gaze deepened, for it had been 5 full days and nights since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Now, on the 6th day, he had no idea how many of the individuals listed could still be alive. The apocalypse had wrought severe losses within the military. Many soldiers had inexplicably transformed into zombies, tearing apart their closest comrades. Even several high-ranking officials had not been spared, leaving only him, the political commissar of the military district, to oversee the aftermath. Over these days, under his leadership, they had cleared the zombies from the military district and consolidated the remnants of nearby police reserve units. They had initially established a temporary shelter centered around the military district, gradually beginning to rescue the surrounding populace. Yunnan province, being a border region, had its forces primarily stationed along the border, leaving the provincial capital, Chuncheon, with scant military presence. This explained the slow progress over the past few days, as they had only now been able to divert resources for rescue operations. Insufficient manpower, inadequate firepower? I understand, Commander. If you have no further instructions, we shall depart. Gong Zhan carefully tucked the documents into his chest pocket. Go. Regardless of the outcome, you must return before nightfall. Yes, Commander, we will ensure the completion of our mission. The elder returned a formal military salute, and Gong Zhan stood at attention, saluting before turning to exit. Once Gong Zhan had departed, the elderly man sighed softly, and another individual quickly entered to report. His bloodshot eyes sharpened once more, and the elder hastily returned to his desk to resume his work. Heaven help him. This nearly 60-year-old man had gone 5 days and nights with scarcely any sleep. Yet he remained as unyielding as a steel spear, standing resolutely in that office, his industrious figure easily visible to the soldiers traversing the square. This sight only served to strengthen the resolve of these iron-willed soldiers amidst the chaos. 3 helicopters swiftly ascended from the helipad, roaring towards the city center. Wang Mingyang looked up to see one of the armed helicopters. Frowning, he pressed himself against the wall. He had anticipated the arrival of military personnel, though he hadn't expected it to happen today. Brother, there's an armed helicopter. It must be the military coming to rescue us. Dai Bin exclaimed, spotting the camouflaged aircraft with excitement. They have come, but whether they are here to rescue you is another matter entirely, Wang Mingyang replied coolly. With just one helicopter, how many people can they possibly save? Look, the helicopter is flying towards us. Why is there only one? Dai Bin soon realized that with so many survivors in the school, it was improbable for just one helicopter to come for a rescue. The helicopter circled in the air for a while before ultimately choosing to land on the rooftop of a nearby teaching building. From Wang Mingyang's perspective, he could only see the helicopter's rotor blades gradually come to a halt. Many of the surrounding zombies had been drawn to the loud noise, rushing towards the teaching building en masse. Brother, what should we do? Should we go find them? Dai Bin's eyes brimmed with hope. Compared to Wang Mingyang and the others, he certainly preferred to stay with the military personnel. All right, I'll take you over. Wang Mingyang pondered briefly. In his past life, that night's competition for the celestial treasures had indeed involved military personnel. It would be prudent to engage with them, if only to gather intelligence on the adversary. Really? Dai Bin hadn't expected Wang Mingyang to agree, as he had held little hope for this outcome. Get ready. We'll head to the other side first. They are likely to come over here. The helicopter had circled above the experimental building for a while, seemingly because the rooftop was overgrown with wisteria, rendering it unsuitable for landing, which was why it had chosen the nearby teaching building's rooftop instead. Suddenly, several ropes were tossed down from one side of the rooftop, and 6 fully armed figures appeared at the edge of the rooftop. Let us go. Wang Mingyang's eyes brightened, swiftly guiding Dai Bin around the corner. The 6 soldiers descended from the rooftop with precision, silently avoiding the horde of zombies rushing towards the entrance of the teaching building. An explosion erupted from the other side of the building, likely caused by a soldier who had thrown a grenade. The deafening blast drew a massive influx of zombies, who charged towards the sound. The 6 soldiers quickly reached the corner, raising their rifles and forming a combat formation as they advanced towards the experimental building. Wang Mingyang swiftly led Dai Bin to a laboratory, where they cleared away several zombies that had infested the room. Dai Bin hurried to the window, gazing at a group of soldiers. 6 warriors moved with remarkable agility, traversing the several hundred meters in no time, their rifles equipped with silencers, efficiently dispatching the zombies that obstructed their path. This way, over here, there are living people. Seeing the soldiers veer off course, Dai Bin hastily pushed open the window and shouted anxiously. The leading soldier heard his voice, turned his head, and upon spotting the living, immediately signaled for his team to adjust their trajectory. Before long, the 6 soldiers reached the window, and the leader glanced inside, taking in the sight of an excited Dai Bin and the composed Wang Mingyang seated at the experimental table. Get in! The squad leader swiftly issued the command, raising his rifle to provide cover as several soldiers swiftly climbed through the window and jumped down. Captain, come in quickly. With the others already inside the laboratory, the lead soldier stepped forward and leaped through the window. Wang Mingyang observed this with surprise, noting that this captain was somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 88. Just a simple test. Closing the window, the squad leader crouched down to observe the situation outside. After confirming that only a few zombies had followed, he slowly exhaled. He turned, directed his rifle toward the ground, and looked at the visibly excited Dai Bin, casting a brief glance at the leisurely Wang Mingyang. Greetings. I am Gong Zhan, captain of the Snow Owl Special Forces. May I ask who you are? Oh, hello, Captain. I am Dai Bin, a graduate student in the biotechnology program at Dali University. Dai Bin eagerly stepped forward, extending his hand. Gong Zhan's camouflage shifted slightly as he reached out to shake it, then turned his attention to Wang Mingyang. Hello, Captain Gong. My name is Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang greeted Gong Zhan with a wave and a smile. Gong Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite Dai Bin's excitement, there was an undercurrent of fear and tension in his gaze when he looked at the zombies outside. However, in the case of this young man named Wang Mingyang, Gong Zhan felt no trace of anxiety or fear emanating from him. Intriguing. How did you come to be here? Dai Bin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. We came here looking for Dai Bin's mentor. But unfortunately, we couldn't find him, Wang Mingyang interjected, his tone serene. Oh? What is your mentor's name? Gong Zhan asked disinterestedly, aware that their intentions were not his concern, as he was on a mission. My mentor is Professor Gu Zemin. Dai Bin replied promptly. Who? Gong Zhan exclaimed, his voice rising with urgency. Professor Gu Zemin, a faculty member in the biotechnology department at Dali University, Dai Bin reiterated, surprised by the captain's reaction. Gong Zhan quickly shifted his rifle to his lower back, retrieving a piece of paper from his jacket pocket to double-check the information. Gu Zemin, 58 years old, academician of the Academy of Sciences, professor at the College of Life Sciences at Dali University. Specializes in brain biology research, has received. Can you confirm if this is your mentor? Gong Zhan asked, turning the paper towards Dai Bin and pointing to a photograph in the upper right corner. Yes, that's him. Dai Bin nodded vigorously at the familiar figure of the elderly professor in the photo. Where is he? Gong Zhan pressed anxiously. I don't know. We didn't find him on the third-floor laboratory. Dai Bin shook his head, his expression dimming as he realized the soldier's objective was, in fact, his mentor. Are you implying that there was no sign of his body? There was no body found. He may still be alive. Wang Mingyang added calmly. Gong Zhan's brow furrowed at this news, sensing the precariousness of the situation. No sight of him in life, nor any remains in death. The mission was becoming increasingly complicated. Your mentor may be in an underground laboratory, but I have no knowledge of where the entrance is. Dai Bin observed Gong Zhan's fluctuating expression and spoke up. An underground laboratory? Yes, it is said that this building has several levels of laboratories underground. But I lack the qualifications to know the specific details, Dai Bin admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Shall you contact headquarters and see if we can obtain specific information about this underground laboratory? Gong Zhan instructed, his eyes lighting up as he turned to a soldier equipped with a miniature radio. Understood, Captain, Xiao Yu replied quietly, swiftly setting down his backpack and activating the radio, fiddling with the dials. Wang Mingyang's eyes brightened at the sight of the radio. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary mobile phone signals had been severed, yet traditional broadcasting stations remained operational. In the past, the government had utilized broadcasts to disseminate various messages nationwide. When military forces conducted operations, they typically carried such radios to maintain communication with headquarters. Xiao Yu established contact with headquarters. Gong Zhan approached Wang Mingyang at the experimental table, standing before him. A palpable aura of tension enveloped them, causing Wang Mingyang to furrow his brow slightly. Hello, you are Wang Mingyang, correct? Could you please clarify your identity? Gong Zhan inquired, his expression stern and his tone measured, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. I deliver takeout. Wang Mingyang responded with a nod and a nonchalant smile, subtly glancing at the astonished Dai Bin, narrowing his eyes slightly. Dai Bin met Wang Mingyang's gaze, his mouth agape, quickly snapping it shut. Why aren't you wearing a yellow uniform for delivery? Gong Zhan paused, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Wang Mingyang. If I had worn it, I wouldn't have been allowed in. The security at the entrance wouldn't permit it. Wang Mingyang shrugged in a gesture of resignation. I see. That must have been quite a challenge for you. Gong Zhan said, somewhat sympathetic. That it's fine. I've grown accustomed to it. Strip down to enter, then dress upon exiting. Wang Mingyang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Gong Zhan understood immediately, breaking into a wide smile revealing his pearly whites before slowly turning away. Wang Mingyang's smile faded as he lowered his head, reaching into his pocket for his lighter and cigarette pack. Suddenly, a sharp dagger lunged from the right, and Wang Mingyang's pupils constricted. With lightning reflexes, he extended his right hand, tightly grasping the dagger that had come at him unexpectedly. Captain Gong, what does this mean? Wang Mingyang slowly lifted his head, his gaze as icy as frost, betraying the flicker of murderous intent within. Gong Zhan did not respond, his attention fixated on Wang Mingyang's hand, which was enveloped in a layer of silvery metal, resembling a metallic hand. The sharp dagger had not harmed him in the slightest. Don't mind it. I was merely conducting a brief test. Gong Zhan chuckled, having confirmed that this young man before him was also an awakened. Humph, a mere test, you say? Then allow me to test you as well. Wang Mingyang retorted with a cold snort, his right hand crushing the tactical dagger as if it were mere clay, rendering it flat with ease. He then unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Gong Zhan's face. The latter quickly raised both arms to block, but the immense force propelled him backward, his lower back crashing against a laboratory table several meters away. With no time to lower his arms, a sweeping kick, accompanied by a fierce whoosh, arced toward Gong Zhan's right side. Reacting swiftly, Gong Zhan evaded and repositioned himself into a combat stance. You may attempt to see whether your guns are faster, or if my sword is quicker, Wang Mingyang declared, casually dropping his left leg and discarding the mangled dagger to the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the 4 soldiers brandishing their rifles. The metal encasing his hand swiftly transformed into 4 flying swords, their tips aimed menacingly at the soldiers. Dai Bin stood in shock, rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events. He was all too aware of Wang Mingyang's formidable combat prowess. Despite the soldiers wielding firearms, with their lethal capabilities, Dai Bin had no doubt that Wang Mingyang would prevail. Throughout their journey, Wang Mingyang's extraordinary ability to manipulate metal had completely reshaped Dai Bin's understanding of power. In his presence, firearms were but mere toys. Lower your weapons. We are merely sparring. Gong Zhan seemed to sense the mounting bloodlust radiating from Wang Mingyang and swiftly commanded, Captain. One soldier, unable to tear his gaze away from Wang Mingyang, hesitated. I said, lower your weapons. Gong Zhan barked, positioning himself between the soldiers and Wang Mingyang to shield them from his gaze. Reluctantly, the soldiers had no choice but to lower their rifles. A wise choice. Wang Mingyang sneered, the flying swords dissipating as they fell into his pockets. Shall we continue? Gong Zhan raised his hand. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Wang Mingyang retorted, sparing no further words as he propelled himself forward. Launching a fierce punch, the two engaged in a whirlwind of combat, their strikes echoing with resounding thuds. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Gong Zhan, their special forces captain, renowned for his prowess in mixed martial arts, was evidently being pushed back by Wang Mingyang after several exchanges. Chapter 89. A-class ability, Diamond Body. Having been repeatedly forced back by Wang Mingyang's relentless assault, Gong Zhan became more exhilarated. Marveling at the youth's skill, with a sharp exhale, a golden aura enveloped Gong Zhan, blocking one of Wang Mingyang's powerful punches without yielding an inch, and he retaliated with a strike aimed at the astonished Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang, meeting the blow with an open palm, instantly felt an overwhelming force surge through him. Is this an A-class ability, Diamond Body? Wang Mingyang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he deftly utilized the momentum to retreat several meters. Haha, what do you think, young Wang? Not bad, right? Gong Zhan laughed heartily, unstrapping the rifle slung across his shoulders and tossing his combat uniform to a soldier, revealing his chiseled abs as he flexed his arms and cracked his neck. Humph! Your strength has indeed increased significantly, but alas, it is still insufficient. Wang Mingyang emitted a cold snort from his nostrils, declaring, since you resort to your extraordinary abilities, do not hold it against me for abandoning all reason. From his pocket, a flurry of silver orbs swiftly soared forth, transforming into a multitude of flying swords that glimmered ominously, their sharpened tips quivering slightly. Wow, you can control so many? Gong Zhan was momentarily stunned. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Hadn't there only been 4 swords moments ago? How did so many suddenly emerge? If you find that insufficient, allow me to add a few more. As Wang Mingyang's words echoed, another 10 or so flying swords took shape and ascended. Gong Zhan's expression darkened. Am I the one complaining about the quantity? Is there something wrong with your hearing? Nevertheless, Gong Zhan felt a tinge of curiosity about whether his own abilities could withstand these flying swords. Surely, this was merely a sparring session. There was no need for such force, just one would suffice. Wang Mingyang retorted, how delightful. He dares to make demands. Were it not for your military status, I would have turned you into a sieve right now. One sword is one sword. If you get hurt, do not blame me. With a mere thought, a flying sword traced an arc and instantly pierced Gong Zhan's left shoulder. Gong Zhan's expression sharpened, and without evasion, he forcefully collided his shoulder against the sword. Clink! A soft sound resonated, causing Wang Mingyang to furrow his brow. The sound indicated that the sword had not penetrated. Indeed, the tip of the sword rebounded off Gong Zhan's shoulder and halted midair. Gong Zhan glanced at his right shoulder, where the exposed skin remained unscathed. However, the faint tingling sensation in his right shoulder made him frown, leaving no room for complacency. The power of this flying sword was remarkably immense. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as an A-grade ability. This indomitable physique truly deserved the title of king in close combat. Wang Mingyang retracted the flying sword. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the special forces in his previous life, who had obtained certain spiritual artifacts, must have been none other than Gong Zhan. What? No more? Gong Zhan, seeing Wang Mingyang retract the sword, appeared perplexed. Continuing the fight held no interest. A single flying sword was inconsequential to him. Yet if he unleashed his full power, he feared he might unintentionally kill him. Wang Mingyang turned, plopping himself onto the experiment table and pulled out a cigarette to light for himself. Gong Zhan wore a look of frustration. Having just activated his abilities, he had shed his clothes, and now Wang Mingyang was telling him he had lost interest. Captain, we have a response from headquarters. I in the corner, Xiao Yu, who was communicating with headquarters through a headset, timely raised his head to speak. Oh, what did they say? Gong Zhan, reluctantly retracting his abilities, turned to face Xiao Yu. Well, Xiao Yu hesitated, glancing at Wang Mingyang. Go ahead, speak freely. Gong Zhan shot a curious glance at Wang Mingyang, who was observing him with interest, and after a moment's thought, gestured to Xiao Yu to proceed. Yes, headquarters confirmed that there is indeed an underground laboratory beneath this experimental building, with the entrance located within Laboratory 109 on the first floor. Xiao Yu stood up, reiterating the directives from headquarters. Laboratory 109? Gong Zhan pondered, directing his gaze towards Dai Bin. I know. Laboratory 109 is the fourth room to the left of this one. Dai Bin eagerly raised his hand. Speaking rapidly. Let us set off immediately and locate Professor Gu Zemin. Gong Zhan swiftly issued the command, grabbing a rifle to sling over his shoulder while his gaze shifted to Wang Mingyang. Just in time. I have some questions for Professor Gu as well. Let us go together. Wang Mingyang extinguished his cigarette and leapt down from the experiment table. Are you sure? I would prefer to avoid any mishaps that might impede my mission. Gong Zhan regarded Wang Mingyang with a hint of distrust. Rest assured. If you don't believe me, ask Dai Bin. I brought him to see Professor Gu before you all arrived. Wang Mingyang dismissed his concerns, turning his head towards Dai Bin. Yes. Wang Mingyang did indeed bring me here before you all. Unfortunately, we did not find the professor in the laboratory on the third floor. Dai Bin nodded vigorously, though he remained unclear about Wang Mingyang's intentions in seeking out Professor Gu. All right then, let us proceed together. More strength is advantageous. Seeing this, Gong Zhan hesitated no longer. Noting that several soldiers were ready, he signaled and swiftly moved towards the exit. Gently opening the door, Gong Zhan peered outside, clearing away a few wandering zombies in the corridor. He gestured for the others to follow and led the way. The soldiers instinctively surrounded Dai Bin for protection, while Wang Mingyang calmly trailed behind Gong Zhan. With these elite soldiers present, he found no need to intervene with the ordinary zombies, content to remain idle. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of a laboratory, and Gong Zhan looked up at the doorplate, confirming it was indeed Laboratory 109 as indicated by headquarters. He made a tactical gesture, gently turning the doorknob, which emitted a few clicking sounds, yet the door remained shut. Wang Mingyang let out a resigned sigh. With a mere thought, the lock melted away, leaving only the doorknob for Gong Zhan to pull down. Gong Zhan stared at the doorknob in his hand, momentarily at a loss. But upon looking at Wang Mingyang, who merely shrugged, Gong Zhan quickly understood it was Wang Mingyang's handiwork. How convenient, Gong Zhan internally scoffed, gently placing the doorknob on the ground before pushing the laboratory door open. As he entered, a zombie clad in a white lab coat lunged at him, but a gunshot rang out, instantly piercing its skull. The group swiftly entered the laboratory, with Xiao Yu darting to a corner cabinet, twisting a bottle within. The cabinet slowly slid apart, revealing a metallic wall behind it, adorned with a keypad lock. Does this lock still function? There seems to be a power outage everywhere. A soldier expressed his doubt. Headquarters mentioned this lock has a backup battery, and this underground research facility is equipped with a generator. Xiao Yu explained quietly while inputting a lengthy password into his compact notebook. Ding! A soft sound rang out, and the metallic wall slid open to reveal a brightly lit elevator. Indeed, there is a backup power source here. Xiao Yu beamed, turning to Gong Zhan. Let us go down and take a look. Gong Zhan stepped into the elevator first, followed by the others. Inside the elevator were only two buttons, and Xiao Yu promptly pressed the down button. The elevator doors closed, and the group felt the swift descent. After what felt like a minute, the elevator finally came to a halt with a ding. The metallic doors gradually opened, revealing a technologically advanced hall. A few elderly zombies wandered within, while several dismembered corpses lay at the elevator's entrance. Chapter 90. For questions here, a zombie outbreak had also transpired. Gong Zhan wore a grim expression, feeling increasingly agitated. Such a scene led him to a nagging suspicion that his mission might fail. It seemed no location was spared. They should find survivors first. Calm down, Wang Mingyang stated, sending several flying swords to swiftly eliminate the elderly zombies. The group advanced, clearing the hall of zombies. Surveying their surroundings, they discovered 3 pathways leading to different areas, and the soldiers looked to Gong Zhan, awaiting his decision. Did headquarters specify where Professor Gu's laboratory is located? Gong Zhan inquired of Xiao Yu. None. Xiao Yu shook his head regretfully. How about splitting up the search? Wang Mingyang suggested nonchalantly. Let us stick together. It's safer. Gong Zhan pondered briefly before opting for a united approach. Wang Mingyang shrugged. His sole purpose for being there was to ask Professor Gu a few questions. Whether they split up or not made little difference to him. Let us go left then. Wang Mingyang playfully pointed to the left pathway, not bothering to seek others' consent as he strode forward. Gong Zhan and the others exchanged exasperated glances but chose not to oppose him. After all, none were aware of the circumstances here, and any path was equally uncertain. The silver metallic corridor exuded a strong sense of technology. Unfortunately, it was littered with numerous dismembered corpses, blood splattered everywhere, and a few aimless zombies wandered about. Witnessing such a sight, everyone felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed this underground research facility was unlikely to harbor any survivors. Encountering several laboratories along the way, Wang Mingyang casually opened the metallic doors, releasing zombies that charged forth with a roar, only to be met with bullets piercing their skulls. The soldiers worked in perfect harmony to eliminate the zombies. Yet none of them discovered the zombified Professor Gu. Likewise, no sign of the living Gu Zemin was found. Eventually, upon reaching the end of the corridor, Gong Zhan, feeling defeated, led everyone back to the hall. Let us not linger. Let us head straight down the middle. Wang Mingyang attempted his previous tactic, but Gong Zhan interrupted him directly. The soldiers shot Wang Mingyang disdainful glances as they followed Gong Zhan down the central pathway. Wang Mingyang rubbed his nose, chuckling softly as he trailed behind in the middle corridor. The laboratories were evidently fewer than in the left passage. However, each laboratory was more spacious, housing a greater number of zombies. Finally, when Wang Mingyang opened the last laboratory and eliminated 2 middle-aged zombies in lab coats, they suddenly heard a noise distinct from the low growls of the zombies. An indistinct sound echoed through the air. Alert! Gong Zhan issued a hushed command, signaling for him to enter alone. The soldiers quickly positioned themselves at the door, while one soldier pulled Dai Bin behind him, pressing him against the metallic wall. Once everyone was in position, Gong Zhan cautiously stepped into the laboratory, rifle at the ready. Inside, several experiment tables were scattered about, various instruments arranged throughout the room. Directly facing the entrance was an observation room fortified with thick bulletproof glass, streaked with large splotches of blood. Gong Zhan swiftly scanned the room, and his eyes suddenly brightened as he dashed toward a right-side break room. Through the half-height glass partition, he spotted 3 survivors clad in white lab coats inside. An emaciated elderly man sat with his back turned to him, scribbling at a table, while 2 middle-aged men eagerly leaned against a glass partition, watching Gong Zhan with mouths moving incessantly, faint sounds escaping. Wang Mingyang, who had followed Gong Zhan into the laboratory, brightened at this scene. An idea struck him, and the metallic door of the swung opened swiftly. Wonderful! At last, someone has come to rescue us, Professor Gu. We are saved. We won't die. This is simply marvelous. The voices of the 2 middle-aged men rang out as they stumbled out when the door opened. The elderly man, however, did not even glance back. Absorbed in his writing. Who was that old man? Gong Zhan lowered his weapon, hesitantly gazing at the elder. You've come to rescue us, haven't you? I knew the government would never abandon us. This is splendid. Please help us escape. It's terrifying here. Those people have gone mad. The 2 men paid no heed to Gong Zhan's inquiries, continuing their own chatter. Chunzhong, take these 2 survivors out. Gong Zhan furrowed his brow and called out helplessly. Yes, Captain, do not worry. You are safe now. Come with me. A soldier responded from outside, swiftly entering and pulling the 2 middle-aged men, who nodded and bowed repeatedly, toward the exit. Excuse me, are you Professor Gu Zemin? Wang Mingyang strolled into the room, tilting his head to regard the elderly man. Gong Zhan frowned and quickly followed suit. Do not disturb me, the elderly man, hair flecked with gray, did not lift his head, impatiently retorting. Professor Gu, I am Gong Zhan, captain of the Shuexiao Special Forces team of the Dian Province Military District. We must leave this place at once. Can we discuss matters further once we reach the military shelter? Gong Zhan approached the elder, urgency evident in his tone. I am going nowhere. I must complete my experiment. The old man raised his gaze, his expression one of irritation. But Gong Zhan, alarmed, wished to say more, yet the elder waved his hand dismissively, returning to his task. A smile tugged at the corners of Wang Mingyang's mouth as he stepped forward, snatching the notebook from beneath the elder's grasp. What are you doing? The old man sprang to his feet, momentarily dizzy, steadying himself on the table, shaking his head in anger as he glared at Wang Mingyang. I am merely curious to confirm whether you are indeed Professor Gu Zemin. Wang Mingyang lowered his gaze, perusing the notebook with a calm demeanor. I am Gu Zemin. Who are you? Return my notebook. Gu Zemin exclaimed in fury, reaching for the notebook in Wang Mingyang's grasp. To his surprise, Wang Mingyang loosened his grip, and the notebook was snatched away effortlessly, leaving Gu Zemin momentarily stunned. Wang Mingyang, what do you intend to do? Gong Zhan's eyes narrowed at the sight, his rifle's muzzle slightly elevated. I intend to do nothing, but since I have confirmed you are Gu Zemin, I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. What do you wish to inquire about? Gu Zemin reclaimed his notebook, his anger diminishing, curiosity overtaking him. The first question, Professor, are you conducting experiments related to animal brains? Wang Mingyang, undeterred by Gong Zhan's veiled threat, posed the question. In no comment, Gu Zemin's expression remained frosty as he curtly refused. The second question, have you been using gray or black rats in this experiment? Wang Mingyang remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back. Continuing his interrogation, in no comment, Gu Zemin still declined to answer, though his gaze grew peculiar. The third question, have those rats, or that one rat, become more intelligent? How do you know? Gu Zemin narrowed his eyes, but refrained from repeating no comment. Wang Mingyang exhaled deeply, his gaze toward Gu Zemin imbued with complexity. Now, for the fourth question. Where are those rats, or that one rat, now? Chapter 91. I will personally kill you. You must answer my question first. Then I will consider whether to inform you. Gu Zemin scoffed, slowly taking a seat. Gong Zhan stood by, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Wang Mingyang insisted on seeking out Professor Gu Zemin. Yet, Wang Mingyang's four questions instilled a nagging sense of unease within him. In truth, I have already gleaned the answers I sought. Wang Mingyang pulled up a chair, calmly taking a seat. Since I have answered your questions, young man, you should reciprocate and answer mine. Gu Zemin tucked the notebook into his pocket. Slowly closing the pin cap, I surmised that the rat must have escaped 6 days ago. Wang Mingyang chuckled, disregarding Gu Zemin's bargaining, his gaze playful. There were 3 in total, but 2 died, and 1 escaped. Gu Zemin did not press the matter, responding coolly, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Mingyang. I suspect that the one that escaped must be black. It is indeed black. Confirming his suspicion, Wang Mingyang's eyes turned cold as he spoke slowly. Gu Zemin. Professor, this research must not continue. Why? Why? Ha ha, because if you proceed, I will undoubtedly. Wang Mingyang stood, his tone flippant as he uttered 3 words laden with menace. Kill you. Wang Mingyang, calm down, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Wang Mingyang. Gong Zhan swiftly positioned himself in front of Gu Zemin, unwaveringly aiming his weapon at Wang Mingyang. Gu Zemin furrowed his brow, looking perplexed at the tall young man before him. He was certain he did not recognize him and had never wronged this youth. Yet, Wang Mingyang's words stirred a tempest within his mind. That rat, is it connected to these zombies? Gu Zemin's expression turned serious, seemingly unfazed by Wang Mingyang's overt hostility. Irrelevant. Then why would you kill me? Because the intelligent rat you created could lead to the deaths of thousands, including myself. Wang Mingyang's gaze darkened, memories from his past life flooding back to his previous existence. He had indeed fallen victim to a high-level zombie. However, that incident was not merely a betrayal by Zhao Min and others. Prior to that, the exceptionally clever Rat Emperor had risen from Chun City, subsequently crossing into 2 provinces, leading a horde of mutated rats directly against the largest refuge in Sichuan province. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in countless casualties, and while he evaded the rat tide, he could not escape the sudden assault of a high-level zombie amidst the chaos. It could be said that he had indirectly perished at the hands of the Rat Emperor. Regrettably, he had never laid eyes on that Rat Emperor in his lifetime. When he encountered the second-level mutated Rat King, Wang Mingyang initially thought it was merely a notably intelligent mutant rat. However, the more he pondered, the more unsettling it seemed. Why was that mutant Rat King so astute? It even understood how to incite a rat tide to breed first-level zombies and subsequently hunt for crystal cores to enhance itself. After observing everything in Gu Zemin's laboratory on the 3rd floor of this experimental building, aided by his rapid cognitive abilities, a long-buried memory resurfaced. During his university years, he had once regarded a news story as a curious anecdote, but now it all fell into place. There had once been a scientist who cultivated numerous neuronal cells, aggregating them to create humanoid brain tissue, which was injected into the brains and bodies of rats, thereby inducing a fusion between the rat's brain cells and the humanoid brain tissue. This resulted in the creation of evolved rats with heightened intelligence. In certain aspects, they became increasingly human-like. The hybrid brain experiment of Sergei Pascal, coupled with the advent of the apocalypse and the biological mutations triggered by unknown energy, that clever second-level mutant rat king could very well be the future rat emperor that would incite the rat tide. Impossible. Though that rat has grown more intelligent, it is still merely a rat. Gu Zemin shrieked, gripping his gray-streaked hair in despair. He was indeed conducting such an experiment, but a rat is just a rat, not akin to human relatives like monkeys or chimpanzees in his view. There was no ethical dilemma. How could a rat possibly cause the deaths of thousands? Suddenly, Gu Zemin recalled how the rat had devoured 2 others while escaping, its size significantly increasing. At this thought, Gu Zemin's pupils dilated in fear as he gazed at Wang Mingyang. Gu Zemin, you cannot think that only this underground laboratory has spawned zombies, can you? Wang Mingyang's expression was playful, tinged with subtle mockery. Could it be? Gu Zemin felt a wave of dread wash over him, his gaze blankly shifting to Gong Zhan. Professor Gu, for reasons unknown, 6 days ago, a zombie outbreak erupted worldwide. Even animals and plants mutated, becoming exceedingly terrifying. In just a few short days, humanity has suffered catastrophic losses. Having listened to the 2 men speak for quite some time, Gong Zhan, sensing Gu Zemin's gaze, remained steadfast with his rifle, slightly turning his cheek as he explained helplessly. How is that possible? As a soldier, Gong Zhan, in Gu Zemin's perception, would not lie. Thus, he believed Gong Zhan's words wholeheartedly. Yet, the captain's response left him utterly incredulous. Just a few days ago, I encountered that rodent. Its size was approximately that of a wild boar. Not only that, it had the capability to unleash a horde of mutated mice, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each of those ordinary mutated mice was about the size of a domestic cat. Gu Zemin, do you still believe it is merely an ordinary mouse? Wang Mingyang's voice dripped with sarcasm, leaving Gu Zemin as if struck by lightning, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Upon hearing these words, Gong Zhan could not help but envision a terrifying scene of countless mice, each the size of a domestic cat, overwhelming them. A shiver ran down his spine, and Gong Zhan swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile. Wang Mingyang, you cannot be serious, can you? Gong Zhan, do I appear to be jesting? Wang Mingyang's expression remained calm as he turned to leave, leaving the 2 men in a state of shock. Gong Zhan, take Gu Zemin back to your refuge. Remember my words, do not let him ponder how to make the mice smarter. Rather, he should focus on how to exterminate those mutated creatures. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure his demise. Wang Mingyang's voice lingered in the air even as he vanished from the laboratory. Inside, the 2 men exchanged glances. After a long pause, Gong Zhan finally lowered the rifle he had been holding for so long. Swallowing again. Professor Gu, we must leave at once. The headquarters commander has issued orders to ensure your safe return to the refuge. No, I cannot leave yet. There are experimental instruments here, and I must do something. Gu Zemin pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, his tone somber yet resolute. However, Captain Gong, even if I go to your military refuge, without these scientific instruments, I cannot conduct my research. Why don't you first accompany me back? And I can arrange for the headquarters to send someone to move these instruments later? No need. You should arrange for someone to move them, while I remain here. Those zombies are the experimental samples. And I must begin my research on the reasons for their mutations. Gu Zemin's hands, tucked within the sleeves of his white lab coat, were clenched into fists, his eyes flashing with pain and regret. Very well, I shall seek the headquarters' approval first. Seeing that he could not sway the elderly man, Gong Zhan could only nod in resignation. Chapter 92. Temporary respite. Why hasn't Mingyang returned yet? In the 6th floor laboratory, Su Yu murmured with concern. You still worry about him? With his astuteness, how could anything go awry? Li Yuchan chuckled, tossing a flying sword back and forth in his hands. Earlier, an armed helicopter landed, and there were gunshots. Could it be that the military has come to rescue us? Su Yu recalled the roar of the aircraft, glancing toward the teaching building where the helicopter was not visible. With just one helicopter, how many soldiers could there be, and how many lives could they save? Mu Ningxue gazed out the window, her eyes flickering. There is something I have not voiced, but the arrival of just one helicopter is likely solely to rescue a particular individual. What is old Wang plotting? He is searching for laboratories, seeking lotus seeds, and intends to stay here for 2 days. He cannot possibly be planning to act against that mutated wisteria, can he? Li Yuchan asked. Puzzled that I do not know, but Mingyang must have his reasons. We should just follow his lead. Su Yu shook her head, Although she too felt perplexed, she believed Wang Mingyang had his motives. He is not one to act impulsively. He likely needs something here, and we should keep watch. Mu Ningxue turned and spoke calmly. If there is indeed something he requires, it is probably only those lotuses on the rooftop. Li Yuchan stroked his chin. Having not shaved for days, his stubble was noticeably long. Should we go guard the rooftop? With the helicopter earlier, we must not let anyone else get a head start. I think it is a good idea. What do you think, beautiful Mu? Let us go. This laboratory is merely a stopping point. We should check the rooftop entrance. Mu Ningxue turned and walked toward the door, just as she opened it to find Wang Mingyang ascending the stairs. Where are you all headed? Wang Mingyang inquired curiously upon seeing the three emerge. We noticed you hadn't returned, and with the helicopters and gunfire outside, we wanted to check the rooftop. Li Yuchan shrugged in response. No need to go to the rooftop for now. We can discuss it tomorrow. Wang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. Those lotuses will not exhibit anything extraordinary until they mature, which only occurs on the 7th night when the spiritual energy surges, causing them to rapidly mature and emit dazzling beams of light. So, what shall we do next? Let us remain here for today. There are soldiers downstairs, and they will likely leave soon. Soldiers? That helicopter truly belonged to the military? Wang Mingyang entered the room and took a seat on a nearby chair. Indeed, they came looking for Professor Gu Zemin. Who is Professor Gu Zemin? The three exchanged puzzled glances, as they had never heard this name before. He is Dai Bin's mentor. I had been too lazy to inquire about his name, not realizing it was the same person those soldiers were seeking. Wang Mingyang shrugged, acknowledging the coincidence. They have come merely to find him? Mu Ningxue furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat expected. Yes, this old man is a life sciences expert. It seems those high-ranking individuals want him to research zombies and mutated creatures. Then why are you looking for him? Li Yuchan posed the question that weighed on their minds, as Wang Mingyang's presence at Dian University appeared to be related to this. Remember that second-tier mutated Mouse King? It has a connection to this old man. In a way, they are connected? Suyu and Mu Ningxue were taken aback, astonished that this scientist had any relation to that mutated creature. Hey, what is this second-tier mutated Mouse King? What are you all talking about? Li Yuchan exclaimed, utterly baffled by their cryptic conversation. Suu covered her mouth, chuckling as she quickly explained the events of the mouse outbreak night in no time. As Suyu recounted the tale, Li Yuchan's expression morphed into one of disbelief, staring at Mu Ningxue and Wang Mingyang. The Supreme Taidui, Heavenly Sovereign. Has this mutated mouse truly attained sentience? Upon receiving confirmation from the two, Li Yuchan couldn't help but recite the title, struggling to accept it. More or less, that Gu Zemin is conducting an experiment on a brain. Wang Mingyang nodded, calmly elucidating the nature of Gu Zemin's research. This? Surely the biological academic community cannot condone such practices. This experiment breaches ethical boundaries. Mu Ningxue hesitated. Strictly speaking, it may not violate human ethics, as it is merely a mouse. If it were a monkey or a chimpanzee, it would undoubtedly be prohibited. Wang Mingyang shook his head, asserting that Gu Zemin had not crossed that line. However, the old man never anticipated that the apocalypse would trigger the mutation of his experimental mice. Leading one to escape the laboratory is impossible to ascertain if the second-tier mouse we encountered is indeed the one that fled the laboratory. Mu Ningxue evidently held some skepticism. It is highly likely. Aside from that, have you ever encountered any intelligent mutated mice resembling humans? There are none. Wang Mingyang's counter-question left Mu Ningxue momentarily speechless. On the night of the mouse outbreak, at least tens of thousands of mutated mice emerged. Yet not a single one exhibited unique intelligence. Let us not dwell on it. Should we encounter it again, we shall strive to eliminate it. Wang Mingyang stated nonchalantly, confident in his ability to defeat the second-tier mouse should they meet again. Are those soldiers still here? Not yet. They are likely occupied for a while. There remains an unsearched passage in the underground research facility. Given the nature of soldiers, once they identify their target, they will likely conduct a thorough investigation. As the laboratory is filled with researchers, as he spoke, Wang Mingyang reached into his bag and produced a book, leaning back in his chair to peruse it. The other three exchanged glances, appreciating Wang Mingyang's habit. Suyu and Mu Ningxue also rummaged through their bags, pulling out some food and water for a simple replenishment. Li Yuchan leaned in, pulling out several snack packets from his bag and spreading them across the laboratory table. In the underground research facility, Gong Zhan stepped out of the laboratory and a few soldiers approached him. Captain, why hasn't Professor Gu come out? Are we not leaving? Xiao Yu inquired softly. Gong Zhan shook his head, letting out a sigh. We cannot leave just yet. Professor Gu needs those experimental instruments. Xiao Yu, You and Chen Zhong should head outside first, contact headquarters, and arrange for more personnel to come and transport these instruments back to headquarters. Otherwise, this stubborn old man will likely refuse to leave. Is it not too dangerous? With so many zombies around, could we not discuss with Professor Gu about postponing the move? Xiaoyu hesitated, glancing back at the laboratory. Yes, comrades, please take us back to the refuge first. It is too dangerous here. Indeed, those experimental instruments will not deteriorate here. We can always return to retrieve them later. Safety is paramount. The two middle-aged researchers nearby immediately urged in hushed tones. Gong Zhan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do not blame me for this. If you have any influence, go persuade Professor Gu. If he says to leave, we will leave at once. The two men were momentarily at a loss for words. They were all too familiar with Gu Zemin's obstinacy. Once Gu Zemin makes a decision, no one can change it, not even the president of Dian University. The two individuals could only shake their heads in disappointment. Helplessly leaning against the wall in the corner, go ahead, contact headquarters as soon as possible. The sooner they arrive, the sooner we can leave. Gong Zhan, filled with resignation, waved his hand dismissively at Xiaoyu. Understood, Captain. Xiaoyu and Chen Chong stood at attention and swiftly turned to depart. You two stay here. I will investigate another passage. There may still be survivors. Once the two had left, Gong Zhan issued a few instructions to the remaining 3 soldiers before making his way toward a different corridor. Chapter 93. Dai Bin's choice time passed without notice until the roar of helicopters echoed once more. Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow. The sound seemed to indicate the presence of more than one helicopter. Putting away the half-read speed-reading techniques, Wang Mingyang stood and walked outside. The other 3, upon noticing, halted their tasks and immediately followed suit. They traversed the corridor to the opposite side, where Wang Mingyang pushed open a laboratory door. Effortlessly dispatching several zombies within, he paused at the window, and through the glass, he beheld 3 helicopters gently descending above 2 nearby teaching buildings. The immense roar attracted the surrounding zombies. What is Gong Zhan trying to accomplish? Wang Mingyang pondered, though he vaguely suspected it had something to do with Gu Zemin. 3 squads of soldiers leapt from the helicopters, quickly organizing themselves before swiftly opening the rooftop iron door. The muted thud of silenced gunfire followed. These soldiers proceeded to advance down the stairwell, seemingly intent on clearing the zombies from the 2 buildings. Wang Mingyang felt a sense of unease. If the sole objective were to rescue Gu Zemin, such elaborate measures seemed unnecessary. With this thought, his gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to see through walls at that moment. Wang Mingyang had anticipated that Gong Zhan would not leave just yet. In his past life, Gong Zhan had been embroiled in the struggle for spiritual artifacts, and he had emerged quite profitably from it. The A-class diamond body not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also possessed strength that far exceeded the typical enhancement abilities, significantly boosting overall prowess. Coupled with the fact that Gong Zhan himself was a master soldier, the military's lethality was no mere jest. This indicated that Gong Zhan must have been here since the ancient lotus seeds reached maturity. Clearly, some pressing matter had ensnared him, likely influenced by Gu Zemin's situation. The combat effectiveness of the 3 special forces teams was exceptionally fierce, swiftly clearing out the 2 teaching buildings with ease. Wang Mingyang stood behind the window, silently observing as they guided several listless survivors to the rooftop. These individuals were fortunate, as their chances of survival were significantly higher. The further teaching building, however, was not as lucky. Despite the desperate cries of those survivors, the soldiers did not alter their course to provide assistance. Instead, after clearing the area beneath the helicopters, they made their way directly toward the laboratory. 1 helicopter roared into the sky, swiftly departing with the survivors. The 3 special forces teams soon surged to the base of the laboratory, sweeping away any nearby zombies in their path. Wang Mingyang, accompanied by Suyu and the others, emerged from the laboratory and crouched in the corridor to look down. A vigilant soldier quickly spotted him, promptly reporting to his captain. Before any action could be taken, Gong Zhan stepped out of the laboratory. Captain, there are 4 survivors above. It seems rather peculiar. 4? Peculiar? As Gong Zhan emerged from the corridor and glanced upward, he saw Wang Mingyang waving at him with a broad smile, accompanied by a man and 2 women he had not previously encountered. Narrowing his eyes, Gong Zhan recalled that Dai Bin had informed him Wang Mingyang had 3 companions, all awakened individuals of considerable strength. Now, Dai Bin, having been protected by the soldiers as a research personnel, posed little concern to Gong Zhan regarding Wang Mingyang's intentions. He decided to disclose Wang Mingyang's quest for the ancient lotus seeds entirely to Gong Zhan. Gong Zhan broke into a wide grin. Waving back at Wang Mingyang before turning to re-enter the corridor, he instructed one of his team members to discreetly keep an eye on the newcomers, advising that as long as they did not engage in any unusual behavior, they should be left undisturbed. Lowering his voice, Gong Zhan imparted his instructions to the team leader before leading the others back to the underground laboratory. In the hall of the laboratory, numerous experimental instruments had already been disassembled and packed. As the soldiers were tasked with transporting these instruments, Gong Zhan approached the laboratory where Gu Zemin was located. Professor Gu, there are too many instruments here. I estimate it will take at least 2 days for air transport. What if we dismantle this laboratory first and you return with us to headquarters? How does that sound? Gong Zhan approached Gu Zemin, who was inspecting something under a microscope, speaking in a conciliatory tone. Let us first dismantle the instruments in the other laboratories. I've discovered some important findings. Please do not touch the equipment here for now. By tomorrow night at the latest, I should be able to derive some insights. Gu Zemin lifted his gaze from the microscope, shaking his head while his eyes flicked to a zombie corpse lying on the examination table in the observation room, his expression solemn. This is far too unsafe. Gong Zhan hesitated. Not to worry, you are here as well. Furthermore, the establishment of this underground laboratory took safety into account. As long as we seal off the sewer, we should be fine. Gu Zemin waved his hand, signaling Gong Zhan to step outside and not disturb him, then returned his focus to the microscope. Very well, Gong Zhan sighed, turning to exit the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Dai Bin and the other 4 researchers immediately surrounded Gong Zhan upon his emergence. Previously, Gong Zhan had discovered 2 more survivors in another passage. How did it go? Did the mentor agree to leave? Dai Bin inquired. Gong Zhan shook his head, expressing his resignation. Professor Gu is still unwilling to leave. He intends to stay until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? That's far too long, exclaimed a bespectacled researcher anxiously. Indeed, whatever research needs to be done can be addressed at the military headquarters, the slightly plump researcher echoed, his expression one of urgency. Gong Zhan shot a disdainful glance at the two, curling his lip. Once we have labeled all these experimental instruments, I will arrange for your departure. There's little we can do if Professor Gu refuses to leave. We will remain here to safeguard him. Very well, we shall depart then. Yes, we'll return to initiate other research. The remaining 4 nodded in agreement, though Dai Bin seemed lost in thought and did not speak. And you? Gong Zhan turned his gaze to Dai Bin. Little Dai, you should come with us. Professor Gu is waiting until tomorrow to leave. A 30-something researcher tugged at Dai Bin's sleeve. I will not leave. I will wait for the mentored. To everyone's surprise, Dai Bin, after a moment's contemplation, chose not to depart, instead opting to remain. Little Dai, you? What are you thinking? The other 4 looked on in confusion, unable to suppress their urge to persuade him further. Dai Bin's decision to stay seemed to cause discomfort among them, their expressions turning sour. No worries, I've made my decision. You all go ahead, and we will meet again at the safe haven. Dai Bin smiled gently, his demeanor polite, yet his eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Since you have made your choice, so be it. Dai Bin, you stay here. The others should proceed with the soldiers transporting the instruments. Seeing this, Gong Zhan wasted no words, directly summoning a soldier to have the 4 researchers mark the various instruments in the laboratory for transport. Since they were moving, they might as well exert more effort to take everything. After they departed, Gong Zhan sized up Dai Bin and patted him on the shoulder with a hearty hand. Not bad, young man, you have courage and ambition. Gong Zhan laughed heartily, turning to leave. Although Dai Bin was young, he did not exhibit the same fearfulness as the others. Faced with an opportunity to escape danger, he chose to remain. Though his intentions might not be entirely innocent, Gong Zhan nonetheless admired his resolve. Dai Bin stood in silent contemplation for a moment before shaking his head, a profound smile gracing his lips. Chapter 94. Speed reading. Watching the soldiers below come and go, transporting one experimental instrument after another. Wang Mingyang finally grasped Gong Zhan's intentions. They're moving. All these are experimental instruments, so you exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it must be Professor Gu's directive. Wang Mingyang nodded. The military had undoubtedly recruited more than one researcher, likely seeking to investigate the causes of biological mutations. May the Buddha bless us. I hope they can uncover something worthwhile. This is simply too strange. Without any warning, Li Yuchan, forming a taiji gesture with his hands, spoke earnestly. Indeed, let us hope so. Wang Mingyang smiled faintly. The global mutation was not caused by any virus in his previous life. Countless scientists failed to decipher its origin, merely discovering an abundance of unknown cosmic energy in the atmosphere. However, it was not without its gains. At least 6 months later, someone developed awakening agents for ordinary people. Yet, those who had not awakened abilities within half a year of the apocalypse would find their future potential limited. Even with the agents. Conversely, enhancement agents derived from crystal nuclei became highly sought after by the awakened. Unfortunately, Wang Mingyang had no knowledge of who had crafted these wonders. Otherwise, he could seize the opportunity to recruit that researcher, ensuring that he would effortlessly amass crystal nuclei while lounging at home. After a brief moment of observation, the group lost interest and returned indoors to resume their tasks. The soldiers downstairs began systematically clearing the zombies from the laboratory. They had received Gong Zhan's orders. The 6th floor was to be ignored. Upon reaching the 5th floor, several soldiers turned and left, continuing to cleanse the zombies from the small square in front of the laboratory. 2 aircraft took off in quick succession and descended slowly onto the small square, their thunderous roar drawing the attention of distant zombies. Among the team was a fire element awakener, who unleashed waves of flames that swiftly consumed the zombies in the front line. There was also an earth element awakener, who raised formidable earthen walls with a mere gesture, utilizing the terrain to block the zombies, leaving only 2 narrow gaps for diversion. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, as Gong Zhan led 3 squads of warriors to firmly hold the zombies at bay, 100 meters from the experimental building. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers hastily loaded the packaged experimental equipment onto the aircraft, which took off rapidly once fully loaded. After the planes departed, Gong Zhan shed his clothing, revealing a golden aura that enveloped his body, and leaped down from the earthen wall wielding 2 military knives. A torrential downpour of blood ensued, with severed heads flying in all directions. It was only after half an hour, when the approaching horde of zombies had been largely cleared, that Gong Zhan, panting heavily, jumped atop the earthen wall, repeatedly signaling his soldiers to retreat. The Earth Element Awakener activated his powers once more, sealing off the earthen wall, and the group swiftly retreated back to the experimental building, leaving behind a cacophony of howling zombies. Without the crowd to obstruct them, the horde behind the wall began to gather, with zombies climbing over the earthen barrier, yet lost their sense of direction, wandering aimlessly in the small square. "Captain, we have exhausted more than half of our ammunition. We cannot sustain another assault," reported Gu Lai, the Fire Element Awakener and captain of a squad, after checking the ammunition reserves. Looking helplessly at Gong Zhan, "It's all right, Gu Lai. Just focus on recovering, you and Gao Yang," Gong Zhan replied with a faint smile, turning to Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, contact headquarters and request that the helicopters return with extra ammunition and also bring 2 heavy machine guns." "Yes, Captain." Xiao Yu complied promptly and departed to contact headquarters. "Captain, the sound of heavy machine guns is too loud. Won't it?" Gao Yang, the Earth Element Awakener, furrowed his brow. "Better to be prepared. I hope we won't have to use them." Gong Zhan sighed softly, harboring a sense of unease about the overwhelming number of zombies at the university. Fortunately, this location was on the outskirts of Dali University, bordered by mountains, and there was a considerable distance from the core area, separated by a small hill. Otherwise, the commotion just now would have likely stirred the entire horde of zombies at Dali University. Even with the small team of a dozen members just now, each had nearly emptied 3 to 4 fully loaded magazines, killing close to 1,000 zombies. For a university housing tens of thousands of students, it was hardly a significant dent. "Wang Mingyang, what exactly are your intentions? What role do those ancient lotus seeds play that keeps you here?" Gong Zhan's gaze drifted towards the 6th floor, muttering to himself. After a brief spar, he remained uncertain about Wang Mingyang's combat prowess. In recent days, he had encountered first-tier zombies and had forcefully dispatched them due to his superior defense. However, the sense of threat Wang Mingyang emanated was far greater than that of the first-tier zombies. As a soldier, the mission came first. As long as Wang Mingyang did not impede his objectives, Gong Zhan had no desire for conflict. The abilities Wang Mingyang exhibited, even with several comrades nearby, instilled a sense of wariness in Gong Zhan. Moreover, he had 3 fellow Awakener teammates. As night fell gradually, 3 helicopters made several round trips, yet more than half of the equipment in the underground laboratory remained. Gong Zhan had no choice but to position the heavy machine guns transported by the helicopters on the 3rd floor laboratory, aiming them toward the periphery of the small square. The 4 researchers had already returned to headquarters with the last 2 aircraft. Dai Bin continued to assist Gu Zemin. Gong Zhan sealed off the 1st floor laboratory leading to the underground lab. Staying behind with 2 teams of soldiers, he had previously encountered mutated mosquitoes and rats that might appear at night. The other 2 teams were assigned to the underground, blocking the ventilation ducts and sewers with various debris to prevent any mutated creatures from infiltrating through those routes. The 4 individuals on the upper floor, led by Wang Mingyang, hastily consumed some food to stave off their hunger. Utilizing the experimental tables, Wang Mingyang sealed the doors and windows before turning on a flashlight to continue reading. Suyu was engaged in her exercises, while Mu Ningxue silently perused a book lent to her by Wang Mingyang. Li Yuchan practiced telekinesis on a large piece of metal that Wang Mingyang had shaped for him. Detected host's initial reading of rapid reading technique, extracted D-class ability 1I 10 lines fragment 2, 1I 10 lines ability, 2-4. Reward reading value, 400 points. Current reading value, 6,601 points. 1I 10 lines. Wang Mingyang exclaimed with delight. The name alone suggested it was a reading artifact. Although merely a D-class ability, it promised to enhance his reading speed tenfold. He pressed on. 3 hours later, Wang Mingyang was reduced to tears. Detected host's mastery of rapid reading technique, extracted D-class ability 1I 10 lines fragment 1, 1I 10 lines ability, 4-4. Reward reading value, 40 points. Current reading value, 6,681 points. To think it took him 2 readings to acquire this D-class ability from just 2 fragments. It seemed that although swift thinking had increased his intelligence slightly, it was not by much. System. Quickly synthesize 1I 10 lines. Synthesizing D-class ability 1I 10 lines. Synthesis successful. Deducting 1,000 reading value. Current reading value, 5,681 points. Wang Mingyang swiftly issued the command to absorb 1I 10 lines, feeling a familiar sensation wash over him, sending a shiver through his body, and then, nothing more followed as he sensed the changes within him. The various enhancements felt almost negligible. It appeared that the absorption of D-class abilities offered limited utility. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Wang Mingyang still felt a tinge of disappointment. Consequently, unless particularly beneficial, there seemed little reason to absorb abilities below D-class in the future. Chapter 95. Each fighting for themselves. Swift thinking and 1I 10 lines both fell under the category of enhancement abilities. Although their levels were low, they proved to be immensely practical for Wang Mingyang. With these 2 abilities augmenting him, he began to contemplate his current shortcomings. His attack abilities included spatial cutting and metal manipulation. Functional abilities comprised mustard space, with metal manipulation also fitting into that category. His enhancement abilities encompassed swift thinking and 1I 10 lines. Within the team, Li Yuchan's Tai Divine Thought and Mu Ningxue's Ice and Snow ability could serve defensive purposes. Suyu's Dark Flame ability was also an offensive one, albeit with high consumption. It was imperative to extract a wide area attack ability promptly. Metal manipulation and spatial cutting both inflicted area damage, but their ranges were somewhat limited. In just one day, the ancient lotus seeds would ripen, attracting a massive influx of mutated creatures. Even if he used mustard space to collect the mature seeds, breaking through the encirclement would not be an easy task. Searching through the system's library in his mind, Wang Mingyang closed his eyes and pondered. There were countless books, and the abilities he wished to extract were numerous and difficult to choose from. After much contemplation, realizing time was of the essence, he resolved to start with the foundational and comprehensible burning fundamentals. If he could extract a wide area fire ability, it would help address this particular shortcoming. As time flowed on, many lives were lost that day, yet many others picked up their makeshift weapons, ventured out into the world, battling zombies and scavenging for supplies. However, at night, few dared to step outside. Having experienced the previous nights, survivors were all too aware of the various mutated creatures that roamed the darkness. In the boys' dormitory, Tianlei was distributing supplies to the surviving team members. During the day, they had bravely searched for resources. Yet tragically, 2 ordinary members had perished after only scouring this dormitory building. They found only a meager supply of instant noodles, biscuits, and some leftover bottled water. The group was filled with trepidation, especially the remaining ordinary members, who appeared pale with fear. Fortunately, the 5 awakened members had all survived, and after the day's battles, they began to feel a semblance of confidence. Tianlei, helicopters have been coming and going throughout the day. With the zombie horde in chaos over there, could it be that rescue is on the way? Swa Wangguang asked, nibbling on a packet of instant noodles, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Indeed, but alas, the small hill blocks our view of that side. Lu Hui nodded, somewhat regretfully. I doubted his rescue. Otherwise, there would certainly be gunfire, Yaoji remarked, untying the books strapped to him along with his clothes. The books showing signs of wear. Regardless, at a time like this, even if there were a rescue, it would likely be to save those high-ranking individuals. Tianlei grabbed a packet of instant noodles for himself, stuffing the remaining food and his backpack into a cabinet. Dio, you think it could be the work of those few big brothers? Li Xiang attempted to use his ability to fill a basin with water. Though his ability was weak and his binding power was poor, he could conjure a slender stream of water from thin air, alleviating the team's water shortage. Unfortunately, his energy reserves only allowed for 3 uses, enough to fill a small basin. It's quite likely. In this school, they are probably the only ones with such capability. Zhuangguang muttered indistinctly. In truth, if we are cautious, those zombies are not overly difficult to kill. It's just a shame about the 2 classmates, Tianlei said gloomily. If only I had released the fiery chains a bit quicker, those 2 classmates would not have fallen to the zombies. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their expressions heavy with somber contemplation. Do not blame yourselves. These were all our choices. One of the ordinary members fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Another nodded in agreement, saying, better to die fighting than to starve to death. It's a pity we haven't awakened our powers. Otherwise, we could surely slay more zombies. These 2 young men, despite lacking any awakened abilities, had the courage to step forward and confront the undead. Clearly, their bravery and mental fortitude were far superior. Upon hearing their words, Tianlei and the others felt a slight sense of relief. In truth, when they initially faced the zombies, their situation was hardly better. Although their physical attributes had been enhanced, their psychological resilience had not. Except for Tianlei and Zhuangguang, the rest were essentially facing zombies for the first time. Their survival was largely thanks to Wang Mingyang and his companions, who had previously lured the wandering zombies away from the corridor in the afternoon's battle. They merely needed to prepare themselves to open the doors one by one to welcome the zombies. Even so, 2 classmates had perished. The windows were barricaded, and those mutated creatures should not be able to enter at night. Everyone should rest well tonight, and tomorrow we shall continue. After finishing his instant noodles, Tianlei licked his fingers, climbed onto his bed, and lay down. The others followed suit, either climbing onto their beds or spreading out blankets they had found from the neighboring dormitory. Soon, all 7 lay down. However, whether they could actually fall asleep remained uncertain. Ding Cheng, who had awakened the B-level ability of Steel Skin, was currently gathered with the remaining 4 in a small supermarket. The doors and windows of the supermarket were barricaded, and the floor was littered with scattered packaging. Unfortunately, Lu Nian and Su Dan had become starving ghosts and could not enjoy these fine provisions. Li Hao Yen, sipping on cola and chewing on braised pig's trotters, mumbled indistinctly. Well, who told them to be so unlucky? Otherwise, they would surely have outrun those zombies. Zhang Yin frowned and remarked, yesterday, under Ding Cheng's leadership, they finally reached the library safely and spent the night there. Taking advantage of the sudden clang of iron that attracted many zombies away, Lu Ming suggested coming to this small supermarket for supplies early the next morning. The group nodded in agreement, eyeing the scarcity of zombies on the road with a sense of eagerness. Unfortunately, Su Dan twisted her ankle while running, and in her fall, she also dragged Lu Nian down with her. The 2 were caught off guard by the pursuing zombies from behind. And even though Ding Cheng wanted to turn back to rescue them, it was already too late. The remaining 5 safely reached the small supermarket, where Ding Cheng, relying on the formidable defense of his steel skin, brutally dispatched several zombies inside with a steel pipe he found. After barricading the doors and windows, they began to feast heartily. You all need to eat less. After starving for so many days, this kind of eating will be hard on your bodies, Lu Ming said softly while sipping water. Ding Cheng, sitting nearby, wiped the blood off his body with a rag. Although there are plenty of supplies here, we can't afford to be wasteful. The supermarket had an abundance of knives, and he added, tomorrow, we need to craft some long knives and spears. You must learn to fight against the zombies. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 stiffened. For the past 2 days, they had primarily waited for Ding Cheng to lure the zombies away while they took the opportunity to hide in safe places. Clearly, Ding Cheng did not intend for this arrangement to continue. However, the thought of facing those terrifying zombies filled them with trepidation. With so many supplies here, we can last a month. Besides, didn't a helicopter come today? Perhaps rescue will arrive in a few days, Lu Mei said, her brow furrowed and her expression reluctant. The sight of the helicopter hovering and descending had been witnessed from a distance by the group. And the other 3 exchanged glances, sharing similar thoughts. If rescue were truly imminent, why had there been no gunfire? Ding Cheng replied with an unhappy countenance. They don't know that the guns of Gong Zhan and his team are equipped with silencers. The muffled sounds were inaudible even to Tianlei and his companions in the boys' dormitory. Furthermore, they were nearly 2 kilometers away, separated by a mountain. Ding Cheng tossed the blood-stained rag into the trash and continued. Relying on rescue is unrealistic. We are too far from the military district. If the troops were to conduct a rescue, they would prioritize the city center, where there are more survivors. Who knows when they will reach us? Rather than placing our hopes on a nebulous rescue, we should rely on ourselves. Li Haoyan's eyes flickered as he quietly mumbled while gnawing on his pig's trotters. We're not like you, possessing powers. Although his voice was low, everyone could hear him clearly given their proximity. A glimmer of envy flashed in the eyes of the other three, but none spoke up. Ding Chung sighed inwardly, uncertain whether his efforts were right or wrong. Chapter 96, Assisting Suyu. Detected that the host has initially red-burning fundamentals, extracting sea-level ability oxygen control fragments 2, oxygen control ability, 25. Reward reading value, 500 points. Host's current reading value, 7,101 points. Detected that the host has thoroughly red-burning fundamentals, extracting host's current reading value, 7,201 points. Oxygen control? Let S synthesize it first. Synthesizing sea-level ability oxygen control. Synthesis successful, deducting 1,000 reading points. Host's current reading value, 6,201 points. Absorption. The absorption of the sea-level ability brought a palpable enhancement to his body. Wang Mingyang felt a tremor coursing through him, as if he had broken through a certain barrier. Second tier. Sensing the changes in his body, Wang Mingyang believed he had indeed leveraged the absorption of the oxygen control ability to make the final push, reaching the level of a second-tier ability user. However, his mental strength, energy, and overall physical resilience far exceeded that of second-tier ability users from his previous life. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was now a third-tier ability user. Yet he had only experienced 2 breakthroughs, which left him somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, recalling the prodigies from his past life who far surpassed their peers, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but nod to himself. I am a prodigy now too. Oxygen control, as the name suggests, enables the manipulation of oxygen in the air. Initially, he had sought to extract a fire-related ability but ended up with this instead. Wang Mingyang lightly tapped in front of him, and a fist-sized area saw its oxygen concentration rise rapidly. Bringing his nose close, he took a breath, but felt nothing. Frowning, Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment before pulling out a lighter to ignite a small flame. Cautiously, he moved the flame beneath that mass of AI, as the flame made contact. It erupted into a fierce blaze, transforming from a small flicker into a roaring flame. Goodness! Wang Mingyang immediately tossed the lighter aside, the flames nearly scorching his hand. Come on, Wang, it's just a cigarette you're lighting. No need for such a big fire. Li Yuchan, hearing the commotion, only saw a flame rapidly dissipate before Wang Mingyang, prompting him to chuckle. You little rascal, what do you know? Wang Mingyang couldn't be bothered to respond, his brow furrowed in contemplation over the application of this oxygen control. Picking up the lighter from the ground, he adjusted it to the maximum and reignited the flame. Wang Mingyang focused on the flame before him, his mind directing the oxygen around it to be swiftly extracted. In an instant, the flame quickly weakened and extinguished. He had temporarily experimented with 2 utilization methods, absorbing or extracting surrounding oxygen to increase or decrease its concentration. Although this was not the fire ability he had desired, he had gleaned an important insight from burning fundamentals. Sufficient oxygen or oxidizers are essential for complete combustion. The advantage was that by increasing the oxygen concentration, the flames that had already ignited could burn more fiercely. The drawback was that there needed to be enough combustible material and someone to ignite it. Thus, when dealing with zombies, oxygen control would only serve as support for Suyu. If it were against humans, Wang Mingyang grinned at this thought. This ability was intangible, colorless, and odorless. It was simply a weapon for subterfuge. As his mental strength expanded, Wang Mingyang quickly confirmed that after this level up, his mental range had reached a distance of 50 meters. This significantly enhanced the range of his various external abilities. Wang Mingyang stroked his chin, realizing that although oxygen control was merely sea level, if utilized effectively, its effects could rival those of A-level abilities. Moreover, this power had room for further development and fusion. The pinnacle of this ability should be the manipulation of air, which would be a truly meteorological level ability. He had temporarily secured an area damage ability, and with a day remaining, he had time to extract 1 or 2 more abilities to diversify his options. The sea of knowledge is boundless, and Wang Mingyang had already equipped himself with the swiftness of thought. Now, he was adding the ability to read rapidly. He was swimming swiftly. The following morning, the roar of helicopters once again jolted the four from their slumber. Wang Mingyang sprang up, melting the metal boards that had barricaded the doors and windows. Stepping outside, the warm morning sunlight enveloped him, and he stretched luxuriously as Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes and leaned over the railing to look below. A dozen soldiers were already on high alert, and the earthen walls surrounding the small square remained intact. The advantage of earth abilities is that the altered terrain remains stable. The battle resumed. and the muted gunfire from the silencers did not attract any zombies from afar. Compared to yesterday, the intensity of the conflict was significantly reduced. After clearing the zombies near the square, the soldiers began to remove the bodies, and the helicopter commenced its descent. The soldiers below bustled about, continuously transporting various packed scientific instruments. Wang Mingyang returned indoors, quickly ate something, and resumed his reading. The other three, seeing Wang Mingyang's determination, continued with their respective tasks. In the dormitory area, Tianlei stealthily led his team members out of the dormitory building. Following the events of last night, several more boys, unable to resist the hunger, chose to join. The group expanded to 11, while others who had yet to join were still hesitating. If rescue did not arrive soon, these individuals would undoubtedly succumb to their plight and ultimately be forced to fight desperately. This time, Tianlei opted for another dormitory building next door. Inside the small supermarket, Ding Cheng was busy wrapping a sharp knife with adhesive tape, using a steel pipe he had dismantled from a shelf. At his feet lay 3 similarly crafted long knives, while Lu Ming and his companions quietly consumed their food nearby. In the girls' dormitory, the administrative building, and the teachers' quarters, many remaining university students were, by unspoken agreement, choosing to risk their lives. Today marked the 7th day of the apocalypse. Many survivors had completely exhausted their food supplies, with some having gone hungry for 2 or 3 days. If they did not take action soon, they would lose the chance to fight back altogether. In the corners of the city center, mutated cats and dogs dragged corpses into the shadows, emitting unsettling sounds as they chewed. Below the city, in the vast sewer connections, countless mutated rats gnawed at the remains of the dead. A massive black rat lay resting in a clearing, seemingly missing a chunk from its right shoulder, its dark fur noticeably shorter in that area. In a prison situated on the outskirts, a scarred man in prison garb lounged in an office chair, his feet propped on the desk as he leisurely smoked, casting a playful glance at the prisoners standing before him. On the ground lay a male corpse clad in tattered police uniform, evidently having suffered brutal torment in life. Hotels, schools, apartments, residential complexes, office buildings, shopping malls. The entire city was teeming with restless survivors. Simultaneously, there were those hiding at home or in corners, despairingly waiting. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, an increasing number of individuals awakened their supernatural abilities. However, the awakening of such powers was entirely random. Whether a notorious criminal or a well-regarded citizen, everyone was treated equally in these dire times. Interestingly, those with a tempestuous disposition chose to venture out to fight, thereby increasing their chances of awakening abilities. This resulted in a troubling outcome. More malevolent individuals gained an advantage, acquiring greater resources as they were more vicious and daring, showing no mercy when slaying zombies or other humans. The collapse of social order magnified the darkness of human nature, gradually revealing itself. Chapter 97. A Bold Move. Throughout the day, Wang Mingyang immersed himself in books, his reading score climbing to an impressive 9,531 points. He successfully obtained a C-grade speed ability and a C-grade muscle enhancement ability. Even a D-grade air cannon had been extracted. During this period, he opted for simpler, more comprehensible texts, hastily flipping through them. Gazing at his nearly 10,000 reading points, Wang Mingyang licked his lips and opened the book 300 Children's Songs. As the sun dipped in the west, he contemplated whether he could fuse a few useful abilities. E-grade Fireball, E-grade Magnetism, E-grade Shadow Mimicry, E-grade Minor Explosion, E-grade Illumination, E-grade Plant Growth, E-grade Wind Movement. A series of E-grade ability prompts echoed in his mind, and Wang Mingyang shook his head in resignation. These abilities, judging by their names, were hardly intriguing, especially as they were drawn from a children's book, which was to be expected. Among the abilities he had yet to absorb were Ice Armor, Leap Technique, Fluorescence Technique, Underwater Breathing Technique, Silk Spitting Technique, and Messaging Technique. The Ice Armor was a decent D-grade ability. System, fuse the Fluorescence Technique, Illumination, and Wind Movement abilities. Consuming 100 points of reading value, fusion commencing, wait. Invest 1,000 points of reading value. Wang Mingyang smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting that the system had this function. Without investing reading value, he would likely end up fusing a useless ability. Consuming 1,100 points of reading value, fusion commencing, fusion successful, acquired D-grade ability Floating Light Orb, current reading value, 8,431 points. Floating Light Orb? Wang Mingyang was taken aback and quickly examined the ability's details. Floating Light Orb, D-grade ability, releases a light orb that floats with the wind, illuminating a range of 20 meters. The orb will not emit light until it reaches its predetermined location, and the objects illuminated will possess a glow for a duration. This 1100 points of reading value was well spent. I finally won't be digging my own grave. Wang Mingyang chuckled, realizing that the floating light orb could serve as a useful tool. In nighttime battles, visibility was crucial. He could simply toss a floating light orb from the shadows, rendering the mutated creatures visible. That, of course, throwing one onto someone during the day would yield interesting results by nightfall. System: fuse the fireball, magnetism, and minor explosion abilities. Invest 1000 points of reading value? No. Invest 8431 points of reading value. Wang Mingyang believed these 3 E-grade abilities might lead to an intriguing transformation. He decided to go all in and take a bold gamble. Consuming 8,431 points of reading value, fusion commencing, fusion successful, acquired C-grade ability magnetic explosive fireball, current reading value, 0 points. C-grade magnetic explosive fireball? Surprised by its rank, Wang Mingyang was astonished that over 8,000 points of reading value had resulted in a C-grade ability from 3 E-grade abilities. Magnetic explosive fireball, C-grade ability, releases a small fireball with adhesive properties, causing an explosion. The ability's description was straightforward, yet Wang Mingyang perceived its unique potential. Adhesive properties. Wasn't that a form of tracking? He smiled, realizing this ability could not only complement his oxygen control for ignition, but also track and explode. He envisioned an interesting scenario. He absorbed the newly acquired abilities, stored away a few manifested books, and tossed the 300 children's songs, which had contributed multiple abilities, into the mustard space. Rising to his feet, Wang Mingyang stepped outside to stretch his stiff body. Brother Mingyang, I feel a bit off. A soft call from Suyu halted him. What's wrong? Wang Mingyang turned to look at Suyu, who was seated nearby. How should I put it? The energy within me feels somewhat bloated. Suyu approached Wang Mingyang, examining her hands with concern. Bloating? Relax, let me take a look. Wang Mingyang was taken aback but promptly placed a hand on Suyu's shoulder, his mental energy surging forth to explore her body. Soon, he retracted his mental energy, a smile gracing his face. You're fine. You're on the verge of a breakthrough. A breakthrough? You mean I'm about to level up? Yes, try to sense if you can attract energy from the outside that resembles what's inside you. If you can, attempt to draw some in. That should trigger your breakthrough. Wang Mingyang patted Suyu's shoulder, noting that the energy within her had reached a critical point and would likely break through soon. With intense battles anticipated at night, this enhancement was perfectly timed. Suyu smiled and nodded, turning back to her previous spot, closing her eyes to begin her attempts. Wang Mingyang stepped outside onto the rooftop, opening the iron door to behold the massive mutated wisteria swaying in the wind. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated whether to eliminate it now. This mutated wisteria should possess first-tier strength at this moment. If it reached second-tier strength by nightfall, following the surge of spiritual energy, he could harvest a second-tier wood-type crystal core by then. Moreover, many mutated plants, besides crystal cores, birthed extraordinary entities imbued with life force that could rapidly heal wounds. However, the second-tier mutated wisteria poses an equal threat to Suyu and the others. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Wang Mingyang, the branches and leaves of the mutated wisteria began to quiver. Ultimately, Wang Mingyang chose to temporarily retain it, for a second-tier wood-type crystal core within the city is not easily attainable. As night fell, 1 hour later, at 8:30, an unexpected event unfolded for Wang Mingyang. At the center of the rooftop, the ancient lotus in the artificial pond gradually emanated a fantastical, multicolored glow. Chapter 98. Watching the tigers fight from the mountain under the hazy and cool moonlight. This 10-meter radius colorful glow was exceedingly conspicuous. Oh no! Wang Mingyang gasped softly. This scene was not included in the information he had acquired in his previous life. Nevertheless, he had previously harbored suspicions. If Gong Zhan had remained here all along, why hadn't he harvested all these lotus seeds? Instead, he had only obtained a portion, while the other parts were seized by the other 3. Observing the spiritual light radiating from the blooming lotus flowers, Wang Mingyang finally understood. When ancient lotus seeds mature, they emit a brilliant spiritual light, yet even before maturity, they still release spiritual brilliance, albeit to a lesser degree. The mutated wisteria seemed to sense the impending maturity of the ancient lotus seeds. Retracting its branches that hung over the edge of the rooftop, encircling the entire pond, humph! At least you recognize the situation. Wang Mingyang cast a cold glance at the wisteria, noticing that it did not directly pluck the ancient lotus seeds. The dark lines that had appeared before him quickly vanished. Clearly, this mutated wisteria understood that the seeds were not yet mature and refrained from recklessly harvesting them. Could it be an instinct of the plant? Wang Mingyang pondered, slightly moved. A first-tier mutated plant should not possess such wisdom. He turned and descended to the lower floor, preparing to bring Su Yu and the others up. Brother Mingyang, I've broken through. Su Yu exclaimed, standing up with a beaming smile upon seeing Wang Mingyang enter the room. Wang Mingyang reached out to ruffle her hair, smiling as he replied, well done, well done. I've also broken through. Mu Ningxue stood up, lifting her chin slightly towards Wang Mingyang. Oh? You live up to your reputation? Wang Mingyang was momentarily taken aback, then grinned and gave her a thumbs up. I'm not doing too shabby either. I feel like I'm just a step away, Li Yuchan shouted, his talent rivaling Su Yu's, though he lacked some combat experience. Keep it up. You can do it. Wang Mingyang gestured to him, then added, pack your things. We heading to the rooftop. What? It's already dark. Why go up there? It's dangerous at night, Li Yuchan replied, puzzled, while Su Yu and Mu Ningxue looked at Wang Mingyang with similar confusion. You'll understand once you get up there. Hurry up. Wang Mingyang grabbed his backpack and swiftly walked out. Seeing that Wang Mingyang was serious, Su Yu and the others hurriedly gathered their belongings and quickly followed him. Upon reaching the rooftop, the trio immediately spotted the several lotus flowers radiating spiritual light. Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign. My heavens, what is going on? Did I walk into the wrong place? Li Yuchan exclaimed in shock upon seeing the lotus flowers that resembled celestial treasures. Involuntarily reciting the sovereign's name, Suu, and Mu Ningxue gazed dreamily at the flowers, their magical glow casting a surreal beauty upon them. Zombies have appeared. It's not surprising to see something extraordinary. Wang Mingyang chuckled lightly, leaning against the edge of the rooftop, though his gaze was tinged with worry. The lotus flowers cultivated from the ancient seeds emitted an increasingly bright radiance beneath the night sky. They resembled a lighthouse, continuously drawing nearby mutated creatures closer, with nearly 4 hours remaining until the spiritual energy eruption. During this time, one could only wonder how many powerful mutated beings would swarm in. Simultaneously, in various unknown corners of Blue Star, mysterious spiritual entities began to glow. Fortunate or unfortunate humans, zombies, and mutated beings gradually converged towards these spiritual entities, and a brutal battle was on the verge of breaking out. As time passed, the sound of flapping wings drew nearer. Wang Mingyang quickly summoned the surrounding metals, barricading the stairwell and forming a net-like cage at the rooftop stairway, enclosing the 4 of them within. The spiritual entities had yet to mature, so he would let the mutated wisteria battle the mutated mosquitoes first while he and Su Yu watched from the sidelines. Mosquitoes the size of dinner plates swarmed in, and the mutated wisteria began to thrash its branches, with small flowers coalescing into large purple mouths that relentlessly devoured the dense mass of mutated mosquitoes. Through the iron mesh at the stairway's entrance, Wang Mingyang keenly observed that among the mosquitoes there was one that was noticeably larger, a mosquito king. This mosquito king was agile and swift. Each time it brushed past the wisteria's branches, it would stab at them with its long proboscis. A dark haze then appeared on the branches, swiftly spreading towards the main body of the wisteria. How poisonous! Wang Mingyang murmured. Ordinary mutated mosquitoes primarily wielded their sharp proboscis as a weapon, but this mosquito king possessed the ability to poison. He wondered what species of mutated mosquito this was. Cautiously, Wang Mingyang reminded everyone of this point, noting that the mosquitoes were currently focused on the protective wisteria. But that could change at any moment. Tonight in Spring City was destined to be tumultuous. Faint howls of wolves echoed from several kilometers away, uncertain whether they were mutated dogs or wolves that had escaped from a zoo. The battle between the mutated mosquito swarm and the wisteria intensified, with several branches of the wisteria breaking and littering the ground. Countless mosquitoes were also killed or injured, either severed in half by the wisteria's sharp leaves or swallowed by the flower mouths. However, it was evident that this wisteria, on the verge of advancing to the second tier, was far more formidable than the swarm led by a single first-tier mosquito king. Observing the significant reduction in the number of mosquitoes, Wang Mingyang smiled slightly. With a thought, he activated his oxygen manipulation ability, enveloping the area where the mosquitoes were, causing the surrounding oxygen to rapidly converge. Suu, throw a fireball at that swarm of mosquitoes. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Su Yu conjured a small dark red fireball, and a circular hole opened in the iron mesh before her. She hurled the fireball directly at the most densely packed cluster of mosquitoes. The dark red fireball soared towards the swarm and suddenly exploded. Dozens of mutated mosquitoes were ignited by the dark red flames, followed by a deafening boom as the flames rapidly spread through the air. In mere seconds, the entire swarm was engulfed in flames, with burning mosquitoes plummeting to the ground. Is my little fireball really that powerful? Suyu stared incredulously at her hands, unable to believe it. Mu Ningxue was equally astonished. Had Suyu truly become this strong after her breakthrough to the first tier? Only Li Yuchan looked puzzled, tilting his head to glance at Wang Mingyang. Just moments ago, he had sensed a subtle wave emanating from Wang Mingyang. This is a little trick of mine. You can think of it as a low-level ability that provides some auxiliary support, Wang Mingyang replied with a faint smile. Not wishing to conceal he would possess more abilities in the future, it was impossible to keep everything a secret. Whoa, Boss Wang, have you awakened 3 abilities? Li Yuchan exclaimed, astonished. Damn, is this what it means to be surpassed by others? Well, sort of. Just keep it under wraps and don't mention it to outsiders. Wang Mingyang nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. You're amazing. Li Yuchan gave him a thumbs up, no longer questioning why Wang Mingyang had awakened so many abilities. Everyone had their secrets. After all, that Suu and Mu Ningxue's eyes sparkled as they too extended their thumbs in admiration. Wang Mingyang paid no further attention to Li Yuchan, his gaze fixated on the sky. The mosquito swarm had suffered heavy losses, yet the first-tier Mosquito King had managed to escape unscathed. A flying sword shot out like lightning, striking the Mosquito King just as it was about to flee. The sword transformed into a hollow sphere, securely encasing the Mosquito King's corpse, evading the branches of the mutated wisteria that were lunging towards it, and directly returning to Wang Mingyang's hand. With a cold snort, Wang Mingyang disregarded the mutated wisteria. With its current capabilities, it could not breach the iron cage. The hollow sphere morphed back into a flying sword, and Wang Mingyang swiftly sliced open the Mosquito King's corpse. Fortune was on his side, as he discovered a dark green crystal core. Chapter 99. Approaching maturity, a poison-type crystal core. What a pity. Wang Mingyang sighed as he gazed at the dark green crystal core in his hand. Mutated mosquitoes typically yielded ordinary enhancement or blood-type crystal cores. It was rare to find one like this Mosquito King that contained poison attributes. None of the individuals present were suitable for absorbing this core unless they could purify the toxic energy within. Wang Mingyang did not yet possess that capability, so he casually flipped it and temporarily stored it in his mustard seed space. Wang Mingyang, what exactly is the use of this lotus flower? Its radiance will attract even more mutated beings, Mu Ningxue inquired, her brow knitted with concern. Wang Mingyang smiled slightly and pointed to the mutated wisteria, saying, Did you not see that the wisteria is protecting these lotus flowers? It must have significant value. Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign. I have never seen lotus flowers that emit light. They resemble the spiritual entities from myths and legends. Who knows, consuming them might even lead to immortality. Li Yuchan recited the sovereign's name, earnestly analyzing the situation. Immortality? You're overthinking it. Suyu scoffed, expressing skepticism. Becoming immortal really that simple. Whether or not they grant immortality, I believe these lotus flowers are still unripe. Otherwise, that wisteria wouldn't be protecting them but would have simply devoured them, Wang Mingyang calmly replied. After the lotus flowers wither, they will form lotus pods, which contain seeds that will gradually mature. Are you suggesting that this mutated wisteria is waiting for the lotus flowers to wither and the lotus seeds to mature? Suyu gazed at the few lotus flowers, which had transformed overnight from buds to full bloom. It must be as such. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement with Suyu's conjecture. Well then, let's not dwell on it any further. These lotus flowers will likely take some time to mature. Prepare yourselves. Once the lotus flowers wither and the seeds are ripe, I shall be the first to seize them. You all must strive to fend off any mutated creatures that may approach. Once we have secured the lotus seeds, we will retreat towards the northeast without delay, Wang Mingyang instructed, pointing in that direction. Understood. Rest assured. The 3 replied in unison. Li Yuchan, sensing his imminent breakthrough, settled into a meditative posture off to the side. With the time still available, achieving his breakthrough would enable him to assist Wang Mingyang more effectively. As the clock struck 11, the number of mutated creatures surrounding them began to swell. Mutated flocks of birds, rodents and cats and dogs, along with zombie hunters. A plethora of mutated beings emerged, and even before reaching the experimental building, they had started to turn on one another. Several noticeably formidable mutated creatures stood vigilant around the small plaza, wary of each other yet hesitant to advance. They merely commanded the lower-tier mutated beings to charge towards the experimental building, yet the mutated wisteria had already ascended to the second tier an hour prior. Those below the second tier were utterly no match for it. Meanwhile, within the laboratory on the first floor, Gong Zhan, accompanied by a dozen warriors, peered through the gaps in the window coverings to observe the outside. Captain, what are those colorful lights on the rooftop? They have attracted so many mutated creatures. Gu Lai inquired with curiosity, wishing to venture outside had he not spotted several suspected second-tier mutated beings. I am uncertain, Xiao Yu, go fetch Dai Bin and inquire. Gong Zhan instructed, directing his gaze towards Xiao Yu, who promptly dashed towards the elevator. As his eyes drifted towards the 6th floor, Gong Zhan's mind was troubled. Wang Mingyang had not departed. Could it be related to tonight's upheaval? Xiao Yu swiftly returned with Dai Bin to the 1st floor, as Gu Zemin's lab remained unrelocated. Thus Dai Bin had stayed behind. Captain Gong, did you call for me? Dai Bin hurriedly approached, whispering to Gong Zhan. Gong Zhan gestured for a nearby warrior to step aside and pulled Dai Bin closer. What exactly is happening on the rooftop? Gong Zhan pointed at the colorful lights illuminating the night sky and the mutated creatures battling the mutated wisteria. Dai Bin looked upward with confusion. From this laboratory's window, he could only see half of the rooftop. Yet, it was enough for him to discern the unfolding events. This is... Dai Bin's mouth fell agape. Indeed, something was amiss. The number of mutated beings had surged, and a zombie tide was imminent. Gong Zhan spoke gravely. Aware that they had fortified the laboratory thoroughly, however, with so many mutated creatures gathering, one could hardly predict the outcome. On the rooftop, several professors specializing in botany had cultivated a wisteria plant for many years. Wang Mingyang had previously ascended, claiming that this wisteria had mutated. Dai Bin stated slowly. Gong Zhan furrowed his brow. Even a mutated wisteria shouldn't cause such a commotion, but what about those colorful lights? Besides the mutated wisteria, there was also an artificial pond at the center of the rooftop, housing several lotus flowers. Lotus flowers? Yes, but these lotus flowers possess certain peculiarities. What peculiarities? Please, do elaborate all at once. Gong Zhan urged impatiently. These lotus flowers were cultivated from 5 ancient lotus seeds. Wang Mingyang seems to have specifically sought them out. Dai Bin swallowed hard, speaking hastily. Gong Zhan was taken aback. What could Wang Mingyang want with them? I cannot say for certain what his intentions are, Dai Bin replied hesitantly, shaking his head. Gong Zhan recalled his encounters with Wang Mingyang, unable to suppress a facepalm. He had always sensed something extraordinary about Wang Mingyang, but never to this extent. It was evident that Wang Mingyang appeared to be awaiting this very moment. With this thought, Gong Zhan felt restless. Do you lie, Gao Yang? Accompany me outside to investigate. The rest of you maintain your positions and guard the underground laboratory. Gong Zhan issued the command decisively, as only the 3 of them had awakened their abilities. Their overall capabilities far superior. Yes, Captain. Gong Zhan swiftly created an opening in the window, and the 3 of them darted out, sealing the breach behind them. Dai Bin watched from outside, his gaze flickering as a peculiar energy surged within him. The trio stealthily ascended along the corridor towards the rooftop. The zombies that had previously occupied the experimental building had been eradicated. And now the mutated beings were rushing up the walls and stairs, oblivious to the 3 climbing along the corridor's railing. The boys' dormitory balcony. Tian Lei gazed anxiously towards the night sky above the experimental building, where vibrant lights danced. Meanwhile, in the complex, Xiao Lu stood by the window, overlooking the gradually coalescing tide of zombies surrounding the experimental building, gripping the windowsill tightly as the tiles crumbled to dust beneath him. Not far from the small supermarket, in the faculty dormitory, Ding Cheng disregarded the abundance of food and water within and turned towards the balcony, eyeing the distant sky. A mass of dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Yet a burst of colorful radiance pierced through the darkness. On the rooftop of the urban village residential building, Zhang Hong, accompanied by Chao Jing and others, stood at the stairway, gazing towards the university town, where a streak of light had shattered the darkness, reflected in his eyes. Various mutated creatures and human survivors near the university town were gradually drawn by the increasingly resplendent spiritual light. Chapter 100. The ascendant spiritual light. The clouds in the sky obscured the moonlight, rendering the lotus flower's spiritual glow even more pronounced. A second-tier hunter lurked, poised to strike from the shadows. Outside the walls of Dian University, a colossal zombie nearly 6 meters tall roared as it kicked down a high wall, charging directly towards the experimental building. On the other side, a mutated giant dog, the size of a calf, led various mutated hounds that sprang forth from the streets, agilely leaping over barriers. As the hour approached dawn, the energy and spiritual essence on Blue Star intensified, causing mutated beings to frequently advance in tier. Within the campus of Dian University, the number of first-tier zombies and mutated beings was steadily increasing. Wang Mingyang's brow furrowed. The mutated wisteria seemed to be growing stronger. If it were to receive another surge of spiritual energy at dawn, it could very well ascend once more. Boss Wang, what should we do? Should we strike now? Liu Chan, who had just ascended to the first tier 3 hours prior, felt an overwhelming surge of mental energy within him, brimming with confidence. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mingyang nodded. Prepare to strike, but be cautious, Liu Chan. Upon encountering a first-tier mutated creature's corpse, be sure to check for crystal cores, if any are present. We must secure them. Liu Chan's mental range had now extended to 40 meters, making him more than capable. Understood. With all three prepared, Wang Mingyang took a deep breath, swinging his right hand as a massive block of titanium alloy crashed to the ground. At this juncture, there was no longer a need to conceal his mustered space. Regardless of the astonished expressions on the faces of his companions, Wang Mingyang willed the titanium to melt rapidly. Soaring towards the rooftop, the metallic cage unfurled, and Wang Mingyang stepped forth, the molten metal instantly solidifying into countless sharp threads that sliced through the AI in an instant. Both the branches of the wisteria and the flying mutated birds were ensnared by the web formed from these threads. Reduced to mere fragments, a rain of branches, leaves, and flesh cascaded down from the rooftop. Caw! A massive bloodied eagle soared into the sky, its talons dripping with crimson. The mutated wisteria quivered, erupting with a surge of green light, generating an onslaught of branches that lunged towards Wang Mingyang. Hemph! Unaware of its impending doom, Wang Mingyang scoffed, flicking his fingers to manifest a black line. The moment this line appeared, the wisteria's instinct for survival kicked in, causing it to retract its sprawling branches and envelop itself tightly into a ball. In the next instant, the black line traversed a distance of several meters, appearing at the root of the mutated wisteria. The ball trembled slightly, and soon after, thick branches began to collapse to the ground, the robust main stem leaning askew. The branches that had been thrashing about moments ago now lay lifeless on the ground. Devoid of movement, instant kill. Wang Mingyang swiftly advanced, locating the main stem, and with a sweep of his ink shadow, he cleaved through the mutated wisteria, revealing a crystal core as green as jade nestled at its heart. Heh, a splendid harvest. Retrieving this second-tier wood-type crystal core, Wang Mingyang turned his gaze towards the wisteria's root system. Liu Chan, come and excavate the roots of this mutated wisteria. What do you take me for? Liu Chan replied with disdain, yet hurried over nonetheless. No time for chatter, dig quickly. There may be valuable finds. Without further ado, Liu Chan activated his mental energy, causing the roots of the wisteria to rise, bringing a clump of soil along with it. Once Liu Chan shook off the dirt, Wang Mingyang swung his ink shadow once more, and several orbs radiating a potent life essence tumbled from the cracked roots. Life crystals, splendid. Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up as he hastily caught the few orbs that glimmered with a greenish hue. If it were merely a first-tier mutated wisteria, it would likely not yield such treasures. However, at the second level, there is a significant probability of it being conceived. This is also the reason why Wang Mingyang chose to retain it rather than eliminate it prematurely. The surrounding mutated creatures surged wildly, yet were ensnared by the iron net formed under Wang Mingyang's metallic control. Several first-tier hunters attempted to claw through the net,